Chapter 25:16. The way he won this battle was too strange. Because he clearly felt that his attack was mostly neutralized by Luo Shanv, and the remaining power was not enough to kill her. Moreover, although there were fragments of clothes left on the arena, there was no trace of blood. Even if she was really smashed to pieces, there should at least be some blood and flesh residue, right? But in fact, there was nothing left. That girl is not dead, Gu Shan concluded in his heart. But if she's not dead, where is she? Is it really like what the people in the stand said? Is she hiding somewhere and preparing to launch a sneak attack on me? Thinking of this, Gu Shan's face changed. He hurriedly looked around, but there was no trace of Luo Shan hiding. It was not until a long time later that Luo Shan did not appear again that Gu Shan accepted the cheers for his victory with a blank face. 10,000 miles away from Purple Mountain City, on the wooden boat, Yang Kai flew all the way with Zhang Ruoxi as fast as lightning. After exchanging the last blow with Gu Shan, Yang Kai flashed into the arena and brought Zhang Ruoxi out. The outcome had been decided, and there was no need to continue fighting. Gu Shan was already an arrow at the end of its flight, but Zhang Ruoxi was fine. As long as Zhang Ruoxi got close to Gu Shan, she could easily throw him out of the arena. He was already in the Emperor realm, and with the help of his space secret technique, the strength and vision of the cultivator in Purple Mountain City could not detect any clues at all. This led to the illusion that Zhang Ruoxi had been smashed to pieces. After being brought out by Yang Kai, Zhang Ruoxi's fierce aura suddenly disappeared. She became very obedient. Standing quietly on the wooden boat, she kept looking at Yang Kai's back with timid eyes, fearing that he would be angry with her for acting recklessly during this time. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She, who had never fought with anyone before, felt her blood boiling when she stepped onto the stage. Every bit of pain and every drop of blood that flowed out of her body made her feel incomparably satisfied. It seemed that fighting to the death was her favorite thing to do. Every time she came back from the arena, she would be annoyed. She felt that she should not be like this. Why did she have to fight with others? Why did she have to fight with others? She secretly warned herself that she would never go to the Rising Dragon platform again. However, on the second day, the restlessness in her heart made her involuntarily take a step forward and head to the arena as Rakshas's daughter. She accepted the challenges of one cultivator after another and blasted them all down. She enjoyed the joy of fighting with others. Winning or losing was not what she cared about. What she enjoyed was the process. She was a little afraid of herself. She felt that there was a devil sealed in her body. Do you like to use swords? Yang Kai suddenly asked without turning his head. Ah! Zhang Ruoxi shuddered. She was startled. However, he quickly reacted and said, I don't know either. Yang Kai said, I noticed that you liked to use your finger sword when you fought with Gu Shan, and I sensed a strong sword intent from you. He paused for a moment before asking, have you used a sword-shaped artifact before? No, Zhang Ruoxi shook her head slowly and whispered, I've never used an artifact before. That's strange. Yang Kai looked suspicious. Although Zhang Ruoxi's finger sword was not yet proficient, it was extremely powerful. Moreover, the sword intent that shrouded her was not fake. If she was not a cultivator who had been immersed in swordsmanship for many years, it was impossible for her to have this kind of power. Among the masters that Yang Kai had seen, the one with the strongest sword intent was Heavenly Marshal Holy Land's Chen Wenhao. He had an emperor artifact, the flowing water sword. Yang Kai still remembered the 3,000 sword principles. Yang Kai also occasionally used a sword. The myriad sword was a broad sword, but it was not his strength. The moves he used were all secret techniques of the myriad sword itself. They were not even 1,000th of Chen Wenhao's. However, Zhang Ruoxi's sword intent was completely natural and extremely fierce. Right now, she was like a piece of unpolished jade. If she could unleash all her potential, the brilliance she could bloom with would be absolutely shocking. Suddenly, Yang Kai remembered something. When Zhang Ruoxi was breaking through to the Great Realm, a huge woman's figure appeared behind her more than once. He did not know who that woman was, but every time, she would open her mouth and suck in the heavenly vision caused by Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough, making Zhang Ruoxi's breakthrough extremely easy. When that woman appeared, she was holding a huge long sword in both hands, which was extremely shocking. Perhaps, the reason why Zhang Ruoxi possessed sword intent and involuntarily used her finger sword was related to that phantom. Although this was just a guess, Yang Kai felt that it was very likely. Since Zhang Ruoxi liked to use swords, Yang Kai felt that he could let her refine the myriad sword. The huge woman phantom was holding a wide long sword in both hands, and the myriad sword was also of the same type, so Zhang Ruoxi should like it. However, the myriad sword was not Yang Kai's own, after all. It was an ancestral treasure of the Qin family in Maplewood City. When Old Man Qin gave the myriad sword to Yang Kai, he made it very clear that one day, when Qin was able to break through to the Emperor realm, it would not be too late for Yang Kai to return it. Therefore, Yang Kai thought about it and decided to dispel the idea. It was not good to take someone else's things and give them away. It seemed that it was time to look for a broadsword-type Emperor artifact. Among his companions, Lu Yen obtained the Annihilation Thunder Bead, Hua Qingxi obtained the Five-Colored Spear, and even the embodiment obtained the Demonic Warhammer. Which one of them was not an Emperor artifact? Yang Kai naturally could not favor one and discriminate against the other. Sir, I'm sorry. Ruoxi shouldn't have made such a big mess without your permission. Zhang Ruoxi suddenly plucked up her courage, lowered her head, and admitted her mistake. Yang Kai chuckled and said, I'm not blaming you. What are you sorry for? Zhang Ruoxi raised her head and asked in surprise, Sir, you're not angry? Yang Kai smiled and said, You decide how to walk your own path. You don't have to care about what others think. As long as you have a clear conscience, it's fine. Let me ask you, were you happy fighting in that arena? Zhang Ruoxi nodded heavily without thinking. Then did you kill anyone? Zhang Ruoxi shook her head and said, I beat them down every time. I didn't kill them. Then do you feel guilty? Zhang Ruoxi thought about it seriously and shook her head. No, their skills are not as good as others, and since they entered the ring, they naturally had to be mentally prepared to be beaten down. Ruoxi also entered the ring with such thoughts. That's right. Kai Yang nodded. If you think it's right, then it's right. In the future, when you grow up, it's inevitable that there will be people who will point fingers at you and make irresponsible remarks about you. If they make sense, you can listen and accept them with an open mind. If they are unreasonable, you can just treat them as farts. The most important thing is here. Kai Yang reached out and pointed at his chest. I understand. Zhang Ruoxi gently nodded and suddenly showed a flower-like smile and said happily, It's really good to travel with sir. Half a month later, Yang Kai had gone deep into the Eastern Territories hinterland after several twists and turns. During this time, he and Zhang Ruoxi had been traveling together. They had crossed countless rivers and mountains on the road, experienced the local customs, and taught Zhang Ruoxi cultivation, so they weren't lonely. Zhang Ruoxi's growth was extremely fast. Although her cultivation realm hadn't improved much, she had made great progress in controlling her own strength. This had a lot to do with her fighting on the Rising Dragon Arena in the past 20 days. Fierce battles could often stimulate a person's potential and allow them to grow quickly. Although Zhang Ruoxi had grown in the previous battles, more experience and lessons had settled down and accumulated in various parts of her body. During this period of traveling with Yang Kai, she had turned all the accumulated experience and lessons into nutrients. She constantly recalled the battles in the arena, and it was difficult for her to stay in the same place. Yang Kai saw this in his eyes, but didn't comment on it. On this day, Kai Yang's figure suddenly came to a halt as the wooden boat came to a halt in midair. What's wrong? Zhang Ruoxi hurriedly asked, at the same time releasing her divine sense to cover the surroundings. She thought they had encountered some danger, but after looking around, she didn't find anything unusual. When she looked at Yang Kai again, she saw him take out a golden token with a strange expression on his face. His divine sense enveloped the token. In the next moment, Yang Kai's face changed and became extremely pale. Zhang Ruoxi was so scared that she didn't even dare to breathe. She had followed Yang Kai for so long, but she had never seen him so angry. Obviously, something big had happened to make Yang Kai so angry. That golden token. What is it? Why did Mr. have such a big emotional fluctuation after checking it out? Zhang Ruoxi was puzzled, but she didn't dare to ask. Then, Yang Kai's terrifying divine sense spread out like a tide, covering a large area in an instant. After a while, Yang Kai seemed to have discovered something. His figure flickered, and he broke through the void with Zhang Ruoxi, disappearing directly. When she reappeared, Zhang Ruoxi found that she and her master were already several kilometers away, hovering in the void. Below them, a group of cultivators was besieging a monster beast that resembled a tortoise and a tiger. This monster beast had a rich demonic qi and seemed to be at the peak of the 11th order, which was equivalent to the peak of the Tao source realm in terms of cultivator cultivation. Among the group besieging it, there were only 3 Tao source realm cultivators. The rest were all Saint Kings. Even the 3 Tao source realm cultivators didn't have high cultivations, only in the 1st or 2nd order. They seemed to be some small sects elders who had brought their disciples out for experience, but somehow they encountered this monster beast. It was very common for disciples to travel together in groups. Most of them would have some elders with higher cultivations accompanying them. First, they would protect the disciples, and second, they would inspect the disciples' cultivation results. If it wasn't necessary, these elders wouldn't show up easily. There was already a torn corpse lying on the ground. The cultivator who was still alive looked nervous and frightened. They were more or less injured. Looking at the situation, it seemed that they weren't the monster beast's opponent. Chapter 25:17. When Yang Kai suddenly appeared with Zhang Ruoxi, the monster beast went berserk and opened its mouth to bite one of the first-order Tao source realm cultivators. It was unknown whether the first-order Tao source realm cultivator was at the end of his rope or was caught off guard, but he couldn't avoid the monster beast's bite in the abdomen. Blood gushed out and the cultivator screamed miserably. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly waved his fist with an indifferent expression. With one punch, the originally majestic and insufferably arrogant demonic beast suddenly howled in grief. Immediately after, a hole appeared on its fat body. Blood and internal organs flowed out, and it instantly died. The cultivator who was bitten by the monster beast still hadn't recovered from the shock. He struggled desperately, roaring and shrieking miserably. The other 2 Tao source realm cultivators, on the other hand, noticed something. They raised their heads and glanced in the direction of Yang Kai, then glanced at the dead monster beast. Their hearts trembled as they realized that they had encountered a master. Although Yang Kai looked very young, he could kill a peak 11th order monster beast with one punch. He was at least a master from the Emperor realm. The 2 didn't dare to neglect. With a solemn expression, they cupped their fists and were about to thank him, but Yang Kai interrupted them directly and shouted in a low voice, "Where is Earth City?" The 2 were taken aback. One of the men in a purple robe quickly pointed in a direction and said, "Master, fly 5,000 kilometers in this direction and you will reach Earth City." Although he couldn't see through Yang Kai's true age, since he was a master from the Emperor realm, it was right to call him master. Yang Kai glanced in the direction he pointed. The next moment, a layer of ripples appeared in the air. He and Zhang Ruoxi instantly disappeared from the sight of this group of people. After a long time, someone asked in a low voice, Am I seeing things? 2 people just came here?" "I saw it too. Brother, you didn't see wrongly. He even killed that green-furred tiger turtle and saved junior martial uncle. The young martial uncle is injured. Hurry up and get the spirit pill. Little martial uncle, hang in there. Don't die." A group of seemingly inexperienced youngsters immediately gathered around little martial uncle, who had been bitten by the azure-haired tiger turtle, and hurriedly treated his injuries. Only the other 2 Tao source realm masters remained standing in place, staring in the direction Yang Kai disappeared, unable to calm down for a long time. The 2 of them had no idea how Yang Kai came here and how he left, even though their eyes were fixed on Yang Kai. However, the master of the Emperor realm had mysteriously disappeared. If it wasn't for the fact that the corpse of the green-furred tiger tortoise was still here, they would have thought that they were dreaming. This was the Emperor realm. It was the pinnacle realm that all cultivators in the astral boundary yearned for and revered. In the past, they were also high-spirited and hot-blooded, thinking that they could take a peek into the mysteries of the Emperor realm in their lifetime, but as they grew older, they were trapped by inferior aptitude and poor resources. They could only wander between the first and second order Dao source realms. The flowing time Great Emperor had worn away the sharp edges in their hearts, leaving behind a comfortable mentality of muddling along. Turning his head to look at the younger generation in the sect, they were as vigorous as he was in the past, but how many would survive after a few hundred years? Even if they survived, where would they stop? On the wooden boat, Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi to the limit, and his speed was a little faster than before. That token is the Azure Sun Temple's disciple token, in addition to representing the identity of Azure Sun Temple's disciple. This token can also be used as a communication artifact to allow disciples to communicate with each other. I just received a message from an Azure Sun Temple disciple asking for help. Yang Kai stood on the wooden boat and explained to Zhang Ruoxi. Since meeting Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao in the Source Sea, Yang Kai had been keeping the Azure Sun Golden Token in his arms. His original intention was to be able to perceive the messages of Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao at any time, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't use it after that. However, Yang Kai didn't throw it back into his space ring. Anyway, it didn't matter if he kept it in his arms and it wouldn't affect his movements. Who knew that in the distant Eastern Territory, Yang Kai would receive a message from an Azure Sun Temple disciple asking for help. The message was very short, only a line of words: Earth City, Azure Sun Pavilion, help. The other party was obviously an Azure Sun Temple disciple to be able to send this message to his golden token. But Yang Kai couldn't figure out how the other party came to the Eastern Territory and what kind of danger they encountered. After all, Azure Sun Temple was a sect in the Southern Territory, hundreds of millions of kilometers away from here. But since it was a message asking for help, Yang Kai naturally couldn't sit idly by, so he hurriedly found someone to inquire about the location of Earth City. It was his first time in the Eastern Territory, so he didn't know where Earth City was. Fortunately, there was a group of people nearby, so Yang Kai immediately teleported over. Although I don't know what happened over there, if there is a battle later, take care of yourself, Yang Kai exhorted. Earth City was definitely a city, and since it was a city, there might be a master guarding it. Although Yang Kai had been promoted to the Emperor realm, he wasn't so arrogant that he didn't put anyone in his eyes. If he really had to fight, he wouldn't be able to take care of Zhang Ruoxi. Now that he had warned her clearly, she could act according to circumstances later. I understand, Zhang Ruo nodded heavily. Sir, please feel free to do as you wish. Ruoxi won't be a burden to you. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Anxious, he sped up. Earth City, located in the hinterland of the Eastern Territory, was considered one of the most important cities in the entire Eastern Territory. Compared to Purple Mountain City, it was undoubtedly much more prosperous. Earth City was surrounded by abundant resources, attracting many cultivators to settle down here. Many cultivators came and went, bringing more and more prosperity to this place. The city lord of Earth City, Zhu Hong, was a first-order emperor realm master with many capable subordinates. Since he took charge of Earth City 50 years ago, he had been keeping the entire city in good order. The laws in the city were strict, and few people dared to break the law. Zhu Hong had even laid down 81 rules in Earth City. Anyone who dared to violate them would be punished equally, ranging from being whipped through the streets to being executed by dismemberment. His iron blood methods and fair attitude made the entire Earth City love and respect him. At this moment, in the city, in front of a shop called Azure Sun Pavilion, a group of cultivators wearing the uniform of the city guards blocked the entrance. A Dao Source Realm cultivator was sitting leisurely in a tea house not far away, sipping tea leisurely. His pair of hawk-like eyes were constantly sizing up everyone who passed by the shop, as if he was vigilant of something. Whispers could be heard from the surrounding crowd. They were all discussing what the Azure Sun Pavilion had done to attract people from the City Lord's mansion to come here and surround it. Azure Sun Pavilion was just a small shop, and the things it sold weren't anything special. Many spirit pills and artifacts were bought from others and then resold, so there wasn't much profit to be made, just barely managing to keep itself afloat. Anyone who had dealt with the Azure Sun Pavilion would know that apart from the shopkeeper, There were only 2 clerks left in the pavilion. These 2 clerks were also gluttonous and lazy fellows who didn't do their jobs properly. Often when guests came to visit, they would still be sleeping soundly at the table, not taking the initiative to entertain them. Over time, the cultivator who was familiar with Azure Sun Pavilion would not patronize this shop. If it weren't for the cultivator from the city lord's mansion surrounding it, many people would not know that such a shop existed in the city. Although Yang Kai didn't know what the Azure Sun Pavilion had done, since it had attracted the attention of the Imperial Guard army, it definitely wasn't a good thing. All the cultivators who passed by the shop's entrance avoided it like snakes and scorpions, staying as far away as possible. It was as if they would be tainted with bad luck if they approached. At this moment, a man and a woman suddenly walked out of the crowd and went straight to Azure Sun Pavilion. This man and woman didn't look very old. The man had a tall figure and steady steps. Although he wasn't very handsome, he was extremely resolute and dressed like an ordinary young man. The woman, on the other hand, was a national beauty. She looked soft and weak as she followed behind the young man. She was even younger, seeming to be in her early 20s. Because the Azure Sun Pavilion was surrounded by the city guards, there was no one around it. At this moment, this man and woman walked straight over, attracting the attention of many people. The Dao Source Realm Master, who was sipping tea in a nearby tea house, narrowed his eyes as a bright light burst out from them, carefully sizing up the man and woman. He quietly released his divine sense, but strangely he couldn't detect the cultivation of these 2 people. In an instant, the Dao Source Realm cultivator's face turned solemn. He was a master from the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm, so for him to be unable to detect their cultivation, they were either from the Emperor Realm or had some kind of artifact to hide their cultivation. Such a man and woman were definitely not from the Emperor Realm, so they must have some kind of strange artifact. To have such an artifact, the other party didn't seem to be simple. But who were these 2 people? Why did they come to Azure Sun Pavilion? While he was pondering, the man and woman had already arrived in front of the city guard cultivator. They looked at him in surprise and shouted, "What are you doing? Haven't you heard that a good dog doesn't block the way? Hurry up and make way." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding city cultivator was shocked. This person dared to insult the city guards. He must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. How could he live? Everyone seemed to be able to foresee the scene of this person being thrown into the city's prison and being tortured. Everyone was shocked and moved further away. As expected, the guards blocking the entrance of the Azure Sun Pavilion were enraged. One after another, they cast burning gazes at the young man. The leader coldly snorted and said, "Friend, watch your words. Insulting us is not a small crime." The young man was amused when he heard this. He grinned and said, "Insulting people is a crime? You speak as if you haven't insulted people before." The city guard leader said, "According to the law set by the city lord master, I can take you away at any time, put you in the prison, and whip you 80 times. So serious?" The young man was shocked and his face turned pale. The city guard leader looked at him disdainfully and said coldly, "Now you know fear." Chapter 25:18. The young man chuckled and said, "Master, don't be so serious. I was just speaking casually just now. I didn't mean to scold you. Okay, I'm going to buy something in this shop now. Can I trouble you to make way?" It was unknown what kind of magic this casual sentence had, but after a moment of hesitation, the leader of the guards actually moved aside and allowed the man and woman to enter the store. The other guards of the city lord's mansion looked at their commander with strange expressions. They wanted to ask questions but didn't dare to act rashly. They were all full of doubts. What the hell? In a tea house not far away, the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm, who was in charge of monitoring Azure Sun Pavilion, jumped 3 feet high and hurriedly released his divine sense to ask the guard leader, "What's wrong with you?" "Lord Jia." Hearing this person's voice transmission, the guard army commander's expression immediately turned solemn. "Didn't I tell you not to let anyone in? How dare you disobey this king's order? You must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. I let someone in." The guard leader was shocked when he heard this, but soon he remembered what he had just done. In an instant, his forehead was dripping with cold sweat and his face turned pale. How could I let someone in? He didn't know what happened just now. Although his mind was clear, he couldn't resist the young man's words and obediently made way for the young man to walk straight into Azure Sun Pavilion. If it weren't for Master Jia's voice, he probably wouldn't have remembered. A soul attack? When Master Jia saw the guard leader's face, he knew that he must have been hit by a soul secret technique, causing him to lose control. Master Jia, what should we do now? Do you want me to bring people in and capture that person? The guard commander asked in a low voice. No hurry, this person seems to be very powerful. And I don't know what he's doing here. Maybe he really is just here to buy something. Let's take a look first, Master Jia replied. In the shop, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi looked around and found that the shop was really small and there weren't many goods in it. They were placed in a mess, and their value was not high. Near the counter, there were two shop assistants with low cultivation. At this moment, both of them were frowning as if their parents had died. From time to time, they would glance at the guards outside and unconsciously murmur, "It's over, it's over, it's over." I don't know what the shopkeeper did, but he's done for. The nerves of these two men seemed to be extremely tense as they didn't even notice when Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi walked in. Yang Kai glanced at them and ignored them. Instead, he looked at the back of the shop and walked straight to the backyard. Through a corridor, they came to a place that looked like a small garden. In front of the inner room, Yang Kai stood still and gently knocked on the door. Who is it? A woman's voice suddenly came from inside. She sounded extremely tired and haggard, as if she hadn't rested for many days. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "I'm here to buy something." The woman inside was silent for a moment and then said, "My shop has been in some trouble recently and is temporarily closed. Please go back." Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "This young master came all the way from the Southern Territory just to buy something. How dare you ask me to go back?" Southern Territory. A low voice suddenly came from inside, followed by a gust of wind. The door creaked open and a haggard young woman suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. This young woman looked to be around 27 to 28 years old. She was well-dressed and although her beauty wasn't outstanding, it was still very pleasing to the eye. However, something must have happened to her recently, so her eyes were slightly bloodshot and sunken, but her pair of beautiful eyes were extremely bright. She looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze, as if she wanted to see a flower in him. "You? Are you really from the Southern Territory?" The young woman asked nervously. Yang Kai nodded and said, "That's right." He could see at a glance that this young woman was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, and her aura seemed to be a little weak. Even though she was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, she definitely couldn't display her full strength. He didn't know if it was because she didn't work hard enough or because something went wrong with her cultivation. "What proof do you have?" the young woman asked, still worried. Yang Kai smiled slightly and took out his Azure Sun Golden token, waving it in front of her. The young woman's beautiful eyes suddenly brightened and the little bit of vigilance disappeared, as if she had seen a family member. Her nervous expression immediately relaxed and she said, "Come in and talk." Yang Kai nodded and led Zhang Ruoxi into the room. The young woman looked outside worriedly and made sure that no one was hiding nearby before she closed the door and waved her hands, placing many barriers. After she was done, Yang Kai looked at her with a gloomy face and said, "What kind of trouble have you encountered? Why are you acting like you're facing a great enemy? And what's with those people surrounding the shop?" The young woman didn't immediately answer Yang Kai's question. Instead, she solemnly took out a token from her space ring and handed it to Yang Kai with both hands. This token looked exactly the same as Yang Kai's Azure Sun Golden token, but Yang Kai's token was gold while hers was bronze, symbolizing the difference in status. Although Yang Kai didn't know much about the grades of Azure Sun Temple's disciple tokens, he could guess at the moment. Gold should be the highest grade, and there should be silver below it, followed by bronze. There was a difference of 2 grades between the two. "Brother, this disciple is Lu Wen. Her master is Elder Chen Qian, Elder Chen Qian." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He knew Chen Qian, one of the elders of Azure Sun Temple. She was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master and was mainly in charge of the logistics and supplies of the entire Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai had dealt with her several times, but this Elder Chen always gave people a cold feeling and was not easy to communicate with. "Brother, are you brother Xiaosheng?" Lu Wen looked at Yang Kai curiously and asked. Yang Kai curled the corner of his mouth and snorted, "Can Xiaosheng be as handsome as me?" Lu Wen heard this and couldn't help but have a strange expression, as if she didn't expect this brother to be so narcissistic. Blushing, she asked, "Then, are you brother Xiao Bai? Yang Kai said with a black face, "I'm not Xiaosheng, nor Xiao Bai. My name is Yang Kai." "Brother Yang." Lu Wen frowned, as if she was very unfamiliar with this name. Yang Kai said, "Since you are a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, how can you not recognize Xiaosheng and Xiao Bai? These two are the most elite disciples in the temple." Lu Wen said embarrassedly, "Junior sister, I left Azure Sun Temple a long time ago and haven't been back in all these years, so I haven't seen these two brothers." Yang Kai said in surprise, "Is that so? Then why did you come to the Eastern Territory and open a shop here?" Lu Wen replied, "I came here to perform a task from the temple. The shop was opened for convenience. I reported all of this to Honored Master and received her support." "Let's hear it," Yang Kai said in a deep voice. Although the temple is a sect in the Southern Territory, it also needs to inquire about various kinds of information in the other 3 territories, so in each territory, there are at least 7 or 8 people to as many as 20 to 30 fellow disciples collecting all kinds of information and regularly reporting it to the sect. Junior sister is in charge of this in Earth City. We generally conceal our names and identities, and unless our lives are in danger, we are not allowed to reveal our origins. "Is there such a thing?" Yang Kai said in surprise. Lu Wen smiled and said, "Brother Yang must be an elite disciple of the sect, so you don't need to know these things. You just need to cultivate and become stronger. These things are generally taken care of by those disciples who are not very talented and have no hope of cultivating in their lives. Taking care of these things must take a lot of energy and time, so it would delay their cultivation. Naturally, the elite disciples couldn't take care of it." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Lu Wen smiled slightly. "It's nothing, Brother Yang. The sect will be more prosperous when you are strong, and we will have a place to live. It's not only our Azure Sun Temple but also the other great sects. Many disciples will go to various places in the star boundary to inquire about information." "What trouble have you encountered?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Wen's expression darkened and said, "It's not me who has encountered trouble, it's Elder Gao." Yang Kai was stunned. "Elder Gao? Which Elder Gao?" After asking, he was shocked and whispered, "Gao Shui Ting, Elder Gao?" Yang Kai's face changed and said, "Elder Gao has come to the Eastern Territory?" "Yes, and now her life may be in danger." "What's going on?" Yang Kai asked anxiously. Lu Wen said, "Brother, don't worry, I'll tell you in detail." Under Lu Wen's explanation, Yang Kai understood what was going on. It has been more than 20 years since Lu Wen left Azure Sun Temple and came to Earth City. She has been inquiring about all kinds of information here and passing it to the sect. In order to facilitate her work, she opened a shop here. This shop was not to make money, but to hide her identity, so the shop was not operated diligently and was extremely messy. Half a year ago, Lu Wen bought half of an animal skin from a destitute cultivator. The person who sold it to her said that it was passed down from his ancestors and contained ancient secrets. Lu Wen naturally did not believe such nonsense, but seeing the destitute and pitiful person, she was moved and bought the animal skin. But after buying it and studying it for a long time, she had no clue. Feeling strange, she sent the animal skin back to Azure Sun Temple through a special channel along with the information she had obtained during this period. 3 months ago, Gao Shueting suddenly came to Earth City and asked her about the animal skin. Only then did Lu Wen realize that the animal skin might really have a great origin and seem to hide some secrets. Otherwise, how could it attract a master like Gao Shueting to come here? Since the sect elder asked, Lu Wen naturally told her everything she knew. Unfortunately, Gao Shueting did not find any useful clues from her. In the following period, Gao Shueting had been studying the secrets hidden in the animal skin and would leave Earth City for a while from time to time. Lu Wen did not know what she was doing. Chapter 25:19. Until a month and a half ago, Gao Shueting suddenly told her that she had some clues, but she needed to work with others to crack it. That day, she left some cultivation resources behind and left Earth City, disappearing without a trace. 7 days ago, the Azure Sun Pavilion was suddenly surrounded by the City Lord's mansion's guards. Those guards didn't say what the Azure Sun Pavilion had done and just surrounded it, not allowing anyone to enter. Speaking of this, Lu Wen was suddenly shocked and asked, "Brother Yang, how did you come in? Those City Lord's mansion people should still be outside." Yang Kai grinned and said, "If I want to come in, how can those scum stop me?" After a pause, he frowned and said, "Elder Gao left here a month and a half ago, saying that she wanted to work with others to crack the secret of the animal skin, but 7 days ago, this place was surrounded by the City Lord's mansion people for no reason," Lu Wen said anxiously, "so junior sister suspects that Elder Gao may have encountered some danger. The reason why they surrounded the Azure Sun Pavilion is because they are afraid that I will pass some information to the outside. After all, Elder Gao did not hide her whereabouts when she went in and out of the Azure Sun Pavilion a few days ago, so it is easy to find out that she is related to the Azure Sun Pavilion." Yang Kai nodded and said, "You are right. If this is the case, then Earth City must be involved." Lu Wen said sadly, "Junior sister really had no other choice but to use her own token to send a message. Even in a desperate situation, she really did not expect senior brother Yang to come." Yang Kai said, "I also passed by because I have something to do." If Yang Kai hadn't passed by Earth City by chance, Lu Wen wouldn't have been able to summon anyone. After all, this was the Eastern Territory. It was very far away from the Azure Sun Temple. The people of the temple would not come here for no reason. Although Gao Shueting had a cold temperament, she had always been good to Yang Kai. She personally handed the Azure Sun Golden Token to Yang Kai and even had the idea of accepting Yang Kai as a disciple and teaching him cultivation. Now that Gao Shueting might be in trouble, Yang Kai certainly couldn't stand idly by. Of course, this was just a guess. It could also be a misunderstanding, but the fact that the City Lord's mansion's people had surrounded the Azure Sun Pavilion was more or less a blatant lie. If it weren't for Gao Shueting, why would they surround this place for no reason? In that case, the City Lord's mansion must be closely related to this matter. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, his thoughts gradually smoothing out. Lu Wen said, "Junior sister also guessed the same. Elder Gao said before that she wanted to find someone to work together to crack the secret on the animal skin. Only City Lord Zhu Hong is a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. If Elder Gao is looking for someone to join forces with, Zhu Hong is the best choice." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and grinned. "Since we have a suspect, it will be much easier. Brother Yang, what do you plan to do?" Lu Wen looked at him with an evil smile. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. "What else can we do? Naturally, we have to ask him face to face." Yang Kai snorted softly. Lu Wen was shocked and said, "Brother, don't be impulsive. Zhu Hong is a First-Order Emperor Realm Master who has been in this realm for more than 40 years. He is extremely powerful and has an Emperor artifact. Although brother is an elite disciple of the temple, I'm afraid that if he goes up against the Emperor realm, I'm afraid." She didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was very obvious. She felt that Yang Kai was no match for Zhu Hong. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Junior sister Lu, don't worry. Zhu Hong is nothing to brother." After a pause, he ordered Zhang Ruoxi, "Take junior sister Lu and leave Earth City through the back door and wait for me outside the city. Since this has happened, there is no need to stay here any longer. Junior sister Lu should return to the temple as soon as possible." "Sir." Zhang Ruoxi looked solemn. Only then did Yang Kai's figure flicker and suddenly disappear. This. Lu Wen was stunned, shocked and anxious. She had clearly told Brother Yang that Zhu Hong was a master from the Emperor realm. Why was he still so hot-blooded and impulsive? Zhang Ruoxi smiled slightly and said, "Sister, don't worry about my sir. Zhu Hong is no match for him." "Sir?" Lu Wen looked at Zhang Ruoxi in amazement and said, "Sister, Are you not a disciple of the temple? Jianghu, she shook her head and said, I'm just a member of a small family. Sir didn't abandon me and kept me by his side to guide my cultivation. That's why I have today's achievements. Lu Wen was shocked. She could sense that Zhang Ruoxi's cultivation was higher than hers. She was a second-order Dao Source Realm Master, and Zhang Ruoxi was stronger than her. That meant that she was in the third-order Dao Source Realm. But such a master was only taught by Brother Yang? He was no worse than the elite disciples of those big sects. What's Brother Yang's cultivation? Lu Wen asked in surprise. Zhang Ruoxi pursed her lips and smiled. She felt honored and said lightly, Sir is already an Emperor Realm Master. Lu Wen was completely shocked. Her eyes, which had been hazy for a long time, gradually shone brightly. The darkness and anxiety in front of her were swept away. Outside Azure Sun Pavilion, in the tea house, Master Jia stared at the entrance of Azure Sun Pavilion with his eagle-like eyes. He unconsciously lifted the teacup in his hand and brought it to his mouth. He didn't know the origins of the man and woman who had entered Azure Sun Pavilion earlier. He had asked his subordinates to investigate, but they couldn't find anything. It seemed that they had just entered the city today. This made Master Jia vigilant. He was afraid that the man and woman really had something to do with the city lord's instructions. He didn't dare to miss any details. His mind was completely immersed in Azure Sun Pavilion. Suddenly, an extremely uneasy feeling rose in his heart, as if some danger was approaching, causing his heart to beat wildly. Before Master Jia could react, he suddenly noticed a person appear out of the corner of his eye. He quickly turned his head and looked, his eyes widening. He saw the young man from before sitting in the chair opposite him, looking at him with a smile. Pooh! Master Jia couldn't hold back and sprayed a mouthful of tea at Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved his hand, and the tea mist changed direction, directly spraying Master Jia's face. Hurriedly standing up, he wiped his face and stared at Kai Yang with great vigilance, his heart filled with shock. With his cultivation, he didn't notice how this young man appeared in front of him. If this young man wanted to harm him, wouldn't he be able to take his life at will? Thinking of this, Master Jia broke out in cold sweat. Sit! Yang Kai looked at him with a smile, but his eyes were like a poisonous snake, making Master Jia shudder. The latter hesitated for a moment, but still gritted his teeth and sat back down. His expression was extremely difficult, as if there were countless needles under his butt. How should I address you? Yang Kai asked. Jia Si. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. Yang Kai gave a perfunctory reply. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Master Jia, you should know why this young master is looking for you, right? Jia Si wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and forced a smile. This young master must be joking. This Jia is leisurely making wine and tea here, but I wonder if this young master... His words suddenly paused as he stared at the palm-sized artifact in Yang Kai's hand and whispered, This shield. Jia Si's eyesight was naturally good. He could tell at a glance that the grade of the shield in Yang Kai's hand was not low. It seemed to be a Dao Source grade high rank, and it was a defensive artifact. It could be said to be extremely valuable. Even though he had the cultivation of the third-order Dao Source realm, he could not help but breathe a little faster. Kacha. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and squeezed it. The shield was like a rock that had been eroded by wind and rain for thousands of years. It directly turned into dust and fell from his fingertips, scattering all over the ground. What shield? Yang Kai looked at him coldly. We were talking, so why did you raise the shield? Jia Si was sweating profusely and trembling all over as he said nervously, Nothing. Yang Kai snorted. Master Jia seems to be a smart person. It shouldn't be too tiring to communicate. This young master has a few questions and would like to ask Master Jia to answer them. Jia Si hurriedly said, This young master may ask anything. Although this Jia is not talented, he has lived here for many years and knows Earth City like the back of his hand. Very good. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. His eyes turned cold as he asked, Who asked you to monitor Azure Sun Pavilion here? Jia Si said with difficulty, It's the City Lord's master. Why did Zhu Hong ask you to monitor Azure Sun Pavilion? Jianghu said, the City Lord's Master just said that if any suspicious person came in and out of Azure Sun Pavilion, he was to be arrested immediately. He must not be allowed to leave Earth City. Yang Kai raised his brow and snorted, the City Lord's Master sure is awe-inspiring. Jianghu was shocked and hurriedly said, this Jia is just following orders. Please calm down, young master. Yang Kai asked, then do you know which force owns Azure Sun Pavilion? Jianghu said, I didn't know before. A few days ago, the City Lord's Master asked me to inquire about the details of Azure Sun Pavilion. Only then did this Jia know that it is a shop opened by a disciple of Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. You even managed to find this out, Senior Jia is truly amazing. Yang Kai sneered sarcastically. Jianghu trembled violently and said with a sad face, I was just following orders. Yang Kai interrupted him and said in a deep voice, then have you seen such a woman in the City Lord's mansion? While speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and the Emperor Qi in his body surged, condensing an image of Gao Shueting in front of Jianghu. Jianghu glanced at it and shook his head blankly, I haven't seen her, but I heard from this subordinate that this woman often came in and out of Azure Sun Pavilion a few days ago. This Jia followed her clues and found out about Azure Sun Pavilion. Yang Kai frowned and said, you haven't seen her? According to his and Lu Wen's conjecture, Gao Shueting should have asked Zhu Hong to join forces to decipher the secrets on the animal skin. So, she should have been in and out of the City Lord's mansion. Since Jianghu was Zhu Hong's confidant, there was no reason he hadn't seen her before. But judging from Jianghu's expression, he wasn't lying. Could it be that Gao Shueting really didn't look for Zhu Hong? Then who was she working with? Did the City Lord's mansion have anything to do with this matter? If it wasn't for Gao Shueting, why would they monitor and surround Azure Sun Pavilion? Yang Kai was puzzled. Chapter 25-20. Jianghu observed Yang Kai's expression and faintly realized something. He gulped and said, young master, there is something this Jia doesn't know if he should say. If it's nonsense, then don't bother. Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Jianghu said, 1.5 months ago, Elder Zhu Tianqing came to see the City Lord's Master, and the next day, the City Lord's Master left Earth City. Zhu Tianqing? Yang Kai raised his brow and asked, who is that? Jianghu replied, he is one of the 10 great elders of the Emperor realm of Brahma Holy Land. He has always had a close personal relationship with the City Lord's Master. Brahma Holy Land? Yang Kai couldn't help but be surprised. He naturally knew about Brahma Holy Land. It was one of the top sects in the Eastern Territory. In terms of status, it was similar to Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. The 2 holy sons he met in the Shattered Star Sea, Zhang Xian and Zhang Hao, were from Brahma Holy Land. Their cultivation aptitude was really good. If it weren't for their bad luck of meeting him, they would have most likely broken through to the Emperor realm in this trip to the Shattered Star Sea. Zhu Tianqing was just one of the 10 great emperors of Brahma Holy Land. It seemed that Brahma Holy Land lived up to its reputation as a top sect. Its comprehensive strength was above Azure Sun Temple. What is Zhu Tianqing's cultivation? Yang Kai had a vague feeling that Zhu Tianqing should have a great relationship with Gao Shueting. He is also a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Jianghu had already said so much, so naturally he wouldn't hide anything. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Judging from the strength Yang Kai displayed when he crushed the Dao Source Grade high-rank artifact, he could kill him with just a flick of his finger. Jianghu didn't think his body could be as strong as that shield. Yang Kai nodded. He raised a finger. Last question, do you know where Zhu Tianqing or Zhu Hong is now? Jianghu wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said uneasily, I really don't know. The cold light in Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became dangerous. Jianghu turned pale with fright and said with a long face, City Lord Master didn't tell me anything before he left. I really don't know. He paused for a moment and then said in fear, but if this young master really wants to know, I can tell you. This lowly one can help you look into it. Investigate? Yang Kai snorted. Didn't you say that Zhu Hong didn't tell you anything before he left? How did you find out? Jianghu trembled as he replied, "This humble one can ask the young city lord or the city lord's wife. The two of them may know something. If it doesn't work, this humble one can ask Elder Ju's disciples. To be honest, this humble one has a good personal relationship with Elder Ju's disciples. Perhaps they know where Elder Ju is now." "How long?" Yang Kai asked coldly. "For hours." No. 2 hours should be enough." Yang Kai suddenly smiled and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Master Jia. Go and come back quickly. I'll wait for you here." Jianghu suddenly jumped up and rushed out without stopping, as if something was chasing him from behind. But he had just moved his feet. Yang Kai casually made a mark on his body. Jianghu's face changed wildly. He looked at Yang Kai in horror, feeling as if the place where he was hit was burning, and the pain was unbearable. "Don't be nervous. This is just a secret technique of this young master. It's called the wrong bone and tendon separation seal. It won't have any effect on you in a short time." Yang Kai smiled innocently. "How long will it take?" Jianghu asked in a trembling voice. "If this young master doesn't remove the seal within 24 hours, your bones will be separated, your meridians will be broken, and your life will be worse than death." At the end of Yang Kai's voice was cold, like a cold wind blowing from the 9 hells of purgatory, making people's hair stand on end. Jianghu's face turned ashen, but the other side's fist was bigger than his, so he didn't dare to act rashly. After a while, he stamped his feet and left as fast as he could. Yang Kai called the waiter of the tea house and asked him to bring him a new pot of tea, leisurely sipping it. It didn't take an hour at all. In just the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Jianghu suddenly returned. "So fast." Yang Kai looked at him in surprise and praised, "Master Jia really has outstanding ability. This intelligence work is well known. You must be the right-hand man of the city master." Jianghu smiled flatteringly. It was just luck. Before the city master left, he revealed some information to the city lord's wife, so it was easy for me to find out. "You can even find out about the city lord's wife? TSKSK, isn't your city lord's head a little green?" Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression. Jianghu's expression changed. "Young master, please don't joke around. This Jia also found out the information from the city lord's wife's maidservant. It's not what you think." "All right," Yang Kai responded lazily and said with a serious expression, "Tell me the answer I want." Jianghu said, "The city lord's master said that he's going to Dragonbone Wilderness, but I don't know where exactly." "Dragonbone Wilderness?" Yang Kai's eyes flashed coldly. Jianghu said, "This is this Jia's limit. I can't find out any more information." "Young master." Yang Kai nodded, stood up, and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Understood. Let's part ways here." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure suddenly became absent-minded and then disappeared. Jianghu's expression changed greatly and he hurriedly said, "That bone dislocation seal." But there was no trace of Yang Kai. For a moment, Jianghu was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, cursing Yang Kai in his heart for not keeping his promise and burning the bridge after crossing the river. How shameless! But soon, Jianghu realized that something was wrong because the burning sensation quickly disappeared. Using his divine sense to investigate himself, he found nothing unusual. Only then did Jianghu realize that Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder just now and should have removed the seal. Jianghu was overjoyed, but he couldn't help shivering and quickly moved quietly towards the city gate, ready to leave Earth City immediately. Today, he revealed so much information to Yang Kai. No matter what the final result was, he couldn't stay in Earth City any longer. If the City Lord Master returned safely, he would definitely be traced back to him. At that time, the crime of leaking information was not something he could bear. Even if the City Lord Master didn't return, God knows if Yang Kai would come to trouble him again. So, Jianghu thought that the only thing he could do now was to run as far away as possible. It would be best if he could escape the Eastern Territory and hide in another large territory. Outside the city, Yang Kai easily found Zhang Ruoxi and Lu Wen. After inviting them to board his wooden boat, Yang Kai asked Lu Wen for information. "Where is the Dragonbone Wilderness?" Lu Wen pointed in a direction and said, This way, about 2 days' journey. After a pause, she asked in surprise, Elder Gao is in the Dragon Bone Wilderness. It's very likely, Yang Kai responded in a deep voice, but I don't know the specific location. Is that damn place big? Big, very big. Lu Wen nodded. Rumor has it that it is an ancient battlefield where many people died. The yin qi there is extremely rich. Many cultivators like to experience and explore there. Occasionally, a lucky person can find some extremely ancient treasures and make a fortune. Especially in the center, where the yin qi is so dense that even the emperor realm doesn't dare to approach it easily. Rumor has it that there are bones of the dragon race there, so everyone calls it the Dragon Bone Wilderness. Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his brow and grin. Then let's go to the center and see the situation there first. The wooden boat was extremely fast. It was a Dao Source grade high-rank flight artifact, and with the help of Yang Kai's space divine technique, it was as if it was shuttling and jumping through space. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed hundreds of kilometers. Lu Wen didn't notice this anomaly at first, but after she calmed down, she realized that there was something wrong with this speed. She couldn't help but be shocked, and her confidence in Yang Kai grew. In just half a day, Yang Kai had arrived at the Dragon Bone Wilderness. He saw a desolate death qi below him that stretched for an unknown distance. Some strange yin qi was swirling around like a whirlwind, and when it sensed the aura of living beings approaching, it actually gathered around them. This was only the periphery of the Dragon Bone Wilderness, so the yin qi was extremely weak. It couldn't even get close to Yang Kai and the others before it was left far behind. Yang Kai had no intention of getting entangled with the yin qi. While going deeper, he spread out his divine sense like a sea, penetrating every corner that he could detect. He didn't know whether Gao Shueting was in the Dragon Bone Wilderness or not, but this was the only clue he could find so far, so he could only follow it to the end. Half a day later, Yang Kai had already entered the hinterland of the Dragon Bone Wilderness. Along the way, Yang Kai found that this was indeed a good place for a cultivator to gain experience and cultivate. If he was still in the Dao Source realm, this would be a good place for him to gain experience, but now that he had broken through to the Emperor realm, there was no point in cultivating here. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to have discovered something and his eyes focused in a certain direction. He saw a few strong cultivators standing there, looking around vigilantly, as if they didn't want anyone to come close. Not only that, there seemed to be something wrong somewhere in the space over there. This made Yang Kai suspicious, and he controlled the wooden boat to rush over there. Who goes there? Before Yang Kai could get close, a loud shout came from that direction. Halt! If you dare to come any closer, don't blame us for being impolite, another person's voice came, containing a strong threat. Yang Kai didn't care about this. The wooden boat rushed forward and arrived in front of those people in an instant. Impudent! You're courting death! Several loud shouts rang out, followed by the radiance of several secret techniques. A ferocious power bombarded the wooden boat. Lu Wen was so scared that her face turned pale, and she almost couldn't stand still. Zhang Ruoxi, on the other hand, stood behind Yang Kai indifferently, turning a blind eye to the attacks. Hong hong hong. A few explosions rang out, but the impact that everyone had expected did not come. Instead, on the other side of the wooden boat, the people who had attacked let out loud cries, as if they had been attacked. Then, there were muffled groans, and some people directly fell to the ground. Lu Wen's eyes widened, but she couldn't see what Yang Kai had done. Chapter 25-21. The few cultivators who had attacked Yang Kai were even more horrified, their faces ashen. They were all quite strong, otherwise, they wouldn't have come so deep into the Dragon Bone Wilderness, but even though they had made the first move, they were still beaten senseless. Who the hell is this guy? Horrified, all of them stared at the wooden boat with wide eyes. You're Yang Kai. One of the short and stout men immediately exclaimed after seeing Yang Kai's face. The others also stared at Yang Kai in surprise, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Ha! Yang Kai was stunned, retracting his gaze from the anomaly in space and glancing down, frowning. Do you know me? The few cultivators below looked extremely unfamiliar. He was sure he had never seen them before, But how did they know him? Although he was now an Emperor Realm Master, he was not so arrogant that his name had spread to the Eastern Territory. The short and stout cultivator knew he had misspoken and immediately closed his mouth, unwilling to say another word, but his eyes were full of hatred and anger as he stared at Yang Kai, as if he had a great hatred for him. Brother Yang, these people are Zhu Tianqing's legacy disciples of Brahma Holy Land. Lu Wen suddenly whispered from behind Yang Kai. In the eastern region, she was mainly responsible for collecting all kinds of information, so she was not unfamiliar with the background of these people. She immediately recognized their origins. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he nodded. Zhu Tianqing's legacy disciples? Good. Very good. Zhu Tianqing's legacy disciples were here. This meant that Zhu Tianqing should also be nearby, and according to the information revealed by Jiaxi, Zhu Tianqing was very likely to be with Zhu Hong. After finding these two people, Yang Kai felt that he would be able to find Gao Shueting, and couldn't help but feel excited. Suddenly, as if he had figured out something, he grinned at those people. Did Yin Lusheng tell you about my identity? Although Yin Lusheng had suffered a great loss in the Shattered Star Sea, he had not died. He had made a deal with Yang Kai, and after signing a soul contract, he had been taken out of the void by Yang Kai in exchange for revealing some information. With the soul contract, even if Yang Kai wanted to kill Yin Lusheng, he was powerless and could only watch him leave. They were experts from the Eastern Territory that Yang Kai met in the Shattered Star Sea. There were only a few of them. Hyoji, Qigui, and the others would not be so bored as to spread his image and identity everywhere. Only Yin Lusheng could do such a thing. He probably guessed that he would come to the Eastern Territory to look for Xiao Xiao, so he notified the people of Brahma Holy Land in advance. As a result, he was recognized by several Brahma Holy Land cultivator as soon as he showed up. This brat was truly despicable. He actually wanted to use someone else to do his dirty work. However, he would never have imagined that Yang Kai had already broken through to the Emperor realm. It was exposed by Yang Kai. The short and fat cultivator no longer denied it. He gritted his teeth and snorted, "Yes, it was Netherworld Sect's brother Yin who told us about you." "What else did he say?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. The short and fat cultivator shouted, "He also said that the two holy sons, Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian, died tragically at your hands." Yang Kai nodded and said, "So, it seems that your Brahma Holy Land is looking for my whereabouts everywhere, right?" The short and fat cultivator snorted, "The two holy sons were the future hope of my Brahma Holy Land, yet they were cruelly killed by you. Do you think this holy land will let you off easily? If you know what's good for you, you will obediently follow us back to the Holy Land to meet the elders and Holy Master. Perhaps you will be dealt with lightly, but if you are stubborn, my Brahma Holy Land will chase you to the ends of the earth. No matter where you hide, you will not escape death." Yang Kai said lightly, "You probably won't be able to see whether I die or not. But whether you die or not is up to this young master to decide." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the short and fat cultivator and the others changed drastically, and they all stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. Yang Kai's gaze swept past them and looked at the void not far behind them, and asked in a deep voice, "Is Zhu Tianqing there?" The short and fat cultivator was shocked and shouted, "What are you talking about?" His face was full of panic, as if he was trying to hide something. Yang Kai snorted coldly, stepped out, and stood directly above the heads of these people. Immediately, he formed a seal with both hands, and the space principles around him surged. The short and fat cultivator and the others suddenly turned pale. Everyone felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their heads, making it difficult for them to breathe, and the blood in their bodies stopped flowing, let alone resist. The Emperor Realm. It was not until this moment that they realized that Yang Kai was actually a powerhouse from the Emperor Realm. The short and fat cultivator trembled violently, recalling how he had boasted shamelessly in front of a powerhouse from the Emperor Realm just now. He suddenly felt a chill from head to toe, and his whole body trembled. No wonder Yang Kai had easily resolved their joint attack just now. It turned out that this guy had already advanced to the Emperor Realm. The gap between their strength was huge. How could they be a match for him? But, How could a newly advanced Emperor Realm Master have such power? The short and fat cultivator did not even feel such a powerful aura from their master, Zhu Tianqing. Was he more powerful than Master? But how was this possible? Master had advanced to the Emperor realm many years ago. His foundation was solid, and his realm was stable. How could a newly advanced cultivator compare to him? What was going on? Just as the short and fat cultivator was confused, a layer of ripples suddenly appeared somewhere in the void, under the erosion and interference of Yang Kai's space principles. As the ripples spread, a pitch-black passageway suddenly appeared. The passageway was long, and it was dark inside. It was unknown where it led to. In front of the passageway's entrance, there was an extremely simple beast skin imprinted in the void, exuding a strange power. It seemed that the existence of this beast skin was the only thing that could completely open the passageway. It was like a key. That's... Lu Wen's beautiful eyes lit up, and she pointed to the animal skin. It's the animal skin I found before. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, knowing that he had found the right place. But he did not expect that there was a small world hidden here. And the way to open this small world was on the animal skin. No, this animal skin is a little too big. It's twice the size of the one I found. Lu Wen suddenly frowned. Yang Kai said lightly, because you only found half of it, and there is another half here. I think the reason why Elder Gao wants to find someone to work together to crack it is because she realized that the animal skin is incomplete, so she wants to find the owner of the other half of the animal skin. Speaking of this, his eyes flashed and he lowered his head to look at the short and fat cultivator below. Let me ask you, does the other half of the animal skin belong to your master? These words sounded extremely ordinary, but Yang Kai had actually used his spiritual energy to do so. He had witnessed the battle between the souls of the two great emperors in his knowledge sea. He had benefited a lot from that battle, so his ability to use his soul was much better than before. Coupled with his already powerful spiritual energy, it was a piece of cake for him to get some information from a Dao Source Realm cultivator. Sure enough, although there was a flash of struggle on the short and fat cultivator's face, he still could not resist Yang Kai's spiritual energy and replied mechanically, yes. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, more than a month ago, a woman came here to cooperate with your master? What is your master's plan? Master went to find Zhu Hong, the city lord of Earth City, who has a good relationship with him. They are going to work together to deal with that woman and swallow the treasures here. Hearing this, Yang Kai looked angry. Murderous intent surged out and a layer of frost covered his body. He snorted heavily. What's the difference between cooperating with that woman and cooperating with Zhu Hong? Either way, the treasures here will be divided equally. Why would Zhu Tianqing do something unnecessary and even offend a master of the same level? The short and fat cultivator replied honestly. Master said, that woman is primordial Yin and has great strength. If I can subdue her and refine her primordial Yin, I can break through to the second-order Emperor realm. It is not easy to find a first-order woman in the Emperor realm, especially one with primordial Yin. Compared to the treasures here, Master is more interested in her. You've got guts. Yang Kai roared, his face twisted into a terrifying grimace. The short and fat cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did he recover from the soul oppression and realize that he seemed to have just revealed some incredible information. He was horrified. The other cultivators also had ugly looks on their faces, but due to their inferior strength, they didn't even dare to make a sound. Sir, there's no time to lose, you should go in quickly. Zhang Ruoxi urged worriedly, glancing at Zhu Tianqing's disciples with her beautiful eyes, her demonic intent surging as she said in a cold tone, leave this to me. Yang Kai nodded and snorted coldly, kill them all. Zhang Ruoxi shouted, yes. Although there were as many as 5 cultivators in the short and fat cultivators group, there were only 2 from the third-order Dao Source realm. Moreover, the short and fat cultivator's soul was injured by Yang Kai, so he could only exert half of his strength. Among the remaining 3, 2 were second-order Dao Source realm cultivators and 1 was from the first-order Dao Source realm. Based on Zhang Ruoxi's previous performance in the Purple Mountain City Arena, It would take some effort to deal with them, but it shouldn't be a problem. What's more, Jianghu she had a defensive emperor artifact like the Pink Cloud's Phoenix robe, so Yang Kai didn't need to worry about her safety. If the little girl wanted to become stronger, then a life or death battle would be the best cornerstone for that. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't bother to bully the weak. Leaving these people to Zhang Ruoxi to deal with would be of great benefit to her growth. After giving the order, Yang Kai stepped forward and directly came to the front of the void. He stretched out his hand and pressed slightly on the animal's skin. Under the surge of space force, his entire hand disappeared into the darkness, and then his whole body was gradually swallowed up. If it were someone else, they might not be able to enter this void corridor. However, this place had been opened and was previously hidden by some unknown method. In addition, Yang Kai was extremely proficient in the Tao of space, so entering it was as easy as entering his own courtyard. Chapter 25-22. In the dusky small world, the rich world energy was so dense that it was almost tangible, giving off a milky white halo that filled this small space. At a glance, it was as if the entire space was stuffed with cotton. This entire small world was only about a dozen kilometers in radius and did not seem to be naturally formed, but rather the result of someone's refinement. It was unknown which ancient master had created this small world. A variety of medicinal fragrances floated in the air, and they were extremely rich. On the ground of this small world, there were more than a dozen separated medicine gardens. Most of the medicine gardens were empty, and there were many traces of harvesting on the ground. It seemed that someone had harvested all the spirit medicines here. This small world was actually an ancient medicine garden. One could only imagine how many spirit flowers and rare herbs were planted in the original medicine gardens, and how much medicinal properties and ages had accumulated over the years. Only 2 medicine gardens were still intact, covering an area of 2 to 3 kilometers. In these 2 medicine gardens, spirit flowers and rare herbs that were as old as 10,000 years could be found everywhere, thriving and thriving. The rich medicinal fragrance in the air was emitted by the spirit medicines in these 2 medicine gardens. A faint golden light curtain appeared around these 2 medicine gardens, which seemed to be a layer of barrier. At this moment, Gao Shueting's hair was messy, her pretty face was pale, and her aura was weak. She was sitting cross-legged somewhere in the medicine garden, closing her eyes to heal herself. The emperor artifact, blazing yang mirror, was suspended above her head, emitting a soft light that enveloped her. On her snow-white dress, crimson flowers of blood blossomed. On her waist and abdomen, there was a half-foot-long wound that dyed her clothes red. She seemed to have just fought a great battle, and her emperor chi was almost depleted. Even though she was healing herself, her tender body could not help but tremble slightly. Although there were countless precious spirit grasses and rare herbs here, they could not help her recover her combat strength in a short time. Outside the golden screen of light, Li Yunmu's eyes lit up. There was a person who held the flaming ocean of star aspect saber, and he was ceaselessly controlling saber lights to blast towards the barrier of light. Every single strike emanated a world-shaking bang, and it struck the barrier of light to the point it shook indeterminately as if it would be destroyed at any moment. However, no one knew where this light curtain came from. Although it looked extremely weak, it was actually extremely sturdy. Even after being attacked by the man with the long blade for so long, it still remained intact. This was a restriction light screen. It seemed to have become the biggest barrier separating this person from Gao Shueting. This person was so angry that he screamed like a madman. Suddenly, Gao Shueting slowly opened her eyes, looked indifferently at the person attacking the barrier, and said indifferently, "Zhu Tianqing. This consort has known you for several hundred years. But I didn't expect to see your true face until today. It's really surprising." Zhu Tianqing said angrily, "Bitch, don't be so noisy. Once I break this restriction spell, I'll take good care of you." A trace of disgust and anger flashed in Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes, and she shouted in a low voice, "Give up. This consort will not let you touch a single hair on my head even if I destroy my own meridians and self-destruct." Zhu Tianqing snorted coldly, "That depends on whether you have the chance. You are seriously injured now, and it is extremely difficult for you to even move your lower body. Once you break this restriction spell, the rest is not up to you. Gao Shueting said angrily, "This consort is an elder of the Azure Sun Temple. If I die here today, you will be hunted down by my Azure Sun Temple in the future." Zhu Tianqing smiled coldly and snorted, "Azure Sun Temple is indeed amazing. This king also admires the strength of Temple Master Wen Zishan, but so what? Your Azure Sun Temple is just a tyrant in the Southern Territory. This is the Eastern Territory. No matter how strong Temple Master Wen's divine technique is, how can he run wild in the Eastern Territory? A strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its own territory. Haven't you heard of this saying, Elder Gao? This king is not afraid of being tracked down and retaliated by your Azure Sun Temple." Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes flashed with despair when she heard this. Now that she was seriously injured, she could only hide in this medicine garden. Fortunately, there was a barrier left by an ancient almighty here that she had successfully activated. However, she was not sure how long this barrier would last after so many years. Once Zhu Tianqing really broke the barrier, she would have absolutely no power to fight back. She secretly made up her mind that if the barrier was really broken, she would immediately self-destruct. Even if she died, she would not destroy her innocence. In her beautiful eyes, that cynical smile, that lazy tone, and that infuriating attitude could not help but appear. The fierceness in Gao Shueting's eyes was gradually replaced by a touch of gentleness. "What does it matter if I was raised by you? Since the age of 18, I am no longer a child. Hateful that even if I cultivate to the Emperor realm, I am still just a little girl in your eyes. I have never been treated like a woman. If there is an afterlife, I will never be raised by you. I will definitely grow up healthily, and then stand in front of you again as a woman. Brother Zhu, have you rested enough? If you have, why don't you come and help?" Zhu Tianqing could not help but feel a little anxious after attacking for a long time. He turned his head and said to another person sitting cross-legged not far away, recuperating and healing from the Emperor realm. This person was the city lord of Earth City, Zhu Hong. The cultivation of the three people here was almost the same. They were all First-Order Emperor realm masters. If they really fought, their strength would be on par with each other. The reason why Gao Shueting was so seriously injured was not that she was weaker than Zhu Tianqing, but because Zhu Tianqing and Zhu Hong outnumbered her. A fight between cultivators of the same level was extremely dangerous. Gao Shueting was able to injure one of the opponents in a 1 versus 2 situation, which was a sign of her strength. At this moment, Zhu Hong's face was pale as well. A large seal engraved with countless ferocious beasts was placed beside him. His aura fluctuated unsteadily, and as he breathed in and out, the flesh on his body squirmed and wriggled. The wounds on his body were gradually healing. It was unknown what kind of strange art he was cultivating. Hearing Zhu Tianqing's call, Zhu Hong opened his eyes and frowned. "Brother Zhu, before coming here, you didn't tell me that we were going to deal with an elder of Azure Sun Temple." Zhu Tianqing smiled and said, "Why? Is Brother Zhu afraid? Azure Sun Temple is indeed as famous as my Brahma Holy Land, but it is a sect in the Southern Territory. Why is Brother Zhu afraid of them?" Zhu Hong said, "Indeed, Brother Zhu is not afraid. Brahma Holy Land is a big family and Azure Sun Temple is powerful, but after this, Brother Zhu only needs to hide in the Holy Land. Even if Azure Sun Temple gets the news, they can't do anything to you. But this Zhu is different. This Zhu is just a city lord. If Temple Master Wen Zishan really comes to the Eastern Territory, how can this Zhu compete with him? I'm afraid that I will be killed easily." The corner of Zhu Tianqing's mouth twitched as he said, "Brother Zhu, you're worrying too much. We've done this without anyone knowing. Even if Azure Sun Temple gets the news, they don't have any evidence. Brother Zhu, what are you afraid of?" Zhu Hong shook his head and said, "It's best to be careful. Brother Zhu, you have a big backer behind you. I'm afraid you don't understand the difficulties of people like us who don't belong to any sect." Zhu Tianqing sneered. At this point, Brother Zhu isn't thinking of backing out, is he? Zhu Hong pondered for a moment and said, "Not really. After all, I joined forces with you to injure Elder Gao. Even if I want to back out, I'm afraid I can't. Zhu Tianqing said, since you understand, then what are you hesitating for? Zhu Hong said, Brother Zhu told me that there was a great opportunity here and that the benefits would be split 50-50. This Zhu agreed without hesitation, but now it seems that the 50-50 split is not as good as it seems. Zhu Tianqing was taken aback and said, how can that be? This is an ancient medicine garden with countless exotic flowers and grasses. After dealing with this slut, I'll split all the spirit medicines with you. Don't you trust this Jew's credibility? Zhu Hong grinned and said, the spirit medicines can be split 50-50, but what about the primordial yin qi? How can Brother Zhu share it with me? Zhu Tianqing's expression became strange when he heard this, and he asked in a daze, how can we split it? The primordial yin qi was not like other things and could not be divided at all. Zhu Hong suddenly said, Brother Zhu, you have been stuck at the peak of the First Order Emperor realm for many years. This Zhu heard that in order to improve your cultivation, you seem to have cultivated a dual cultivation secret art and collected the primordial yin qi of many women. Even your 2 legacy disciples were not spared. If you accept this Elder Gao today, won't Brother Zhu break through the shackles and advance to the Second Order Emperor realm? Zhu Tianqing couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when Zhu Hong exposed his privacy, especially when Zhu Hong said that he didn't even spare his 2 personal disciples. This matter was extremely secretive and he did not know how Zhu Hong knew about it. I think I understand Brother Zhu's meaning. Zhu Tianqing nodded and snorted a little unhappily. If Brother Zhu wants to make a condition, just say it. You and I have known each other for many years, so there's no need to beat around the bush. Zhu Hong raised his brow and chuckled, Brother Zhu, please calm down. This Zhu is just telling the truth. If Brother Zhu can really break through the shackles, this Zhu will naturally do his best. Cultivation in the Emperor realm is extremely difficult and breaking through is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If Brother Zhu can reach the Second Order Emperor realm, it will be a blessing from the heavens, not something that can be brought by taking some pills. Speak human, Zhu Tianqing said impatiently. Zhu Hong looked embarrassed and said, this Zhu wants a 30-70 split of the spirit medicines here. You take 30 and I take 70. Zhu Tianqing's face suddenly darkened and he said angrily, Brother Zhu, isn't your appetite a bit too big? The spirit herbs here were all at least 10,000 years old and were all emperor-grade spirit herbs. No one knew which ancient almighty had planted them, but many of them had long been lost to history. They were all treasures in the outside world, but you actually want 70% of them as soon as you open your mouth? How about you take 30% and Elder Gao will be yours, while I take 70%? Zhu Hong smiled and said, why would I want Elder Gao? Although she is a beautiful woman, she has thorns all over her body. This Zhu can't afford to enjoy her. Besides, I'm just negotiating with Brother Zhu. Chapter 25-23. 40-60, absolutely no more, Zhu Qingtian said coldly. Zhu Tianqing said with a cold face, although this Zhu will most likely break through to the Second Order Emperor realm after this matter is settled, Brother Zhu's breakthrough will be just around the corner if we obtain so many spirit grasses and medicines here. You definitely won't lose out in this distribution. Zhu Hong pondered for a moment before a flash of determination flashed across his eyes. He nodded and said, all right, we'll do as Brother Zhu says. 40-60, Zhu Tianqing definitely had a slight advantage, but he was an elder of Brahma Holy Land after all. If he could break through to the Second Order Emperor realm, his strength would definitely skyrocket. If Zhu Hong gave him face now, it would be easier to get along with him in the future. On the other side, Gao Shueting could not help but tremble with anger when she heard the two start to divide the benefits in front of her. But she did not even have the strength to protect herself now, so there was nothing she could do even if she was angry. 40-60? I'm afraid that's a little inappropriate. An abrupt voice suddenly rang out. Both Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing trembled violently as they looked towards the source of the voice in horror. Zhu Hong, who was healing his injuries, stood up directly as the Emperor artifact 10,000 Beasts seal beside him flashed slightly, exuding a dangerous aura. This place was a small world hidden in a crack in the void. If it were not for the two halves of the animal skin to activate the barrier, it would be impossible for anyone to come here. They could only come in because they had activated the barrier on the two halves of the animal skin. But now, there was one more person here. Even though Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing were masters of the Emperor realm, they could not help but feel their scalps tingle at this moment. Did we run into a ghost? The two of them muttered in their hearts. On the other side, Gao Shueting, who had a look of despair on her face, suddenly trembled after hearing this voice. A strange brilliance bloomed in her gray eyes. She focused her vision and looked to the side. At some point, a young man had appeared a few dozen meters away from the three of them like a ghost with a smile on his face. If he had not taken the initiative to speak, none of the three would have noticed him. Who is it? Zhu Hong shouted. Zhu Tianqing also frowned as he scanned Yang Kai with his divine sense without concealing it. After discovering that he was just a first-order Emperor Realm Master, he was slightly relieved. No matter how this man came in and what his purpose was, as long as his cultivation was not higher than Zhu Tianqing's, Zhu Tianqing was not too afraid. City Lord Zhu, Elder Zhu, Yang Kai smiled and cupped his hands at the two of them, as if they were very familiar with each other. It's been a long time. Zhu Hong's expression was one of surprise as he stared at Yang Kai seriously. However, he discovered that this person's face was extremely unfamiliar. He had never seen him before. He couldn't help but ask in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's just a lowly name, not worth mentioning." Zhu Hong was so angry that he felt dizzy, but he knew that the other party was unwilling to reveal his name. There was no point in continuing to ask. His expression changed and he growled, "How did you get in?" When Zhu Tianqing and Gao Shueting joined forces to enter this place, Zhu Tianqing had quietly left a secret door behind. It was this secret door that allowed him to enter this place, but how did Yang Kai come in? Did he also use that secret door? No, only Zhu Tianqing and I know how to break the secret door. No one else can know about it. Not to mention that Zhu Tianqing's legacy disciples are guarding outside. If this person had appeared here without a sound, then the people outside would most likely be in trouble. Thinking of this, Zhu Hong was shocked and glanced at Zhu Tianqing discreetly, only to find that he was indifferent, not at all worried about the safety of his disciples. "Friend, your divine technique is amazing. This king admires you for being able to find this place." Zhu Tianqing looked at Yang Kai indifferently. Although he was praising him, there was no admiration on his face. He got straight to the point and said, "Friend, you just said that a 40-60 split is a bit inappropriate. Do you have any good ideas?" Yang Kai said lazily, "I don't dare say I have a good idea, but I have a small suggestion." "I'd like to hear the details," Zhu Tianqing said with a sullen face. "I want everything here. You two can go back to where you came from. What do you think?" Yang Kai looked at the two with a smile. Presumptuous. Zhu Hong was furious. He thought this young man was here to get a share of the treasures. If that was the case, he could just pinch his nose and accept it. It wouldn't be too late to settle accounts with him later, but he didn't expect this guy's appetite to be so big. Then why did he work so hard to follow Zhu Tianqing here and even offend an elder of the Azure Sun Temple? He couldn't accept such a proposal no matter what. Both of them were first-order Emperor Realm Masters. If they really fought, who was afraid of who? What's more, he was in cahoots with Zhu Tianqing, while Yang Kai was alone. Zhu Tianqing also looked angry and coldly snorted, "Little friend's tone is not small. Don't you think your table manners are too ugly?" Yang Kai's face also darkened and his eyes turned cold. "Old thing, watch your words. If you anger this young master, don't blame this young master for not respecting the old and loving the young." Good. Zhu Tianqing was so angry that he laughed. "Then this king would like to see how much weight you have to boast so shamelessly. Stop putting on an act here." Yang Kai laughed as he looked at the other party contemptuously and said, "Elder Zhu, not to mention you don't know this young master. Your disciples exposed this young master's identity as soon as we met. Even your disciples know me, yet you, as an elder of Brahma Holy Land, are pretending to be meeting me for the first time? K. You're clearly harboring unfathomable intentions. Brother Zhu, you know this boy? Zhu Hong looked at Zhu Tianqing in surprise. Being exposed by Yang Kai, Zhu Tianqing's face couldn't help but turn ugly as he quickly said, "Yes, this boy's name is Yang Kai. He killed Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian in the Shattered Star Sea. His enmity with my Brahma Holy Land is absolutely irreconcilable." The two holy sons, Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian, died at his hands? Zhu Hong was shocked. He had also received the news that the Shattered Star Sea was inexplicably closed, and he also knew that Brahma Holy Land had suffered a heavy loss this time. The death of the two holy sons was a great blow to Brahma Holy Land's Yuan-Chi. These two holy sons were cultivation geniuses that only appeared once in 100 years and were highly valued by many elders of Brahma Holy Land. They were the future of Brahma Holy Land. However, something happened in the Shattered Star Sea that caused them to fail to return safely. It wasn't until now that Zhu Hong knew that the two holy sons had died at the hands of this young man named Yang Kai. But soon, Zhu Hong realized one thing and asked with a strange expression, "Since this boy has entered the Shattered Star Sea before, doesn't that mean he has just advanced to the Emperor realm?" "Yes, that should be the case." Zhu Tianqing nodded lightly. Zhu Hong laughed and looked at Yang Kai mockingly. "Boy, your courage is admirable. You have just advanced to the Emperor realm, and yet you dare to yell in front of this city lord and elder Jew. Unfortunately, your IQ is limited. Having just advanced, one should enter secluded retreat to consolidate one's cultivation. If one's cultivation is unstable, it is very likely that one will fall from the Emperor realm. Yet, this boy not only didn't enter secluded retreat, he even ran around." Zhu Hong didn't know what his elders had taught him. In an instant, in Zhu Hong's eyes, Yang Kai had become an arrogant and ignorant junior. His previous surprise was swept away and he didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to Zhu Hong's words and looked at Zhu Tianqing. "Elder Zhu, there is something I want to clarify with you." "What is it?" Zhu Tianqing asked with a cold face. Yang Kai said with a smile, "You said that Zhang Hao died at my hands, and I have no objection. I did kill him, but Zhang Xian's death has nothing to do with me. Moreover, before Zhang Xian died, he begged me to kill Zhang Hao to avenge him. Alas, I don't know what kind of conflict there was between these two holy sons that made them want to fight each other to the death. I'm a very soft-hearted person, so of course I have to satisfy a dying man's wish, so I killed Zhang Hao for Zhang Xian so that he could die in peace." "Bullshit." Zhu Tianqing was furious. Zhang Hao and Zhang Xian were very close. Although they were not biological brothers, they were closer than real brothers. How could Zhang Xian let you kill Zhang Hao? Yang Kai snorted coldly. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Zhu Tianqing took a deep breath to calm the anger in his heart and said coldly, "Since you have entered this place, then what about those good-for-nothing disciples of this king outside?" "I don't know, I'm afraid they're all dead," Yang Kai grinned. He was very confident in Zhang Ruoxi. Even if she couldn't beat him, with the help of the Pink Cloud's phoenix robe, Zhang Ruoxi wouldn't be injured, but if the terrifying power hidden in her bloodline was forced out, then Zhu Tianqing's disciples would suffer. In short, Zhu Tianqing's disciples were most likely doomed. Good. 2 holy sons died at your hands, and so did several of this king's disciples. Since you've delivered yourself to me today, then don't even think about leaving this place." Zhu Tianqing was furious, and murderous intent surged from his body. As he spoke, he circulated his emperor qi, and a strong emperor intent spread out. The broken world principles in this small world buzzed, and the burning sea of stars saber in his hand trembled slightly, releasing a dazzling saber light. Zhu Hong was even more direct. Seeing that Yang Kai and Zhu Tianqing were at odds, he knew that this battle was inevitable. Relying on his alliance with Zhu Tianqing, he didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes at all. What's more, Yang Kai looked so young, and he had just advanced to the Emperor realm, so what was there to be afraid of? During this period of time, many rising stars had obtained opportunities in the Shattered Star Sea, breaking through to the Emperor realm and reaching the Emperor realm. But how could these newcomers from the Emperor realm be compared with a veteran master like himself? It would be more likely for them to go back and cultivate for another 30 or 50 years. As Zhu Hong's Emperor Qi surged, roars came from the 10,000 beast seal, filling the small world. Then, streams of light rushed out of the 10,000 beast seal, turning into one strange monster beast after another in midair. The auras of these monster beasts were strong, and they were at least at the early stage of the 11th order. With the infusion of Emperor Qi, the monster beast shot out of the 10,000 beast seal in a continuous stream, rumbling towards Yang Kai. Chapter 25-24. The 10,000 beast seal was a rare treasure that could seal the soul of a monster beast and release it to fight against an enemy. The sealed monster beast soul retained most of the divine technique of the monster beast when it was alive. The more souls sealed, the stronger the power of the 10,000 beast seal would be. Since Zhu Hong was promoted to the Emperor realm, he had been hunting monster beasts all over the Eastern Territory. Now, the number of monster beast souls sealed in the 10,000 beasts seal numbered at least 1,000. Most of them were 11th order, and there were also more than a dozen powerful 12th order monster beast souls. This was not the strongest form of the 10,000 beast seal. The strongest form of the 10,000 beast seal could seal 10,000 monster beast souls. If he went all out, an ordinary First Order Emperor Realm Master was no match for him. It was also by relying on the 10,000 beast seal that Zhu Hong could unify Earth City and become the high and mighty city lord. But after all, he was injured first. Although he had adjusted his breathing for a while, he had not recovered to his peak, so he could not fully display the power of the 10,000 beast seal. The monster beast souls he released were all 11th order. But this was enough. As long as he could delay Yang Kai's actions a little and create a flaw, he believed that Zhu Tianqing would teach this brat the consequences of offending a master. He had done this when he joined forces with Zhu Tianqing to deal with Gao Shueting, so he was familiar with it. Hong Long Long. The endless monster beast army bared their teeth and roared at Yang Kai. There were all kinds of monster beasts flying in the sky and running on the ground, and all of a sudden, they gathered into a terrifying army of monster beasts. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw this. He immediately knew that the 10,000 beasts seal should be an incredible artifact. However, although the army of monster beasts was aggressive, he was not afraid. His hand shook. The myriad sword was leisurely unsheathed, and as it swung, it slashed out like a waterfall, heading straight for the army of monster beasts. Those are the souls of monster beast. They don't have physical bodies, so normal attacks won't have any effect on them. Be careful of sneak attacks. Gao Shueting's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Although she was hiding in the restriction to recuperate, it was inconvenient for her to move. But that didn't stop her from watching from the perspective of a spectator. When Yang Kai suddenly appeared, she was really shocked and anxious. He was surprised that he could meet Yang Kai in this place, and anxious that Yang Kai would come to this damned place. Regardless of his aptitude, he was still young after all. Even if he had great abilities, he was no match for Zhu Tianqing and Zhu Hong. She had suffered a great loss at the hands of these two people and naturally knew how powerful they were. If even she was no match for them, how could Yang Kai resist? Perhaps in the future, Yang Kai's achievements would surpass the two of them, but not now. Her first thought was to tell Yang Kai to run away. But on second thought, the reason why Yang Kai appeared here was probably because of her. She didn't know how he got the news that she was trapped here. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in the world? At this moment he was already here. He probably wouldn't run away even if he wanted to. After realizing that Yang Kai was already an Emperor Realm Venerable, Gao Shueting was deeply shocked. She remembered that when she first met Yang Kai, he was just in the First Order Dao Source Realm. He came to the Azure Sun Temple with Qin Chaoyang with the Secular World Token to ask for a place to enter the Four Seasons Realm. In just a few years, he had already reached the Emperor Realm, which was the same as her cultivation. This kind of cultivation speed might not be unmatched in the future, but it was unprecedented in the past. Her aptitude was also extremely good. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to spy on the mysteries of the Emperor Realm. But how long did it take her to cultivate from the First Order Dao Source Realm to the Emperor Realm? 50 years? 100 years? It had been so long that she had forgotten. Even her own master, the temple master Wen Zishan, could not compare with him. Those geniuses in the sect were like fireflies competing with the bright moon in front of Yang Kai's cultivation speed. What kind of opportunity did he get in the Shattered Star Sea? How could he grow to such a level? While Gao Shueting was shouting, Zhu Tianqing had already flown above Yang Kai's head while his attention was attracted by the 10,000 beast seal. With a swing of his blade, the burning sea of stars blade suddenly burst into a sky full of stars and directly enveloped Yang Kai. All of a sudden, Yang Kai felt as if he was standing in the middle of a vast starry sky, feeling extremely small and insignificant. This moment of spiritual energy interference made Yang Kai's movements slightly sluggish. By the time he reacted, the violent blade had already reached his chest. Yang Kai's eyes shrank slightly, and a trace of panic and horror flashed across his bright eyes as he was directly hit by the blade. In the next moment, the monster beast army rushed over and crushed the place where Yang Kai was standing. At a rate visible to the naked eye, Yang Kai was directly torn to pieces by the violent momentum. Ah! Gao Shueting exclaimed, her pretty face suddenly turning pale. Although she felt that with Yang Kai's current strength, it was impossible for him to be Zhu Tianqing and Zhu Hong's opponent, she did not expect him to die just like that. Her tender body trembled as she could not accept this reality. A strong sense of self-blame and anger surged up in her heart, causing her beautiful eyes to instantly turn red. Yang Kai came here to find her, but he died here because of her. How could Gao Shueting not feel guilty? With the cultivation speed and heaven-defying aptitude that Yang Kai had shown before, as long as he was given a little more time, he would definitely be able to blossom into a dazzling light in the star boundary, becoming a rising star of the star boundary and shaking the world. But now, all of this was gone. A young man with a bright future died here because of her. He did not even get to experience the power of the Emperor realm. Overconfident. Zhu Tianqing withdrew his blade, stood in the void and sneered. What? All bark and no bite. This city lord thought this boy was very powerful, but it turns out that he's just an embroidered pillow. Zhu Hong also laughed. If he had known that this boy was so weak, he would not have needed to take action at all. Zhu Tianqing alone could easily crush him, wasting the strength he had painstakingly recovered. Young people nowadays are too arrogant. They are blindly arrogant after making a little achievement, but they don't know that there is always someone better than them in this world. Brother Zhu is right. Such a person should be taught a lesson. Zhu Hong nodded in agreement. You two are right. Why don't you tell this young master how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is? Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang out again, and this time, it came directly from behind Zhu Hong. Brother Zhu, watch out. Zhu Tianqing's face changed drastically as he hurriedly exclaimed, the corners of his eyes almost tearing. He saw that Yang Kai, who should have been smashed to pieces under his and Zhu Hong's joint attack, was standing behind Zhu Hong unscathed. The broadsword in his hand, which was exuding the fluctuations of an emperor artifact, was emitting an extremely dangerous aura as it stabbed toward Zhu Hong's back. Zhu Hong did not notice it at all. Zhu Hong was scared out of his wits. Even with his powerful cultivation in the emperor realm, he did not even notice how Yang Kai appeared behind him. He looked in disbelief at the place where Yang Kai had been, only to find that the torn Yang Kai was just an afterimage. Oh no! Zhu Hong's heart sank. He had no time to escape or turn around. As he shouted, he pushed his emperor chi and a layer of dazzling light appeared around his body. The light on his back was especially dazzling. It was obvious that he had pushed his emperor chi to the limit. The next moment, a violent impact came. Zhu Hong only felt his 5 viscera and 6 bowels trembling, which made him extremely uncomfortable. An indestructible aura directly blasted a hole in his emperor chi and hit his back. With a cry, Zhu Hong spat out a mouthful of blood. Borrowing the force of the attack, his figure flickered and he quickly rushed forward, putting some distance between him and Yang Kai. Artifact armor? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and stared at the place where he had attacked Zhu Hong. From the torn clothes, he saw a light blue scale armor. The grade of this artifact armor was not low. Coupled with Zhu Hong's powerful cultivation, Yang Kai's sneak attack had failed to achieve the desired effect. "Junior, how dare you attack this city lord?" Zhu Hong turned around and roared at Yang Kai, his face pale. If he hadn't been wearing an artifact armor, even if he hadn't died, he would have been seriously injured. What's wrong with this little brat? He has only just broken through to the Emperor realm, so how can he be so strong? That secret technique of his had actually deceived both me and Zhu Tianqing. Brother Zhu, you stay on the side. This king will teach him a lesson. Zhu Tianqing saw that Zhu Hong was injured again and his aura was a little unstable, so he did not force him to join forces with him. Instead, he just let him stay on the side. As he shouted, the burning sea of stars saber rolled up layers of blade chi and attacked Yang Kai like a wave. Zhu Hong nodded heavily, the anger in his heart erupting like a volcano. He silently urged the power of the 10,000 Beast seal and controlled the monster beast's soul to rush towards Yang Kai again. Being attacked by a newly promoted Emperor Realm Master was simply a great humiliation. How could he be a man if he did not avenge this? The two great emperors joined forces and their power was monstrous, like the wrath of gods. Gao Shueting, who had just been relieved, became nervous again. She was pleasantly surprised when Yang Kai suddenly came back to life. She knew that she, like Zhu Tianqing and Zhu Hong, had underestimated Yang Kai. But now, he was going to fight two people at once. How could he compete? Gao Shueting gritted her teeth, flipped her hand, and took out a jade bottle from her space ring. She opened the bottle cap and poured out a dark red spirit pill that reeked of blood. She hesitated for a moment, then raised her hand and was about to put the spirit pill into her mouth. "Elder Gao, don't." At this moment, Yang Kai's anxious cry rang out. Gao Shueting was taken aback and looked up at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes full of suspicion. "You're already injured. If you take this mad blood pill and forcefully stimulate your potential, I'm afraid it will damage your foundation. Don't take it. Moreover, the quality of this mad blood pill is so low that there will be great hidden dangers after taking it. Which bastard alchemist refined this for you? It's simply irresponsible." As far as the eye could see, Yang Kai seemed to be in a difficult situation under the joint forces of the two great emperors, but his clear voice still reached Gao Shueting's ears, surprising her. She did not know how he could still spare some attention to care about her. Chapter 25-25. The Mad Blood Pill was a Dao Source grade high-rank spirit pill. It wasn't difficult to refine it, but it was difficult to find the materials. The materials needed to refine this kind of spirit pill were all priceless emperor-grade spirit herbs. Gao Shueting had collected enough materials by chance and was able to ask someone to refine one for her. She carried it with her in case of an accident. Once she took this spirit pill, her potential would be fully stimulated, and her first-order Emperor Realm cultivation might be able to exert the strength of a second-order Emperor Realm Master. This was her last trump card. When she was attacked by Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing together and was in a desperate situation, she endured and did not take it. But now, seeing that Yang Kai was in danger, she couldn't hold back anymore. But as soon as she took out the spirit pill, she was stopped by Yang Kai. A wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. How could she not know that consuming this mad blood pill would bring great harm to her? Perhaps it would cause her foundation to become unstable, perhaps it would cause her cultivation to drop, or even cause her meridians to break and her dantian to explode. But at this moment, she had no other hope except for the mad blood pill. "Little brat, you still have the mood to care about others? Take care of yourself first." Zhu Tianqing roared as the burning sea of star saber in his hand slashed out a series of saber waves, as if he wanted to cleave a star field in this place. He attacked mercilessly, forcing Yang Kai to dodge without being able to fight back. Although the situation was in his favor, Zhu Tianqing had a very strange feeling for some reason. It made him feel like something bad could happen at any time. "Elder Gao, disciple is fine. Don't take the mad blood pill." Yang Kai's erratic voice came from all directions. Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes lit up. Seemingly influenced by Yang Kai's confident words, she nodded slightly and said, "Okay, I won't take it. Be careful and don't try to be brave. If you can't beat them, retreat to my side immediately." Yang Kai laughed and said, "Disciple is no longer the same as before. Two trivial first-order Emperor Realm Masters are nothing in my eyes. Junior, you are too arrogant. Today, this king will teach you how to behave." Zhu Tianqing flew into a rage, his aura rising again. Zhu Hong's face was also livid. Although he did not say a word, he worked harder to stimulate the power of the 10,000 Beast Seal. All of a sudden, Yang Kai's figure came to a halt and suddenly froze at a certain spot. A pair of bone-chilling eyes stared at Zhu Tianqing. Zhu Tianqing could not help but shudder under Yang Kai's gaze. He did not know why, but he could not help but want to run away immediately. Suppressing the palpitations in his heart, Zhu Tianqing pushed his saber wave towards Yang Kai. Thousands of rays of light blossomed, and the sky shattered. Yang Kai said coldly, "I'm afraid you are not qualified to teach this young master how to behave." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his fingers, and a series of long and narrow moon blades flew out leisurely. There were dozens of these moon blades, and they crisscrossed in midair, directly forming a large net, as if to envelop the heaven and earth, and moving forward in a net. Li Wuyi had given him a stone that contained the mysteries of space. During that 1 month, Yang Kai had absorbed all the mysteries of the Space Force contained in this stone like a leech. Now, his attainments in the Tao of Space had taken a step forward, and he was much more proficient in using Space Force than before. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the dark moon blades flew out like a shroud of darkness that could devour all things, annihilating the thousands of lights in an instant. Even Zhu Hong's monster beast souls were cut into pieces. He lost dozens of them all at once. What kind of divine technique is this? Zhu Tianqing turned pale with fright. He could clearly feel the deadly threat from the crescent blade net. He knew that if he was hit by this kind of divine ability, he would either die or be seriously injured. How could he dare to face Ying Qifeng head-on? He could not wait to run as far away as possible. In a hurry, he condensed another blade light in an attempt to resist. But he was horrified to find that no matter how many blade lights he condensed, he could not stop the dark net in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, the dark net was in front of him. Zhu Tianqing's face turned pale and he hurriedly tried to escape. At this moment, a kind of world principle that seemed to freeze the world suddenly descended, making him feel like there were mountains in all directions, firmly squeezing him in place. Space principle! Zhu Tianqing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he exclaimed. He finally remembered some information revealed by Yin Lisheng from the Netherworld sect. Yin Lisheng once said that this boy named Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of Space. But Zhu Tianqing did not take it seriously. The Tao of Space was one of the most difficult forces to cultivate in the world. How could anyone be proficient in it? In the entire star boundary, countless people wanted to achieve success in the Tao of Space, but how many were successful? Only Li Wuyi from Spirit Beast Island had succeeded. Yang Kai was just a junior, so even if he had really mastered the Tao of Space, he would not be able to use it against the enemy. But at this moment, Zhu Tianqing finally understood that Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of Space were simply beyond imagination. Even if he was not as good as Li Wuyi, he was not far behind. What was there to fight? As everyone knew, a cultivator who was proficient in the Tao of Space was the most difficult to kill because even if they could not win, they could still escape easily. No wonder he could enter this miniature world. As a cultivator from the Emperor realm who was proficient in the Tao of Space, entering a miniature world that had just been opened was as simple as breathing. All kinds of distracting thoughts flashed through Zhu Tianqing's mind like a bolt of lightning. His hands and feet were cold all over. At this critical moment, he bit the tip of his tongue, spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and his aura soared. At this critical moment of life and death, he used an extremely powerful secret technique. It was this secret technique that allowed him to move his body. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk there was a strange noise, accompanied by Zhu Tianqing's miserable scream, and blood suddenly gushed out like a fountain. Zhu Hong was shocked. Looking around, he was stunned. He saw that one of Zhu Tianqing's arms had been cut off at the shoulder. The incision was neat and clean, as if it had been carved by a knife. From the cut, He could even see Zhu Tianqing's heart beating violently. Asterisk kiss. Asterisk Zhu Hong sucked in a breath of cold air. He couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell was going on? He clearly saw that Yang Kai was suppressed by Zhu Tianqing, so how could Zhu Tianqing be seriously injured in the blink of an eye? He couldn't help feeling a little dizzy. The monster beast souls that flew out of the 10,000 beast seal were also disturbed and began to scurry around like headless flies. Yang Kai, we'll meet again someday. This king will remember you. One day, this king will tear you to pieces to avenge my severed arm. Zhu Tianqing roared with a ferocious face, then turned around and flew toward the entrance. He wanted to escape from here, but it had to be said that this was a wise choice. Now that his arm had been cut off by Yang Kai and he was seriously injured, his strength had been somewhat affected. It would be extremely unfavorable for him to continue fighting. Moreover, Yang Kai was a cultivator who was proficient in the Tao of space, so there was no chance for him to kill him. Naturally, he could only escape first. Return to the Holy Land first and gather all the masters in the Holy Land. As long as Yang Kai is still in the Eastern Territory, even if the entire Eastern Territory is turned upside down, we must find him, set up a barrier, and tear him to pieces. Zhu Tianqing secretly swore in his heart, his whole body erupting like a volcano, raging with anger. Looking at his fleeing back, Yang Kai showed a strange look on his face, but instead of chasing after him, he stood in place and looked at him playfully. Zhu Hong was stunned for a moment, but he also knew that things were not going well. He quickly put away the 10,000 beast seal and followed after Zhu Tianqing. He was already seriously injured, and now that Zhu Tianqing had run away, wouldn't he be courting death if he stayed here? He cursed in his heart. His hundreds of years of friendship with Zhu Tianqing had gone to waste. This guy didn't even say goodbye to him when he was running away. That was too unkind of him. These days, the only person you can trust when you go out is yourself. The two, one in front and one behind, were extremely fast. This pocket world was not big, so they arrived at the entrance in the blink of an eye. Zhu Tianqing had one of his arms cut off, but he could only endure the excruciating pain. He made a hand seal with one hand and constantly struck out seals toward the entrance. He had already left a secret door before coming in, so that it would be convenient for Zhu Hong to follow him in and for him to leave this pocket world later. But now, even after striking out seals one after another, the entrance did not open. Zhu Tianqing's face changed and suddenly turned pale. He seemed to have realized something and could not help swallowing his saliva. Zhu Hong did not understand and urged vigorously, "Brother Zhu, hurry up and open the entrance. What are you waiting for?" Zhu Tianqing said sadly, "It can't be opened." "How can that be?" Zhu Hong was shocked, wishing he could slap Zhu Tianqing to death. It was intolerable for him to drop the ball at such a critical moment. Yang Kai suddenly appeared behind the two, looking at them with a smile, and said indifferently, "After this young master came in, I completely sealed the entrance. Without this young master's unique technique, no one can open this place again." "What?" Zhu Hong was horrified. How do you have such a divine technique? How could an ordinary person be able to seal the entrance to a pocket world just like that?" Zhu Tianqing's face was ugly, and his heart kept sinking as if it had fallen into an abyss. He said bitterly, "Brother Zhu, this kid is proficient in the law of space." Zhu Hong was dumbfounded, as if he had been struck by lightning. Yang Kai snorted coldly, "We'll meet again? Elder Zhu, this young master likes to finish things today. Just now, you said you would teach me how to behave. Come on, hurry up and teach me. This young master is waiting." Zhu Tianqing's imposing manner fell to the bottom. Being ridiculed by Yang Kai, his mouth was full of bitterness, as if he had eaten a basket of Chinese gold thread. He could not refute a single word. His eyes dimmed, and he said dejectedly, "Little brother, today's matter is our fault, but it's not to the point of no return. Why don't we just disperse like this?" Yang Kai said with a cold face, "This young master doesn't know how to behave. Are you going to teach me or not?" Zhu Tianqing said angrily, "Why do you have to be so aggressive? If you won't teach me, I will." Chapter 25-26. Little brat, don't go too far. Don't go too far. Zhu Tianqing gritted his teeth, glaring at Yang Kai ferociously. Seeing this, Zhu Hong also chimed in. Yes, even if you are proficient in the Tao of space, you are only one person. Brother Zhu and I may be able to defeat you. Even if we can't defeat you, can't we self-destruct? Yang Kai curled his lips. You speak as if you have a chance to self-destruct. While speaking, his expression turned solemn as he quickly formed a series of seals with both hands. Mysterious seals suddenly condensed, and a very strange aura suddenly filled the air. Boy, what are you doing? Zhu Tianqing turned pale with fright, instinctively feeling that danger was about to befall him. Yang Kai said coldly, What am I doing? Of course I'm preparing to release a big move to kill you all. To tell you the truth, once this young master uses this move, you won't be able to fight back and are destined to be slaughtered by me. If you really want to self-destruct, do it as soon as possible. You won't have the chance to do so later. Hiss. Both Zhu Tianqing and Zhu Hong gasped and staggered back. Yang Kai's words were serious, but his face was full of murderous intent. They were very afraid. However, who would do something like self-detonation unless they had no other choice? Most of the time, it was just a verbal threat to serve as a deterrent. They never thought that this boy would be so indifferent and even talk nonsense about what kind of big move he was going to release. However, the seals he was forming were indeed mysterious and unparalleled. Even with Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing's eyesight, they could not see through them, but they were certain that this move was powerful. Brother Zhu, let's fight. Zhu Tianqing gritted his teeth. There was a look of determination on his face. Okay. Zhu Hong also knew that there was no way out at this moment. Yang Kai was so aggressive that it seemed like he wanted to kill them all. If he and Zhu Tianqing continued to be timid, they would definitely not be Yang Kai's opponent. Only by fighting to the death could they have a chance of winning. While speaking, both of them fiercely circulated their Emperor Qi, their auras sizzling. The wound on Zhu Tianqing's shoulder was bleeding profusely due to the surge of power. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and no one knew how many liters of blood he had spurted out. Suddenly, the two's aura reached its peak. Countless roars of exotic beasts came from the 10,000 beast seal, while the blazing ocean of stars blade buzzed incessantly. Yang Kai's hand suddenly. Slowly, he slapped his hand down with a solemn expression. The flowing time Great Emperor is like a shuttle, the grass and trees wither and flourish like a dream. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the time Great Emperor, S of the seal was. It completely enveloped Zhu Tianqing and Zhu Hong. Both of the two. Time seemed to fluctuate in their eyes, and the scene of reincarnation flashed past. In that instant, they seemed to have spent countless years. Their peak aura gradually fell with the passing of the flowing time Great Emperor. Their skin rapidly aged, their vitality gradually withered, and even their hair turned white. In just a moment, the two turned from peak to old men, their eyes glazed over, as if they could die at any time. The flowing time Great Emperor was the divine technique of the Great Emperors. How could the severely injured Zhu Tianqing and Zhu Hong resist when it involved the principle of time? When Yang Kai was still in the third-order Tao Source realm, he used this technique to deal with a wisp of a third-order Emperor Realm Master's soul descent technique. Now that he was an Emperor Realm Master, his strength was even stronger than before. After one move, the two completely lost their fighting strength. Get your ass in here. Yang Kai snorted coldly, a strange light flashing in his eyes. With a sweep of his divine sense, he took the two who had lost their ability to resist into the small sealed world. In the small sealed world, the embodiment had been waiting impatiently. As soon as he saw Yang Kai throw the two in, he pushed his power and covered the two with one hand, yelling fiercely, heaven-devouring Great Emperor technique. What awaited Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing was nothing more than being sucked dry. The stagnant time flowed again, and peace was restored in the small sealed world. Inside the medicine garden's barrier, Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes were full of surprise, unable to recover for a long time. The flowing time Great Emperor's seal had also affected her to a certain extent, causing a moment of confusion in her mind. By the time she recovered, Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing had disappeared. He only saw Kai Yang turn around and fly towards him. Gao Shueting was dumbfounded and subconsciously opened the medicine garden's barrier. It was not complicated to control this barrier, otherwise, she would not have been able to hide here in the first place. Elder Gao, how are your injuries? Yang Kai came to her side and asked hurriedly. Gao Shueting looked up at him with a slightly complicated look on her pretty face, as if she was trying to get to know him again. A few years ago, there was a huge gap in strength between her and this young man, but now, it seemed that she really needed to look up to him, Elder Gao. Seeing that Gao Shueting did not say a word, Yang Kai could not help but call out again. Gao Shueting retracted her gaze and coughed lightly. Although it's not light, it's not a big deal. I'll be fine after resting for a while. What about those two? Were they beaten to a pulp by you? But even if they were beaten to a pulp, there should be some traces left. It was as if those two had disappeared for no reason. They're dead, Yang Kai grinned. Elder Gao, don't worry about them. They're just two pieces of trash. Gao Shueting nodded with relief and sighed. You've grown a lot, more than Master expected. Yang Kai scratched his head and said, it's all thanks to the guidance and love of the various seniors that I have today. Gao Shueting said lightly, it's your own hard work. It has little to do with others. As she spoke, she coughed a few more times. Yang Kai hurriedly said, Elder Gao, it's more important for you to heal your injuries. I'll stay here to protect you. Gao Shueting did not say anything more. She immediately closed her eyes and adjusted her breath with all her strength. When Yang Kai was fighting with Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing, if she had a trace of power that she could use, she would not have just sat here and watched. It was obvious that her injuries were very serious. Now that the disaster had been eliminated, she naturally could not waste any more time. Gao Shueting's breathing soon stabilized. Only then did Yang Kai have the time to look around. This small world had been completely sealed by him. He did not open it. No one could come in, so Yang Kai did not need to worry about Gao Shueting at all. But this ancient medicine garden was able to arouse his great interest. As far as the eye could see, there were 2 herb gardens here. Each herb garden had at least 300 stalks of spirit herbs planted in it. These spirit herbs were all at least 10,000 years old, emperor-grade spirit herbs. Yang Kai was so excited that he could not control his emotions. Wow, the rainbow aurora ganoderma. This is the main material for refining the emperor transformation pill. It even gave birth to a small rainbow ganoderma. This is at least 50,000 years old. Heavenly mysterious thunder flower. Hiss, the stamen is golden. How can the Alcade Bodhi fruit be the size of a fist? How did it grow? Grand Essence Dragon Saliva Grass. This thing is not extinct. 9 Song Jade Flower. In Yang Kai's eyes, the spirit herbs were like beauties who took off their clothes and swayed their bodies, showing their best sides. It made him happy and excited. His eyes were shining with green light. As an alchemist, this was the happiest thing. Fields of mature spirit herbs were placed in front of him for him to pick and collect. This feeling was not something an alchemist could understand. He kept shuttling back and forth in this herb garden, dancing with joy. If he was not afraid of disturbing Gao Shueting's healing, he would have laughed wildly. There were so many emperor-grade spirit herbs here, but they only occupied 2 herb gardens. There were more than a dozen herb gardens here, but the others must have been collected by Gao Shueting and the others. In other words, most of the spirit herbs were in Gao Shueting, Zhu Tianqing, or Zhu Hong's space rings. What he saw was only a very small portion. Many of the spirit herbs he saw were rumored to be extinct, but they were still blooming with vitality here. Ha! Suddenly, Kai Yang's expression changed as he stared at a fruit tree that was about half the height of a person. This fruit tree was shining brightly, as if it was carved from the most exquisite jade. It was beautiful and crystal clear. On the fruit tree, there were 3 white stamens and a fist-sized fruit. The shape of this fruit was extremely peculiar. It was like a small person that had been shrunk countless times. At a glance, all 4 limbs, a body, and a head were complete. Not only that, There were even clear facial features on the head. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became extremely fiery, and a storm was set off in his heart. He exclaimed, "Flesh incarnation fruit." There was actually a flesh incarnation fruit here. Yang Kai rubbed his eyes hard to make sure that he was not mistaken. This was definitely a flesh incarnation fruit, exactly the same as the information recorded in the jade slip left by Gong Sun Mu, the third disciple of the wondrous pill great emperors. The flesh incarnation fruit was the main material for refining the flesh incarnation pill. The flesh incarnation pill, on the other hand, was a heaven-defying spirit pill that could reconstruct the body. If a cultivator was killed, but his soul was not destroyed, he could use the flesh incarnation pill to reconstruct his body and live again. This effect was not even possessed by the immortal tree. Although the immortal tree could regrow flesh and bones, revive the dead, and even make people immortal, it could not reconstruct the body of a soul. This showed the heaven-defying effect of the flesh incarnation fruit. This object, like the soul-warming lotus and the immortal tree, only existed in ancient records. No one had ever seen one with their own eyes. Yang Kai never thought that he would be lucky enough to see the flesh incarnation fruit in this ancient medicine garden. Having the flesh incarnation fruit meant that he could refine the flesh incarnation pill, and having the flesh incarnation pill meant that he could fulfill his promise to Tianyan. In the divine ascension mirror, Senior Tianyan, whose strength was comparable to the great emperor's, had been a soul avatar ever since he was born. He had never had his own physical body. When Yang Kai was training in the divine ascension mirror, he told Tianyan that one day he would find a flesh incarnation pill for him and refine a flesh incarnation fruit so that he could experience what it was like to have a physical body. He would be able to break free from the shackles of the divine ascension mirror and see the outside world. Tianyan seemed to be very interested in this matter, but how could the flesh incarnation fruit be so easy to find? And now, one of them had appeared in Yang Kai's vision. Chapter 25-27. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he wrapped his hands with Emperor Qi and carefully grabbed the flesh incarnation fruit. After a short while, he gently plucked it and the flesh incarnation fruit immediately fell into his palm. Yang Kai hurriedly threw it into the jade box he had prepared beforehand and set up several barriers before putting it into his space ring. Phew! Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. With this flesh incarnation fruit, he had great hope of refining the flesh incarnation pill, but before that, he had to improve his alchemy skills first. Although he was now an emperor-grade alchemist, he had not refined many emperor-grade spirit medicines. Refining the flesh incarnation fruit in a hurry was not likely to succeed. In this world, there might only be one flesh incarnation fruit. If the refining failed and the raw materials were destroyed, Yang Kai would definitely be traumatized and it might even affect his future alchemy skills. Fortunately, there were so many emperor-grade spirit medicines here that he could choose some relatively low-value spirit medicines to practice on. He believed that in the future his attainments in alchemy would be higher, and at that time, he would be confident in refining the flesh incarnation pill. After observing for a while, Yang Kai found that all the spirit medicines in this medicine garden were priceless, but there was nothing like the flesh incarnation fruit that amazed him. He immediately began to collect them. There were 2 whole medicine gardens and hundreds of spirit medicines. It took Yang Kai more than an hour to collect all of them. There were about 20 left in place, including the flesh incarnation fruit tree. There were 3 white flowers on this fruit tree. If it lived for hundreds or thousands of years, it might bear new fruit. However, Yang Kai had some concerns. He did not dare to touch these 20 spirit medicines. After doing this, Yang Kai glanced at Gao Shueting and found that she was still recuperating and it seemed that it would be a long time before she woke up. Yang Kai was not in a hurry. He used his divine sense to explore the small sealed world bead and took out Zhu Hong and Zhu Tianqing's space. Unsurprisingly, inside the 2 space rings, there were a large number of emperor-grade spirit medicines that had just been collected, which should be the products of this ancient medicine garden. In addition, there were many valuable treasures in their space rings, allowing Yang Kai to make a fortune. Their emperor artifacts, the Burning Sea of Star Saber and 10,000 Beast Seal, also fell into Yang Kai's hands. As for the Burning Sea of Stars blade, Although it looked powerful, Yang Kai didn't like using blades, so he didn't have any thoughts of refining it. What's more, even if he refined this Emperor artifact, it didn't increase his strength by much. The 10,000 Beast Seal, on the other hand, piqued Yang Kai's interest. This thing was not like an ordinary Emperor artifact. It seemed to be able to seal the soul of a monster beast. When fighting, one only needed to release their soul to defeat the enemy. It didn't consume much of his energy. This could be given to Zhang Ruoxi, although Zhang Ruoxi seemed to prefer swords. However, the power of the 10,000 Beast Seal wasn't small, so it was definitely a good treasure for her. As long as Zhang Ruoxi could refine it, her strength would definitely improve significantly. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's divine sense surged and erased Zhu Hong's soul brand from the 10,000 Beast Seal. Not long after, a brilliant light flashed and the 10,000 Beast Seal became gray and dull. He casually threw it into his space ring, planning to give it to Zhang Ruoxi after he left. After waiting for a while, he saw that Gao Shueting still showed no signs of waking up. Yang Kai simply took out his alchemy furnace and found some Emperor-grade spirit herbs to refine pills on the spot. One day later, Yang Kai, who was concentrating on alchemy, suddenly noticed that someone was looking at him. His expression couldn't help but change, and he glanced to the side while his hands continued to refine pills. Sure enough, he saw Gao Shueting looking at him with her beautiful eyes. Gao Shueting seemed to understand that she had disturbed Yang Kai's alchemy, and a look of guilt appeared on her face. She didn't dare to say anything and just motioned for him to continue. When an alchemist was refining pills, it was taboo to be disturbed. Gao Shueting had long known that Yang Kai was an alchemist. Otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to refine the extraordinary treasure pill back in the Four Seasons realm. Therefore, when she saw Yang Kai glance at her, she knew that her gaze must have disturbed Yang Kai's concentration. She couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. On the other hand, Yang Kai wore an indifferent expression and said with a grin, "Elder Gao, please wait a moment. Disciple is about to finish refining the pills. I'll come back to talk to you after that." While speaking, Yang Kai's expression turned solemn and he immediately immersed himself in alchemy again, surprising Gao Shueting. A series of mysterious pill-condensing seals appeared from Yang Kai's hands. These seals seemed to be extremely profound and actually contained a trace of the heavenly way. Gao Shueting's heart shook violently as a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. She stared at Yang Kai's movements, unwilling to miss a single detail. She found that Yang Kai's alchemy technique could actually cause her to ponder deeply about the martial Dao heavenly way, allowing her to integrate everything she had learned on the path of martial Dao. This was simply incredible. As one of the top sects in the Southern Territory, Azure Sun Temple naturally had its own Emperor-grade alchemist. Although there was only one, it was still an Emperor-grade alchemist. Gao Shueting had once been fortunate enough to watch the Emperor-grade alchemist refine pills from a distance, but compared with Yang Kai's alchemy technique, the alchemist in the temple was simply unbearable and clumsy. If that alchemist was like a child waving a hoe in the field, then Yang Kai's alchemy was like dancing under the moonlight with a long sword. There was simply no comparison between the two. Who did he learn alchemy from? How did he achieve so much at such a young age? Not only that, but he had also advanced to the Emperor realm. Gao Shueting's heart shook. She suddenly found that those so-called genius disciples were all overshadowed by Yang Kai's current achievements. Perhaps even the children of the great emperors could not compare with him. Time seemed to pass very quickly, but also very slowly. Just as Gao Shueting was immersed in this strange enlightenment, the feeling that caused her to resonate with the heavenly way and martial Dao suddenly disappeared. She was slightly surprised and fixed her eyes again, only to see Yang Kai forming a seal and shouting, "Condense!" Ding ling ling. Suddenly, a crisp and pleasant sound came from the small alchemy furnace. Yang Kai listened carefully and frowned slightly, seemingly a little dissatisfied with the result of this alchemy. Gao Shueting was surprised. Although she was not an alchemist, she knew that this furnace of spirit pills should have been successfully refined. From the fragrance wafting from the alchemy furnace, it could be inferred that this furnace of spirit pills was an Emperor-grade spirit pill, and their quality should not be low. Even so, he was still not satisfied? To what extent did he have to be satisfied? Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted the alchemy furnace. Under the vibration, 3 round rolling fragrant spirit pills flew out from the alchemy furnace and were drawn into a jade bottle by Yang Kai. After taking a look, Yang Kai curled his lips and casually threw them into his space ring. He then turned his head and looked at Gao Shueting with a smile. "I've kept Elder Gao waiting. How are you feeling?" "I've mostly recovered," Gao Shueting replied. "It wasn't a fatal injury to begin with." After a pause, she asked curiously, "How did you know I was here? You even came to find me directly." Yang Kai said, "It was junior sister Lu Wen who sent me a message." He briefly explained what happened after he passed by Earth City and received Lu Wen's message. After Gao Shueting heard this, she smiled and said, "It seems that I'm not destined to die yet. I didn't expect you to pass by Earth City at this time." As soon as she smiled, thousands of pear trees bloomed and the whole world dimmed. She was a cold woman who rarely smiled. At least, Yang Kai had never seen her smile since he had known her for so long. So, Yang Kai couldn't help but be stunned. Gao Shueting noticed his strange look and quickly restrained her smile. Her expression was a little unnatural. Yang Kai said, "Elder Gao, you should smile more. It's so beautiful." Impudent and glib-tongued, Gao Shueting coldly snorted. Yang Kai grinned and said, "I can guarantee that if you smile at Temple Master Wen like this, he will definitely be bewitched by you." Gao Shueting snorted, "He won't be bewitched. The first thing he will do is ask me if I've become the demon race while cultivating. Then, he will stuff a heart-guarding demon-expelling pill into my mouth and I will spit it in his face." Yang Kai opened his mouth wide and said absent-mindedly, "Temple Master Wen is so unromantic." Thinking of this scene, Yang Kai was speechless, but judging from Gao Shueting's tone, it seemed that this had really happened. His forehead suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and he quickly changed the topic. "By the way, Elder Gao, this disciple has prepared a small thing for you." "A small thing?" Gao Shueting was surprised and asked suspiciously, "What is it?" Yang Kai took out a jade bottle and handed it to her. "This?" Gao Shueting took it and opened the bottle cap to take a look inside. She immediately saw a round, dark red spirit pill in the jade bottle, exuding a strong bloody smell. A blood frenzy pill. Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes lit up. She had a blood frenzy pill. When she saw Yang Kai being besieged earlier, she wanted to take a blood frenzy pill to stimulate her potential to help him, but Yang Kai stopped her in time. Therefore, she recognized it at a glance. This is a high-rank blood frenzy pill, and its effect is 30% better than the one you had before. Moreover, after taking it, as long as you stop circulating your secret art within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, there won't be many sequelae. You'll be able to recover after a lot of rest in the future, and it won't damage your foundation. This disciple can only refine a high-rank blood frenzy pill for now. You can keep it for now and don't use it unless necessary. When I refine a better one in the future, I'll exchange it for this one. A better one? Gao Shueting was speechless. This was already a high-rank blood frenzy pill, so what could be better? After that, it would be a supreme-rank blood frenzy pill, followed by a blood frenzy pill with pill veins and pill clouds. It wasn't something that could be refined at will. Yang Kai said that her blood frenzy pill was of inferior quality, so she didn't know which trash alchemist refined it. He was obviously afraid that her foundation would be damaged after taking that blood frenzy pill, so he refined another one for her. Thinking of this, Gao Shueting's heart warmed. Chapter 25-28. It wasn't difficult to refine a mad blood pill. What was difficult was finding the materials, because all the materials required were emperor-grade spirit herbs, and many of them were very rare and difficult to find. Gao Shueting had gathered the materials for the mad blood pill by chance and found an emperor-grade alchemist in the temple to refine it, but in the end, only one pill was produced, and it was a low-grade one. Yang Kai now gave her a high-grade mad blood pill, so its value was naturally incomparable. Glancing at the dregs on the ground, Gao Shueting immediately understood that Yang Kai must have refined many furnaces and found the best one to give to her. "Elder Gao, throw away the mad blood pill you gave her." That thing can't be taken, Yang Kai said seriously. Gao Shueting nodded and took out the jade bottle containing the mad blood pill from her space ring, poured out the spirit pill, and with a shake of her hand, directly crushed it into powder. She then put the one Yang Kai refined back into the bottle and looked at him. Are you relieved now? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and winked. Next time, if Elder Gao wants to refine an emperor-grade spirit pill, don't hesitate to look for me. This disciple is skilled in alchemy and can give you a 20% discount. Gao Shueting laughed. You're already an Emperor Realm Master, so don't be as shameless as that surnamed one, lest others see you as a joke. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he said, It turns out that Elder Gao has been treating Temple Master Wen as a joke. Gao Shueting snorted lightly and turned her head to look around before changing the topic. I see that there are still some spirit herbs in this medicine garden. Why didn't you take them? What are you going to do with them? After she finished speaking, she seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly she said, I understand. You alchemists generally don't cut the weeds and root out the roots when collecting spirit herbs. Instead, you deliberately leave some as seeds, right? Yang Kai said, There is indeed such an unspoken rule, but that is for some immature spirit herbs. This medicine garden has existed for a long time, so all the spirit herbs are ripe and can be harvested. Then why did you leave some here? Gao Shueting was puzzled. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. These spirit herbs can't be touched. In this world, there are some spiritual medicines that, once plucked, will not disappear. No matter how well preserved they were, they would lose their spirit chi in an extremely short period of time and become withered grass. Therefore, most of the time, when these spirit herbs were needed, they would be freshly picked. Elder Gao, some of the medicinal herbs you collected before were of this type. Gao Shueting was startled when she heard this and hurriedly searched her space ring. Not long after, she took out 2 spirit herbs that had lost most of their aura. He said regretfully, That's true. These 2 spirit herbs were the ones she had collected here before, but she didn't expect that in just a little more than a day, so much of their medicinal properties would have disappeared. If another 2 to 3 days passed, she was afraid that they would really turn into withered grass. Then wouldn't it be a pity for these spiritual herbs? Gao Shueting said as she looked at the 20 or so spirit herbs that were still there. Every single spirit herb here was extremely rare. It's nothing. Yang Kai smiled and said insincerely. The other spirit herbs were one thing. If they couldn't pick them, they could just leave them here. If they needed them in the future, it wouldn't be too late to come back. Only the flesh incarnation fruit tree made Yang Kai extremely reluctant to part with it. There were already 3 small flowers on the fruit tree. Although he didn't know how many years it would take for it to bear new fruit, this kind of thing was extinct. Now that it was in front of him, Yang Kai felt like a cat was scratching at his heart. However, he had the sealed world bead, so if he handled it well, there was still a great chance that he could take this medicine garden. But now, Gao Shueting was still here, so Yang Kai had to send her away first. If Elder feels that it's fine, then let's go. Then let's go out, Junior Sister Lu Wen is still waiting outside. Yang Kai suggested. Okay. Immediately, the 2 came to the entrance. Yang Kai waved his hand and released a few strands of Emperor Qi to unlock the barrier. He then left with Gao Shueting. When they arrived outside, a strong smell of blood assaulted their nostrils. As far as the eye could see, there were several corpses lying haphazardly in the wilderness. All of them were incomplete and had died miserably. Gao Shueting was startled, thinking that there was an ambush outside. But when she looked carefully, she only saw 2 women standing there quietly. One of them was about 20 years old and looked extremely unfamiliar. Although she wasn't very old, she had a powerful 3rd-order Dao Source Realm cultivation. The other person was Lu Wen, a disciple of the temple. However, Lu Wen seemed to be a little frightened as her pretty face was a little pale. Seeing Gao Shueting and Yang Kai appear, the 2 women's beautiful eyes lit up and they came forward to greet them. Elder Gao. Lu Wen's eyes were full of joy, as if she had seen a family member. Her face was rosy. Jianghu, she smiled slightly and said, Elder Sister Lu, you can rest assured now. There will be no problem with Sir's help. Lu Wen smiled a little unnaturally and said, "Thank you, Brother Yang, for your help." Yang Kai said, "Junior sister Lu is too polite. I am also a temple disciple. When an elder is in trouble, I am duty-bound." Gao Shueting said, "In any case, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise Speaking of this, she couldn't help but shudder. Thinking back to the previous crisis, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. Shaking her head, she said softly, "Now that this matter is over, I plan to return to the temple. Lu Wen, come with me." Lu Wen's face lit up and she quickly said, "Yes." Although she was in the Eastern Territory on the orders of the temple, she was still wandering alone. She often missed her familiar brothers and sisters and the familiar scenery. Now that Gao Shueting wanted to take her back to the temple, she was naturally overjoyed. "Yang Kai, what about you?" Gao Shueting turned to look at Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai appeared in the Eastern Territory, he must have something to deal with, so she didn't ask him rashly if he wanted to return to the Southern Territory with her. Sure enough, Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I have to go somewhere to find a friend." Gao Shueting nodded lightly and said, "Then you must be careful. Although you are now an Emperor Realm Master and your strength isn't weak, there are many capable people in this world. Many of them aren't as simple as they seem. Disciple will remember," Yang Kai said respectfully. "If you have time, go back to the temple and take a look. After all, you are still an in-name disciple of the temple." "I will." He definitely had to go back to Azure Sun Temple because he still had to go to the Divine Ascension Mirror and fulfill his promise to Tianyan. The fragrance was still there, but the person was no longer there. 100 kilometers away, Lu Wen looked at Gao Shueting in surprise and asked, "Elder, that Brother Yang is so strong, so why is he only an in-name disciple of the temple?" With the strength Yang Kai displayed, he was more than qualified to be an elder of the sect. She originally thought that Yang Kai was a top disciple like Xia Sheng and Xiao Baiyi, but she didn't expect him to only be an in-name disciple. Gao Shueting thought for a moment and said, "Because he didn't join the temple willingly. His Azure Sun Golden Token was forced on him by this queen." Lu Wen was stunned. In the wilderness, in front of the entrance to the small world, Yang Kai watched Gao Shueting and Lu Wen leave before taking out the 10,000 Beasts seal and tossing it to Zhang Ruoxi. "Refine this and use it for the time being." Zhang Ruoxi took it and looked at it carefully. She was immediately filled with joy and said crisply, "Thank you, sir, for giving me this treasure." Yang Kai had never given her any treasures, but Lu Yen, Hua Qingxi, and the embodiment all had emperor artifacts, all of which were given to them by Yang Kai. Although Zhang Ruoxi didn't say it out loud, she was looking forward to it. Moreover, she knew that Yang Kai wouldn't discriminate. He just didn't have anything suitable for her for the time being. But she didn't expect Yang Kai to give her one so quickly. Not to mention a strange seal, even if it was a weight, as long as it was given by Kai Yang, it would still be a treasure. Zhang Ruoxi turned the 10,000 Beasts seal over and over in her hand, and a smile bloomed on her small face. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. Yang Kai glanced at her and said, "Your hostility seems to be very strong. Next time when you fight with someone, control it a little." Zhang Ruoxi heard this and stuck out her tongue. "I don't know what's going on. As long as I fight with someone, it's like I become another person." Sister Lu Wen seemed to be frightened just now. Lu Wen's pale face was probably not because she couldn't stand the blood here. She had also fought and killed people before, so this kind of scene shouldn't have frightened her. Her reaction was definitely because of Zhang Ruoxi. Yang Kai also didn't know why. Zhang Ruoxi was so young, so how could she have such hostility? It wouldn't be strange if this kind of aura appeared on a villain who killed people like flies, but it was very concerning when it appeared on Zhang Ruoxi. The only explanation he could think of was Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline. If he had a chance to see Duan Hongchen again, he had to ask clearly. Otherwise, the brutal hostility might affect Zhang Ruoxi's future temperament. It would be terrible if she turned into a murderous monster. "Sir, where are we going now?" Zhang Ruoxi asked. "Nowhere, wait for me to deal with things here first." Yang Kai opened the entrance to the small world again as he spoke, reached out, and brought Zhang Ruoxi in. In this ancient medicine garden, there was nothing else except for the 20 or so spirit herbs left behind by Yang Kai, so the world energy here was extremely rich. After entering, Yang Kai asked Zhang Ruoxi to find a place to rest while he went straight to the two innermost medicine gardens. After looking around for a while, Yang Kai had a plan in his mind. Next, he formed a seal with his hands and Emperor Qi surged all over his body. With a wave of his hand, he sent a stream of energy into the ground and disappeared. Although Yang Kai's movements were swift, he was extremely careful, as if he was afraid of destroying something. After working for an hour, even though Yang Kai had already broken through to the Emperor realm, he was sweating profusely. Obviously, he had consumed a lot of energy. However, since the initial steps were taken care of properly, the rest was easy. Yang Kai sat cross-legged for a while, recovering a little bit of his strength, and then stood up again. His divine sense rushed out like a tide, directly enveloping the two medicine gardens in front of him. Then, Yang Kai stomped his foot and shouted, "Rise!" With a rumble, the entire small world shook, and the two medicine gardens slowly rose under the support of a huge force. Chapter 25-29. Since he couldn't pick the remaining 20 or so spirit herbs, he would just move the two herb gardens away. Only Yang Kai could do such a crazy thing because he had the sealed world bead, which could accommodate the two herb gardens. If it were anyone else, they would only be able to look at the ocean and sigh. Hong long long. Enveloped by his divine sense, the two herb gardens flew up like two tiny floating islands. Then, Yang Kai opened the sealed world bead's entrance and threw the herb gardens into the sealed world bead, placing them next to his own herb garden. After checking with his divine sense, Yang Kai was relieved after confirming that the 20 or so spirit herbs weren't damaged and showed no signs of withering. However, Yang Kai didn't plan to stop there. He turned his head and looked around. Ignoring the consumption of energy, he spent another half a day moving the remaining dozen or so herb gardens into the sealed world bead. This ancient medicine garden being able to cultivate so many 10,000-year-old spirit herbs was probably due to some kind of miraculous effect hidden in the earth. Such soil was naturally extremely fertile, so Yang Kai decided to bring them into his sealed world bead to expand his medicine garden. In the future, if he transplanted any spirit flowers or rare grasses, it would also increase their survival rate. After finishing this, Yang Kai carefully checked the ancient herb garden again. After making sure that he didn't miss anything, he left with Zhang Ruoxi. Half a month later, on the wooden boat, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi flew quickly. As far as the eye could see, the surroundings were desolate and there wasn't a single soul in sight for 100 miles. During this period of time, the further they went, the fewer people there were. At first, they could see a few cities occasionally. But the further they went, after flying for a long time, they still didn't see a single person. Zhang Ruoxi didn't know where Yang Kai was going, but she didn't ask much. She just followed Yang Kai silently and refined the 10,000 beasts seal when she had time. Time flew by quickly. On this day, a dilapidated city suddenly appeared below. This city looked extremely strange. It was as though someone had haphazardly piled them up. The entire city was in a mess, without the slightest sense of beauty. The various buildings that stood in the city were also in disarray, scattered all over the place. But such an extremely dilapidated city was extremely lively inside. Many cultivators were running around the city, each with a fierce aura, as if they were not to be trifled with. Yang Kai looked at it for a while. He directly controlled the wooden boat to fly down. Not long after, he and Zhang Ruoxi entered the city. This city didn't seem to have a name. There were many cultivators coming and going, but they were all in a hurry. On both sides of the narrow aisle, there were countless vendors setting up stalls and shouting loudly. This attracted the attention of the people pass. As soon as they entered the city, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi's ears were soon filled with a variety of shouts. Emperor-grade material, lunar purple jade, an excellent material for nourishing emperor artifacts. Don't miss it, come and take a look. Emperor-grade high-rank spirit medicine, profound dark spirit congealing grass. Even if you don't refine it into pills, it's still very beneficial to your soul. Only trading, not selling, please don't disturb. 8,000 years ago, a third-order emperor realm master, Mountain Sect's Sect Master, Senior Duan Santai's Diamond Indestructible Secret Art. It can cast a golden body, indestructible and indestructible. I'm selling it cheaply, only 10 million mid-rank source crystals. I risked my life to bring it back from the ancient lands. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get it again. What? Who said this is a fake? Come on, speak louder. This uncle promises not to beat you to death. The location of the 12th Order Six-Tailed Spirit Fox Cub. This is a rare beast with the bloodline of the Nine-Tailed Spirit Fox Divine Spirit. If you want to tame it, you can talk face to face. I will provide a paid guide service. Zhang Ruoxi's beautiful eyes widened as she looked around. Everything around her was new to her. After looking around for a while, she tugged at Yang Kai's clothes and whispered, "Sir, what is this place? Why are there so many Emperor-grade materials for sale? There are even people selling peerless secret arts and the location of monster beast cubs? And what is this ancient lands they're talking about?" If they were selling Emperor-grade materials, it would be fine, but there were even people selling secret arts and the location of cubs. This was simply too rare. However, after listening for a while, Zhang Ruoxi more or less understood that the things sold here seemed to be brought out from the ancient lands. Those who sold the location of the monster beast cubs were also taking people to the ancient lands to tame them. Although this city was chaotic, it was extremely lively. Zhang Ruoxi looked around and found that the cultivator here was basically all above the Dao Source realm. There were very few cultivators below the Dao Source realm. She even saw several masters who passed by, exuding the aura of the Emperor realm. How could a place like this attract so many powerful people? What kind of charm did this place have? Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "This is near the ancient lands. The ancient lands they're talking about are the ancient lands." Ancient lands? Zhang Ruoxi was stunned. Obviously, she had never heard of it. Yang Kai said, "I don't know much about the ancient lands, but I heard that it is an unexplored territory. There are countless powerful monster beasts and even divine spirits living there. There are also many fatal dangers. Even the Emperor realm cannot guarantee their safety there. It's so dangerous, but so many people still go in. Could it be that there are many good things in there?" Zhang Ruoxi suddenly thought of the key point. Yang Kai smiled and said, "The world is bustling because it's profit. The world is bustling because it's profit. Without profit, how could it attract so many masters? Although the ancient lands are dangerous, they are extremely rich in resources. Most of the things sold here do have a trace of wild aura, so they should be found in the ancient lands. Even the mountain and river cauldron of the great emperors was taken out of the ancient lands." Mountain and river cauldron. Zhang Ruoxi's eyes lit up and she became excited. She had also participated in the Shattered Star Seas experience and naturally heard of the mountain and river cauldron, but she didn't know that it was now in Yang Kai's hands. Taking a deep breath, she asked, "Sir, are you here to enter the ancient lands?" Yang Kai nodded. "That's right, I came here for the ancient wildlands." According to the information provided by Yin Lixing, Xiao Xiao was indeed teleported to the Eastern Territory with him, but Yin Lixing was injured at the time and felt that he was not Xiao Xiao's opponent, so he didn't dare to find trouble with him. He just followed behind to see if he could find an opportunity to subdue this strange creature. Who would have thought that Xiao Xiao would directly enter the ancient lands? At that time, although Yin Lixing didn't know about the ancient lands, he instinctively sensed the danger inside, so he had to give up and leave. After that, he never saw Xiao Xiao again. If he was right, then Xiao Xiao should be in the ancient lands now, but whether he was alive or dead was unknown. And under the constraints of the soul contract, Yang Kai estimated that Yin Lixing wouldn't lie, unless he had a secret technique to avoid the soul contract's punishment. But in any case, Yang Kai had to make a trip to the ancient lands. Yang Kai didn't know much about the ancient lands. If he hadn't come to the Eastern Territory, it would have been the first time he had heard of such a place. So, he had to find someone to inquire about it. Originally, Yang Kai had a suitable candidate in mind, Qi Hai of Qi Family Fort. In the Shattered Star Sea, this person had tried his best to invite Yang Kai to Qi Family Fort as a guest, and Qi Family Fort was near the ancient lands. As a member of the Qi family, Qi Hai must know a lot about the ancient lands and many secrets that others didn't know. With his help, Yang Kai estimated that his safety in the ancient lands would be increased by several times. Unfortunately, the main reason Qi Hai invited Yang Kai was because of the Phoenix True Fire. When Qi Hai's wife was training in the savage wildland, she was struck by one of the 10 great deadly poisons, Heavenly Frost and Earth Rain. She didn't have long to live, and in this world, only the power of nirvana contained within the true phoenix flames could bring her back to life. When Qi Hai entered the Shattered Star Sea, his main purpose was to find the Phoenix True Fire, subdue it, and then save his wife. Unfortunately, he didn't have that kind of luck. But now, the Phoenix True Fire was being refined by Lu Yen, and Lu Yen was taken to Spirit Beast Island by Jiofeng. Yang Kai naturally couldn't ask Qi Hai for help, so as to avoid awkwardness. Qi Hai's thinking was too simple. He thought that as long as he had the Phoenix True Fire, he could save his wife's life. He didn't know that refining the Phoenix True Fire was very dangerous and time-consuming. Just as Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi were talking, a shifty-looking man with slightly squinted eyes suddenly approached Yang Kai and whispered, "Friend, I have an emperor-grade spirit fruit in my hand, the 9 Heavens Heaven fruit. I can sell it to you at a cheap price. Do you want it?" While speaking, he flipped his palm and a red fruit exuding strong world energy fluctuations suddenly appeared. But it was only for a moment before he put it away. The powerful world energy fluctuations shocked the surrounding cultivators and they all turned their heads to look in this direction. However, after a few stall owners glanced at it, they all showed strange expressions and quickly looked away. 9 Heavens Heaven fruit? Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a meaningful smile. Zhang Ruoxi furrowed her brow and took a step back. Not only was this person's clothes unkempt, but there was also a strange smell coming from his body, as if he hadn't cleaned himself for a long time. It was unbearable. What was even more unbearable was that when this person spoke, his mouth was full of yellow teeth. It was as disgusting as it could get. "Do you want it?" The man lowered his voice and asked, as if he was afraid of being heard, "I picked it from the ancient lands after risking my life. There is a 12th order monster beast guarding it." A 12th order monster beast guarding it? Yang Kai was speechless. With his vision as an emperor-grade alchemist, he could naturally tell at a glance that the 9 Heavens Heaven fruit was a fake. The real 9 Heavens Heaven fruit was indeed an emperor-grade spirit medicine, and it was extremely rare. Its world energy was restrained, and it definitely wouldn't emit such a strong world energy fluctuation. There was only one monster beast guarding the 9 Heavens Heaven fruit, and that was the 9 Heavens Thunder Python. It was indeed a 12th order monster beast, but this person in front of him had the cultivation of the 1st order Tao Source realm. If he really encountered the 9 Heavens Thunder Python, there was no chance of him returning alive. Chapter 25-30. This nameless city was a place where dragons and snakes were mixed together, and there were many cases of swindling and cheating. Although Yang Kai had just arrived here, he wasn't surprised by such things, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. This person probably saw that Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi were young and easy to deceive, so he took the initiative to approach them, hoping to make a windfall. Yang Kai didn't want to pay attention to such a person, but the similar figures suddenly appeared in his mind. When he first met the great emperors of the secular world in Maplewood City, he also seemed to have such a sloppy appearance. Thinking of Duan Hongchen's experience, Yang Kai couldn't help but worry, wondering how he was getting along with Wukong's dual soul. "Friend, do you want to say something? If you don't want it, I'll find someone else." Seeing that Yang Kai seemed to be lost in thought, the man couldn't help but urge him. Yang Kai glanced at him and pushed his Emperor Qi slightly, disappearing in an instant. The man's face changed and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. With a look of horror, he said, "So it's the master of the Emperor realm." He wasn't weak either, having reached the 2nd order Tao Source realm, so when Yang Kai pushed his Emperor Qi, he was able to sense it clearly. Only then did he realize that he had made a mistake. This unassuming young man was not someone he could provoke. In his panic, he smiled and said, "Since Master doesn't need it, this lowly one will take his leave first." What a joke! He only wanted to deceive those Tao Source realm cultivators. Facing an Emperor realm master, he didn't have the guts to do so. He immediately wanted to leave, lest Yang Kai get angry and cause him trouble. Wait! Yang Kai suddenly stopped him. Cold sweat appeared on the man's forehead as he said in a trembling voice, "Master, is there anything else?" Yang Kai said, "Look at you. Have you been here for a long time?" Replying to Master, this lowly one has lived here for more than 30 years. 30 years? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. So, you know a lot about the ancient wildlands? It seemed that Yang Kai's easygoing attitude had influenced him a little. The man's mood gradually calmed down and he hurriedly said, "Understood. Of course." "I have something to ask you," Yang Kai said lightly. "Is it related to the ancient lands?" This person was quite quick-witted, immediately guessing. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Is there a place to talk?" That person smiled obsequiously and said, "Sir, if you don't mind, how about I take you to a place? It's just that the cost of that place is a little high." "Don't worry, lead the way." Kai Yang waved his hand. The man was overjoyed and hurriedly led the way. Not long after, the three of them entered a tavern-like place. From the outside, this tavern seemed to have been built randomly. However, the interior was a completely different world. The interior decoration was extremely luxurious. The floor was covered with thick beast hides. It was unknown what kind of demonic beast they were from. The surroundings were decorated with fist-sized luminous pearls, emitting a gentle light. The entire tavern was brightly lit. The air was thick. There was also a faint fragrance wafting in the air, which made one feel refreshed when one smelled it. Looking at the environment of this tavern, Yang Kai knew that the owner of this tavern should have some skill, otherwise, it would be impossible to build such a luxurious tavern. Just as the three of them entered, a man dressed as a waiter came out. When he saw the man with the rat's face, he waved his hand and said, "Go away, this tavern is not a place you can enter. Hurry up and get out of here. Don't dirty the floor here." Although this waiter was just a receptionist, he was actually a third-order Saint King and didn't look very old. This made Yang Kai's eyes light up. He felt that this tavern was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Although a third-order Saint King was nothing in his eyes, it was a bit overkill to use a waiter to greet a guest. The man named Pai San was furious when he heard this. The veins on his forehead bulged as he shouted, "Brother waiter, don't look down on me. I brought this master here to eat today. If you have anything good to eat or drink, hurry up and serve it. Don't worry about not having enough source crystals to pay." He acted like he was relying on Yang Kai's majesty to show off, which made him look very funny. "Master?" The waiter glanced at Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi and frowned slightly. Zhang Ruoxi looked to be in her 20s. No matter how good her aptitude was, it was impossible for her to be from the Emperor realm. On the other hand, Yang Kai seemed to be more reserved and didn't seem weak. The waiters served here all year round, so naturally, he had developed a very good eyesight. With just a glance, he felt that Yang Kai was most likely from the Emperor realm. Otherwise, Pai San wouldn't have called him master. Since they were here to eat, there was no reason for him to stop them. He quickly bowed and said respectfully, "Honored guest, please come in." Pai San also had a flattering look on his face. He nodded and bowed as he led the way. "Master, please come with me. I'll take you to a private room. It will be convenient to talk there." Yang Kai nodded and followed Pai San inside. As they passed by the waiter suddenly said, "Master, this Pai San is very good at swindling people, especially those who are new to this place. Many people have been deceived by him. Master, you must keep your eyes open. Don't fall for his tricks." Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him, smiling, "Many thanks for the reminder. If he dares to deceive me, I'll make sure he won't see the sun tomorrow." The waiter smiled and said, "Master is wise." When Pai San heard this, his face paled and he hurriedly said, "Master, don't worry. I, Pai San, am very good at swindling people. Master is so wise, how could I dare play tricks in front of you? Wouldn't that be the same as courting death?" Yang Kai didn't comment and continued to wear a mysterious look, causing Pai San to feel even more anxious. Not long after, under Pai San's lead, the three of them entered a private room. Pai San seemed to know that he smelled a little bad, so after Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi sat down, he sat down far away from them and said with a smile, "Master, since this is your first time here, you must taste the wild wine here." Yang Kai snorted and said, "You can order whatever you want to eat and drink. Just consider it my reward for asking you questions." Pai San was overjoyed and quickly said, "Many thanks, master." As he spoke, he seemed to be drooling. He slammed the table and called the waiter over. Then he listed more than 10 dishes in one breath, as if he was very familiar with them. When Yang Kai heard the names of the dishes, he couldn't help but be a little surprised because the dishes here seemed to be cooked with monster beast body materials and some spirit herbs. The ingredients used to make these dishes were all 11th order monster beast and Dao source grade spirit herbs. Whether these dishes were delicious or not, they were great supplements for any cultivator. If taken over a long period of time, they could definitely enhance one's strength. The waitress was a young maidservant, and after Pai San finished ordering, she looked at Yang Kai awkwardly and said, "Honored guest, this table of food and wine costs a total of 530,000 low-rank source crystals. Would this humble one be so bold as to ask honored guest to settle the bill first?" She seemed to know that Pai San definitely didn't have source crystals to pay, so she looked directly at Yang Kai. Pai San was furious when he heard this and slammed the table. "What's wrong? Are you afraid we'll dine and dash? At such a young age, your eyes are as big as the waiter at the door. What did your master teach you? Everyone here is a guest. Is this how you treat guests?" The waiter was so frightened that her beautiful face turned pale and she quickly waved her hands. "No, no." Pai San seemed to want to teach her a lesson, but Yang Kai coldly snorted, causing him to shrink back in fear and immediately shut up. Yang Kai took out a cloth bag from his space ring and handed it to the waiter. "Count it." The waiter took it and scanned it with his divine sense. After confirming the number was correct, he smiled and nodded. "Guests, please wait a moment. The dishes will be ready soon." Saying so, he turned around and walked away. The efficiency of this restaurant seemed to be very high. It didn't take long for a table full of delicious dishes and wine to be served. The table was filled to the brim with food. Suddenly, a rich aroma wafted out of the private room, causing one's appetite to be aroused. When the dishes were served, they smelled good and tasted good. Pai San picked up a wine jug and respectfully came to Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi, pouring wine for them. "This wild wine is a treasure here. You too must taste it." Zhang Ruoxi frowned. "Hurry up and finish it, my sir wants to ask you something." She didn't have a good impression of this Pai San, so she didn't mince her words. Pai San said, "Young lady, it's not that Pai San wants to force you, but if you're going to enter the ancient lands, it's best to drink a glass of this wild wine." Zhang Ruoxi looked at him with a puzzled look. Pai San smiled slightly, because all the ingredients of this wild wine are from the ancient lands, so it has a trace of wild aura. Drinking this wine will allow you to adapt a little to the wild force, so you won't be at a loss when you enter the ancient lands. Wild force. Zhang Ruoxi still didn't quite understand. Yang Kai, on the other hand, showed a thoughtful look and nodded. "Ruoxi, you should drink more and feel the wonders of this wild force." Since Yang Kai had spoken, Zhang Ruoxi naturally didn't refuse and nodded. "Yes." She picked up the wine cup and took a sip, savoring it carefully. Not long after, her brow furrowed as if she was a little surprised. She hurriedly urged her source qi, silently resisting something. Pai San had expected this and smiled. "This wild wine is rich and continuous. Even the masters of the Emperor realm can't bear drinking a jug at a time. Young lady, you must drink it slowly and carefully." As he spoke, Yang Kai also took a sip and felt that there was a mysterious power hidden in this wine. After the wine entered his stomach, it invaded his physique, meridians, and dantian, affecting the circulation of his emperor qi. This power felt very familiar to him. Yang Kai raised his brow and immediately reacted. Wasn't this so-called wild force the aura released by the mountains and rivers bell? Chapter 25:31. When Yang Kai activated the mountains and rivers bell, the great desolate power swept over and suppressed the world. It was very similar to the power contained in the wild wine, except that the latter was countless times thinner. After understanding the mystery of the wild wine, Yang Kai circulated his emperor qi to dissolve the wild force in his body. Over on the other side, Pai San had already begun to eat heartily, looking like a reincarnated hungry ghost. He seemed to know that Yang Kai and Zhang Ruo weren't interested in this table of food, so he didn't bother to greet them and just stuffed the delicious food into his mouth, chewing noisily. He usually didn't have so many source crystals to eat in this kind of place. Since Yang Kai said that this table of food was his reward for asking him questions, he naturally wouldn't be polite. After stuffing himself with food, Pai San rubbed his round belly and let out a satisfied sigh. Throughout the whole process, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruo only shared half a jar of wild wine. Yang Kai only drank a cup while Zhang Ruo drank the rest. Her little face was flushed and her eyes were a little blurry. She had the cultivation of the third-order Dao source realm, but half a jar of wild wine still made her a little tipsy. It was obvious that the wine was really strong. It probably had something to do with Zhang Ruo having never drunk wine before. Now that you've eaten and drunk, I have something to ask you. Yang Kai looked at Pai San, who was reclining in his chair, looking like he had no regrets in life, and said lightly. Pai San immediately jumped up from his chair and said with a solemn face, "Master, please ask. This little one will tell you everything he knows." Yang Kai was satisfied with his attitude and pondered for a moment before saying, "This is my first time here. I know nothing about the ancient lands. Tell me everything you know." San Pai was silent for a while, as if he was sorting out his words. After a while, he said, "Master, since you have come here because of its reputation, then you must know something about the ancient lands. The ancient lands are wild places that have never been occupied by humans. There are countless powerful monster beasts living there. There were countless natural dangers. Even those from the Emperor realm couldn't guarantee that they would be able to escape unscathed. It could be said that any cultivator who entered the ancient lands was basically putting their lives on the line. They could die at any time. Of course, the greater the danger, the greater the benefits. There were countless spirit herbs and miraculous medicines in the ancient lands, and there were also innumerable precious treasures. Therefore, although it was dangerous, it still attracted countless elites from the entire star boundary. Many people obtained opportunities in the ancient lands, and their strength soared. They were the famous great emperors of the Yuan Cauldron realm. It is said that he found the mountain river cauldron in the ancient lands and became the great emperors. San Pai continued to talk. Although what he said wasn't very useful, and Yang Kai had already understood it, he didn't intend to interrupt him and just listened attentively. The ancient lands is not a place that just anyone can enter. If you want to enter the ancient lands, you have to be at least a Dao source realm cultivator. Those below the Dao source realm don't even have the qualifications to set foot in the ancient lands. There is only one way to enter the ancient lands. It is a huge canyon that is shrouded in a strange fog all year round. It is extremely dense, and when you step into it, you won't be able to see your fingers in front of you. Moreover, it can also interfere with your divine sense. If it was just that, it would be fine, but the key is that from time to time, there would be invisible astral winds blowing in the canyon. If a Dao source realm cultivator were to encounter those astral winds, they would die 9 times out of 10. The astral winds are very dangerous, but what is even more dangerous is the falling thunder. Even the Emperor realm can't easily resist the power of the falling thunder. A few years ago, there was an Emperor realm cultivator who had just arrived here. He relied on his strength to force his way into the ancient lands without properly investigating the situation. As a result, he never returned. It wasn't until 3 years later that someone found his body 50 kilometers away from the entrance. The top masters of all the great sects in the Eastern Territory have come to investigate the situation of the ancient lands. According to them, there is a natural barrier at the entrance of the ancient lands. The strange fog, astral winds, and falling thunder are all natural barriers that will erupt from time to time. There is no pattern to them. Entering the ancient lands is 30% strength and 70% luck. If you are lucky, you will be able to pass through safely, but if you are unlucky, you will die. Of course, if Master wants to enter the ancient lands, you have to be wary of another danger. This danger is more lethal than the strange fog, astral winds, and falling thunder. What danger is it? Naturally, it is people. There are some people who hide in the canyon all year round, looking for lone cultivators to rob and kill. Because these people are always in the canyon, they are very familiar with the surrounding environment. If you accidentally encounter these people, it is more troublesome than encountering the astral winds and falling thunder. If Master wants to enter, you must be very careful. Just the passage to the ancient lands is so dangerous, and the ancient lands are even more dangerous. To tell you the truth, Master, because the ancient lands are very special, it is filled with the wild force. No one can explain what kind of force this is, but according to those who have entered, if one is enveloped by the wild force, one's strength will decrease by varying degrees. The lowest is 10 to 20%, and the highest is 50%. Many masters are unable to display their full strength because of the wild force, which is why they have fallen. This is also the reason why this lowly one wants Milord and this young lady to taste the wild wine. Although the wild force contained in the wild wine isn't strong, it is still extremely authentic. After drinking the wild wine, one will more or less understand this strange force and won't be too flustered after entering. The most dangerous part of the ancient lands is the canyon and the wild force. As for what dangers you will encounter after entering the ancient lands, Master, you don't need me to say anything more, right? Monster beasts roam everywhere, and there are countless natural barriers and spirit arrays. It is even said that there are divine spirits inside. In the entire star boundary, the most dangerous place is the ancient lands. After listening to Pai San, Yang Kai's expression became slightly solemn. According to Pai San, the passage to the ancient lands was already so dangerous, so the dangers inside must be 10 times more dangerous. He was not worried about whether he would encounter any danger after entering, but when Xiao Xiao entered this place, his cultivation was only equivalent to an origin king. Could he survive safely in the ancient lands? On the other hand, he did not care too much about the wild force. The mountains and rivers Bell's great desolate force was many times denser than this so-called wild aura. Even without drinking any wild wine, Yang Kai was very familiar with this aura. Moreover, as the current owner of the mountains and rivers cauldron, Yang Kai believed that the ancient land's wild aura would not have much effect on him. Seeing Yang Kai's dignified expression, Pai San thought that he was afraid. This was a very normal thing. Many people came here because of its reputation, but there were also many people who, after hearing about the dangers of the ancient land, left dejectedly. Every year, countless cultivators would pass through this desolate city. San Pai had lived here for 30 years and had long since become accustomed to this sight. He pondered for a moment and said, Master, although the ancient lands are rich in opportunities, if you are just looking for treasures, Master shouldn't go in. Isn't it better to take this young lady somewhere else? The banquet cost Yang Kai 530,000 low-rank source crystals, but Yang Kai did not even frown, so Pai San was very grateful to him and could not help but persuade him. Yang Kai said, I must enter the ancient lands, not to look for treasures. Xiao Xiao disappeared in the ancient lands, so he had to look for him no matter what. Is that so? Seeing Yang Kai's firm attitude, Pai San naturally did not say anything more. After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and took out a jade slip from his space ring. Since Master has made up his mind, Pai San will give this to you. What is this? Yang Kai asked. Pai San smiled meaningfully and said, a map of the ancient lands. There is such a thing? Yang Kai's interest was immediately piqued, and he quickly took the jade slip and poured his divine sense into it. He found that the jade slip really did contain information about a map that was easy to understand at a glance. This is just a map of the periphery. No one knows how big the ancient lands are, but after so many years of exploration, some information about the periphery has naturally leaked out. Someone has combined this information to create this map and marked some dangerous places. If Master enters, you should avoid those places as much as possible. What do the black dots on this map represent? Yang Kai looked at the map for a while and asked. Pai San said, they represent some natural barriers and spirit arrays. The darker the color, the more powerful the barrier or spirit array. What about the red dots? do they represent the monster beast? Yang Kai asked again. Yes, the red dots do represent the monster beast. Similarly, the redder the color, the more powerful the monster beast. Yang Kai nodded slightly and found that many places on the map were large red dots, too many to count. This obviously meant that there were groups of monster beasts living in those places, which was an extremely dangerous territory. If he really entered the ancient lands, even he would have to avoid those places. Pai San smiled meaningfully and said, if it was someone else, this little one would sell a simplified version of the jade slip and not so detailed, but this jade slip for Master is the most advanced, so Master can use it without worry. He had eaten Yang Kai's feast and knew how to return the favor, making Yang Kai feel that the 530,000 source crystals were well spent. Many thanks. Yang Kai nodded. Master, you are too polite. Pai San couldn't help feeling a little flattered. No one from the Emperor realm had ever been so polite to him. Most people, no matter how strong they were, would show a look of disgust when they saw his face and stay as far away as possible. Yang Kai brought him to the best restaurant in Desolation City and ate a table full of good food and wine. Master, there is one more thing this little one wants to tell you. Speak. Pai San said seriously, if Master insists on entering the ancient lands, it is best to find Old Ban. Who is that? Yang Kai raised his brow. Pai San said, this person's surname is Ban, but no one knows his name. He has lived in Desolation City longer than I have and is very familiar with the passage to the ancient lands. If you can ask him to lead the way, Master will be able to safely pass through the entrance to the ancient lands. Chapter 25:32. A guide. Yang Kai was surprised. It was quite novel to have someone to lead the way into the ancient lands. But when he thought of the many dangers in the ancient lands passageway, he quickly understood. Master, don't underestimate Old Ban. He's only a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, and he's quite old, but he's the one who has entered the ancient lands and returned safely the most. I've lived here for 30 years and have heard of him more than 100 times. It's already a great achievement for others to return safely 3 or 5 times, let alone 100 times. He's the best guide in the entire desolate city. No one can compare to him. Yang Kai couldn't help but be shocked. How can he enter and exit so many times? Pai San smiled bitterly. I also want to know, but Old Ban has never told anyone his secret. But according to my speculation, he should have a safe way in and out. Yang Kai nodded. I'll have to meet him. I wonder if Old Ban is in Desolate City now? It was better to be safe than sorry. Although he was bold and skilled, it was still a good choice to have someone to lead him safely into the ancient lands. Yes, I saw him yesterday, but it'll cost at least 300,000 source crystals if you ask him to lead the way. Source crystals are not a problem, Yang Kai smiled slightly. 300,000 source crystals was just a drop in the bucket for him. Pai San's feast had cost him 500,000. Then shall I lead the way, Master? Pai San asked politely. Yang Kai nodded and thought for a while. Then he called the restaurant's waitress. He asked her to bring 10 jars of wild wine and pack them up. He didn't need to drink it, but it wouldn't hurt Zhang Ruoxi to drink more. Not long after, the waitress brought 10 jars of wild wine, but to Yang Kai's surprise, before he could pay the source crystals, the waitress smiled and said, You don't have to pay for these wines. My shopkeeper said these are for Master. Please accept them, Master. Shopkeeper? Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. On the other hand, Sanpai looked at Yang Kai in shock, his eyes full of surprise. Why is your shopkeeper giving me these? Yang Kai looked at the waiter and asked. The attendant shook his head and said, I don't know either. Yang Kai frowned and waved his hand, taking out some source crystals from his space ring and placing them on the table. Only then did he put the wild wine into his space ring and beckoned to Zhang Ruoxi and Pai San, Let's go. The attendant was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that someone would reject a free gift. By the time she reacted, Yang Kai had already left the restaurant. After leaving the restaurant, Sanpai wanted to say something but stopped several times. In the end, he couldn't hold it in and said, Master, you know that shopkeeper? I don't know him. This is my first time here. Yang Kai replied indifferently. That's strange. Since you don't know him, why did he give you 10 jars of wild wine? Yang Kai chuckled and said, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Who cares what his purpose is? After a pause, he asked, what's the background of this restaurant? Sanpai said, I don't know. It seems to have been here for a long time. The shopkeeper has always been mysterious and never shows up. So no one in the desolate city knows the origin of this restaurant. However, everyone speculates that it has the shadow of a great force behind it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to establish itself in the desolate city and open such a luxurious restaurant. Even a local snake like Sanpai didn't know the origin of this restaurant. It seemed that it really had the shadow of a great force behind it. Kai Yang had refused the free wine because he didn't want to have anything to do with this restaurant. He didn't want to be soft-hearted in the future. On the second floor of the restaurant, a pair of bright eyes looked in the direction Yang Kai left. After a long time, she sighed slightly and suddenly said, send a message to the young master. Tell him that the person he mentioned has arrived and will enter the ancient land soon. Tell him to be prepared. A person's reply came from the darkness. Desolate city covered a large area. After walking for an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai and the others arrived at a place in the western part of the city. Sanpai pointed to a stone house in the distance and said, this is where Old Master lives. Master, you can go there by yourself. Old Master doesn't have a good impression of me, so I won't accompany you. I don't want him to see me and have prejudice against you. Yang Kai nodded and said, thank you for your hard work. Sanpai smiled and said, Master is too serious. I wish Master a safe journey and come back early. I'll take my leave now. While speaking, Sanpai jumped up and down and quickly disappeared. Let's go, Yang Kai called out and walked straight to the stone house Sanpai pointed at. The houses here were built without the slightest sense of beauty, but they were extremely sturdy, very much in line with the style of desolate city. Not long after, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi arrived in front of the stone house. Looking around, this stone house looked like a small farmhouse courtyard. It was surrounded by a wall made of stones and there was a door in the middle of the house. At this moment, the door was open and 2 cultivator guards in black clothes stood behind it, one on the left and one on the right. Seeing Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi arrive, the 2 guards looked at them coldly with cold expressions. Yang Kai was slightly stunned. He thought he had come to the wrong place. There were guards at the door, so it was obvious that some kind of master lived here. Moreover, these 2 guards were both Dao Source Realm cultivators. Their auras were deep and rich, and they seemed to be extremely strong. But according to Sanpai, this old man shouldn't have any noble status. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come and gone through the ancient land's passageway to make a living as a guide. What are you doing here? The black-clothed cultivator on the left and right asked in a deep voice. Excuse me, is this old man's residence? Zhang Ruoxi asked. I don't know. The black-clothed cultivator replied coldly. Zhang Ruoxi frowned and said, what do you mean you don't know? Why are you standing here if you don't know? Her question wasn't difficult to answer. Yes, no. But the other party actually replied with, I don't know, as if his words were as precious as gold, which made Zhang Ruoxi very angry. The black-clothed cultivator glanced at her and sneered softly, no longer answering. Zhang Ruoxi was annoyed. Yang Kai looked inside and smiled slightly. This should be the right place, but there seems to be someone inside. Speaking of this, he glanced at the black-clothed cultivator standing at the door and asked, is that your master? Friend, you talk too much. Hurry up and leave, the cultivator on the right suddenly said coldly. Yang Kai grinned and asked, why? The cultivator on the left snorted coldly. Friend, are you looking for trouble? Didn't you hear me tell you to leave? Yang Kai was surprised. Isn't this old man's residence? Why are you asking me to leave? My young lady is inside. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Yang Kai was very surprised. He didn't know which force these 2 cultivator came from, and who the young lady was. How could she be so domineering in the desolate city? The desolate city was a place where good people mixed with bad people. If she provoked someone she shouldn't, she would be in big trouble. But these two guards didn't put anyone in their eyes. It was obvious that their background wasn't small, so they could be so unscrupulous. However, he had even killed a third-order Emperor Realm Master and fought against a great emperor, so there were not many people in this world who could make him afraid. Looking at the two black-clothed cultivators who were trying to intimidate him, Yang Kai didn't get angry and just said politely, "I'm here to talk to Old Ban about something. I'll have to trouble you two to make way." As he spoke, a strange light flashed in his eyes. The two black-clothed cultivators, who were originally aggressive and arrogant, suddenly groaned as if they had been struck by lightning. They took a few steps back, and their faces suddenly turned pale. An extremely oppressive feeling made it difficult for them to breathe. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on their bodies. Even moving a finger was extremely difficult. Cold sweat slid down their foreheads as they could only watch Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoshi walk past them. Zhang Ruoshi couldn't stand their overbearing attitude and waved her fist at them fiercely. Before Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoshi could enter the inner room, a shout suddenly came from inside, followed by the sound of something piercing through the air. After a soft bang, a muffled groan was heard. At the same time, the shrill cry of a child reached Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai's expression changed and he quickly rushed into the room. Looking around, he saw a white-haired old man curled up on the bumpy ground. The old man's aura wasn't strong, only at the level of the first-order Dao Source realm. Because of his old age, his vitality had decreased, and his cultivation in the first-order Dao Source realm was a little weak. This man should be the old Ban that Pai Sen mentioned. At this moment he was facing the door with his side, holding a little girl in his arms. On his shoulder, there was a shocking bloodstain, as if he had been whipped by something. His clothes were tattered, and a large piece of his skin and flesh was missing. Blood flowed freely from the wound. The little girl in his arms was crying loudly at this moment. She must have been frightened by something. In addition to the old man and the young girl, there were two other people in the room. One of them was about 50 years old, with a dignified expression on his face, looking coldly ahead with an indifferent expression. The other person was a young girl in a fiery red dress. This young girl looked about the same age as Zhang Ruoshi. Her face was extremely delicate, and her figure was full of curves. Her tight dress outlined her delicate figure, and together with the fiery red dress, she looked like a blooming rose. However, at this moment, the young girl was holding a soft whip as thick as a thumb. She raised it high and looked like she was about to swing it. With a fierce expression on her face, she shouted, "Old thing, don't be so shameless. This young lady let you lead the way because she thinks highly of you. If you dare to say no again, this young lady will whip you to death." From the looks of it, the wound on the shoulder of the old man who was curled up on the ground was obviously caused by the young girl. The little girl was also scared to tears by her. "I'll ask you one more time, will you lead the way or not?" The young girl glared at the old man fiercely. The old man lowered his head and gritted his teeth. "Young lady, can you give me a few more days? Little Ling is sick and needs someone to take care of her. If I leave, what will happen to her?" Chapter 25:33. What does this dirty girl's illness have to do with this young lady? This young lady's time is very precious. Let alone a few days, I can't afford to waste even a moment. I'll ask you one last time, are you going to lead the way or not? The girl in red snorted coldly, unmoved. Old Ban begged bitterly, "Just 2 days, this old man only needs 2 days. After 2 days, this old man will definitely bring young lady safely into the ancient lands. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Old thing, you're courting death." The girl in red shouted. She seemed to be in a bad mood, and with a wave of her hand, the soft whip whizzed towards Old Ban. The girl in red's cultivation wasn't low. Like Zhang Ruoshi, she was in the third-order Dao Source realm. The whip she lashed out in anger had an astonishing momentum, accompanied by the faint sound of wind and thunder. It was unknown what kind of secret technique she had used. If this whip hit, Old Ban wouldn't be able to resist it with his first-order Dao Source realm cultivation. He would probably be whipped half to death. However, her whip was caught in midair by a hand. The other party didn't seem to use much strength, but she couldn't move. The girl in red was furious. She turned her head and saw a girl about the same age as her standing behind her, glaring at her angrily. The one who grabbed her whip was naturally Zhang Ruoxi. Although this Zhang family girl had a violent aura and cruel means when she fought, she was usually a weak and innocent girl with a kind heart. At this moment, seeing such violence in front of her, she naturally couldn't stand it anymore and took the initiative to attack without waiting for Yang Kai to say anything. If you have something to say, say it. How can you hit people? Zhang Ruoxi shouted. The girl in red frowned and said angrily, "Little girl, who are you? How dare you meddle in this young lady's business?" Zhang Ruoxi snorted coldly, "Call me a little girl. Aren't you a little girl yourself? No matter what, it's wrong for you to hit people. Didn't this old man say that he wanted you to give him 2 days? Can't you see that this little girl is sick? You dare talk back to me?" The girl in red erupted like a volcano. Her whole body was covered in flames of anger as she shouted, "Believe it or not, I'll kill you." While they were talking, he suddenly pulled the soft whip in his hand, wanting to pull his weapon back. But no matter how hard she tried, Zhang Ruoxi firmly grasped the whip in her hand. Zhang Ruoxi's delicate hand seemed to be carved from jade, and although she didn't seem to be exerting much strength, she was still able to hold onto the soft whip tightly. The red-clothed girl's expression changed slightly as she realized that Zhang Ruoxi wasn't someone to be trifled with. Although both she and Zhang Ruoxi were cultivators of the third-order Dao Source realm, this red-clothed girl was obviously just a figurehead with very little experience in actual combat. She tried several times but failed to retract her whip. Her small face couldn't help but redden as she stomped her feet angrily. "Old Fu, why aren't you doing anything? This young lady is being bullied. If you don't do anything, I'll go back and report to my father, master, and tell him to break your legs. Also, what are those 2 pieces of trash doing?" He didn't even try to stop someone from barging in. Later, this young lady will definitely extract their souls and refine them into soul slaves. She gritted her teeth and shouted for a while, but old Fu still didn't make a move. It wasn't that old Fu didn't want to make a move, but he couldn't. When Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi broke in, he saw them, but he didn't pay much attention to them. After all, whether it was Yang Kai or Zhang Ruoxi, they didn't look very old, so even if they had some skills, they wouldn't be too strong. When Zhang Ruoxi reached out to grab his young lady's whip, he wanted to stop her, but when he met Yang Kai's eyes, his heart skipped a beat. His heart skipped a beat, and his mind was in a trance. He couldn't immediately take action. After that, he and Yang Kai stared at each other for a long time. At this moment, old Fu's heart was in turmoil because he found that the young man in front of him was actually from the Emperor realm. At such a young age, he was already an Emperor realm master. Was he an outstanding disciple of some great force? Or did he obtain an incredible opportunity in the Shattered Star Sea? Recently, many rising stars in the star boundary had broken through to the Emperor realm like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. This was no secret. In old Fu's opinion, Yang Kai should be one of those rising stars. But even though he was a little shocked, he still didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes. In this world, there were only a few people who dared to provoke his young lady, and among those few people, Yang Kai was definitely not one of them. So, under the repeated urging of the red-clothed girl, he finally took action. Suddenly, a divine light bloomed from his eyes, turning into an invisible force that stabbed towards Yang Kai's mind like a sharp sword. A soul attack! Yang Kai raised his brow, a little surprised. He and old Fu were both first-order Emperor realm masters, so their cultivations were about the same. If old Fu didn't have great confidence in his soul, he wouldn't have used a soul attack as it was too risky. If Yang Kai's soul was stronger than his, old Fu might suffer a backlash. Judging from the strength of his opponent's attack, old Fu's soul was indeed strong. It was above the average first-order Emperor realm master and could even be barely comparable to a second-order Emperor realm master. This was probably the source of his confidence. As soon as the soul attack was launched, old Fu no longer paid attention to Yang Kai. He seemed to think that even if this attack couldn't hurt Yang Kai, it would definitely make him panic for a while, so he reached out to grab Zhang Ruoxi. Seeing that old Fu finally made a move, the red-clothed girl couldn't help but shout excitedly, "Good, good, good! "Old Fu, catch this cheap servant for me. This young lady will shave her face and let her know the consequences of offending this young lady." As soon as Old Fu moved, Jianghu she couldn't help but tremble. She immediately felt like she was being suppressed, and even her breathing became slightly rapid. When she heard the vicious words of the red-clothed girl, her face turned even paler. She was only in her early 20s and was just a girl who hadn't seen much of the world. If her face was really disfigured, she probably wouldn't dare to come out in the future. Although she didn't care much about her appearance, who would be willing to suffer such torture? The red-clothed girl saw Zhang Ruoxi's panic and couldn't help but laugh proudly. "Now you're afraid? It's too late. This young lady will not only shave your face, but also strip you naked and throw you out in public for those dirty and smelly men to see." Zhang Ruoxi felt dizzy, and her pale face became even paler. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of the scene where he was stripped naked, surrounded by countless people, and pointed at. He was so frightened that he almost cried. If this really happened, she would no longer have the face to live in this world. Whose little girl is this? How could she be so vicious? Yang Kai suddenly snorted coldly. Even though he was a man, he couldn't bear to listen to this. This red-clothed girl opened her mouth and said that she would shave her face and strip her clothes. That was too vicious. Old Fu, who was about to grab Zhang Ruoxi, trembled as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He quickly withdrew his fierce aura and at the same time, let out a muffled groan and staggered back a few steps. His heart shook violently, and he couldn't hide the horror in his eyes. His soul attack had been countered by Yang Kai. Fortunately, he was anxious to save his master and didn't release too much spiritual energy, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This young man, his soul is stronger than mine? How is this possible? Old Fu knew how strong his soul was. Because of some opportunities in his early years, he had refined the waterfall divine grass, which could greatly increase his soul's strength. An ordinary first-order Emperor Realm Master couldn't compare to him, but this young man not only survived his attack, he even slightly injured him. Is he a second-order Emperor Realm Master? He had long heard that there were dragons and snakes mixed together in this desolated city, and now it seemed that this rumor was true. Old Fu's face was gloomy as he looked at Yang Kai with some fear. He thought that with his identity and strength, he could at least protect himself in this desolated city, but now it seemed that he was too naive. This random young man had such strength. How many monsters were hidden in the entire barren city? Without the suppression of Old Fu's aura, Zhang Ruoxi quickly recovered. The red-clothed girl was still chattering, saying that she would use the most vicious means to punish Zhang Ruoxi. Zhang Ruoxi was furious, so she let go of her whip and slapped the red-clothed girl's chest. The red-clothed girl had been counting on Old Fu to save her, so she didn't expect such a turn of events. She was caught off guard by Zhang Ruoxi's slap and immediately let out a scream as her petite body flew backwards like a kite. Old Fu was shocked and stretched out his hand, sending out his Emperor Qi to catch the red-clothed girl. He didn't even dare to touch the red-clothed girl's body with his hand. What stunned Yang Kai was that after taking Zhang Ruoxi's angry blow, the red-clothed girl was completely fine. She staggered a few times to regain her balance and looked at Zhang Ruoxi blankly. It took her a long time to react and ask in a daze, "It hit me?" She seemed to be in disbelief of what had just happened. "You bitch, how dare you hit me?" The red-clothed girl suddenly became hysterical, as if Zhang Ruoxi had done something absolutely unforgivable. Her pair of beautiful eyes turned red, and her face became frighteningly ferocious. As she shouted, the soft whip in her hand whistled through the air again, fiercely lashing out at Zhang Ruoxi. Zhang Ruoxi was also stunned. She had just slapped the red-clothed girl in anger, but she didn't expect the red-clothed girl to be completely fine. Moreover, the feeling of the slap on her chest was very strange, as if it wasn't a human body, but a ball of cotton, making Zhang Ruoxi feel like she couldn't exert her strength. This was the first time she had encountered such a thing, so she couldn't help but think a little too much. It wasn't until the whip hit her that she came back to her senses. Gritting her teeth, she flashed a few times like a ghost and instantly rushed in front of the red-clothed girl. Her pair of jade palms turned into countless afterimages as source chi surged, quickly greeting the red-clothed girl. Chapter 25-34. This red-clothed girl was obviously a spoiled young lady from a large force. Although her strength was not bad, her actual combat experience was pitifully little. At this moment, in her anger, her attacks were even more disorganized. She only knew how to wave her soft whip carelessly, not displaying her full strength at all. Although Jianghu she had not participated in many battles, during the 20 days in Purple Mountain City, she had fought life and death battles in the arena every day. Naturally, she had much more experience than the girl in red. Therefore, when the two fought, the situation was one-sided, and the girl in red was completely suppressed. Asterisk pring pring pring. Asterisk the sound of explosions continued to ring out as Zhang Ruoxi's two hands turned into afterimages, constantly attacking the girl in red. Every blow forced the girl to stagger back, while her attacks were easily dodged by Zhang Ruoxi. However, even after taking dozens of blows in an instant, the girl in red was not injured at all. Her fierce aura did not diminish in the slightest, but this kind of fighting style made her extremely angry. She screamed and her pretty face twisted, as if she wanted to eat someone. A defensive emperor artifact. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and finally understood why the girl in red was not injured. Because every time Zhang Ruoxi struck, a faint light would flash from the girl in red's body, completely neutralizing Zhang Ruoxi's attack. She was not injured at all. With such a powerful defensive ability, it was definitely a defensive emperor artifact. This girl in red is definitely wearing an artifact armor. Emperor artifacts were rare, and defensive emperor artifacts were even more precious. To be able to have a defensive emperor artifact, this girl in red must have a great background. Kill you, kill you, kill you. Although the girl in red was not injured, she was battered and exhausted by Zhang Ruoxi. He kept retreating while yelling fiercely. But after a while, she found that she was no match for Zhang Ruoxi at all and immediately shouted, "Old Fu, why haven't you killed her yet?" Old Fu was also suffering at this moment. He had just been controlled by Yang Kai's soul. Although he was not seriously injured, under the watchful eyes of Yang Kai, he did not dare to act rashly. At this moment, when he heard his young lady's call, he could only grit his teeth and rush towards Zhang Ruoxi. Just as he was about to move, Yang Kai flashed in front of him like a ghost and lightly pushed his palm towards him, saying indifferently, "Old man, these little girls are fighting. You shouldn't interfere, it's not fun to bully the weak." See? Old Fu gasped and retreated. His figure explosively retreated. Kai Yang's palm seemed extremely ordinary, without any special effects, but he felt a fatal danger from it. If he was really hit, he would probably lose half his life immediately. Who is this brat? How can he be so strong? His eyes were filled with bewilderment, even though he wanted to save his master. But there was nothing he could do at this moment. On the other side, Old Ban was protecting a little girl called Lil Ling. Had already retreated to the corner of the house, holding little Ling tightly in his arms as he watched the fight in the house in horror. Although he had lived in Desolated City all his life, he was only a cultivator in the First Order Dao Source realm. Now that he had little Ling to take care of, he was naturally afraid of getting into trouble. But now, in his own house, two girls were fighting fiercely. Two Emperor Masters were confronting each other head-on, making him feel a little dizzy. These two groups of people. They seemed to have great backgrounds and he could not afford to provoke any of them. Although he was grateful to Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi for helping him, he did not dare to say anything at this moment. He could only secretly pray that no one would die. Asterisk ping ping ping. Asterisk with a wave of Zhang Ruoxi's hands, the red-clothed girl was forced into a corner. The red-clothed girl had nowhere to retreat, and all her attacks were easily dodged by Zhang Ruoxi. It was as if she had turned into a sandbag and could only passively endure Zhang Ruoxi's blows. Fortunately, her defensive emperor artifact was extremely strong, so Zhang Ruoxi did not kill her. Although she looked battered and exhausted, her life was not in danger. It was just that she had lost all her face. The girl in red felt wronged and her eyes turned red. It was unknown whether she was angry or crying. "Junior, Tell your little girl to stop immediately and apologize to my young lady, or you will die. Old Fu was intimidated by Yang Kai and could not help his young lady. He could only grit his teeth and shout angrily. How dare you threaten me? Yang Kai snorted coldly and looked at Old Fu coldly. The latter's heart trembled and he could not help but gulp. Old Fu forced himself to calm down and shouted, Do you know who my young lady is? She is. Before he could finish his words, Yang Kai turned his head and said, Ruo she is wearing a defensive emperor artifact. It's useless for you to hit her like this. Old Fu did not know what kind of power he used, but he felt a buzz in his head and could not say anything else. A defensive emperor artifact? Zhang Ruoshi heard this and suddenly realized why she felt so strange. It was as if she was hitting a ball of cotton. It turned out that this girl had an emperor artifact just like herself. Then what should I do? Zhang Ruoshi took a step back and stood still. The girl in red was attacked for a while. Although she was angry, her face was pale. Anyone who was beaten like this would be frightened, even if she was protected by an emperor artifact. At this moment, she was looking at Zhang Ruoshi with eyes full of fear. Ever since she was a child, no one had ever dared to disobey her. Even if she wanted the stars in the sky, someone would try to pluck them for her. She had never been hit by anyone before. But today, in this dilapidated stone house in desolated city, she was beaten by Zhang Ruoshi more than 100 times. At this moment, she was shocked and afraid of Zhang Ruoshi, but also extremely angry. She could not wait to kill her. Hearing Zhang Ruoshi's question, Yang Kai touched his chin and said leisurely, Although an emperor artifact is powerful, it can't protect everything. Didn't she just say that she wanted to scratch your face? Zhang Ruoshi nodded and said, Ruoshi understands. As she spoke, she coldly looked at the red-clothed girl, her pair of beautiful eyes constantly sweeping over her delicate face. What are you doing? The girl in red looked at Zhang Ruoshi's malicious eyes and her beautiful eyes were immediately filled with horror. She screamed and retreated, but there was a wall behind her. Where could she go? The soft whip in her hand had long been thrown to the ground. Old Fu was also shocked. Listening to Yang Kai's words, it seemed that the girl was going to slap his young lady's face. If she was really slapped in the face, what would happen with his young lady's temper? The whole eastern territory would be shaken. He shouted, Boy, listen carefully, my young lady is from, I won't listen, I won't listen, I won't listen. Yang Kai shook his head like a rattledrum. Old Fu's words came to an abrupt end. There was no way for him to explain what happened next. He immediately understood that Yang Kai must have seen that their origins were extraordinary, so he didn't want to know the details at all. He didn't want to have any scruples after knowing. This was simply too despicable and shameless. Usually, he only needed to report his identity and origin, and no matter how strong the enemy was, they would retreat in fear. But when it came to Yang Kai, he couldn't even complete a sentence, so how could he report his identity? Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, Ruoshi, if anyone here dares to say a word except for me, slap this girl's face with all your strength. Zhang Ruoshi naturally obeyed. This was Yang Kai's order, so even if the person standing in front of her was the emperor, she would still slap him. You dare. The girl in red couldn't help but shout. Asterisk slap, asterisk with a crisp sound, the girl in red's head was slapped to the side, and a red palm print immediately appeared on her left cheek. The red-clothed girl was stunned by the slap. She covered her cheek with her hand and stared at Zhang Ruoshi in a daze. The burning pain on her cheek made her feel extremely terrified and comical. After a while, she muttered, You really dare? Asterisk slap, asterisk this time. A palm print also appeared on the girl in red's right cheek. Wah! The girl in red burst into tears. Her tears fell like a broken string of pearls, and she looked heartbroken. Seeing this, Zhang Ruoshi frowned and shouted, Shut up! If you cry again, I'll slap you again. These words seemed to have infinite magic. The girl in red stopped crying at once, but her shoulders were trembling and she was choking with sobs. She was really scared of being beaten. Zhang Ruoshi snorted coldly, You're crying so hard after being slapped twice? Why didn't you think about whether you were doing the right thing when you slapped him just now? It's not like he didn't want to show you the way. He just wanted you to give him 2 days' grace. Why did you treat him like that? Do you know how painful it is when you whip him? How dare you, little girl? Old Fu shouted when he saw that Jianghu, she not only slapped his young lady but also scolded her seriously. How could he bear it anymore? Jianghu, she raised her hand and slapped him again. Sir said that whoever dares to speak will be beaten. If you want to blame someone, blame the person who spoke just now. The girl in red turned her head and glared at Old Fu fiercely with her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to kill him. Ugh. Old Fu shrank his neck under her glare. He knew that the young lady was holding a grudge against him, and his mouth was full of bitterness. Yang Kai chuckled and looked at Old Fu. Old sir, do you have anything else to say? This young master is all ears. Old Fu's face was gloomy. He looked at Yang Kai coldly, but he didn't dare to say a word. What a joke! If he said a word, the young lady would be slapped. He had already made the young lady hate him. If he said anything more, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to live past tomorrow. But as the young lady's guard, he had failed to protect her. He had failed in his duty to protect her, and he didn't know what kind of punishment he would receive when he returned. Old Fu was in a dilemma. The grievance in his heart was like a 1,000-year-old wine that kept churning, making him see stars. He wished he could just faint here and now. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Chapter 25:35. Old sir, do you really have nothing to say? Yang Kai looked at Old Fu with a smile. Old Fu's face darkened and he didn't say a word. How could he fall for Yang Kai's trick? If he really opened his mouth, the young lady would be slapped in the face again. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the red-clothed girl. What about you? Do you have anything to say? The red-clothed girl's eyes were tearing up, and her cheeks were burning with pain. How could she dare to say anything? She could only shake her head like a rattle drum. Since you have nothing to say, then get out of here. Yang Kai's face suddenly sank and he coldly snorted. Hearing this, Old Fu felt as if he had been granted amnesty and didn't dare to say anything. His figure flickered and he came to the red-clothed girl's side, enveloped her with his emperor chi, grabbed the soft whip that had fallen to the ground, and rushed out like lightning. When he reached the door, he turned around and glared at Yang Kai with eyes full of resentment. He wasn't as strong as Yang Kai, so he didn't dare to threaten him, but he was unwilling to retreat like this, so he could only glare at him and leave a meaningful signal. On the other side, Jianghu, she didn't try to stop them and just watched them leave quietly. After they disappeared, Jianghu, she walked to the other side of the house, squatted down, and looked at the girl named Xiaoling. Little sister, don't be afraid. The bad guys have been beaten away. Xiaolinger's face was still tear-stained. Perhaps it was because Jianghu, she had helped her and her grandfather, but she didn't show the slightest fear at this moment. She just stared at Jianghu, she curiously with her big eyes, as if wondering how this elder sister was stronger than her grandfather. Old Ban also stood up shakily and cupped his fists. Thank you, little brother and young lady, for your help. This old man is very grateful. If it weren't for Yang Kai and Jianghu, she's sudden arrival today, he would have been forced to join the young lady. It didn't matter if he entered the ancient lands. After all, he had been back and forth so many times, so he was very confident that he wouldn't encounter any life-threatening danger, but if he left, no one would take care of Xiaoling. How could he rest assured? Old Sir is too polite. It's them who went too far. Jianghu, she smiled lightly, not taking any credit. Old Ban sighed. This old man has implicated the two of you. May I know the names of our benefactors? He had lived in the desolate city for many years, so his eyesight was quite good. He knew that the red-clothed girl's background was not small. Yang Kai and Jianghu, she had stood up for him and offended the red-clothed girl, so he was afraid that she would not let this matter go so easily, so he felt quite apologetic. Yang Kai smiled. Instead of answering the old man's question, the old man simply said, Old man, Ling seems to be quite ill, you should settle her down first. Also, this place is no longer suitable for living, it's best to leave as soon as possible. We won't disturb you any further. While speaking, he winked at Zhang Ruoxi and the two of them walked out together. Although Yang Kai's main purpose in coming here was to ask Old Ban to lead him into the ancient lands, now that such an accident had occurred, the original plan was no longer feasible. Old Ban still had a sick granddaughter to take care of, so Yang Kai couldn't let Old Ban leave Ling behind. However, even without Old Ban leading the way, Yang Kai was confident that he could enter the ancient lands. It was just that there might be some twists and turns along the way. He simply didn't mention the matter of Old Ban leading the way, so as not to embarrass him. "Grandpa!" Suddenly, Ling Er's weak cry came from behind. Immediately after, Old Ban suddenly shouted, "You too, please wait." Yang Kai looked back at him. Old Ban asked, "Little brother, you want this old man to lead you to the ancient lands, right?" People who came here to find him were all here to ask him to lead the way to the ancient lands. The red-clothed girl was like this, and so were Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi. He had no relatives or friends, so it was impossible for anyone to come here to visit him. There was nothing to hide, so Yang Kai nodded, yes. Old Ban continued, "Then, can you two wait for this old man outside the ancient lands passageway for a day? After a day, this old man will definitely find you and lead you into the ancient lands." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and smiled. This one appreciates Old Sir's kindness, but Old Sir should take care of Ling Er first. Old Ban stroked Ling Er's head. "This is Ling Er's wish, I can't let her down." Yang Kai frowned. "But if you follow me into the ancient lands, what will happen to Ling Er?" Old Ban said, "I have lived here for so many years, so I have some connections. Naturally, Ling Er will be placed in a safe place." After a pause, he continued, "This old man has nothing to thank the two of you, so this is a small gift from this old man. I hope little brother won't refuse." Since the old man had put it this way, Yang Kai naturally couldn't say anything else, so he could only nod. "All right, then I will thank Old Ban first. Ruoxi and I will wait for you at the entrance of the ancient lands passageway tomorrow." "Then it's settled. Take care." Old Ban cupped his hands slightly. Ling Er suddenly said, "Big brother, big sister, be careful. I heard Grandpa say that it's very dangerous inside. You must come back alive." Zhang Ruoxi smiled. "All right, Ling Er also needs to take care of her body and grow up quickly." Ling Er nodded heavily. Her pale face due to illness now seemed to have a bit of a blush. After reaching an agreement with Old Ban, Yang Kai took Zhang Ruoxi and left Desolation City straight for the ancient lands. It took them an hour to find the entrance to the ancient lands. After finding a quiet place nearby, the two sat down cross-legged. Yang Kai took out the jade slip given to him by Pai San and carefully studied the map of the ancient lands. There were many dangers in the ancient lands. There was no lack of powerful monster beasts and natural traps. Even the masters of the Emperor realm might not be able to escape unscathed if they entered. Although Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary, he wasn't arrogant, so it was always necessary to make more preparations. Moreover, he also wanted to see if there was a place where Xiao Xiao could possibly be hiding on this map. It would be best if he could find Xiao Xiao in the periphery of the ancient lands, but if he couldn't, Yang Kai would have to venture into the ancient lands. It was even more dangerous than the periphery. Kill them all. 100 miles away from Barren City, on a desolate hillside, the girl in red clenched her teeth. Her face was ferocious and full of resentment. She kept talking. Her anger seemed to have materialized, igniting her entire being. Since childhood, she had never suffered such a loss, let alone being slapped in the face in public. Although she was so frightened at the time that she didn't even have the courage to speak, when she arrived at a safe place, humiliation and anger surged up, making it unbearable. The anger in her chest was so strong that she almost vomited blood. If she didn't take revenge, how could she be a human? She gritted her teeth and cursed as she held the soft whip in her hand and kept lashing it at the two cultivator from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. These two Third Order Dao Source Realm cultivators had decent cultivations and were from top sects. Even if they were placed outside, they would still be considered top-notch masters. However, they didn't even dare to dodge or circulate their source chi to resist this red-clothed girl's whip. They could only grit their teeth and stand in place. As the whip came down, The two men's skin and flesh were lacerated, blood flowed out, and their clothes were torn. The two men's eyes were also burning with anger, but this anger was not directed at their young lady, but at Yang Kai. They felt that if it weren't for Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi, they wouldn't have been beaten by the young lady. This was all Yang Kai's fault. Old Fu stood aside and watched in horror, fearing that the young lady would lash him in a fit of rage, so he didn't dare to say anything to persuade her. He was a master from the Emperor realm. If he was really whipped by the young lady, he would have no face to see anyone in the future. Fortunately, the young lady seemed to have given him some face. Although she was so angry that she almost lost her mind, she didn't punish him. She just lashed the soft whip in her hand again and again, making the two-third order Dao Source Realm cultivators suffer so much that they couldn't help but cast a pleading look to Old Fu for help. Old Fu turned his head and pretended not to see them, making the two guards so angry that they cursed in their hearts. After venting for a long time, the red-clothed girl seemed to be tired and fell to the ground, panting. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, and her graceful figure was faintly visible. But no one dared to enjoy such a beautiful scene. Old Fu kept his eyes down, and the two guards were half dead at this moment. They stood there trembling, as if they would fall at any moment. Old Fu, send a message back to the palace and quickly mobilize manpower. The red-clothed girl suddenly said. Old Fu was startled and asked in surprise, "Young lady, what do you want to do?" The red-clothed girl sneered and gritted her teeth. "What do I want to do? What do I want to do? Of course I want to catch that dog couple. I want to skin them, eat their flesh, and drink their blood. I want them dead." Old Fu said, "Absolutely not." The red-clothed girl was furious. "What's wrong with that? You don't even have the courage to fight with them. Do you think I expect you to avenge me?" Old Fu's face turned red at the red-clothed girl's words, but it was true. Under the deterrence of Yang Kai, he didn't even have the courage to make a move. Even so, he still tried to persuade her. "Young lady, before you left, the master told us that this trip is mainly to travel and temper your character. You must not bully others. If the master finds out the truth of this matter, will you still have the chance to leave the palace in the future? Have you forgotten what happened 3 years ago?" Hearing Old Fu mention the incident 3 years ago, the red-clothed girl seemed to recall something and couldn't help but shiver, her face full of fear. 3 years ago, she had also gone out to travel once. However, she had made a small mistake. She had used her identity to bully a few martial artists who were not worthy of being shown in public. As a result, she had been captured by her father the next day and had been confined for 3 years. 3 years, 3 whole years. Every day, she stayed in a small house with a radius of less than 20 feet, far away from the noise and prosperity of the outside world. That was simply inhumane. It was not easy for her to finally be able to go out freely. If she was caught by her father again, she was afraid that it wouldn't be just 3 years. Chapter 25:36. After being reminded by Old Fu, the red-clothed girl didn't dare to say anything about sending a message back to the palace. If she really did send a message back to the palace, she would definitely be grounded, not to mention whether the adulterous couple would be fine. Thinking of this, the red-clothed girl's eyes turned red and she said with grievance, "Father, the master is so biased. Why can't my brother leave the palace at will? He doesn't even need to take guards with him. He doesn't even care if he kills or sets fires outside. But when he comes here, not only does he have to take you pieces of trash with him, but he also has to follow so many rules. Father, the master is so biased." She was full of resentment and kept shouting. Old Fu didn't dare to say a word. His master's divine skill was amazing. It was fine if the young miss said that he was biased. After all, they were his biological children. Even if he punished them, it wouldn't be too serious. But if he agreed and was found out by the master, he might even lose his life. Then what should we do now? The red-clothed girl stomped her feet. She would feel uncomfortable if she didn't vent her anger. It was unrealistic to ask the palace to mobilize people, and it was also impossible to get revenge with the 3 people around her. She could not take revenge, right? If she really did that, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to sleep in the future. This was a nightmare that would haunt her for the rest of her life. It was enough to leave a serious psychological shadow. Old Fu didn't seem to have a good idea, and his face turned bitter. Trash, all of you are trash. The more the red-clothed girl looked at Old Fu and the two guards, the angrier she became. She couldn't help but curse. This young miss has been wronged, but you can't solve it. What use do I have for you? At this moment, Old Fu's eyes suddenly lit up as if he thought of something. Young miss, please calm down. This old man may have a good idea. What? Tell me. As long as you can take down that adulterous couple and let this young miss vent her anger, this young miss will definitely put in a good word for you in front of father and master in the future and ask for a reward. Old Fu chuckled and said, It is this old man's honor to be able to accompany young Mississippi. There is no need to speak quickly. Don't dilly-dally, the red-clothed girl impatiently interrupted him. Old Fu coughed lightly and said, The people in the palace can't be mobilized, and the few of us are no match for that brat. If young miss wants to take revenge, then we can only rely on the hands of outsiders. Outsider? The red-clothed girl frowned and asked, Who? Old Fu said, Then this old man will have to investigate and see if there's anyone nearby who can be of use to young Mississippi. The girl in red heard this. Her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and she hurriedly said, Then why don't you hurry up and ask around? When this young miss was still in the palace, those guys were all sticking to people like dog skin paste. Now that this young miss needs them, they definitely won't refuse. Yes. Miss could use them. It's their honor. Who would refuse? As he spoke, he took out a communication artifact from his space ring and said slowly, Young lady, please wait a moment. Allow this old master to inquire a little. As his divine sense surged, the communication artifact in Old Fu's hand emitted a faint light. Obviously, he was sending a message to someone. The red-clothed girl looked on eagerly, her beautiful eyes full of expectation. She seemed to foresee the scene of Yang Kai and Zhang Ruo, she being besieged by a large group of people, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth rose into a smile. She secretly swore in her heart that when that time came, she would make Yang Kai kneel in front of her, lick the dust off her shoes, and then scratch that woman's face, strip her naked, and throw her into the busiest street. Whoever dares to provoke this young miss, no matter who it is, will not have a good end. Got it? After a while, Old Fu raised his brow and whispered. Who's nearby? The red-clothed girl asked excitedly. Old Fu said, Some time ago, many people from the Netherworld sect entered the ancient lands. Even Elder Hua Feichen is here. Hua Feichen? The red-clothed girl raised her brow and said, The Second Order Emperor Realm Master who has a good relationship with you? Yes, that's him. The red-clothed girl clapped her hands and said, with Hua Feichen here, that dog couple won't be able to escape from this young miss. Old Fu, quickly send a message to the Netherworld sect and tell them to withdraw from the ancient lands. Tell them that this young miss has something for them to do. Old Fu said, There's no need to go through so much trouble. We'll just enter the ancient lands and find them. The red-clothed girl heard this and frowned. We're going to find them? Old Fu thought to himself that this girl's IQ was really limited. She couldn't even understand such a simple question. If it were someone else, he would have slapped her. But facing this red-clothed girl, he had to patiently explain, Young miss, think about it. Why are those dog couple looking for that old man? The red-clothed girl looked at him blankly and asked, What is it for? The corner of Old Fu's mouth twitched. He was angry, but he had to patiently persuade her, Then why are we looking for that old man? To find him to lead the way into the ancient lands. The red-clothed girl said, Didn't the people here say that he's the best guide in the entire desolate city? Otherwise, do you think this young miss would lower herself to go to such a shabby place? At this point, the red-clothed girl seemed to realize something and said, Oh, that dog couple is also looking for that old man to enter the ancient lands, right? Old Fu thought to himself, Great aunt, you finally figured it out. It really wasn't easy, but he couldn't help but praise. Young miss is truly talented and intelligent. You've understood everything with just a hint. The red-clothed girl coldly snorted and said, It's such a simple matter. Why are you making it so complicated? Just say that they're also going to enter the ancient lands. Ah. Old Fu laughed dryly and continued, since they're going to enter the ancient lands, we'll deal with them there. It'll save us the trouble of being discovered and gossiped about. Good. The red-clothed girl nodded and waved her hand. In that case, we'll also enter the ancient lands. Old Fu, send a message to Hua Fei-chin and tell him to cooperate with this young miss. After this matter is completed, he will be heavily rewarded. Subordinate obeys. Old Fu hurriedly cupped his fists and replied. Then, the group of 4 hurried towards the ancient lands. An hour later, Yang Kai, who was meditating not far from the entrance of the ancient lands, suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. He raised his head and glanced in a certain direction. Sir, what's wrong? Zhang Ruoshi looked at him suspiciously. Yang Kai said, It's nothing. It's just that the domineering young miss and her guards have entered the ancient lands. Zhang Ruoshi looked unhappy. Someone like her who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth is courting death by entering the ancient lands. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, although she has a bad personality and is overbearing and spoiled, she shouldn't die. Sir, you're actually speaking up for her? Zhang Ruoshi couldn't help but pout. Yang Kai said, I'm not speaking up for her. It's just that her origin is extraordinary and she must have a treasure given to her by her elders, so as long as she doesn't act too recklessly, she shouldn't be in any danger. Her origin is extraordinary. Zhang Ruoshi murmured and suddenly understood. Is this why Sir didn't make things too difficult for them before? Yang Kai nodded. That girl and old Fu are nothing, but if I really killed them, I'm afraid it would attract a lot of attention. What's more, she didn't kill anyone. She's just a little too unruly and needs to be taught a lesson. I hope she will restrain herself in the future. I'm afraid she won't be able to understand Sir's painstaking efforts, Zhang Ruoshi snorted. Yang Kai glanced at her, then looked at the wine jar in her hand and said, The wild wine is good. But don't drink it too quickly. Pay attention to the wild force. It will help you once you enter. Zhang Ruoshi responded softly. Perhaps it was because of the wine, but her small face was flushed red and her breathing was slightly rapid. Her pair of beautiful eyes were watery, indicating she was slightly drunk. Right, I'll give this to you. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something, took it out of his space ring, and handed it to Zhang Ruoshi. Space Spirit Jade. Zhang Ruoshi whispered. This is your Zhang family's ancestral artifact. It only resonates with you. Before, your cultivation wasn't enough, so I didn't dare to give it to you, but now you have the strength to protect yourself. If you have time, you should study the secrets contained in it. Perhaps, you can find the answer to your bloodline power. Zhang Ruoshi solemnly took it, and the moment the space spirit jade entered her hand, a strange space force fluctuation suddenly spread out. Then, a series of beautiful images suddenly appeared on the smooth jade. In those images, most of them were great rivers and spirit mountains. They were beautiful and serene. Among the mountains and clouds, there were pavilions and pavilions. There were even countless rare birds and beasts flashing by. Those birds and beasts all exuded an extremely powerful aura, startling the birds and causing them to fly away. A few years ago, when Zhang Ruoshi touched the space spirit jade for the first time, these images also appeared. Now, they appeared again, but whether it was Yang Kai or Zhang Ruoshi, both of them were at a loss, not knowing what these images represented. Yang Kai originally thought that this space spirit jade contained some kind of divine technique of space. After all, someone had used this space spirit jade to cultivate Space Force. However, Yang Kai had investigated it many times, but he didn't find anything strange about it. This space spirit jade seemed to only activate in Zhang Ruoshi's hands, so he didn't know what kind of mystery it hid. Suddenly, Zhang Ruoshi raised her head and looked in a certain direction in the depths of the ancient lands. Yang Kai looked at her in surprise and asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong?" Zhang Ruoshi was startled for a long time before she said, "Sir, I feel like something is calling me from there." "Calling you?" Yang Kai was startled. Zhang Ruoshi was looking in the depths of the ancient lands, so what could be calling her from there? Moreover, this happened after she obtained the space spirit jade. Could it be related to the space spirit jade? Are you sure? Yang Kai asked again. Zhang Ruoxi furrowed her brow and was silent for a long time before she shook her head and said, I'm not sure. That feeling only lasted for a moment, and it's gone now. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he pondered for a moment before saying, this space spirit jade is quite strange. Perhaps it really is related to the ancient wildlands. Perhaps this space spirit jade was passed down from the ancient wildlands. Once we enter the ancient wildlands, you can examine it carefully, perhaps you'll be able to gain something. Chapter 25:37. One day later, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and whispered, he's here. Hearing this, Zhang Ruoxi quickly put away the space spirit jade in her hand, stood up, and looked ahead. In front of them, a figure was rushing towards them, constantly looking around as if he was looking for something. Yang Kai released a bit of his divine sense to guide him, and the person immediately sensed it and rushed over. After a short while, Old Ban appeared in front of Yang Kai and cupped his fists. Sorry to keep you waiting, little brother. Old Ban is too polite. Yang Kai returned the courtesy. Thank you for your help this time. Old Ban smiled slightly and said, don't worry, with me leading the way, I can guarantee that you will enter the ancient lands safely. When he said this, his face was full of confidence, completely different from the submissive look he had when he was being beaten by the red-clothed girl yesterday. Yang Kai nodded secretly, feeling that Pai Sen's introduction was right. Although this old band's cultivation wasn't high, he definitely knew a safe passage to enter and exit the ancient lands, or perhaps he knew some rules. Otherwise, with his cultivation, how could he be so confident? Before entering the ancient lands, you two should refine this thing first, Old Ban said, handing something to Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi. Yang Kai took it and found that it was something similar to a sound bead, but it was different from an ordinary sound bead. The refining method was very rough, and it didn't look like it was made by a professional artifact refiner. It looked more like someone had casually refined it with some random material. What is this? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Old Ban explained, the ancient land's passageway is filled with strange fog. The strange fog blocks the vision of one's divine sense. If you enter without a guide, it's easy to get lost and lose your way. This is a communication bead that this old man refined from the ancient land's passageway's special material, the jade armor stone. It can sense each other's location without being affected by the strange fog. After you refine it, you will be able to detect my movements in the strange fog, but the range is only 300 feet. You just need to follow me closely. Yang Kai understood and nodded. All right. Immediately, he and Zhang Ruoxi began to refine the jade beads. This thing wasn't difficult to refine, and in less than a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi finished refining it. Holding it in their palms, they could sense the location of the other two jade jewels. It was extremely convenient. Yang Kai knew that Old Ban was right. With this thing, it would be difficult for him and Zhang Ruoxi to get separated from Old Ban. Since the two of you are ready, then let's set off. Before we leave, this old man must remind you again. You must stay close to this little old man. Otherwise, once you get lost, it will be very difficult for you to get out. Old Ban solemnly warned. He was afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't take it seriously because of his high cultivation, so he gave an example. More than 30 years ago, a master from the Emperor realm was lost in this strange fog for 10 years. 10 years. Yang Kai was shocked. Old Ban nodded solemnly. That's right. Zhang Ruoxi asked curiously, how does Old Ban know such details? A master from the Emperor realm was lost in the strange fog for 10 years. How could others know? Even if Old Ban knew the ancient land's passageway like the back of his hand, with his low cultivation, he couldn't have observed a person for 10 years under the interference of the strange fog. Zhang Ruoxi didn't ask because she doubted him, but because she was curious. Old Ban said seriously, because during those 10 years, I've encountered this master many times. I have met this person many times in the passageway. Every time, this person would wander aimlessly in the passageway like a lonely ghost. There were many times when this old man was almost injured by this person. Fortunately, I ran away quickly. What happened to this person in the end? Zhang Ruoxi asked nervously. Old Ban shook his head. I don't know. Maybe he died somewhere in the passageway, or maybe he escaped by chance. I haven't encountered this person since 20 years ago. However, it seems that she has been trapped for too long, so her mind is a little unclear. But I vaguely noticed that she was a woman. So pitiful. Zhang Ruoxi sighed. No matter how strong a woman was, she was still a woman. How did she survive being trapped in the strange fog for nearly 10 years? Did she live or die in the end? What would have happened if she had been trapped in the passageway for 10 years? Zhang Ruoxi couldn't help but shudder at the thought. However, this was a matter of the past, and Old Ban only mentioned it because he wanted Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi to be serious. Don't worry, Old Ban. We won't leave you, Yang Kai said solemnly. Okay, let's go. Old Ban nodded, waved his hand, and rushed toward the ancient land's passageway. Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi followed closely behind. While waiting for Old Ban, Yang Kai took the time to investigate the passageway of the ancient lands. It seemed to be a large canyon, with an unknown length and width of more than 10 miles. In the past few days, many cultivators had entered the passageway, all of them looking confident and high-spirited, as if they were looking for treasures. Among them were the red-clothed girl, Old Fu, and the others. The first 20 miles of the passageway was quite wide. Even if there was some strange fog, it didn't affect their vision. However, the deeper they went, the thicker the fog became. By the time they reached 50 miles, they couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. When Yang Kai probed with his divine sense, he found that what he was probing into was like a ball of extremely elastic cotton, bouncing back all his divine sense, making it impossible for him to probe any deeper, only able to probe a small distance. He had long known that this strange fog was extremely strange. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused so many cultivators to turn pale. Old Ban walked as if he was flying, not stopping for a moment. In a short while, they had already traveled 50 miles. At this point, the three of them were deep into the strange fog. Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi suddenly felt like they had fallen into a bottomless sea. Their field of vision was pitch black, and even their divine senses could only extend 10 meters to their sides. They couldn't probe any further. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. He felt that nature was truly a work of God. Such a powerful natural barrier couldn't have been arranged by human hands. If such a strange fog was placed near a sect, it would definitely be comparable to a sect defending array. Anyone who dared to invade would probably get lost in it. Although he was a first-order Emperor Realm Master, his divine sense wasn't any worse than a second-order Emperor Realm Master's. If even he couldn't do anything about this strange fog, how many people in the star boundary could spy on the dangers and secrets of this strange fog? Perhaps, only a third-order Emperor Realm Master would have a different performance here. Stepping into the strange fog, Old Ban suddenly slowed down and said in a deep voice, "The two of you should always pay attention to Gui Jiaju's reaction and check this old man's position, lest we get separated." And Zhang Ruoxi, who was following behind him, nodded heavily. In fact, there was no need for him to remind them. The moment they entered the strange fog, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi held the Gui Jiaju tightly in their hands and poured a strand of their divine sense into it. As a result, with the guidance of the Gui Jiaju, even if they couldn't see anything and couldn't probe too far with their divine sense, they could still follow Old Ban closely. Kacha. A strange sound came from under their feet, making their hair stand on end, as if they had stepped on something. Curious, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate, and after seeing the situation under his feet, he couldn't help but gasp. This was because the ground was actually covered with white bones. Who knew how many skeletons had died here? The white bones had been weathered for a long time and were extremely brittle. When one stepped on them, they would immediately be crushed into powder. Yang Kai quietly glanced at Zhang Ruoxi and found that she wasn't too frightened. Although she was a little nervous, she wasn't afraid, so he was relieved. Zhang Ruoxi was very adaptable. Old Ban's voice came from the front. Since ancient times, countless heroes have died in the ancient land's passageway. This entire passageway can be said to be paved with white bones. Countless cultivators above the Dao Source realm died here. After they died, their flesh and blood disappeared, leaving behind only their bones. If their souls were lucky enough, they might not be destroyed. Coupled with the strange characteristics of this strange fog, it is easy to give birth to Yin souls and malicious ghosts. Yin souls and malicious ghosts. Zhang Ruoxi's tender body trembled as goosebumps rose all over her body. She wasn't afraid of stepping on bones all over the ground, but hearing about Yin souls and malicious ghosts scared her. Old Ban continued, "These Yin souls and malicious ghosts are hidden in the strange fog, and from time to time, they will come out and hurt people. This is one of the 3 deadly dangers of the ancient land's passageway. Ordinary ghosts are fine, but if you encounter a powerful ghost general or ghost commander, it will be extremely difficult to deal with. Moreover, at the center of the passageway is a powerful ghost king. It is said that it was transformed from the soul of a dead second-order emperor realm master, so anyone who knows a little about this passageway will walk close to the edges and never enter the center." While Old Ban was speaking, Zhang Ruoxi suddenly let out a low cry, as if she had been frightened by something. Immediately after, her source qi surged and she slapped her palm in a certain direction. The surge of energy was terrifying, and in the direction she attacked, a shrill scream suddenly rang out. It was so shrill that it sounded like a baby crying at night. Yang Kai had released his divine sense the moment she made her move and discovered that, at some unknown time, half a meter to her right, a strange energy had appeared. This energy was hidden in a strange fog and had condensed into a distorted face that was staring at her curiously. But under Zhang Ruoxi's attack, this distorted face immediately became ferocious. Old Ban's face changed as he shouted, "Yin souls?" His strength was the lowest, so even if he released his divine sense, it was suppressed to the side. He couldn't detect the situation on Zhang Ruoxi's side, so he could only ask. Chapter 25:38. Hearing Old Ban's question, Zhang Ruoxi said in a trembling voice, "I don't know if it's a Yin soul, but it doesn't have a physical body, and it seems to be very angry right now. When it gets close, attack it with your soul. Ordinary attacks have no effect on it. Don't be afraid, young lady. With your cultivation, ordinary Yin souls can't hurt you, unless they're ghost generals or ghost commanders with profound cultivation. You have to stay calm." Old Ban quickly reminded her. He seemed to have experienced many such situations and had his own ideas on how to deal with them. Hearing this, Zhang Ruoxi took a deep breath and used her divine sense to scan her surroundings, paying attention to the Yin soul's movements. After being attacked, the Yin soul seemed to be extremely angry. Its unclear facial features became distorted and its translucent body took a step back into the strange fog. Then, it rolled up a gust of cold wind and pounced on Zhang Ruoxi with bared fangs and brandished claws. Before the attack arrived, a sharp scream rang out. This scream was not only harsh, but it also contained a strange soul power that wanted to tear apart Zhang Ruoxi's knowledge sea defenses. With Old Ban's reminder, Zhang Ruoxi guarded her mind. Although her face was a little pale, she didn't make a sound. Only when the Yin soul was 3 inches in front of her did she suddenly burst out with pure spiritual energy. The ghost's translucent body was like a water droplet that had collided with an extremely hard wall. It immediately split into pieces and disappeared amidst a mournful scream. Phew! Zhang Ruoxi let out a sigh of relief and slowly calmed down. After killing a Yin soul with her own hands, she found that this strange thing wasn't that scary, so she wasn't so scared anymore. Old Ban said from the front, "There are only Yin souls here. Even with my cultivation, this old man can easily deal with them. As long as young lady doesn't panic, you'll be fine. The only thing you need to pay attention to is that some Yin souls have cultivated a special divine technique in this strange environment. This divine technique is a soul attack, and it's really hard to guard against. If young lady has a soul defensive artifact, you can activate it now to guard against the unexpected." He didn't remind Yang Kai of this, because he knew that a master from the Emperor realm didn't need to be reminded too much. Zhang Ruoxi stuck out her tongue, "I don't have a soul-type artifact." She only had 2 artifacts on her. One was the Pink Cloud's Phoenix robe given to her by the divine spirit Qiongqi, and the other was the 10,000 Beasts seal given to her by Yang Kai. Old Ban didn't say anything else and focused on leading the way. Along the way, from time to time, ghosts would come to disturb them. However, because Old Ban was very familiar with this passage and chose a very safe path, they didn't encounter any powerful ghosts. The ghosts that harassed them naturally didn't have a good ending. Yang Kai didn't take any action, leaving all the Yin souls to Zhang Ruoxi. Half an hour later, Zhang Ruoxi had become accustomed to this sight. He was no longer as nervous as he was at the beginning. When Yin spirits attacked, he could kill them without batting an eyelid. Although Yang Kai couldn't determine their location and direction due to the interference of the strange fog, he could tell from Old Ban's route that they weren't walking in a straight line. Instead, they were taking many twists and turns. From time to time, Old Ban would stop to observe the nearby terrain and then change direction. Sometimes, he would even stand in one place for a long time, doing nothing. After a long time, he would move forward again. Yang Kai knew that his previous guess was right. The best guide in Desolation City should have a safe passage in and out of the ancient lands. However, this was his secret and Old Ban's survival capital, so Yang Kai didn't rashly inquire about it. Half a day later, Yang Kai didn't know where they were. After Zhang Ruoxi casually dealt with the Yin soul, Old Ban, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. His nose twitched rapidly as he inhaled briskly. Yang Kai raised his brow, realizing that Old Ban had discovered something, so he immediately released his divine sense to pay close attention to his movements. After sniffing for a while, Old Ban's face suddenly changed and he shouted, "Follow me closely. Don't fall behind." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already leaped forward and rushed forward at a high speed. Old Ban had been extremely cautious along the way, never daring to take the slightest risk, but now he was so anxious. It was obvious that he had discovered something. Although Yang Kai wasn't as experienced as Old Ban, he still felt an instinctive sense of crisis, as if some kind of danger was approaching. He was now in the Emperor realm, so this kind of instinctive feeling was extremely sensitive. As soon as Old Ban moved, he knew that the situation was bad. He immediately circulated his Emperor Qi to cover Zhang Ruoxi and stepped forward, following closely behind Old Ban. Zhang Ruoxi didn't say a word, but the look on her small face revealed her nervousness. The three quickly shuttled through the strange fog, but after running for less than 10 breaths, Old Ban suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. His body, which was rushing forward, came to a sudden halt, and he quickly retreated while shouting, "Retreat!" Yang Kai's reaction wasn't slow. Although he was not far behind Old Ban, he had also retreated when Old Ban retreated. At the same time, Yang Kai's divine sense locked onto a certain place in front of him. He felt that there was something different about that place. Kacha. Before Yang Kai could investigate clearly, a thunderclap suddenly rang out. A purple light suddenly fell from the sky and struck the ground, creating a large crater about 10 meters in diameter. Everything around the crater was reduced to ashes. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. Cold sweat oozed from his forehead as he gritted his teeth, soul-extinguishing divine thunder. He was just curious, so he wanted to see what was going to happen in front of him. However, he didn't expect that when the lightning struck, it would directly cut off the divine sense he had released. In front of the power of this lightning, his powerful divine sense, which was comparable to a second-order Emperor Realm Master's, was as laughable as a baby's. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been rolling on the ground and howling miserably at this moment. Although Yang Kai was extremely uncomfortable, he had the soul-warming lotus to protect him. A cool feeling was born from the soul-warming lotus and poured into his mind, greatly alleviating his pain. So, although his face was pale at the moment, it wasn't a big deal. The location of the lightning strike was exactly where Old Ban had been moving. It was conceivable that if Old Ban hadn't retreated at the critical moment, with his cultivation in the first-order Dao Source realm, he would have been killed. Yang Kai didn't know how Old Ban had such a strange ability to predict the future, but he was able to avoid danger at the critical moment. "Follow me." Old Ban didn't stop for a moment and shouted loudly. Yang Kai didn't dare to be negligent and quickly followed. 5 breaths later, a series of crackling sounds came from behind. Even the ground under their feet began to shake, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were trampling over it. Although Yang Kai couldn't see what was happening behind them, he could infer from the terrifying movement that a lot of purple lightning had fallen in that place. He admired Old Ban even more. Previously, when Pai San asked him to find Old Ban to lead the way into the ancient lands, he didn't refuse and went to find him, but he didn't think it was necessary. He felt that with his current strength, entering the ancient lands shouldn't be a problem. But after experiencing this incident, he realized that he had been taking things for granted. The power of the lightning strike was so great that if Old Ban hadn't been able to predict the future and led him and Zhang Ruoxi to avoid it, even with Yang Kai's cultivation, he wouldn't have felt good if he had been struck. The lightning strikes were terrifying and irregular, not to mention the strange fog that filled this place, which could make even an Emperor Realm Master lose their bearings for 10 years. Kacha. The sound of purple lightning striking down constantly came from all directions, and despite the strange fog blocking his line of sight, Yang Kai could still vaguely see faint streaks of purple light refracted from the thick fog. Lightning flashed through the strange fog like a mad demon, a truly terrifying sight to behold. It was as if they had suddenly entered a sea of lightning, surrounded by danger. Zhang Ruoxi didn't dare to move at all, allowing Yang Kai to wrap her in his Emperor Qi and drift with the flow. Old Ban led the way in front, moving in an erratic and seemingly random direction. But miraculously, he was always able to lead Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi out of the range of the lightning strikes. He was like the most experienced sailor. Even if he was only sailing a wooden boat, he could conquer the majestic sea and enjoy the intoxicating scenery in the deepest part of the ancient lands. A miserable cry came from nearby. It seemed that a martial artist had been struck by lightning and was crying out for help. His voice was extremely mournful, but it only lasted for a moment before the voice came to an abrupt end, as if someone had grabbed it by the neck. The cultivator's fate was easy to imagine. The Yin souls, which were originally everywhere, had all disappeared. The three of them didn't even see half a ghost along the way. Old Ban was always able to change direction at the most critical moment to avoid the purple lightning strikes, allowing the three of them to move forward without any danger. He didn't know how long he had been running, but the sound of thunder gradually weakened. Finally, there was no sound at all. After rushing forward for a long time, Old Ban finally stopped, gasping for breath, his face pale and bloodless. Yang Kai stood behind him, his divine sense constantly monitoring the surroundings in case of any accidents. "Sir, are you okay?" Zhang Ruoxi looked at Yang Kai nervously. When the first bolt of lightning struck, Yang Kai was obviously injured, but at that time, she didn't dare to disturb Yang Kai. She only dared to ask now that things had calmed down. Yang Kai shook his head, indicating that he was fine, then looked at Old Ban and asked, "Old Ban, are we safe now?" He was still afraid of the soul-extinguishing divine thunder. Chapter 25:39. Hearing this, Old Ban smiled bitterly. "Safe? This is just the beginning of the disaster." Yang Kai's face changed as he asked, "Could it be that the lightning—" Old Ban shook his head. "There's no need to worry about the lightning anymore. The thunder tide is over, so there won't be such dense lightning for a month. The only thing we need to be on guard against now is the astral wind." Pai San had warned Yang Kai in the desolated city that there were 3 dangers in this passage: strange fog, lightning, and astral wind. Needless to say, the strange fog filled this passage all year round, and those who were not familiar with the path would easily get lost. Yang Kai had also witnessed the terrifying power of the falling thunder. Even with his divine sense, which was comparable to a second-order Emperor Realm Master, it had still been instantly severed by the falling thunder, showing just how tyrannical it was. Since the astral wind could stand side by side with the strange fog and lightning, it was obviously not to be underestimated. Old Ban's face was extremely serious at this moment, which made Yang Kai feel even more uneasy. "How powerful is the astral wind?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Old Ban said, "In terms of lethality, the lightning is naturally superior, but anyone familiar with this passage would rather encounter the lightning than the astral wind." "Why is that?" Zhang Ruoxi was puzzled. Old Ban smiled bitterly. because the astral wind is continuous. Although it is not as lethal as the lightning, it can last for a long time. Wherever the astral wind passes, it is like the sharpest of artifacts. Not only can it scrape off a cultivator's flesh, it can even shake one's soul. If one stays in the astral wind for too long, they will die miserably. Hearing this, Jianghu she couldn't help but shudder. She understood the meaning of Old Ban's words. Being attacked by the astral wind was like cutting flesh. The most terrifying thing was that the astral wind could even shake one's soul. Old Ban said solemnly, "After the thunder tide, there will be a huge astral wind that will sweep through the entire passage. If we can't find a suitable place to hide in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, we will definitely die." Astral wind. Yang Kai's face sank, although this was the first time he had heard of this term. However, he could also imagine what kind of scene it would be. He hurriedly asked, "Is there a place to shelter from the wind nearby?" Old Ban looked around and said in a deep voice, "In order to avoid the lightning, this old man panicked and didn't know where to go. But if I'm not wrong, this should be the center of the tunnel." The central area? Jianghu she frowned as her expression suddenly changed. "Old Ban, didn't you say that the central area of this passage was—" Before she could finish her words, in a place extremely far away. Suddenly, two balls of dark red light appeared. The strange fog that shrouded the passageway was unable to block these two balls of light, allowing the three of them to see them clearly. An extremely cold aura suddenly filled the air and enveloped Old Ban and Jianghu she, causing their hands and feet to turn cold and their bodies to shiver. Jianghu she couldn't help exclaiming, because she discovered that the two dark red balls of light were actually two extremely terrifying eyes. His eyes were filled with unimaginable hostility. It looked as if it was made from fresh blood, causing one's mind to tremble with fear at first glance. "Ghost King!" Yang Kai let out a low shout as he stared straight towards the two crimson balls of light. A vast sea of spiritual energy burst forth from his body and transformed into a pure soul attack that met these two balls of light head-on. After a silent collision, Yang Kai's figure shook and his face turned slightly pale. The two dark red balls of light that were extremely far away suddenly became red. Not only did his power not decrease, but it also increased, as if he wanted to take advantage of the situation and crush Yang Kai into dust. For a moment, Yang Kai's mind was in chaos. He felt as if he had fallen into the 9 nether purgatory, surrounded by little ghosts that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They let out strange cries as they pounced on him, wanting to grab him and feast on his flesh and blood. Those little ghosts all had hateful expressions on their faces. They were savage, terrifying, and extremely shocking. Demon Eye of Annihilation. Kai Yang no longer dared to hide anything. In a flash, his right eye turned into a golden color, and a dignified vertical line appeared. From that golden pupil, a peculiar power diffused out, dispelling the illusions in his mind and stabilizing his mind. Not only that, a strange attraction force came from his right eye, as if it had turned into a bottomless abyss that wanted to suck in the Ghost King's line of sight, making it impossible to break free. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the soul-warming lotus released a brilliant 7-colored radiance as a cool and refreshing feeling filled his knowledge sea. "Umph!" A cold snort came from the depths of the strange fog. The Ghost King seemed to be a little angry at Yang Kai's counterattack. In an instant, a cold wind blew and the surrounding temperature increased sharply, freezing the earth in an instant. Amidst the whimpering, translucent ghost claws emerged from the depths of the ground and grabbed at the three people's ankles. This happened very quickly. Old Ban and Jianghu she weren't strong enough, so after the Ghost King snorted, the two of them fell into a state of confusion, as if they had lost consciousness. They just stared forward with wide eyes, not showing the slightest reaction. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and lifted the two people from the ground, shouting, "Ghost King, we were just escaping from the thunder tide and accidentally passed by this place. We didn't mean to disturb you, so please do us a favor." Kick! An ear-piercing laughter rang out, reverberating in all directions, making it impossible to tell where the sound came from. At the same time, the two red lights in the depths of the strange fog were annihilated. The Ghost King directly disappeared. The Yin wind grew stronger, and the strange fog even began to flow. The ghosts that had disappeared because of the thunder tide had reappeared at some point, hiding in the strange fog. They roamed around Yang Kai's group, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The ghost claws that reached out from the ground gradually solidified, constantly grabbing at Yang Kai, but they were all blocked by his protective Emperor Qi, causing a sizzling sound. Yang Kai's eyes wandered as he stared in a certain direction in the strange fog and coldly snorted, "Ghost King, you can do whatever you want, but don't make a mistake." As soon as these words came out, the Ghost King seemed to be completely enraged. A huge ghost claw suddenly stretched out from the depths of the strange fog, like a mountain descending, and slammed toward Yang Kai. The claw was so sharp that it seemed to be able to tear space apart. "You dare to open a dye house just because I gave you some face?" Yang Kai's divine sense surged, and a stream of light suddenly shot out from his mind. Instead of meeting the ghost claw, it blasted in another direction. The stream of light transformed into a long saber in midair, and its momentum was like a rainbow as it tore through the sky. Soul-splitting saber, heaven-severing slash. The attack disappeared in a flash, and from the depths of the strange fog, a mournful cry suddenly rang out. At the same time, the huge ghost claw that had almost hit Yang Kai's head disappeared, and the countless ghost claws that had emerged from the ground also disappeared. The ghosts that had gathered around were stunned for a moment before they screamed and scattered like birds. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. Silence reigned, as if there had been no battle at all. Yang Kai knew that if he had not displayed his extraordinary strength at the last moment, this Ghost King would not have retreated so easily. Moreover, he had activated his secret technique, Heaven-Severing Slash, and used a Soul-type Emperor artifact to attack, but he had not injured the Ghost King much, which was a little unbelievable. This Ghost King hidden in the depths of the strange fog was not so easy to deal with. If it were not for Yang Kai's misgivings, he would not have wasted so much time talking to it. However, in this strange environment, Yang Kai really did not want to fight with it. As soon as the Ghost King left, Zhang Ruoxi and Old Ban woke up together. Both of them clearly remembered what had just happened, and their hearts couldn't help palpitating, their faces pale. "There's not much time left, let's hurry up." Old Ban did not ask why the Ghost King had retreated, but instead hurriedly led the way. The howling wind was approaching, and if they could not find shelter before it arrived, no matter how hard they struggled, they would not be able to escape death. Old Ban observed the surrounding terrain from time to time, occasionally changing direction. At first, he seemed to be a little hesitant, not sure if he was going in the right direction, but after a while, he suddenly sped up a lot, no longer needing to think too much. Seeing this, Yang Kai knew that he had found the right path. After all, he was extremely familiar with this place, so even if he occasionally got lost, he would always be able to return to the right track. Soon, an incense stick worth of time passed, and a gentle breeze began to blow through the tunnel. The breeze was not strong, but when it blew on their bodies, it made their skin hurt, as if it was being cut by a knife. If it was just a breeze, what would it be like if the howling wind came? Whether it was Yang Kai or Zhang Ruoxi, they both knew that Old Ban was right. The howling wind was definitely more terrifying than the falling thunder. Although the falling thunder was irregular, there was always a safe place to hide during the thunder tide, but when the howling wind came, the entire tunnel would be dangerous. There was no safe place. The wind gradually whistled, and the strength of the wind slowly increased. Yang Kai's skin was thick and his cultivation was high, so he was fine, but Zhang Ruoxi and Old Ban had to circulate their source qi to resist the power of the astral wind. Over there! Old Ban suddenly seemed to have discovered something. He pointed in a certain direction and shouted with joy. He couldn't help but speed up a lot as he ran. "I hope there's still room over there." Before Yang Kai could understand what he meant by room, Old Ban's figure suddenly flashed and rushed into a certain place. He followed closely with Zhang Ruoxi, only to discover that the place Old Ban had taken them to was actually a cave. Strangely enough, after entering the cave, everything returned to normal. Their vision was clear, and there wasn't even any strange fog. Only a faint whistling sound could be heard from the cave behind them. As far as the eye could see, this cave was about 50 to 60 feet in radius and could fit about 10 people. Before Yang Kai and the others arrived, 5 or 6 cultivators had already taken refuge here. These people obviously knew about the howling wind, so they had found a safe haven early on, waiting for the howling wind to pass. Chapter 2540. The cultivations of the 5 or 6 people in the cave varied, ranging from the first-order Dao Source realm to the third-order realm. Yang Kai glanced around and didn't find any Emperor realm masters, so he didn't pay much attention to them. These people also glanced at Yang Kai after he came in, but aside from seeing Zhang Ruoxi, they didn't have much of a reaction. "Little brother, young lady, this way, there's space here." Old Ban called out and led Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi to the right side of the cave. There was still some space, so the 3 of them sat down cross-legged and waited for the howling wind to leave. The others in the cave seemed to be acting alone. Everyone was silent, so for a while, the entire cave was quiet. Only the sound of the wind could be heard, making them feel like they were in the middle of winter. After a while, the wind grew louder and louder, and a few more people rushed in from the outside and occupied the remaining space. This cave wasn't very big and could only accommodate a dozen or so people. If there were any more, it wouldn't be possible. The few cultivators who came later all stood at the edge of the cave, their hearts on edge. They were afraid that the astral wind would blow in. If such a situation really happened, they would be the first to suffer. "Old Ban, how long will this howling wind last?" After observing for a while, Yang Kai found that the wind outside was getting louder and louder, so he asked Old Ban about it. Old Ban replied, "It's hard to say. 5 or 6 days at most, half a day at most. The wind will rise and fall without any pattern, but after the thunder tide, there will be a howling wind. Little brother, when you return from the ancient lands in the future, you must remember this." Yang Kai nodded. "Thank you for the reminder, Old Ban." Old Ban smiled, "But little brother, you don't have to worry too much. Although the howling wind is scary, as long as you can find these caves before it comes, you will be fine. Then you can rest easy." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "From what Old Ban is saying, there is more than one such cave in the ancient lands?" Old Ban nodded. "Of course there is more than one. The entire ancient lands passageway is surrounded by mountains on both sides, and there is a canyon less than 100 miles in between. There are caves near both sides of the mountain walls. Although I didn't count them carefully, there should be at least 10 of them. Moreover, this cave seemed to be formed naturally. Due to the special influence of the environment, it was incomparably hard. Ordinary attacks couldn't break through it at all, and it also couldn't expand. Therefore, if we wanted to find a place to hide, we had to hurry. Once we were late, there wouldn't be any space left. We were pretty lucky this time. Every year, countless cultivators die in the passage because they can't find shelter from the wind. Even if they're lucky enough to find it, it's too late." Hearing this, Zhang Ruoxi couldn't help sticking out her tongue. "No wonder I found so many skeletons at the entrance when we entered." Old Ban sneered. "These skeletons weren't all killed by the astral winds. Most of them were killed by others." Zhang Ruoxi frowned. Before she could understand what he meant, Old Ban said, "Wait a moment. Miss, you'll understand what I mean." Zhang Ruoxi looked suspicious but didn't ask any more questions. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly shot in from the outside and rushed directly into the cave with an aggressive and impatient look. But before this person could get close, a thin cultivator standing at the edge of the cave suddenly raised his hand and slapped forward. The newcomer was not to be outdone. He also met the attack with a palm. After a loud bang, the 2 people who were fighting moved slightly, as if they were evenly matched. The next moment, a distressed figure landed at the entrance of the cave and glared at the person who had blocked him from entering the cave. The thin cultivator coldly snorted and said with a displeased expression, "There's no space left here. Friend, go somewhere else." "Where else can there be?" The newcomer gritted his teeth and growled. He had run all the way here and seemed to have suffered a lot in the astral winds. The light on his body flickered, indicating that he had consumed a lot of energy. Now that he had been blocked, he looked flustered and exasperated. However, the person who had blocked him just now was not weak. If they really fought, It was hard to say who would win and who would lose. The most important thing now was to find a place to shelter from the wind. Naturally, he was not in the mood to fight with the thin cultivator. His gaze swept past the thin cultivator and the others standing at the edge of the cave and fixed on Old Ban. Old Ban's cultivation was only in the first-order Dao source realm, so he was the weakest in the cave. If he wanted to grab a place to shelter from the wind, Old Ban was undoubtedly the best target. Since there was no space, he would just grab one. But before he could ask Old Ban to leave, he suddenly frowned and glanced at Yang Kai with some apprehension. Although Yang Kai was just sitting there cross-legged and didn't release his aura, he was still in the Emperor realm, so the newcomer couldn't see through his cultivation. Moreover, Yang Kai and Old Ban were sitting together, so they were obviously companions. No matter what Yang Kai's cultivation was, the newcomer didn't want to fight with so many people. After a moment of hesitation, the newcomer's gaze moved away from Old Ban. He pointed and shouted, "Kid over there, get the hell out of here. I'll take your spot." In the direction he was pointing at was a young man in his early 30s. He was hiding in the shadows, curling up as if he didn't want anyone to discover his existence. His cultivation was the same as Old Ban's, only in the first-order Dao source realm. Hearing the newcomer shout, the young man curled up even tighter and pretended not to hear. The newcomer sneered. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't come out yourself, I'll take action. Whether you live or die will depend on your luck." Seeing that he couldn't hide, the young man raised his head and said with an aggrieved expression, "Why me? Why me?" He was the first to come to the cave after the thunder tide and had been hiding in the deepest part. He hadn't expected to be found so quickly. The newcomer's strength was 2 levels higher than his. If he really wanted to use force, he wouldn't be able to resist. But now that the howling wind was about to arrive, he had nowhere to hide. If he went out, he would undoubtedly die. Therefore, although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. Hearing this, the person standing at the entrance of the cave sneered. "If you're weak, don't even think about entering the ancient land. Since you're here, you should be prepared to die at any time. Get the hell out." "I'm not going out. If I go out, I'll die anyway. Don't force me. If you force me, I'll self-detonate right here and make you all suffer." As soon as he said this, many people's faces darkened. They were obviously very dissatisfied with the young man's words. However, those who were slightly stronger didn't care. After all, he was from the first-order Dao source realm. Even if he wanted to self-detonate, he still needed an opportunity. Among the dozen or so people present, at least half of them could subdue him before he self-detonated. Haha. The person at the entrance of the cave laughed loudly and looked at the young man mockingly. "If you want to self-detonate, go ahead. Let's see if you can blow yourself up." His fearless look made the young man panic. Since he couldn't threaten him, he could only look around and plead, "Master, please help me. I don't want to go out and die. Master, please do me a favor and stand up for me." As he spoke, he kept cupping his hands, almost kneeling down and begging for help. However, he had never met these people before, so who would care about his business at this time? Therefore, no one paid any attention to him. Zhang Ruoxi, on the other hand, couldn't bear it. But when she looked at Yang Kai and saw that he didn't respond, she could only grit her teeth and keep quiet. An impatient look appeared on the face of the person at the entrance of the cave and he shouted, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. In that case, don't blame me for using force." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand to grab the young man. Although the cave was narrow and crowded with many people, this person had a third-order Dao source realm cultivation. So, his attack was very precise and didn't touch anyone else. Judging from his actions, he only wanted to grab the young man inside to free up a spot. The young man was dumbfounded. Facing the attack of a third-order Dao source realm cultivator, he had no way to defend himself. He didn't even have the courage to self-detonate. He just stood there in a daze, waiting for misfortune to befall him. At this moment, a glimmer of light flashed and source chi burst out. Accompanied by a soft puff, the person at the entrance of the cave suddenly swayed and involuntarily fell back a few steps. After regaining his footing, the person was furious and shouted, "Who is it? Who dares to meddle in my business? Obviously, someone had blocked his attack just now, and the person's cultivation wasn't low. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suffered such a loss. He looked around and quickly locked his gaze on Zhang Ruoxi. His gaze changed slightly as he gritted his teeth and said, "It's you." "Yes, it's me," Zhang Ruoxi readily admitted. The man's face couldn't help but become a little ugly as he stared at Zhang Ruoxi gloomily. If it was just Zhang Ruoxi alone, he wouldn't be too worried, but the key was that Yang Kai was clearly with Zhang Ruoxi. Once he fought with Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. When the time came, he would have to fight 1 against 2. How good would it be for him? So, he just pondered for a moment before cupping his fists and saying, "Young lady, the howling wind is about to hit. This one just wants to find a place to lie low and have no other intentions. If young lady can make an exception, this one will definitely thank you. But if young lady wants to meddle in other people's business, then this one will have to ask for a lesson. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered." Although these words were said to Zhang Ruoxi, he had been observing the changes in Yang Kai's expression. To his disappointment, Yang Kai just sat there without the slightest reaction, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. He really couldn't figure out whether Zhang Ruoxi and Yang Kai were on the same side. You can find a place to lie low, but everything has to be first come, first served. There's no space here, so how can you drive others away? Your life is a life, but other lives aren't? Zhang Ruoxi looked at the man angrily. In the past, the Zhang family was bullied because they were weak, so she couldn't stand such bullying. Just now, after holding back for a while, she couldn't help but take action. Chapter 2541. The man at the entrance of the cave shouted angrily, "Young lady, are you trying to stand up for him? Have you ever thought about whether it's worth it? In my opinion, you don't know this person, right? Why offend him for him?" Zhang Ruoxi snorted, "I don't know whether it's worth it or not, but I can't stand it. If I can't stand it, then I'll take action." "You're unreasonable." The man outside the cave was furious. The anger in his heart erupted like a volcano, almost setting him on fire. What an unlucky year. Where did this little girl come from? She's so fond of meddling in other people's business, especially when it's a matter of life and death. Normally, he would have the time to argue with Zhang Ruoxi, but right now, he didn't have the leisure. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly raised his eyes and glanced at the man at the entrance of the cave, saying lightly, "The wind outside is getting stronger and stronger. If this friend doesn't find another shelter, I'm afraid it will be too late." Hearing this, the man stared deeply at Yang Kai, his eyes full of resentment. Suddenly, he turned around and rushed forward, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He didn't even have time to leave behind a vicious word. He also knew that if he continued to entangle with Zhang Ruoxi, he would miss the best opportunity. He might not be able to grab a spot here, and he would definitely die in the howling wind. If he left now, there might be a chance. He had no choice but to take a gamble. "Many thanks, young lady. This one will never forget your life-saving grace. I will repay you generously in the future." The young man hiding in the deepest part of the cave kept cupping his hands to Zhang Ruoxi, his gratitude overflowing with words. If Zhang Ruoxi hadn't stood up for him just now, at this moment, he would have been thrown out of the cave to fend for himself. Therefore, he was extremely grateful to Zhang Ruoxi. Zhang Ruoxi waved her hand and smiled, "It's nothing." This smile seemed to light up the entire cave. The young man's eyes widened as he stared at it, revealing a stunned expression. Noticing his expression, Zhang Ruoxi's face turned slightly red, her heart secretly annoyed. Old man coughed lightly. He smiled bitterly. This old man admires young lady's kindness, but it's useless. What? Zhang Ruoxi turned to look at Old Ban with a puzzled expression. Old Ban sighed. "When the wind blows, all the cultivator will fight over this shelter. You can drive away one person, but can you drive away all of them?" Just as he finished speaking, a few whooshing sounds came from outside. Immediately after, several figures shot out of the strange fog like rainbows. He directly rushed to the entrance of the cave. These people were obviously looking for a place to take shelter from the wind. When they arrived at the entrance of the cave and looked inside, they found that the cave was already packed with people. Their faces sank. However, they seemed to have anticipated this situation long ago, so they didn't waste any time and directly summoned their respective artifacts. They launched their most ferocious attacks at the few people standing at the edge of the cave. The light flickered. Amidst the chaos of spiritual energy, two miserable cries could be heard. Two of the cultivators standing at the edge of the cave didn't even have time to react before they were killed on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere, and a pungent smell filled the air. Among the cultivators, someone laughed and casually kicked the two corpses away, shouting, "If you don't want to die, hurry up and make way for us." As soon as he finished speaking, the attacks of those people became more and more ferocious, and the few cultivators at the edge of the cave complained incessantly. Jianghu, she was dumbfounded. She now understood why there were so many skeletons at the entrance of the cave. It turned out that these skeletons were not killed by the astral winds, but by the hands of others. Every time the wind blew, countless battles would erupt in this cave, and there would always be people who would fall here. Over the years, it was not an exaggeration to call this place the graveyard of martial artists. The situation in this cave was like this, and the other caves were probably the same. This wasn't a simple spar, but a true life and death struggle. Because no matter who it was, everyone knew that if they were unable to seize a spot in this cave, then they would sooner or later die within the astral winds. So they attacked without mercy, and every single move was fatal. For a while, the sky at the entrance of the cave was dark, and sand and stones were flying everywhere. The battle here wasn't over yet, and a few more people rushed in from the outside, attacking fiercely without saying a word. The battle was extremely chaotic, and from time to time, people would scream and fall. The ground was dyed red with blood, and broken corpses and severed limbs could be seen everywhere at the entrance of the cave. The strong smell of blood was simply nauseating. The great waves washed away the sand. Those who could survive such a chaotic situation were extremely powerful masters. Those who were slightly weaker weren't qualified to live at all. These masters rushed through the entrance of the cave and fiercely squeezed in, as if they wanted to squeeze into the depths of the cave. This was because only by squeezing into the depths of the cave could they truly rest easy. If they stayed outside, they would only become the target of the latecomers' attacks. In a short while, the entire cave was in complete chaos. The battle at the edge of the cave was in full swing, and the sound of killing filled the cave. The light of artifacts and secret techniques bloomed from time to time. The people around them seemed to be all enemies, with no companions at all. Yang Kai and the other two were originally deep in the right side of the cave, but at this moment, they were inevitably involved in the battle. However, after Yang Kai casually killed two masters from the Third Order Dao Source realm who wanted to attack Zhang Ruoxi and Old Ban, the situation finally improved. The cultivator who rushed in from the outside should have realized that Yang Kai wasn't to be trifled with, so they instinctively avoided his position. Even Zhang Ruoxi and Old Ban had some free time. From time to time, a cultivator would be thrown out of the cave by more powerful masters. As time passed, less than half of the original dozen or so people were left in the cave. The rest were all people who rushed in later. The wind whistled, and the force of the wind gradually increased. At a certain moment, those cultivators who had failed to successfully rush into the cave and were still outside suddenly cried out in alarm, each and every one of them showing a look of extreme horror as they desperately tried to rush inside, but they were all blocked by the others around them. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the exposed flesh of these people seemed to have been cut by an invisible knife, peeling off piece by piece, revealing the muscles and bones inside. The screams were tragic, and the horrifying scene made everyone's scalp tingle and their hands and feet turn cold. Everyone hiding in the cave involuntarily took a step back. In less than 10 breaths of time, the cultivators who were still outside the cave had turned into skeletons. Their clothes and even their flesh and blood had all disappeared. Their white skeletons were scattered all over the ground, emitting a soft rustling sound. "We're safe now." After a long time, Old Ban suddenly let out a sigh of relief. The power of the astral wind technique had been fully displayed. At this time, the cultivator who hadn't found a place to shelter from the astral wind wouldn't be able to survive. Therefore, no one would try to force their way into the cave. The dozen or so cultivators still hiding in the cave naturally didn't have to worry about others seizing their spots. Speaking of which, it was strange. Before this, everyone was fighting for themselves, and almost everyone around them was an enemy. They had more or less fought with others, and it was as if they hated others for killing their parents and stealing their wives. But at this time, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and withdrew their hostility. They looked at each other and sat down cross-legged to adjust their breathing. It was as if nothing had happened just now. The battle just now was for the sake of seizing shelter, so it was a fight to the death. Now that the crisis was over, there was no need to fight. Everyone understood this. Jianghu, she turned her head and looked around, but didn't find the young man she had saved earlier. She couldn't help but sigh, knowing that he must have been killed or thrown out in the chaotic battle just now. Old Ban said that what she did was useless, and he wasn't lying. She could save the young man once, but she couldn't keep him safe forever. On the path of a cultivator, only one's own strength was their true capital. At present, there were more than a dozen people in the cave. Except for Old Ban, who was from the First-Order Dao Source Realm, the rest were all Second-Order Dao Source Realm cultivators, and most of them were Third-Order Dao Source Realm cultivators. Most of them had broken in later, so their auras were extremely powerful. The previous battle had caused many people to expend a lot of energy, so at this moment, everyone was recuperating. The cave was silent for a while, and only the constant whistling sounds coming from outside the cave made people worry that the astral wind would blow into the cave. The astral wind technique showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it grew stronger and stronger. 2 hours later, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly frowned and looked out of the cave. Inexplicably, he had a faint sense of uneasiness. However, at this moment, the cave was shrouded in a strange fog, and the wind was howling fiercely. Even with his divine sense, he couldn't probe outside, so he had no idea what was going on outside. Just as he was paying close attention, a burst of ghostly wailing and howling suddenly came from the depths of the strange fog. Although the sound was a little out of tune due to the howling wind, everyone could hear it clearly. Many pairs of eyes opened, and they all looked forward in surprise and bewilderment. "Everyone, did you hear something?" One of the cultivators closest to the cave frowned and asked. "Ghosts." Another person replied in a deep voice. "There are many ghosts in the ancient land's passageway. What's so strange about that? Who knows how many people die here all year round? It's normal for some ghosts to breed." "Of course, I know that there are many ghosts in the ancient land's passageway, but don't you feel that these ghosts are approaching us?" The cultivator who spoke first asked in surprise. This friend must be joking. When the astral wind howls, not only do we need to find a place to hide, but the ghosts also generally don't come out. They are all dormant in secret places, so why would they approach us? Yes, this king has been here for several years, but he hasn't encountered any ghosts when the astral wind howls. Isn't this friend thinking too much? That's true. The man thought about it and felt that it was true, so he stopped thinking about it. Chapter 2542. Their discussion naturally reached Yang Kai's ears. Not only did he not feel relieved, but his expression grew even more solemn. He asked in a low voice, "Old Ban, are you sure the ghosts won't come out when the wind blows?" Old Ban replied solemnly, "Under normal circumstances, they won't. The astral winds are extremely powerful, and even the ghosts here can't withstand them. If they act rashly, they'll likely be blown into ashes." But what? But nothing is absolute. The ghosts won't come out when the wind blows, not because they can't, but because they don't want to. This old man has encountered such a situation once before. But it's very rare, so little brother can? Old Ban's eyes suddenly widened as he stared straight at the entrance of the cave with a horrified expression. More than a dozen translucent figures suddenly rushed out of the strange fog. The figures appeared to be humanoid, but they were somewhat blurry, making it difficult to distinguish them clearly. But no matter which one it was, they all exuded an extremely ruthless and cold aura. As soon as the translucent figures rushed out of the strange fog, they opened their mouths and hissed. Their blurry facial features instantly became ferocious and terrifying, as if they were about to devour someone. Fuck their ghosts. They're really coming. Whose crow's beak was so good? Everyone, be careful. Several cultivators at the entrance of the cave shouted in an instant. They no longer dared to sit cross-legged and stood up to defend themselves. They were all at the edge of the cave, so when the ghosts rushed out, they were the first to bear the brunt, unable to advance or retreat. They could only do their best to resist. In an instant, rays of light bloomed from their hands as secret treasures were summoned one after another, rumbling as they attacked the ghosts. To be able to fight for a spot in this cave, these people were naturally not ordinary people. However, their attacks did not have much effect on these ghosts. They only caused the translucent figures to freeze for a moment, but not a single one of them was killed. Not good. They're all at the ghost general level. Someone exclaimed, his expression changing greatly. Ghosts were also divided into different levels, from ordinary souls to ghost generals, ghost commanders, and even ghost kings. Each level was stronger than the last. Ordinary spirits weren't that powerful, and even a cultivator like Old Ban could easily deal with them. However, once a ghost general or ghost commander appeared, Old Ban wouldn't be able to resist them easily. As for the Ghost King, he was also the overlord of the Ancient Lands passageway. Not even the people of the Emperor realm dared to underestimate him. When the Ghost King attacked earlier, Old Ban and Jianghu, she couldn't resist at all. If it weren't for Yang Kai's protection, the two of them wouldn't even know how they died. Therefore, when the cultivator in the cave heard that these were all ghost general level ghosts, his expression changed drastically. Everyone was in danger. All the attacks that landed on these ghost generals were unable to cause any fatal damage. It only paused for a moment before it pounced over even more ferociously. However, the cultivators at the cave entrance had obviously lived in the ancient lands all year round, so they were very experienced in dealing with these ghosts. Each of them had a solemn expression on their faces as they waited for the ghost generals to come within 10 feet of them before suddenly bursting out with spiritual energy and releasing their own soul attacks. Streaks of formless energy fiercely struck those ghost generals. Accompanied by shrill screams, more than half of these ghost generals were eliminated in an instant. The few that survived were also dimmed, obviously injured. However, these ghost generals didn't have sentience. Even if they were seriously injured, they still bared their fangs and brandished their claws fiercely. Another burst of spiritual energy was unleashed, and the remaining few ghost generals followed in the footsteps of their companions. Seeing this, the cultivator at the entrance of the cave couldn't help but sigh in relief. Although with their cultivation, they weren't afraid of these ghost generals, they were currently avoiding the howling wind, so naturally, they didn't want to think about any twists and turns. Fortunately, there weren't many ghost generals, so they were easily eliminated. There's more. Yang Kai's expression suddenly turned solemn as he shouted in a low voice. What? The faces of the cultivators at the entrance of the cave changed. Before they could ask clearly, they already understood what Yang Kai meant. Because from the strange fog, another group of ghost generals had rushed out, and their violent and ferocious auras were exactly the same as the previous group. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk more and more souls appeared, the auras of these souls fluctuating. Some were ordinary souls, some were ghost generals, and even some were ghost commanders. In just the blink of an eye, the entire entrance of the cave was completely surrounded by these souls. The densely packed translucent figures were innumerable, giving people the illusion that they had fallen into the netherworld. Gudong. The sound of saliva swallowing could be heard as everyone stared at the entrance of the cave with an ugly expression, their hearts extremely uneasy. How could it be like this? When the howling wind is blowing, why are there so many souls? What the hell is going on? Don't talk nonsense, if you don't want to die then hurry up and kill. The crowd, who had already calmed down, cried out in alarm, not daring to believe what they were seeing. While they were hesitating, the souls had already launched another attack. The cultivators at the entrance of the cave were helpless and could only desperately urge their spiritual energy, supplementing it with source chi to kill these souls, their spiritual energy constantly bursting forth. Mournful screams rang out one after another as one Yin soul after another was turned to ash, but these Yin souls seemed to be inexhaustible. The cultivators at the entrance of the cave fought for a while, and although the results were quite good, they helplessly discovered that not only did the number of Yin souls not decrease, it actually increased the more they killed. This situation caused them to fall into despair. The most effective way to kill these Yin souls was to wait for them to approach and then use their spiritual energy, but spiritual energy was not inexhaustible, and every time it was used, it consumed a great deal of energy. Once they ran out of energy, they could only wait for death. Moreover, if they used too much spiritual energy, it was very likely that their foundation would be damaged. This was something no cultivator was willing to encounter. In less than the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the cultivators at the entrance of the cave turned pale and cold sweat soaked their bodies. It was obvious that they had expended a great deal of energy. Brothers behind, please help us, we can't hold on much longer. That's right. Hurry up and help. If we die, it will be your turn next. If the skin doesn't exist, where will the hair go? Who can help me for a while? I need to rest for a while. My spiritual energy is almost exhausted. I'll be very grateful. Inside the cave, the remaining 8 or 9 cultivators all looked dignified when they heard this. Although they all understood that if the lips were gone, the teeth would be cold, no one dared to go up and replace them at this critical moment. If they waited until their spiritual energy was exhausted and there was no one to replace them, wouldn't they die miserably? Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. Therefore, although everyone looked dignified, no one said anything, let alone replace the cultivators at the entrance of the cave. Old Ban, do you think? Yang Kai suddenly glanced at Old Ban and asked through sound transmission. Old Ban only needed to think for a moment to understand what he meant. He nodded slightly and said, "It's possible." When the wind blew, ghosts generally wouldn't move, but the current situation was inexplicable. Moreover, judging from the stance of these Yin souls, they seemed to be staring at the cave, as if they had a grudge against someone here. This inevitably reminded Yang Kai of the Ghost King from before. The Ghost King had suffered a loss at his hands, so it might have something to do with this current situation. The Ghost King was aware that it was not Yang Kai's opponent, so it took advantage of this opportunity to mobilize the ghosts in the passage, wanting to trap Yang Kai here. Yang Kai was indeed powerful, but at this moment he had no way to escape. As long as the ghosts kept attacking, Yang Kai would be killed one day. If that was the case, then Yang Kai was the culprit, and the others were just implicated. While Yang Kai and Old Ban were secretly communicating, a voice suddenly rose from the cave. Someone in the cave suddenly stood up and shouted, "Everyone, at this moment of life and death, if you want to preserve your lives, we should all work together." Yes, of course we should work together. It's rare for a brother to be so righteous. Hurry up and help me block for a while. This one is willing to give 20 million source crystals as a thank you gift. A third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator at the entrance of the cave quickly spoke up. His face was pale, and it seemed that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. He couldn't wait to grab the speaker so he could rest. The speaker glanced at him and said in a clear voice, "Friend, please wait for a moment. This one will discuss it carefully with you. It won't take too much time." "What's there to discuss? We'll all die if we continue to discuss. We're blocking here while you guys sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. How can there be such a good thing in the world? If you don't come and help, don't blame me for letting some ghosts in. That's right, if we're going to die, we'll all die together. No one will live alone." When the speaker heard this, he frowned and said, "Everyone, please don't be impatient. Please give this 130 breaths of time. I will definitely come up with a plan that will satisfy you." As soon as this was said, the cultivator who was struggling to kill the Yin souls at the entrance of the cave no longer clamored. This was because this person's words sounded very sincere, so they all wanted to know what he was going to say. Moreover, they could hold on for 30 breaths of time. Seeing that no one else had any objections, the speaker cupped his fists again and said, "Chi He Feng from the Chi family fort greets you all." Chi family fort. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head to look at Chi He Feng and happened to see him looking in his direction. When their eyes met, Qi Hifeng smiled at Yang Kai. Kai Yang couldn't help but sniff his nose, thinking that this guy wouldn't recognize him, right? Otherwise, why would he show such a smile? So it's a friend from the Qi family fort. I've heard so much about you. When Qi Hifeng announced his origin, many people showed a look of understanding. It seemed that they had all heard about the Qi family fort. After all, the Qi family fort was considered a powerful force in the ancient lands and had some prestige. Qi Hifeng didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. I believe that everyone can see the current situation. If these friends really die from exhaustion, the next group to be attacked will definitely be us. These Yin souls seem to be endless, and we don't know how many of them there are. If they really attack us one by one, I don't think that many of you will be able to survive. Therefore, I implore that everyone can put aside their personal opinions and sincerely cooperate to resist. Only then will we have a chance to survive. Chapter 25:43. There are exactly 12 people here, and the cave entrance isn't very wide. It can only accommodate 4 people standing side by side. What I mean is that everyone can be divided into 3 groups and take turns blocking the entrance to stop these ghosts. Each group will block for an incense stick's worth of time, and the next group will take over. In this way, after every round, all of you will have about an hour of rest. It is enough for you to recover 70 to 80% of your strength and not be completely exhausted. These ghosts, kill them if you can, and block them if you can't. The howling wind will eventually pass, and as long as it stops, we can leave this place. There's no need to be entangled with them anymore, and we'll have a chance to survive. However, if we want to cooperate like this, we must do our best and trust each other. We can't each have ulterior motives. This is this Qi's suggestion. What do you all think? After Qi Hifeng finished speaking, he turned his head and looked around. The 4 people who were blocking the ghosts at the entrance of the cave naturally had no objections. They had already taken the lead in blocking the ghosts for a while, and now was the time to recover and rest. They immediately cheered and nodded repeatedly, wishing they could retreat right away. Although the others couldn't see their expressions, as long as they had a normal mind, they knew that Qi Hifeng was right. In this kind of crisis, they had to cooperate with others if they wanted to survive. After all, there was no way to escape in this situation. Therefore, after a moment of silence, someone nodded and said, "Brother Qi is right. I agree." Agreed. Agreed. The general trend was irresistible, and everyone nodded in agreement. Soon, most of the people in the cave reached a consensus. Qi Hifeng turned his head and looked at Yang Kai. He looked like he was asking for his opinion. Yang Kai smiled faintly and said, "Let's do it this way." Qi Hifeng's expression turned solemn as he said, "Since no one has any objections, let's begin the implementation. However, this Qi will say this first, there cannot be the slightest mistake in this cooperation. If anyone dares to slack off, I will take action. Or if you have other devious thoughts, then don't blame us for killing you together." Of course. Soon, under Qi Hifeng's leadership, the remaining 8 people were divided into 2 groups. He must have seen that Yang Kai was with Zhang Ruoxi and Old Ban, so he didn't separate the 3 of them. Instead, he let another second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator work with Yang Kai's trio to prepare for the 3rd round. After the allocation of personnel, Qi Hifeng rushed out with the other 3. Meanwhile, the 4 people who were originally blocking the entrance of the cave retreated simultaneously. Step aside. Soon, Qi Hifeng and the others were engaged in a fierce battle with the ghosts. The original 4 retreated to the back, each taking out pills and meditating to recover. There was not much time left for them, only less than an hour. Therefore they had to hurry up. After the change of personnel, the perilous line of defense suddenly became impregnable. Qi Hifeng and the others had a high cultivation base. Under the brilliance of their secret techniques and secret treasures, the ghosts were forced to retreat, and the ghosts were constantly killed. Seeing this situation, everyone couldn't help but feel that Qi Hifeng's proposal was correct. If they could escape from death this time, Qi Hifeng would definitely be the biggest contributor. If he hadn't stood up at the critical moment to organize everyone to resist, the 12 people here would still be scattered. Qi Hifeng and the others resisted for an incense stick worth of time. Although he had used up a lot of energy, he had managed to get through it without any mishap. Seeing that time was almost up, Yang Kai slowly got up and said softly, "Old Ban, hide behind me and deal with some of the ghosts that slip through the net." Hearing this, Old Ban didn't say much and just nodded gently. He was the weakest here, only a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Furthermore, he was quite old, so not to mention those ghost general-level Yin Souls, even if a dozen or 20 ordinary Yin Souls came at him, it would be enough to send him to his doom. He knew that Yang Kai's cultivation was extraordinary. He wasn't even afraid of the Ghost King, so how could he be afraid of the Ghost King's subordinates? He wanted to protect himself, so there was no reason for him to refuse. While he was moving, Yang Kai took Zhang Ruoxi, Old Ban, and another second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator to replace Qi Hifeng's group of 4. As soon as Zhang Ruoxi made her move, an astonishing brilliance bloomed as an extremely rich and pure spiritual energy burst out, transforming into invisible blades that swept across the entire area like a divine artifact. The Yin souls gathered at the entrance of the cave were cut down like straws. The second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator who was in the same group as Yang Kai and the others turned his head to look at Zhang Ruoxi in amazement. Only then did he realize that this beautiful girl was so powerful. For a moment he was both in awe and awe. Perhaps it was because of his self-esteem, but he also gritted his teeth and desperately released his spiritual energy, lest others look down on him. Yang Kai's performance wasn't as exaggerated as Zhang Ruoxi's, but every time he released his spiritual energy, he would quietly kill a large number of Yin souls. Most of these Yin souls were hidden in the strange fog nearby, so no matter how big the commotion he made, no one else could see them. Occasionally, he would deliberately let 1 or 2 ordinary Yin souls go and let Old Ban deal with them. It wasn't that he wanted to take care of Old Ban's self-esteem, but the other 11 people in the cave were sincerely working together to resist the Yin souls. If Old Ban appeared to be doing nothing, it would be somewhat unjustified. Old Ban was able to deal with 1 or 2 ordinary Yin souls easily. He didn't appear to be doing nothing, nor did he appear to be in any danger. As soon as Yang Kai and the others took over the defense, the situation changed greatly. Previously, no matter who stood at the entrance of the cave, they could see a dense swarm of Yin souls. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't kill them all. Instead, the more they killed, the more Yin souls there were, making them feel desperate. But now, while Zhang Ruoxi was killing Yin souls on the surface, Yang Kai was secretly cutting off the Yin souls' reinforcements. So, in just 10 breaths of time, the situation at the entrance of the cave became much clearer. The number of Yin souls was significantly reduced, giving people the illusion that a calamity was about to be averted. Seeing this, the remaining 8 people who were resting couldn't help but feel excited, as if they had seen the light of hope in the haze. All of them beamed with joy. After another incense stick worth of time, the first group of 4 people took the initiative to come over and replace them without the need for Yang Kai and the others to call out. At this time, no one was only thinking about their own life and death. Everyone knew that if they wanted to live, they could only cooperate with others. However, not long after they took over, they found that the number of Yin souls that they had killed had increased again, which was very depressing. In this way, the 12 people in the cave worked together in an orderly manner, constantly resisting the Yin souls' invasion. After a day, everyone's expressions gradually became solemn. It had been an entire day, but the ghosts showed no signs of retreating. Instead, they continued to charge towards the cave. During this day of continuous fighting, most people had more or less suffered injuries. Although these injuries weren't fatal, if they weren't treated in time, it would be very troublesome. Only Yang Kai's group of 4 was unscathed because of Yang Kai's secret protection. Injuries aside, the crux of the matter was that using spiritual energy for such a long period of time was unbearable for anyone. Even though they had half an hour to recover each time, and even though they had the assistance of pills and medicines, the exhaustion could not be dispelled. What made the situation even worse was that the spirit pills that could restore spiritual energy were basically all used up. Once the spiritual energy recovery pills were used up, their spiritual energy wouldn't be effectively replenished, and if the howling wind didn't stop, only death would await them. A trace of uneasiness spread in the cave. Qi Yifeng even took the initiative to take out his extra spiritual energy recovery pills and distribute them to the others, but it was still a drop in the bucket and didn't make much of a difference. After another half a day, the situation was getting worse. Everyone's mood had begun to become unstable, and they were constantly shouting and cursing to vent their anger. Qi Yifeng's brows furrowed, but there was no good way to change the situation. He could only turn his gaze to Yang Kai, his eyes full of pleading. Yang Kai glanced at him and snorted. Although he was cursing in his heart, he couldn't stay out of this at this time. After telling Old Ban and Zhang Ruoxi not to follow him, he slowly got up and walked towards the entrance of the cave step by step. The others looked at him curiously, not knowing what he was going to do. When he reached the entrance of the cave, Yang Kai took a light breath and with a flick of his wrist, the myriad sword leisurely unsheathed and a surging aura suddenly spread out. When the entire cave seemed to tremble. This is the Emperor Realm. There's actually a master from the Emperor Realm here? Everyone stared at Yang Kai, who was standing at the entrance of the cave, dumbfounded. His heroic figure seemed to grow taller in an instant, and even the 4 people who were struggling to resist at the entrance of the cave turned their heads to look at him in a daze. Although Yang Kai had performed well before, he hadn't shown his full strength, and the others hadn't paid much attention to him when their lives were in danger. It wasn't until this moment that they realized that Yang Kai was actually from the Emperor Realm. No wonder the 3 people who were with him were completely unharmed. No wonder every time he went out to defend, the number of ghosts would decrease. Although everyone found it strange before, they didn't think too much about it. Now they finally understood. We're saved. Damn it, I thought I was going to die here this time. It seems that the King of Hell won't accept me. Master, hurry up and teach these bastards a lesson. Everyone cheered and cried out in joy. It was as if as long as Yang Kai took action, he would be able to kill all the ghosts in front of them. Chapter 2544. Qi Yifeng cupped his fists solemnly and said, "Many thanks, Master." Although Yang Kai had no other choice but to act at this moment, as long as he could repel these Yin souls, he would be everyone's savior, so Qi Yifeng's gratitude was not a problem. "All of you, go back to the rear," Yang Kai said, his figure flickering as he arrived in front of the 4 people blocking the entrance to the cave. Hearing this, the 4 of them quickly retreated behind Yang Kai, as if their feet were smeared with oil. Their movements were extremely straightforward. As soon as the 4 people retreated, the countless Yin souls roared and madly rushed inside, each one of them terrifying, causing everyone to break out in cold sweat for Yang Kai, not knowing if he could stop them all by himself. The Emperor Realm was indeed powerful, but Yang Kai had also fought here for a day and a half, so he had consumed some of his strength. Now that he had become the only hope in everyone's eyes, naturally no one wanted anything to happen to him. Under everyone's gazes, Yang Kai's figure was as steady as a mountain, not moving at all. Only when the Yin souls and Yin souls were 3 inches away from him did his spiritual energy suddenly burst out like a tsunami. Kong. It was as if an invisible wall had appeared in front of Yang Kai, blocking all the Yin souls and preventing them from getting any closer. Not only that, under the invisible strangling force, these Yin souls began to dissolve at an extremely fast speed, letting out miserable cries one after another. That scene was like snowflakes falling from the sky encountering a scorching sun. Wherever the sun passed, the snowflakes would melt away completely. But this was not the end. Yang Kai swept out with his myriad sword. A tyrannical attack swept up a series of sword phantoms. Like meteors, they swept out in all directions. More and more Yin souls were destroyed. Although this kind of attack was not as effective as divine sense attacks against Yin souls, Yang Kai was from the Emperor Realm and his myriad sword was an Emperor artifact, so how could its power be lacking? The ordinary Yin souls and ghost generals were crushed to pieces upon contact, turning into ashes. Only some powerful ghost commanders were barely able to survive, but they were also forced to retreat. He fled far away. Seeing this scene, the spirits of everyone in the cave rose, and the haze and despair in their eyes disappeared, replaced by incomparable excitement. Friend, you don't look too good. Qi Hifeng suddenly turned his head and asked a man with a bitter face beside him. His face was full of concern. Is it serious? Hearing this, a trace of panic flashed through the eyes of the bitter gourd-faced man. However, he quickly covered it up and shook his head. Thank you for your concern, Brother Qi. My injuries aren't that serious. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Qi Hifeng smiled and said, That's good. With this master's help, we'll be able to defeat him. Our lives will not be in danger. Once this crisis is over, he will be our savior. The man didn't know why Qi Hifeng was nagging at him. Although he was impatient, he could only force a smile and said, Yes. Qi Hifeng asked again, Which sect are you from? The bitter gourd-faced man said, I don't belong to any sect. I'm alone. Qi Hifeng raised his eyebrows and said, To be able to cultivate to the third-order Dao source realm alone, you seem to be quite talented. Are you interested in joining the Qi family fort? Brother Qi, you flatter me, but I'm used to being free and unrestrained. I don't want to join any forces for the time being. Okay. Qi Hifeng smiled slightly. Without saying anything more, he turned his head to pay attention to the movements of Yang Kai. The bitter gourd-faced man frowned slightly and quietly glanced at Qi Hifeng. Seeing that his expression was normal, as if he was just casually chatting with him, the bitter gourd-faced man was relieved. At the entrance of the cave, Yang Kai was guarding the pass. Wherever his sword passed, the Yin souls would retreat. Occasionally, a few escaped, but they were intercepted and killed by the people behind them. They couldn't break into the cave at all. Everyone instantly relaxed, and they didn't have the anxiety and uneasiness from before. As long as Yang Kai could persist like this, they would definitely be able to survive this disaster. The Emperor realm was indeed extraordinary. Many people showed a look of admiration. They were afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to hold on for long. After all, there was a limit to one's strength. In fact, everyone's worries soon came true. After half a day, everyone obviously found that Yang Kai's attacks were not as sharp as before. Whether it was the sword or the soul attack, the power was greatly reduced. The most obvious change was that there were more Yin souls that escaped the net. However, this was not surprising. Yang Kai could hold on for half a day by himself, which was a reflection of his strength. It should be known that before, when they were in a group of 4, they could only hold on for half an hour. After another half a day, Yang Kai's hand that was holding the sword trembled slightly. His face was slightly pale, and it was obvious that he was reaching his limit. Qi Hifeng got up and said, Master, you should go back and rest for a while. Leave the rest to us. Yes, Master, if you fall, we won't be able to escape either. It's more important for you to rest first. The others hurriedly echoed and tried to persuade him. They didn't really care about Yang Kai. It was just that Yang Kai was now the mainstay of this place. Without Yang Kai, the remaining people's chances of survival were too low. Hearing this, Yang Kai pondered for a moment and nodded. Alright. He had been here for a day, and the others had almost recovered. Even if he retreated now, the remaining people could hold on for a while. At this moment, the howling of the wind outside the cave suddenly weakened, and to a great extent. Everyone was stunned and carefully looked outside the cave. After a while, someone said in a trembling voice, The wind is going to pass soon. Ha! The wind is going to pass soon. This is good. It's really going to pass soon. The heavens haven't given up on me. The heavens haven't given up on me. Realizing that the wind was going to pass soon, everyone shouted excitedly, as if they had picked up an amazing treasure. They couldn't wait to share this news with the world. What made everyone even happier was that as the wind rapidly weakened, the Yin souls and ghosts seemed to have received some kind of order and retreated into the depths of the strange fog. In the blink of an eye, the crisis that had surrounded the cave for more than 2 days had been resolved. Everyone was overjoyed. One by one, they squeezed to the entrance of the cave and stuck their heads out to look outside. They wanted to make sure that it was really safe. As far as they could see, the astral wind outside was about to disappear. The weak wind was not enough to cause great damage, and there was not a single ghost shadow in the depths of the strange fog. The calamity had really passed just like that. Master, be careful. Qi Hifeng suddenly shouted. At the same time, a turbid light suddenly burst out from somewhere in the cave and attacked Yang Kai's mind. In a flash, Yang Kai's body shook violently, as if he could fall at any time. In the next moment, a figure appeared behind Kai Yang and slammed a palm towards his forehead. "You dare!" Qi Hifeng's eyes were bloodshot as he chased after the figure, but it happened so suddenly that he was one step too late. He could only watch as the unguarded Yang Kai was hit by the palm. The others were also shocked and hurriedly scattered, alert to the surroundings, not knowing what had happened. Kong. A muffled sound rang out as a palm slammed into Kai Yang's head. The person who had slapped him had a ferocious grin on his face. After successfully slapping Kai Yang, he quickly fled, not wanting to stay here for even a moment longer. He knew that if he continued to stay, he would only be attacked by the crowd. After all, Yang Kai had saved everyone's lives and could be considered their benefactor. When their benefactor was attacked, whether they liked it or not, they had to put on an act to capture the culprit. Before this person left, he turned his head and glanced at Zhang Ruoxi with a smug look on his face. However, instead of panicking, Zhang Ruoxi was staring at him coldly, showing no intention of stopping him. "What's going on?" The man's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly felt a little uneasy. "You want to leave after hitting someone?" Suddenly, a voice that made his hair stand on end came from behind. The man quickly turned his head and saw Yang Kai looking at him with a playful expression. Yang Kai's originally pale face was no longer pale and was instead filled with a ruddy glow. His previously weak aura had also become extremely vigorous at this moment. He doesn't show the slightest sign of weakness. How is this possible? Even if Yang Kai is the Emperor Realm, how can he not consume any energy after standing guard at the cave entrance for an entire day? Or could it be that he had been hiding his strength from the beginning, and what he had displayed was not his full strength at all? Thinking of this, the man's clothes were soaked in cold sweat. On the other side, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed the man's ankle. With a little force, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. "Ah!" The man screamed and tried to circulate his strength to resist, but was shocked to find that under Yang Kai's grip, his cultivation had been sealed and he couldn't use any strength at all. Yang Kai casually threw the man back into the cave, where he hit the cave wall and bled profusely. "What's going on? What's going on? What's going on?" It wasn't until now that the other cultivator gradually reacted, but the scene in front of them confused them. They had no idea what was going on and why Yang Kai was fighting with the cultivator. Qi Hifeng said with a cold face, "This person has ulterior motives." He actually took advantage of the master's weakness to launch a sneak attack. This is insane and unforgivable. Everyone was shocked and looked at the cultivator who had fallen to the ground. This person was none other than the man with the sour face that Qi Hifeng had chatted with before. Perhaps because of the unbearable pain, the sour face looked even more like a bitter gourd, and his forehead was full of sweat. Truly detestable. If it wasn't for this lord, all of us would have lost our lives here. We've only just managed to escape now, yet not only do you not know how to repay kindness, you actually dare to secretly kill this lord. Do you even have any conscience? Such a despicable person should suffer the pain of having his soul extracted and refined. This one is not talented, but I know a little about soul refining. If the master needs it, just ask and I guarantee that he will regret being born into this world. I also know a little. If the master needs it, I can also help. I guarantee that he won't die in 10 days or half a month, but he will suffer a fate worse than death. When the sour face heard this, his face turned as white as snow and his whole body trembled. Chapter 25:45. Speak. Why did you attack this master? Someone glared at the bitter face and shouted sternly. The bitter face clenched his teeth. Although the pain was unbearable, he didn't say a word. Heh, it seems you're a tough nut to crack. We'll have to extract your soul and refine it to find out what's going on. Another person approached with a grin. Haha. The bitter face suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was so crazy that everyone was stunned. After a while, his laughter faded and he said coldly, "You want to extract my soul and refine it? Then you'll have to have the guts to do so." Do you know what sect I come from? If you dare to hurt a single hair on my head, your sect and family will not be able to rest in peace in the future. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. This scowling man's attitude of, I have a great background, really made everyone feel apprehensive. Thinking about it carefully, since he dared to attack someone from the Emperor realm, he must have something to rely on. Maybe he really was a disciple from a top sect. Otherwise, why would he attack someone from the Emperor realm for no reason? Perhaps Kai Yang had some kind of grudge with this top sect, so this person had decided to attack him here. Previously, everyone was grateful to Yang Kai for saving their lives, so they didn't think too much about it. Now that they thought about it, they realized that this matter was strange. Scared? Sour-gourd face took in everyone's expressions and couldn't help but sneer. I advise you all to mind your own business. Don't worry about the frost on other people's roof. Do what you should do, and don't be in front of me. Before he could finish speaking, Jianghu she suddenly flashed in front of him. A slap swept across his face. The bitter-faced man was stunned by the slap. Stars appeared in front of his eyes and his head was dizzy. He didn't recover for a long time. Under that slap, more than a dozen of his teeth flew out and blood flowed out of his mouth. Yang Kai was attacked. Although it was scary, it wasn't dangerous. But it still made Zhang Ruoxi furious. She never thought that there would be such an ungrateful person in this world. Yang Kai had just saved his life, and now he wanted to kill him. This kind of person was not worth pitying. If she hadn't suppressed the anger in her heart, this slap would have taken his life. Others were afraid of the bitter face, but Zhang Ruoxi had nothing to fear. It seemed that because she was really angry, an unimaginable violent aura spread out from Zhang Ruoxi's body. It made her look like a crazed beast. Everyone was stunned and stared blankly at her. None of them had imagined that this young woman that was beautiful like a celestial maiden would actually have such a shocking side to her. The howling wind has stopped, and the Een souls have dispersed. I won't be seeing you off. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he said lightly. Everyone heard this. He pondered for a moment. She understood what Kai Yang meant. No matter what enmity he had with this man, no matter what his background was, it wasn't something that others could interfere with. He didn't need others to interfere with him. What's the point? What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve. After understanding this, someone immediately cupped his fists and said, Master's kindness will be engraved in my heart. I wish the Master a fruitful return in the ancient lands. I will take my leave first. After saying this person simply rushed out of the cave and soon disappeared into the strange fog. With someone taking the lead, the rest of the people understood the situation and soon left. After a while, Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Qi Hifeng with interest. You're not leaving? Everyone else had left, but he had stayed behind, which inevitably made Kai Yang speculate a little. Qi Hifeng shook his head and said, This Qi still has something to say to the master. Yang Kai smiled and said, You recognize me. This was not a question, but a confirmation. When Qi Hifeng introduced himself earlier, he had intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Yang Kai. At that time, Yang Kai had suspected that Qi Hifeng recognized him, but now he was certain. Otherwise, why would Qi Hifeng not leave and instead stay here alone? Qi Hifeng could not help but smile. Master can see. Yang Kai said, Did Qi Hai tell you? Qi Hifeng said seriously, It was the young fort master. After he returned from the Shattered Star Sea a few days ago, he gathered some of his trusted subordinates and condensed an image of the master in front of us. He asked us to pay attention to the master's whereabouts. Because the master had told the young fort master in the Shattered Star Sea that he would come to the Eastern Territory. Yang Kai snorted, I only said that I would come to the Eastern Territory, but I didn't say that I would come to the ancient lands. You just happen to be here. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Qi Hifeng said awkwardly, Master, the restaurant in Desolation City, is secretly supported by my Qi family. Yang Kai suddenly understood why the owner of the restaurant gave him 10 jars of wild wine for no reason before he left. It turned out that he had already been recognized by the Qi family at that time. They sent a message saying that the master was going to enter the ancient lands, so we came in early and spread out to wait for him. Qi Hifeng explained while observing Yang Kai's expression, afraid that he would upset him. Yang Kai was, of course, not very happy and said coldly, "Your Qi family's hands are quite long." Qi Hifeng said with a frightened expression, "Master, please calm down. We did not mean to inquire about the master's whereabouts, but the young fort master, I know." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "It's the heavenly frost earth rain. Go back and tell Qi Hai that I can't cure this poison, because the antidote is no longer with me." Qi Hifeng was shocked and stammered, Then where is it? Where do I need to tell you?" A cold light flashed across Kai Yang's eyes. The phoenix's true fire was a very important matter. Although Kai Yang believed that Qi Hai would not reveal anything about the phoenix's true fire, if he had the heart, he would only need to look through the ancient records to find out that Qi Hai was so anxious to find him to help detoxify the poison. It was definitely related to the phoenix's true fire. At that time, he would get himself into trouble for no reason. Therefore, Yang Kai was very dissatisfied with Qi Hai's actions this time. He did not promise Qi Hai anything at that time, only telling him that he would go to the Eastern Territory in the future. Who knew that this would be involved? "I wouldn't dare." Qi Hifeng was shocked and quickly bowed. "Okay, you can go now. Also, tell Qi Hai that if he dares to inquire about my whereabouts again, I will personally pay him a visit." Yang Kai waved his hand impatiently. Qi Hifeng's expression changed. Although the Qi Castle's influence was not bad, if they really angered Yang Kai, the Emperor realm, they would have a hard time in the future. However, he did not know how to reply since he had not done what the young fort master had asked him to do. After thinking about it, he clasped his hands and said, "Master, this Qi has something to tell you, Master." Yang Kai looked at him coldly and said, "If it's about the antidote, don't say anything else. I will throw you out if you say one more word." Qi Hifeng hurriedly said, "It's not about the antidote, it's about this person." As he spoke, he pointed at the man with the bitter face. Yang Kai was surprised. "You know where he came from?" He was actually very curious. He had just arrived in the Eastern Territory and had just entered the ancient land's passageway, but someone had already tried to kill him. He did not know what kind of enmity it was. Qi Hifeng replied, "Master, if this Qi's guess is correct, this person is from the Netherworld sect." Netherworld sect? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and turned his head to look at the man with the bitter face who was contorting in pain. He then turned back and said indifferently, "How can you prove it?" Qi Hifeng said, "Because a month ago, many Netherworld sect disciples entered the ancient land's passageway. According to the information gathered by my Qi family disciples, these Netherworld sect disciples did not immediately enter the ancient land's passageway. Instead, they stayed in the passageway, seemingly waiting for someone. The leader was an elder of the Netherworld sect named Hua Feiqin, a second-order Emperor Realm Master." Hua Feiqin? Yang Kai murmured, extremely unfamiliar with this name. Qi Hifeng said, "Master may not know Hua Feiqin, but I'm sure Master is familiar with the other person." "Who?" "Yin Lusheng." Yang Kai raised his brow and grinned. "He's here too? Good, 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 it's really a small world." Qi Hifeng was stunned, not knowing what Yang Kai was so happy about. There were many people from the Netherworld sect this time, and one of them was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai was not afraid, but why was he so happy? He should only be a first-order Emperor Realm Master because the young Fort Master said that when he met him in the Shattered Star Sea, he was in the third-order Dao Source Realm. Even if he obtained some kind of opportunity in the Shattered Star Sea and advanced to the Emperor Realm, it was absolutely impossible for him to be a match for a veteran master like Hua Feiqin. We didn't know why the Netherworld sect people were lying in ambush in the passageway, but our Qi family fort is a great force here, so we naturally paid more attention to it. It wasn't until you, Master, suddenly arrived in Desolation City that the young fort master realized that the Netherworld sect must be targeting you. After all, we heard that Master had a very bad relationship with Yin Lusheng in the Shattered Star Sea, and there seems to be some kind of enmity between them. But we don't know how they got the news and knew that you would come to the ancient lands, so they were waiting for you. Qi Hifeng looked confused. Of course they knew, Yang Kai snorted softly. The news of Xiao Xiao in the ancient lands was personally told by Yin Lisheng. With how anxious he was at that time, Yin Lisheng must have guessed that he would come to the ancient lands to look for Xiao Xiao. He only needed to gather people to lie in ambush here, and sooner or later he would be waiting for him. It seems that this guy has been holding a grudge against me ever since I made him suffer a big loss in the Shattered Star Sea last time. It hasn't been long since the Shattered Star Sea closed, yet this guy can't wait to set a trap for me to fall into and kill me. As for that scowling man, he should be a spy they had planted outside to find out his whereabouts. But he didn't expect this guy to be so eager to gain merit that he launched a sneak attack when he saw that Yang Kai was exhausted. Let's see how you'll die this time. Yang Kai sneered. Last time, he let Yin Lisheng go because he wanted to inquire about Xiao Zhao's whereabouts. The two of them had signed a soul contract, so there were restrictions on each other. Even if Yang Kai wanted to kill him, he couldn't. But now that he had delivered himself to his doorstep, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be polite. Chapter 2546. Master, Hua Fei Chen is an elder of the Netherworld sect, and his cultivation has reached the Second Order Emperor realm 100 years ago. He is a famous master, and Yin Lisheng has also broken through to the Emperor realm. Master should avoid him. Qi Hifeng was taken aback when he saw Yang Kai's restless attitude. He had never met someone who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yang Kai had clearly just broken through to the Emperor realm, but he acted as if he was invincible and didn't even put Hua Fei Chen in his eyes. Qi Hifeng quickly suggested, "Sir, why don't you withdraw from this place first, then we can discuss further." Yin Lisheng has also broken through to the Emperor realm? Yang Kai frowned. When did this happen? Qi Hifeng said, I don't know the exact time, but he was already an Emperor realm master when he returned from the Shattered Star Sea. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, it seems that this guy's opportunities are not small. He remembered that when Yang Kai let Yin Lisheng go in the Shattered Star Sea, this guy was only in the Third Order Dao Source realm. Yang Kai was able to break through to the Emperor realm because he witnessed the battle between the two great emperors, and the collision of Emperor auras gave him a lot of insights. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of fortuitous encounter Yin Lisheng had later. However, there were many opportunities in the Shattered Star Sea, and Yin Lisheng's aptitude was good, so it wasn't surprising that he could break through to the Emperor realm. After thinking about it, Yang Kai leaned down, reached out, and pinched the wrinkle-faced man's chin, making him look into his eyes. His right eye was filled with golden light as he quietly released his spiritual energy to suppress the other party's consciousness, asking, Are you really from the Netherworld sect? The wrinkle-faced man was only in the Third Order Dao Source realm, so how could he resist Yang Kai's spiritual energy suppression? So he only hesitated for a moment. So he told the truth, yes. Your Netherworld sect came to the Ancient Lands passageway this time. Just to deal with me? Yes. How many people came? Besides Hua Fei Chen and Yin Lisheng, is there anyone else from the Emperor realm? 25 people came. Except for Elder Hua and Brother Yin, there is no other Emperor realm master. Yang Kai coldly snorted, You want to deal with this young master? Did Yin Lisheng eat shit? What kind of trump card does he have? Sour Gourd Face said, Brothers will lay down the heavenly net absolute sealing formation, and then Elder Hua and Brother Yin will personally kill you. Heavenly net absolute sealing formation. Qi Hifeng suddenly exclaimed. Yang Kai turned to look at him. What kind of formation is this? Qi Hifeng had a strange look on his face as he said, It's an extremely powerful array of the Netherworld sect. Once it's set up, the inside of the array will be like a ghost realm. Once trapped inside, your vitality will constantly drain away. Moreover, the area covered by the array will be completely isolated from the world, making it impossible to enter or exit. After the explanation, Qi Hifeng frowned and said, He actually knows how to set up the heavenly net absolute sealing array. This is too extravagant. In Qi Hifeng's opinion, Hua Fei Chen had already given Yang Kai enough face by personally making a move. After all, One was a second-order Emperor Realm Master while the other was a first-order Emperor Realm Master. With Yin Lusheng supporting them, no matter how strong Yang Kai was, there was absolutely no way he could escape. Sooner or later he would be beheaded. The two of them together were enough to take down Yang Kai. There was no need to set up this heavenly net absolute sealing array. The Netherworld Purgatory banners that the disciples of the Netherworld sect refined with their life essence and blood were used to set up this array. Once the array was broken, these secret treasures would all be destroyed, and the disciples would definitely suffer a backlash. They would be devoured by thousands of ghosts, living a life worse than death. The sect protecting array that covered the Netherworld sect was a huge heavenly net absolute sealing array, with 3 Emperor Artifact Netherworld Purgatory banners as the array core. If an enemy invaded, the array core would be activated. If an enemy attacked, there would be no return. However, the power of the heavenly net absolute sealing array arranged by more than 20 Netherworld sect disciples could not be underestimated. Is Yang Kai so powerful that the Netherworld sect is treating him so seriously? Qi Hifeng could not figure it out. How could he know that Yin Lusheng had arranged this spirit array precisely because he knew that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space? Hua Fei Chen's strength was indeed higher than Yang Kai's, but it wouldn't be easy for him to kill him. Since ancient times, a cultivator who was proficient in the Tao of space was extremely difficult to kill. The only way to cut off their escape route was to find a way to first seal off space so that they could not use Space Force to escape. Isolated from the world, Yang Kai could not help but coldly snort. He now knew what the heavenly net absolute sealing array was for. Master, we can't enter the ancient lands anymore. Let's withdraw first. If you want to enter the ancient lands to find something, my Qi family fort can help. You just need to wait for news in Qi family fort. Qi Hifeng looked at Yang Kai eagerly. He felt that with Yang Kai's current strength, if he walked right into the trap, he would definitely die. Your Qi family fort can't help me with what I'm looking for. Yang Kai shook his head. He did not come to the ancient lands to search for treasures, but to find traces of Xiao Xiao. How could Qi family fort help with this kind of thing? Saying so, he stretched out his hand and shook it. The man with the bitter face immediately fell to the ground. From the outside, there was no visible injury, but inside, the man's body had turned to dust. He could not be any more dead. Let's go. Yang Kai called out to Zhang Ruoxi and Old Ban. He already knew what he needed to know, so there was no need to inquire further. Wrapping the two in his Emperor Qi, Yang Kai disappeared like a ghost. Master, master! Qi Hifeng hurriedly shouted twice, but there was no trace of Yang Kai. After rushing out, he was suddenly shrouded in a strange fog, making it impossible to see his own fingers and unable to release his divine sense. Qi Hifeng stood in place for a while, then stomped his foot in annoyance and rushed out. It was impossible to find Yang Kai in the ancient lands passageway, so he had to wait in the cave before he could see Yang Kai. Now that Yang Kai had left, he could only send the news back to Qi family fort as soon as possible and let the young fort master decide what to do next. 800 kilometers away from where Yang Kai and the others were originally hiding, in another cave. A group of gloomy cultivators with cold temperaments gathered in one place. This cave was much larger than the one where Yang Kai and the others were hiding, and it could accommodate more than 20 people without being crowded. Most of these people were wearing the same clothes, so it was obvious that they were from the same sect. The leader was a second-order Emperor Realm Master in a luxurious robe. He was about 50 years old, but his face was ruddy and his forehead was full. This person was Elder Hua Fei Chen of the Netherworld sect. Beside Hua Fei Chen, Yin Lusheng's pair of snake-like eyes stared at the strange fog outside, as if he wanted to look into the depths of the strange fog. The corners of his mouth curled up in a cold smile, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. Recalling his encounter with Yang Kai in the Shattered Star Sea, Yin Lusheng couldn't sleep or eat well. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never suffered such a big loss. It had always been him crushing others with absolute strength, but he never thought that there would be a day when there would be a martial artist of the same level who would surpass him in strength. This was simply unbearable for him. The most intolerable thing was that in order to save his life last time, he had to compromise and say some soft words. If he didn't have information that Yang Kai was interested in, he would have been killed. In the end, he had to rely on the soul contract to save his life. Back in the Starlight Corridor, Yang Kai was not his opponent at all, but in less than 10 years, Yang Kai had grown to such an extent. If he was given a few more years, wouldn't he be able to ravage Yin Lusheng at will? Since he had already offended him, he had to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. If he really allowed Yang Kai to grow, Yin Lusheng's future days would be difficult. Therefore, after returning to the sect, Yin Lusheng asked his master to send Elder Hua Fei Chen and more than 20 disciples to the Ancient Lands passageway to kill Yang Kai. With Hua Fei Chen, the Heaven and Earth Absolute Sealing Array, and his own trump cards, it was impossible for Yang Kai to survive this time. Yin Lusheng really wanted to see the scene of Yang Kai kneeling and begging for mercy. It would definitely be a wonderful scene. Elder, this is bad. An exclamation suddenly interrupted Yin Lusheng's reverie, making him extremely unhappy. Turning his head, he saw a Netherworld sect disciple standing beside Hua Fei Chen with an ugly expression. What's the matter? Yin Lusheng frowned and asked. Hua Fei Chen also opened his eyes and looked at him faintly. The disciple trembled and said, Brother Yao is dead. Who killed him? Yin Lusheng gritted his teeth and asked. Although the Ancient Lands passageway was filled with dragons and snakes and was not safe, the disciples of the Netherworld sect were also famous in the Eastern Territory. Who would dare kill them so easily? Seems it's him. As the disciple spoke, he suddenly wiped a bead on his palm and a phantom image appeared in the air, reflecting the scene of Yang Kai reaching out and crushing the 5 viscera and 6 bowels of the wrinkly-faced man. It was unknown what kind of secret technique this was, but it was able to transmit the scene the wrinkly-faced man saw before he died here, allowing Hua Fei Chen and the others to see it clearly. Yang Kai. Yin Lusheng grit his teeth and shouted as he stared at Yang Kai in the phantom image. Meeting an enemy, his eyes blazed with hatred. It's him. This bastard bullied this young lady. He really entered the Ancient Lands passageway. Hua Fei Chen, you have to catch him for me, this young lady will torture him. On the other side of the cave, a red-clothed girl suddenly jumped up and shouted, also gritting her teeth as she stared at Yang Kai's figure. This girl was the one who had previously made things difficult for Old Ban. It was unknown how she had gotten together with the people of the Netherworld sect, but even Old Fu, who had been protecting her, had followed her here. As for the other 2 guards from the Third Order Dao Source realm, they were nowhere to be seen, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. This girl was only from the Third Order Dao Source realm, but when facing Hua Fei Chen, a master from the Emperor realm, she directly called him by his name without the slightest bit of respect. On the other hand, Hua Fei Chen didn't show the slightest annoyance, only a helpless expression appearing on his face. Yin Lusheng turned his head to look at the red-clothed girl and raised the corners of his mouth. Young Lady Lin, you mean, the one you want to teach is him? That's right. Lin's eyes spewed flames as she gnashed her teeth. It's him. I would recognize him even if he turned to ashes. Hurry up and catch him for me. I want him to kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. Chapter 2547. 2 days ago, this young lady suddenly found the cave where the Netherworld sect's people were hiding and ordered Hua Fei Chen and the others to help her teach a lesson. It was said that this person bullied her severely. Hua Fei Chen and Yin Lusheng felt a headache coming on. After all, they had come to the Ancient Lands this time to ambush Yang Kai, so how could they be in the mood to meddle in other people's business? If it was someone else, it would have been fine. With Hua Fei Chen and Yin Lusheng's strength and status, they might not have needed to pay attention to this matter. But this young lady was different. This woman's background was so great that even the Netherworld sect's sect master had to be polite to her. How could Hua Fei Chen and Yin Lusheng dare disobey her orders? The 2 of them cursed the person who bullied this young lady in their hearts. If this person hadn't had eyes but failed to see, how could such a thing have happened? It was fine to help a little, but it would be bad if they alarmed Yang Kai and made him take precautions. Although they were unhappy, they still had to obey this young lady's orders. Just as they were about to pinch their noses and admit defeat, the wind whistled. The group of people had been hiding in this cave for 2 days without being able to come out until the incident just now happened. Yin Lusheng smiled happily and said, "Young Lady Lin, it seems we need to deal with the same person." The same person? Lin was stunned. Even old Fu's eyes widened. What a coincidence! Yin Lusheng slowly got up and said, "I won't hide it from you too. This person is called Yang Kai. I have some grudges with him, so I came to the ancient lands to deal with him." Old Fu heard this and a strange expression appeared on his face. "For one person, you've sent so many people to deal with him. You even prepared to use the heavenly net absolute sealing array. Isn't your netherworld sect giving him too much face?" Yin Lusheng's expression turned solemn as he said, "Old Fu, you must not underestimate this person. I don't know if Old Fu has fought with this person before, but this person's strength is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface." Old Fu's face reddened. He nodded and said, "Indeed." Recalling his confrontation with Yang Kai in the desolate city, Old Fu knew that Yin Lusheng was not exaggerating. That young man was clearly a first-order Emperor Realm Master, just like him, but he was able to suppress Old Fu to the point where he couldn't even think of fighting back. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have needed the help of the Netherworld sect. He himself was a venerable emperor, and there were few things he couldn't handle. Putting aside his own strength, he's a genius. This person is also proficient in an extremely obscure power. This is what I care about the most, otherwise, there would be no need to use the heavenly net absolute sealing array. Yin Lusheng coldly snorted, a trace of jealousy flashing across his face. "What power?" Old Fu asked in surprise. "The power of space." Gasp! Old Fu sucked in a breath of cold air, unable to conceal the shock on his face as he exclaimed, "Did you just say, the power of space?" "That's right." Yin Lusheng's face was gloomy. Nodding slightly, Yang Kai said, "Moreover, his attainments in the Tao of space have reached an extremely high level. It seems to be able to tear through space at will." "Is there such a thing?" Old Fu was shocked, his eyes flashing as he asked suspiciously, "Could it be, this person is the disciple of that person on Spirit Beast Island?" Although he didn't name anyone, both Hua Feiqin and Yin Lusheng knew who he was talking about. If Yang Kai was really that person's disciple, then it would be troublesome. That person was known as the strongest person under the 10 great emperors. In the entire star boundary, excluding the top 10 titled emperors, he was the strongest, and he lived on Spirit Beast Island. He was a member of Martial Beast and was highly regarded by Martial Beast. Who would dare to touch his disciple? Touching him was tantamount to touching Spirit Beast Island. Even with Old Fu and Lin Er's status, they couldn't afford the consequences. Therefore, Old Fu couldn't help but feel a little worried, wondering if he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. Yin Lusheng shook his head and said, "As far as I know, this boy has nothing to do with that master. Boss Fu can rest assured." "How do you know?" Old Fu asked cautiously. As Lin Er's personal guard, he was naturally a very careful person. Yin Lusheng smiled slightly and said, "Because this person is from the Southern Territory." The Southern Territory. Old Fu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard this. If that's the case, then it has nothing to do with that person. After a pause, he suddenly understood, "So your heavenly net absolute sealing array is to seal space." Yin Lusheng grinned. "Naturally, without the space divine technique, I'd like to see what he can do." Hua Feiqin suddenly interjected, "Has that boy already broken through to the Emperor realm?" His disciple surnamed Yao was from the Third Order Tao Source realm, but he was still killed by Yang Kai with a single palm strike. Old Fu and Lin had also suffered losses at Yang Kai's hands, which undoubtedly proved that Yang Kai was already an Emperor realm master. Otherwise, how could he have done this? "Yes, what realm do you think he is?" Old Fu looked at him strangely. Hua Feiqin frowned and said, "Martial nephew Yin said that when he was in the Shattered Star Sea, he was still a Tao Source realm cultivator, but..." Yin Lusheng smiled slightly and said, "This person's aptitude is extraordinary and his opportunities are heaven-defying. It's not surprising that he was able to obtain an opportunity to break through to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea. Martial nephew has also broken through to the Emperor realm. If that weren't the case, I wouldn't have had to ask Martial Uncle Hua and the other brothers to help me. He didn't seem surprised, as if he had already expected this. Shattered Star Sea? He has been to the Shattered Star Sea? Old Fu was taken aback. Doesn't that mean he has just broken through to the Emperor Realm not long ago? A young man who had just broken through to the Emperor Realm not long ago and whose Emperor Qi had yet to fully condense was actually able to suppress him with such absolute superiority. Old Fu couldn't help but feel that this was unreal. Am I getting old? Old Fu, don't be surprised. No matter what kind of opportunity he obtained or how strong he is, he will die this time. Yin Luxing said viciously. What are you whispering about? Lin, who had been listening to them for a long time, urged impatiently, I want you to catch that guy and hand him over to this young lady. What are you waiting for? Yin Luxing turned his head and smiled. Young lady Lin, don't worry. We need to use some means to deal with that person, but you can rest assured that this Yin will present him to you within 3 to 5 days. Young lady Lin can do whatever she wants with him then. Lin snorted and said, that's for the best. When the time comes, this young lady will definitely strip him naked and throw him in a place with the most people so everyone can laugh at him. She had a fierce look on her face, as if this was the biggest punishment for Yang Kai. She had threatened Zhang Ruoxi with the same words before, and it was exactly the same as what she was saying now. Yin Luxing and the others broke out in cold sweat when they heard this. Hua Feichen said, since Martial Nephew Yao is dead, we can't stay here any longer. That person may have obtained some information and may not come here to throw himself into our trap. We have to change our location and make other arrangements. Yin Luxing nodded and said, Martial Uncle, you can make the decision. After the two discussed it, they immediately led the other Netherworld sect disciples away, with Old Fu and Lin following closely behind. Old Ban, how far is the rest of the road? Shrouded in strange fog, Old Ban led the way with Zhang Ruoxi in the middle and Yang Kai in the rear. Occasionally, a few blind Yin souls would attack them, but they were all easily dealt with. After walking for half a day, Yang Kai suddenly asked. Old Ban's voice came from the front. It's less than half of the journey. It will take at least 2 days to get out of the passage. 2 days? Yang Kai pondered for a moment before saying, Old Ban, you must have seen the situation before. Some of my enemies seem to be waiting for me ahead. They are quite strong and have a lot of people. You should go back the way you came. I'll walk the rest of the way myself. Old Ban grinned meaningfully. This old man has heard a little about the Netherworld sect. I can't afford to provoke them, but this old man is confident that he can come and go as he pleases in this ancient land's passageway. Little brother, you don't have to worry about me. Since I promised to take you out of the passage and into the ancient lands, I will never give up halfway. Although this old man's reputation isn't worth much, it can't be smashed by just anyone. He knew that Yang Kai was worried that he would be implicated, but to be honest, he wasn't afraid of others in this ancient land's passageway. If he couldn't win, he could just hide in the strange fog, and even a third-order Emperor Realm Master wouldn't be able to find him. His familiarity with this place was his biggest reliance. After a pause, he continued, Little brother can rest assured. Even if they really wanted to ambush you, they wouldn't choose to do so in this damned place. In this old man's humble opinion, the exit of the passage is the best place for them to set up an ambush. As long as I leave before that happens, it'll be fine. What he said made sense. Even if the Netherworld sect had any tricks up their sleeves, they wouldn't be able to carry them out in this strange fog, so this part of the road should be safe. Thinking so, Yang Kai no longer insisted and nodded, Many thanks, Old Ban. The three of them continued to move forward in silence. There weren't many twists and turns along the way. The most dangerous thunder tide and wind had already passed. Based on Old Ban's experience, the ancient land's passageway should be relatively safe for the next month. They only needed to pay attention to the sneak attacks of some Yin souls. Yang Kai was originally worried that the Ghost King wouldn't give up so easily. After all, so many Yin souls and ghosts had been killed in the cave before, but after walking for half a day, Yang Kai realized that he had been worrying too much. Perhaps the Ghost King also knew that even if he personally took action, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Yang Kai, so he simply didn't provoke Yang Kai anymore. As for the Yin souls and ghosts that had been killed, the ancient land's passageway was never short of them. If they died, then so be it. They could always be replaced. Old Ban's route was still winding and irregular. With the guidance of the jade beads, the three of them didn't get separated and always maintained a distance of 3 steps. Chapter 2548. 2 days later, the strange fog around them suddenly became thinner. Yang Kai wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. Old Ban, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and said, "Little brother, we're almost at the exit. The strange fog here doesn't suppress your divine sense too much. With your strength, you should be able to find a safe path." Hearing this, Yang Kai quickly released his divine sense to investigate his surroundings and found that, as Old Ban had said, the strange fog here was much better at suppressing his divine sense than before, and the range of his probing had also increased. As long as he could explore more with his divine sense, he would never get lost in this strange fog. The further he went, the weaker the fog's suppression, and the safer he would be. "Many thanks for your help. Old Ban, you must be careful on your way back." Yang Kai cupped his fists. Old Ban smiled slightly and said, "Little brother, you don't have to worry about me. If you need this old man's help on your way back, you can wait in a cave over there." As he spoke, he pointed in a direction and continued, "This old man will wait there for 1 day every month to bring people out of the ancient land's passageway, but the time is uncertain." Yang Kai understood and smiled. Old Ban is doing a two-way business. If someone wanted to enter the ancient land's passageway, he could bring people in from the desolate city and bring some people out when he left. This business was indeed good. Old Ban smiled and said, "This old man's strength is low. Although I have a deep understanding of the terrain, if I encounter a powerful Yin soul, I won't be able to resist. I can also bring some people out to protect them." Old Ban is considerate, Yang Kai nodded. "All right, then this old man will take his leave. Little brother and little sister, have a safe trip. Come back early." After Old Ban finished speaking, he walked in the direction he had pointed earlier. He should be waiting there to bring people out. After Old Ban's figure disappeared, Yang Kai turned his gaze to the front. After a while he said, "Roshi, I'll walk the rest of the way alone." A trace of distress appeared on Zhang Ruoshi's face. Although she wanted to help Yang Kai solve his problems, she was too weak at the moment. If she continued to stay, she would only become a burden to Yang Kai, so she could only grit her teeth and agree. With a flash of light, Yang Kai put Zhang Ruoshi into the sealed world bead before moving forward. The further they went, the less influence the strange fog had on them. Thus, Yang Kai's divine telekinesis could cover a wider area. They were about to leave the ancient land's passageway. Stepping into the real wilderness, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and turned his head to look around. By the time he reached this place, the strange fog had already become much thinner and had almost no effect on him. Therefore, he could see everything around him clearly. It was quiet all around. There was no trace of any living creature, and there was not even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Brother Yin, you've been waiting for this moment for many days. Now that I'm here, why bother hiding?" As soon as he finished speaking, somewhere in the sky, a perfect piece of silk seemed to be torn off, revealing a group of more than 20 people. Fierce murderous intent burst out in an instant as pairs of eyes glared at Yang Kai. At the same time, a stream of light flashed and turned into a cloak-like artifact, falling into the hands of a red-clothed girl. Yang Kai's eyes lingered on the cloak for a while before he raised his brow. A concealment artifact. Previously, when he used his divine sense, he didn't notice anyone here, but his intuition told him that the netherworld sex people were definitely lying in ambush here. Now, it seemed that it wasn't the netherworld sex concealment technique that was so exquisite, but rather the cloak. Yang Kai didn't know who had refined this thing, but it was actually able to hide so many people without him noticing. It was simply too miraculous. "You're here too." Yang Kai looked at the red-clothed girl and was a little surprised. Although he knew that the red-clothed girl and old Fu had entered the ancient land's passageway a day before him, he didn't expect them to be together with the netherworld sect. He didn't even know if they were from the netherworld sect. At this moment, The red-clothed girl was glaring at him as if she wanted to eat him alive. She seemed to be extremely indignant as she ground her teeth and asked, "How did you find us?" Old Fu couldn't help but hold his forehead and say, "Young lady, he probably didn't notice us. This shadowless is a treasure given to you by Master himself. How could a trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master see through its mysteries?" The red-clothed girl was stunned. "He didn't notice us? How is that possible? He clearly said those words." Old Fu was speechless. Yin Lusheng and Hua Feichen were also speechless. They couldn't help thinking that Yang Kai had just casually tricked him, yet he had taken the initiative to unravel the concealment divine ability of this artifact, and now he was even asking how he discovered it. With this kind of IQ, how could he dare run around? Originally, they were hoping to use the red-clothed girl's Emperor artifact to catch Yang Kai off guard, and all they needed was for Yang Kai to move forward another 10 meters. Who would have thought that they would fail at the last moment? Now that their lineup was exposed, they could no longer launch a sneak attack. For a moment, Yin Lusheng and Hua Feichen's faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have borrowed the red-clothed girl's power. It would have been better for them to hide themselves. "Are you also from the Netherworld sect?" Yang Kai looked at the red-clothed girl and Old Fu and asked. Before Old Fu could answer, the red-clothed girl spoke first and coldly snorted, "What is the Netherworld sect? Why would this young lady come from such a place?" As soon as these words came out, Old Fu's face changed, while Hua Feichen and Yin Lusheng's expressions became even uglier. The red-clothed girl spoke without hesitation, but saying this in front of the Netherworld sect was tantamount to slapping them in the face. In any case, the Netherworld sect was one of the top sects in the eastern region. It was a well-known name, but in the mouth of the red-clothed girl, it was nothing. What is this? It would be strange if Hua Feichen and Yin Lusheng's expressions didn't become ugly. If it had been someone else who said this, Hua Feichen would have slapped them, but this was the red-clothed girl. He didn't even dare to touch a hair on her head. Old Fu quickly laughed dryly and said, "Elder Hua, please don't mind her. Young lady has always been like this. She has no other intentions." Although Hua Feichen was annoyed, he couldn't do anything. He could only say with a cold face, "It doesn't matter. Young lady Lin is straightforward, so this king naturally won't take her seriously." On the other side, Yang Kai heard this and a look of understanding flashed across his eyes. He nodded and said, "I understand." Lin said bitterly, "What do you understand?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Nothing. Young lady is in cahoots with the Netherworld sect. Are you trying to make things difficult for this young master?" Lin gritted her teeth and said, "So what?" Seeing Yang Kai standing there motionless, she thought that Yang Kai was afraid, so she immediately said proudly, "If you want to live, obediently roll over here and kowtow to this young lady a few times, then offer your soul seal and be this young lady's servant for 10 years. Maybe if this young lady is in a good mood, she will spare your life." Yin Lusheng's face changed greatly when he heard this, and he hurriedly stopped her. He had brought so many people with him this time. They wanted to kill Yang Kai, but this red-clothed girl said that she might spare his life. How could this matter be settled peacefully? In any case, Yang Kai must die today. Before he could say anything, turned her head and shouted angrily, "Shut up! This young lady is speaking. Who gave you the right to interrupt?" Yin Lusheng was so angry that his face twisted, but he didn't dare to say a word. He was also furious in his heart. It was clearly this girl who wanted to use him and the others to get back her face, but in the blink of an eye, he and the others seemed to have become her subordinates who had to listen to her orders. What was this? Lin turned her head to look at Yang Kai again, looking around for a while, then frowned and said, "Where is that damn girl? Where did she go?" When she saw Yang Kai earlier, she was so angry that she forgot about Zhang Ruoxi's existence for a while. Only now did she suddenly realize that Yang Kai had come here alone, and Zhang Ruoxi was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai just smiled and didn't say a word. Lin said angrily, "Are you deaf? This young lady asked you a question. Where did that damn girl go? She dared to slap my face. I'll make her suffer a fate worse than death." "Slap her face?" Hua Fei-chen suddenly pricked up his ears and looked at Lin Er in amazement. The other Netherworld sect disciples also had horrified expressions as if they had seen a ghost. In this world, there was actually someone who dared to slap this young lady's face? Who was this damn girl she was talking about? How could she be so audacious? Old Fu stood to the side, cold sweat dripping down his forehead, and his legs trembling. The eldest miss had actually been slapped in the face under his protection. If no one had mentioned this matter, it would have been fine, and it would have been covered up without anyone knowing. However, this eldest miss had actually mentioned it in front of everyone. If this were to reach the master's ears, how could he still be alive? Old Fu was so scared that he quickly cast a pleading look at Hua Fei-chen, as if begging him not to spread this matter. Hua Fei-chen observed Old Fu's expression and knew what he was thinking. He just smiled and gently nodded in response. Although Old Fu's cultivation was not as good as his, he was still from that place and had been the young lady's guard for many years. There was no harm in having a good relationship with him. Perhaps there would be a time when he needed Old Fu's help in the future, so he would definitely benefit from this. Receiving a response, Old Fu quickly cupped his fists and expressed his gratitude. Lin clamored for a while, her chest heaving up and down. Finally, she put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "Hurry up and call that damn girl out. This young lady won't let her off so easily." She took it for granted that Yang Kai had hidden Zhang Ruoxi somewhere. Yang Kai coldly snorted and looked at her indifferently. "Little girl, this young master advises you not to stay in this dangerous place for too long. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died." "How dare you?" Old Fu was furious. Yang Kai actually dared to threaten his young lady. How could he tolerate this? Lin Er was stunned for a moment, and after a while, she frowned and asked, "You want to kill me?" Yang Kai coldly said, "You can't do things more than 3 times. If young lady refuses to wake up, so what if I kill you?" Lin Er immediately became hysterical. "You want to kill me? How dare you? Quick, catch him for me." As she shouted, she pushed and shoved Yin Lixing and the others around her, as if the Netherworld sect disciples were really her subordinates. Chapter 2549. Although the Netherworld sect disciples were unhappy to be ordered around like this by Lin, they had no way out now that things had gotten to this point. What's more, they had come here to kill Yang Kai. "Go!" Yin Lixing suddenly waved his hand and shouted. Schwa schwa schwa. The 20 or so Netherworld sect disciples flew out in unison and surrounded Yang Kai in an instant. Moreover, they seemed to be very particular about their positioning. Above, below, left, right, front, and back, leaving no way for Yang Kai to escape. Yin Lixing watched nervously, fearing that Yang Kai would use the space divine technique to escape at this time. If Yang Kai sensed something was wrong and fled, then all their efforts would be in vain. The spirit array had not been arranged yet, and the space had not been sealed, so there was no way to kill or capture Yang Kai. But to his delight, Yang Kai seemed to be a little arrogant and did not care about the more than 20 Netherworld sect disciples, just standing there quietly. Serves you right for being so arrogant. Do you think you're invincible just because you've broken through to the Emperor realm and have space principles? Today, I'll let you know that there is always someone better than you. Yin Lixing was secretly delighted, but on the surface, his expression remained unchanged as he locked onto Yang Kai with his divine sense. In the blink of an eye, the more than 20 Netherworld sect disciples had already taken their positions. Walala. After a series of noises, these 20 or so people summoned their artifacts one after another. These artifacts were all the same, as if they had been refined by the same person. They were all large black banners that fluttered in the wind. A series of rustling sounds rang out. They exuded an extremely cold aura. These large banners were exactly the same as the Netherworld Purgatory banner that Yang Kai had obtained from Zhong Zhenyong in the Shattered Star Sea. Obviously, they were the same kind of artifact and seemed to be the favorite of the Netherworld sect disciples. However, the power fluctuations coming from the Netherworld Purgatory banners in the hands of these disciples were not as good as Zhong Zhenyong's, so they should not have been refined to perfection. Everyone was in position, the banners had been summoned, everything was ready, Only one thing was missing. Yin Lisheng's lips curled into a smile. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he shouted, "Set up the formation." The 20 or so disciples of the Netherworld sect shouted in unison as their hands danced in the air. In an instant, an extremely subtle connection seemed to be formed between the 20 or so people. A layer of invisible restrictive power connected the 20 or so people together, sealing off the heaven and earth. Faint black energy gushed out of the Netherworld purgatory banners. It began to diffuse toward the center. A ray! Yang Kai seemed to be startled. His face was a little flustered as he asked, "What a ray?" Yin Luxing laughed loudly and said arrogantly, "Naturally, it's the spirit array that will take your life." At this point he no longer had to worry about anything. The heavenly net absolute sealing formation had already been set up. Space was sealed. Even if Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he wouldn't be able to escape from this world unless he had the ability to break this array. But how could a First-Order Emperor Realm Master break the heavenly net absolute sealing array arranged by more than 20 Tao Source Realm disciples using the Netherworld purgatory banners? Even a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master would be trapped for a moment. Yang Kai was horrified. Looking at Yin Luxing with a pale face, he gulped and asked, "Brother Yin, what kind of enmity do you have with me? Why are you treating me like this?" In the Shattered Star Sea. "I let you go, don't you care about our old friendship at all?" Yin Luxing was delighted as he coldly snorted, "Let me go? Don't make it sound so nice. If I didn't have the information you wanted, would you have let me go? What kind of old friendship do you have with me? Yang Kai, don't talk nonsense. Today, this place will be your burial ground." Yang Kai said bitterly, "Brother Yin, do you really want to kill me?" Yin Luxing raised his head and sneered, "What? You still want to live at this time?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "Who wants to die if they can live? Brother Yin, why don't you let me go today, and I'll visit you another day to thank you? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? You have the nerve to say that?" Yang Kai said helplessly, "It seems that Brother Yin has already made up his mind to kill me. What I say is useless, right?" Yin Luxing shouted, "No matter how eloquent your words are, no one will listen to you." Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. He stretched out his hands and brushed his hair back, saying with a sad face, "Brother Yin, I have another request." What else do you want to say?" A sneer hung on Yin Luxing's face as he felt extremely refreshed in his heart. He didn't know why, but when he saw Yang Kai's helpless appearance, he felt as if he had just ravaged dozens of young girls, and the pleasure he felt was almost impossible to vent. "Please let me die in this most handsome posture." Yang Kai turned his face to him, looking at the sky with his hands clasped behind his back. Lina's mouth twitched as she whispered to Old Fu, "This person is really shameless." Old Fu didn't know what to say. Yin Luxing suddenly frowned and shouted, "You're toying with me." At this moment, he suddenly realized that Yang Kai was talking so much nonsense to him not because he was afraid, nor was it because he was about to die, but because he was clearly playing with him. Yang Kai laughed and said, "I'm just playing around, Brother Yin. Why take it so seriously? You don't really think this young master is afraid of you, do you?" The mischievous expression on his face made Yin Luxing so angry that he almost coughed up blood. As soon as these words fell, space principles surged and Yang Kai's figure suddenly blurred. But soon, his body solidified again and reappeared in place, not moving at all. The heavenly net absolute sealing array really lives up to its reputation. Yang Kai raised his brow. Although he had heard Qi He Feng mention the power of this spirit array and knew that it could seal off the world, Yang Kai still wanted to try and see if he could leave this place. Now that he tried, he found that the surrounding space was really isolated. Even with his attainments in the Tao of space, there was no way for him to teleport. "What are you waiting for?" Yin Luxing roared when he saw this, lest Yang Kai escape if he was too slow. The 20 or so Netherworld sect disciples received the order and poured their source chi into the Netherworld purgatory banners in their hands, suddenly urging the power of the spirit array. Asterisk hoo hoo. Asterisk a series of ghostly wails and wolf howls rang out, making everyone feel as if they had suddenly arrived in the Netherworld. A chilling aura spread out, causing the ground to freeze. The surrounding trees, flowers, and grasses instantly withered and turned into ashes. The 20 or so netherworld purgatory banners constantly poured out thick black chi, and within this black chi, countless Yin souls and ghosts could be vaguely seen, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. In just 3 breaths of time, the world sealed off by the heavenly net absolute sealing array became pitch black, and if one looked from a distance, it was as if a huge black sphere had suddenly appeared between the heavens and the earth. This black sphere was several tens of meters in diameter and covered a large area, causing Yang Kai's figure to completely disappear. The power of the spirit array was already so terrifying, so it would be even more terrifying if it was fully unleashed. Yin Lisheng's mouth was filled with a sinister grin as he stared at the huge black sphere, seemingly wanting to witness Yang Kai's death with his own eyes. If Yang Kai had a little hope of escaping before, then now that the power of the spirit array had been fully unleashed, Yang Kai had no chance of surviving. Shrouded in this spirit array, one's vitality would be constantly drained away. Not only that, but the power of the 20 or so netherworld purgatory banners would also be greatly enhanced by the spirit array, and coupled with the joint attack of the 20 or so netherworld sect disciples, Yang Kai would be ground to death. Yin Lisheng, you've done everything you can to take my life. Do you really think this young master can't break this spirit array? Yang Kai's shout suddenly came from the black sphere, full of energy, as if he was not affected by the spirit array at all. Yin Lisheng's eyes narrowed as he suddenly had a very bad feeling. Before he could reply, a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly spread out from the black sphere, followed by a deafening explosion. The already huge black sphere seemed to have expanded rapidly under the eruption of some kind of energy, as if it could collapse at any time. The 20 or so Dao Source Realm disciples in charge of the heavenly net absolute sealing array all turned pale and trembled violently, almost suffering a backlash from the spirit array. Yin Lisheng was shocked, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Hua Feichen was also aghast. How is this possible? Didn't he just advance to the Emperor Realm? Although he couldn't see what Yang Kai had done just now because of the isolation of the spirit array, it was obvious that he had used some kind of powerful secret technique to affect the spirit array to this extent. How could someone from the Emperor Realm who had just advanced to the Emperor Realm achieve this? Hua Feichen thought that if he were trapped in this spirit array, he would only be able to wait for death, unable to shake the spirit array in the slightest. What he saw in front of him was so unreal. Hong. Another loud explosion rang out, and the black sphere that had just recovered expanded again, this time even more violently than before. A series of explosions rang out, and some of the 20 or so Dao Source Realm disciples coughed up blood as their bodies swayed. Yang Kai's previous attack had shaken them a little, and before they could recover, another attack came. This time, they were really injured. Although their injuries weren't serious and wouldn't affect the operation of the spirit array, who knew how many times Yang Kai could release such an attack? If this were to happen a few more times, this formation might really be broken. Martial Uncle Hua, Brother Yin, we can't hold on any longer. Someone shouted loudly. Yin Lisheng was also stunned. He wanted to kill Yang Kai, and for this purpose, he had specially brought so many people from the sect, even inviting the Second-Order Emperor Realm Hua Feichen, and even arranged the heavenly net absolute sealing array. If he still couldn't kill Yang Kai with such a lineup and capital, how could he return to the Netherworld sect? How could he face his honored master who had such high hopes for him? If he failed, it would be even more unbearable than killing him. Hong. A third explosion rang out. Pu piu piu. More than 20 Netherworld sect disciples coughed up blood as their faces turned pale. A crack appeared in the huge black sphere, and a thick black chi suddenly spread out. Yin Lisheng's eyes were dull. The spirit array was really about to collapse. And it had only been 5 breaths since Yang Kai attacked. Chapter 2550. Young Lady Lin, please help us. Seeing that the heavenly net absolute sealing array was about to be broken, Hua Feichen could no longer hold back and turned to the red-clothed girl. Lin pouted, what kind of broken spirit array is this? More than 20 people can't even trap one person, and you still have the nerve to say how powerful this spirit array is. When this young lady asked for help, didn't you say you didn't need it? Now you know to beg me." Hearing this, Hua Feichen coughed up blood, thinking that this had nothing to do with the spirit array. It was entirely because the enemy was too strong, and the person who arranged the spirit array wasn't strong enough. The higher the strength of the person who arranged the heavenly net absolute sealing array, the more powerful the netherworld purgatory banner would be. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become the netherworld sect protecting array. He and Yin Lisheng thought that this attack would be foolproof. After all, Yang Kai had just broken through to the Emperor realm, so how strong could he be? As long as the space was sealed, they wouldn't be able to do as they pleased. But reality was completely different from what they imagined. Yang Kai's strength couldn't be judged by common sense. "Young Lady Lin, please don't make such sarcastic remarks." Hua Feichen was so anxious that sweat appeared on his forehead. "If this Yang Kai escapes, I'm afraid young Lady Lin's matter will fail." Lin suddenly came to her senses and said, "That's right. Then I'll help you this time." As she spoke, a crystal-clear jade bowl suddenly appeared in her hand. The jade bowl wasn't big, and it was held in the palm of her slender hand. It emitted a pure white light, and there was a picture of an ancient kasha in the bowl. It was unknown who had carved the ancient kasha, but it looked very lifelike. It was even swaying slightly, as if it was alive. "Lin," shouted. She raised her hand. Taking out the jade bowl, she shouted in a low voice, "Go!" The jade bowl suddenly turned into a white light and flew above the black ball. It expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a semicircular white light curtain. It directly covered the black ball and covered it in it. Not only that, the ancient kasha in the jade bowl also turned into a real existence, taking root in the earth and becoming a towering ancient tree, releasing a strange fragrance. Kong. At the same time, Yang Kai's attack came again. The black ball abruptly expanded again, but with the white light barrier formed by the jade bowl, the black ball was suppressed before it could expand any further. The 20 or so disciples of the Netherworld sect had pale faces, thinking that the array would definitely be broken this time. Despite the backlash, when they saw that the formation was safe and sound under the cover of the light screen, they were pleasantly surprised and worked even harder to stimulate their own source qi to activate the power of the formation. Hua Feichen was envious. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Is this the Tai Osmanthus bowl?" This emperor artifact was extremely famous. There were very few powerhouses in the Eastern Territory who didn't know about it, but those who had seen its true appearance were few and far between. It was also Hua Feichen's first time seeing one. With his eyesight and experience, he naturally knew how terrifying this emperor artifact was. "But, do you want it?" Lin turned her head and glared at him. Hua Feichen looked terrified and hurriedly said, "I wouldn't dare. It's just that young Lady Lin has opened this old master's eyes today. This trip was really worth it." "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up, I can't control this thing for long." Linner's face turned slightly red as her source qi kept flowing out like a flood. It was obvious that summoning this emperor artifact consumed a lot of her source qi and she couldn't maintain it for a long time. Hua Feichen seemed to have woken up from a dream and said solemnly, "Young Lady Lin, please cooperate." As he spoke, he gave Yin Lisheng a meaningful look, and the two tacitly understood each other, their figures flickering as they rushed towards the black sphere. Lin formed a series of hand seals and waited for the two to approach before suddenly opening a gap in the white light barrier, allowing them to pass through. The 20 or so Netherworld sect disciples naturally followed suit, allowing Hua Feichen and Yin Lisheng to smoothly rush into the heavenly net absolute sealing array. Inside the array, Yang Kai let out a soft cry of surprise, an extremely strange expression on his face. Previously, he was about to break this bullshit formation, but for some unknown reason, an extremely tenacious force suddenly appeared and stabilized the chaotic formation. Not only that, but the surrounding space was also sealed even more tightly, giving him a feeling of being suppressed. Inside this ghost-like array, Yang Kai felt as if he was in a strange fog, unable to extend his divine sense too far. Naturally, he didn't know that Lin had used an extremely powerful Emperor artifact to obstruct him. He even thought that he had underestimated the power of this array. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the sound of something breaking through the air kept coming from all around as one Yin soul after another roamed around him, waiting for an opportunity to attack. The Heavenly Net Absolute Sealing Array was arranged with the Netherworld Purgatory Banner as its foundation, and the black fog that sealed the heavens and earth was also released by the Netherworld Purgatory Banner. With the support of this array, the power of the Netherworld Purgatory Banner was naturally greatly enhanced. Yang Kai was inside the array, which meant that he had to fight against more than 20 Netherworld sect disciples with Netherworld Purgatory Banners. It was not as simple as 1+1. The strength of the Yin souls and ghosts seemed to have been greatly enhanced. Although Yang Kai tried his best to disperse them, he was only able to kill a few. Previously, he was focused on breaking the array, so he was now trapped. It was only at this moment that he realized the strangeness of this formation. Shrouded in the array, Yang Kai found that his vitality was slowly draining away. The black fog around him contained an extremely corrosive force that was corroding his physique and Emperor Qi. Asterisk woo woo woo. Asterisk his ears were filled with those bone-chilling ghostly cries. Ghostly figures were hidden in the black fog, constantly attacking from all directions. Yang Kai flicked his fingers and sent out a series of moon blades in all directions. Although this part of the heavens and earth was isolated, making it impossible for him to teleport out, inside this black sphere, there was no restriction on him using Space Force. The power of the moon blades was terrifying, and as they tore through space, the ghosts were reduced to ashes. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of crisis and instinctively pushed his palm behind him. But this palm hit empty air, and instead his right shoulder was hit hard, causing his blood to tumble as he staggered back. Fortunately, his body was strong. Otherwise, this palm would have been enough to break his arm. Yang Kai, inside the Heavenly Net Absolute Sealing Array, I am the Master. If I want you to live, you will live. If I want you to die, you will die. You have no chance to live. Yin Lisheng's voice suddenly came from all directions, drifting erratically, making it impossible to determine where he was hiding. Yang Kai frowned, faintly feeling that things were a little troublesome. Yin Lisheng and Hua Feichen were both from the Netherworld sect, so at this moment, they were like fish in water inside this array. On the other hand, Yang Kai's hands and feet were tied, unable to display much of his strength. With this array devouring his vitality and countless Yin souls constantly attacking him, if he didn't think of a way, he really might not be able to leave this place alive. Yang Kai's thoughts turned sharply, but before he could stand firm, he felt a chill on his neck. In his shock, he summoned the myriad sword and slashed at the cold intent. With a crisp clang, sparks flew everywhere. A surprised voice sounded, which seemed to belong to Hua Feichen. He obviously didn't expect that Yang Kai would be able to detect his sneak attack in such a desperate situation, causing his attack to fail. Brandishing his myriad sword, Yang Kai looked around. Although he still couldn't see clearly, he still smiled and said, "Yin Lisheng, the Shattered Star Sea let you go once, so you should have taken care of yourself. I didn't expect you to come to the ancient lands to kill me. Since you are so eager to die, this young master will fulfill your wish." Yin Lisheng was furious and retorted, "You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. I'd like to see what kind of waves you can still stir up." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Just wait and see. Don't cry later." Yin Lisheng was furious and wanted to say something more, but Hua Feichen interrupted him and said, "Martial nephew Yin, be careful with your words. He is searching for your location." When Yin Lisheng heard this, he felt that Hua Feichen was right. Yang Kai was clearly at his wit's end, so he kept provoking him to speak so that it would be convenient for him to search for his location. He immediately shut his mouth. Yang Kai, however, sneered and said, "Do you think this young master can't do anything to you with the help of this bullshit spirit array? I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense." Shameless boasting. Yin Lisheng was really angry and couldn't help but shout. Hua Feichen was also trembling with anger. He had never seen such an arrogant guy who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He was clearly at death's door, yet he was still shouting. He didn't know where his courage came from, but he secretly decided to torture him when he caught him. After a few exchanges, no more words came out of the black sphere, only a constant swishing sound. The red-clothed girl and old Fu stood outside. Although they didn't know what was going on inside, they understood that Yang Kai was definitely not having a good time. Because every once in a while, Yang Kai would let out a muffled groan, apparently being attacked by Hua Fei-Chin and Yin Lixing. Lin was trying her best to stimulate the power of the Tai cinnamon bowl, and although it consumed a lot of her strength, her small face was full of excitement. Like Hua Fei-Chin, she was secretly looking forward to the scene of Yang Kai being tortured. As long as she could capture Yang Kai and vent the anger in her heart, it would be worth it no matter how much she had to pay. Asterisk pring pring pring. Asterisk inside the black sphere, sounds of fighting could be heard from time to time, but it was obvious that Yang Kai was completely at a disadvantage and could only passively take a beating. If it weren't for his extremely keen grasp of Space Force, allowing him to detect every attack before it arrived, he would have died countless times already. Even so, at this moment he was in a sorry state, with countless wounds all over his body. Although none of them were serious injuries, the accumulation of them was extremely shocking. He's still not dead. Yin Lixing was both shocked and angry. Yang Kai, like him, had just broken through to the Emperor realm, but at this moment he was showing strength that far exceeded his own, which was really hard for him to accept. But it should be soon. Inside the spirit array, his vitality was draining away and the cold Yin energy was seeping into his body. Now that he was injured, it wouldn't be long before he was an arrow at the end of its flight and became a fish on the chopping block. Chapter 2551. Feeling proud of himself, Yin Lixing laughed wildly. Yang Kai, did you think you would have such a day? How could he not be proud? A master proficient in the Tao of space, capable of tearing space at will, was now trapped here alive by him. The joy in his heart was simply indescribable. So, although he knew that this was not a good time to talk to Yang Kai, Yin Lixing couldn't help but shout. Hua Fei-Chin didn't say a word, constantly looking for opportunities to attack. Yang Kai blocked a blow and retreated, holding the myriad sword in front of his chest in a defensive posture, coldly snorting, frogs at the bottom of a well, looking at the sky as if it's the size of a well. Today, this young master will open your eyes, you bunch of trash, and see how I break your bullshit spirit array. Saying so, he flipped his hand and a bracelet suddenly appeared. Although this bracelet was a woman's accessory, it didn't look suitable for a woman to wear because it was covered in mysterious runes and pulsing with spiritual energy. At a glance, one could tell it was a powerful emperor artifact. You still dare to be so arrogant? Yin Lixing was furious, and under the cover of the heavenly net absolute sealing array, he stealthily approached Yang Kai, raised his hand, and was about to launch a sneak attack when a buzzing sound suddenly reached his ears. This sound was extremely strange, sounding like countless mosquitoes and flies flying over. What is that? Yin Lixing frowned, but in order to avoid any trickery he didn't dare to attack and instead retreated a little. Something that will take your dog lives. Yang Kai stood in place, sneering as he waved his hand and released countless pitch-black insects from the bracelet. The bracelet was naturally the insect enslavement bracelet, and the pitch-black insects were naturally the evolved soul-devouring demon insects. Previously, when he was besieged by countless Yin souls and ghosts in the cave, Yang Kai suddenly had a thought. He didn't know if his soul-devouring demon insects had any effect on these Yin souls. Because soul-devouring demon insects specialized in devouring spiritual energy. And they could even devour demonic qi. And to some extent, Yin souls and ghosts were the aggregation of spiritual energy. At that time, there were too many people and Yang Kai couldn't release his soul-devouring demon insects for experiments. Until just now, he had quietly released a few soul-devouring insects, dealing with Yin Lixing and Hua Fei-Chin while waiting for the result. After giving it a try, the situation was as he had expected. Those Yin souls and ghosts were simply delicacies prepared for the soul-devouring insects. Not only could the soul-devouring insects devour those Yin souls and ghosts, they would also not let go of the black gas here. They seemed to like this energy very much. Since the results of the experiment were out, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't be polite with these people from the Netherworld sect. As soon as the insect enslavement bracelet appeared, countless soul-devouring demon insects flew out from it and spread out in all directions. These insects were like hungry wolves rushing into a flock of sheep, capturing the wandering Yin souls and ghosts. In an instant, waves of mournful howls rang out. Although these Yin spirits did not have the thoughts they had when they were alive, under the gnawing, they still let out miserable cries, which made one's hair stand on end. Yin Lisheng and Hua Feichen were both startled. They didn't know what was going on, only that they seemed to have suffered heavy losses. The situation was unclear. They didn't dare to launch another attack rashly. They were afraid that they would fall into Yang Kai's trap. What's going on? Hua Feichen could only helplessly ask the 20 or so disciples in charge of the spirit array. Only they knew the situation inside the spirit array because they were the ones who arranged it, and the foundation of the spirit array was their artifact. It could be said that their lives were closely tied to this spirit array, sharing life and death with it. Not good, Elder Hua. A disciple shouted in horror. That person suddenly released a swarm of insects. A swarm of insects? Hua Feichen's eyes widened as he angrily shouted, "What's so surprising about a swarm of insects? Kill them for me." What a bunch of trash. Inside the heavenly net absolute sealing array, even the Emperor realm could be strangled, so why would it be afraid of a swarm of insects? Why were all the disciples the sect had accepted so useless? The disciple said in horror, "Elder, these insects can't be killed and are instead devouring the spirit array." What? Hua Feichen was really shocked this time. The Yin souls and ghosts that filled the black sphere were the Netherworld Purgatory Banner's spirit array. They didn't have physical bodies, and were the same as the Yin souls in the Ancient Lands passageway. They were condensed from the resentment of people who died, and were cold and treacherous. There are actually insects in this world that can devour the spirit array. What kind of insects are they? Not waiting for Hua Feichen to continue asking, a chill suddenly came from the front, heading straight for his face. Hua Feichen turned pale with fright and shouted, "Little brat, you dare to launch a sneak attack." This chill was obviously caused by Yang Kai's sneak attack. Hua Feichen hurriedly blocked it as he shouted. With a series of explosions, the corners of his eyes almost burst open as he was forced to retreat with a look of horror on his face. This was the first time he had faced Yang Kai head-on. Previously, he had only used the power of the spirit array to launch sneak attacks, so he didn't expect Yang Kai to be so strong. With the suppression of the spirit array, he was actually able to force a second-order Emperor Realm Master like himself to retreat. Is this little brat even human? Hua Feichen couldn't help but feel like he was in a dream. Yang Kai laughed. "You did this to me, so why can't I return the favor? What's so strange about launching a sneak attack on you? Does Elder Hua think that this young master should have just washed his neck and waited for you to chop it off?" Hua Feichen's mouth twitched, but he couldn't help but snort. That would be for the best. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Then let's see if you have the ability." As he spoke, his figure flickered. It was unknown how he accurately determined Hua Feichen's position, but as soon as he attacked, he launched a devastating attack. Hua Feichen turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted, "Martial Nephew Yin, help me!" As a second-order Emperor Realm Master, he was being attacked by an opponent who was a minor realm lower than him in his own spirit array, yet he had to call for his martial nephew's help. This was a complete loss of face. But compared to his own life, what was face worth? Naturally, Yin Lisheng wouldn't let Hua Feichen take the risk alone, so he rushed over and shouted, "Yang Kai, don't be so arrogant." The two martial nephews instantly joined forces, and under the surging of their Emperor Qi, the Netherworld sect's secret techniques bloomed in a dazzling display as they fought Yang Kai. A series of explosions rang out as violent energy fluctuations spread out in all directions. Both Elder Fu and Lin had strange expressions on their faces as they hovered in midair. Old Fu frowned. "What the hell is the Netherworld sect doing? A bunch of trash." The girl gritted her teeth and cursed. She had even summoned an emperor artifact like the Tai Cinnamon Bowl to help, but she didn't expect the Netherworld sect to still be unable to take down Yang Kai. "Young lady, do you want this old master to go and help?" Old Fu asked. Looking at the rumbling sounds inside, Hua Fei-Chin and Yin Lisheng probably wouldn't be able to win for a while. Old Fu was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, so if he could help, he would definitely be able to suppress Yang Kai's arrogance. "No need." Lin flatly refused. "This young lady has already given them enough face by personally helping them. Why do you still want to join in the fun? If they can't even win, then the people of the Netherworld sect are too useless." Old Fu didn't dare to disobey and could only bow his head. At this moment, a cry of alarm rang out. Old Fu's eyes narrowed as he looked in the direction of the sound. He saw that the 20 or so Netherworld sect disciples who were controlling the spirit array were all trembling as if they had been struck by lightning. Their faces were as pale as paper, and beads of sweat were dripping down their foreheads. Some of them were even bleeding from the corners of their mouths. They seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. "What's going on?" Old Fu's eyes widened, but he couldn't understand what was going on. A Netherworld sect disciple shouted, "Elder, save me. This disciple's banner is about to be completely devoured." The Netherworld sect disciples cultivated the Netherworld Purgatory banner with their lives, so their strength was greatly increased with it in hand. However, if the Netherworld Purgatory banner was damaged, they would also suffer a severe backlash. They were indeed only controlling the spirit array and weren't fighting Yang Kai head-on. However, the soul-devouring insects that Yang Kai sent out were constantly devouring their soul banners at an extremely fast pace. This disciple was quite unlucky. The banner souls he released were completely devoured by the soul-devouring insects, causing his Netherworld Purgatory banner to be severely damaged and he himself to suffer a great backlash. Before he could finish his words, a black light suddenly shot out from the huge black ball. It was the Netherworld Purgatory banner that he had risked his life to cultivate. However, the moment this disciple saw his secret treasure, he didn't show the slightest joy. Instead, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying, he hurriedly got up, turned around, and ran. The Netherworld Purgatory banner seemed to have a mind of its own and chased after him. In the blink of an eye, the Netherworld Purgatory banner caught up with the Netherworld sect disciple. With a bang, the Netherworld Purgatory banner exploded, turning into a mass of black energy that enveloped the Netherworld sect disciple. An extremely shrill scream rang out, as if he had been subjected to the most terrifying torture in the world. The black energy was like balls of black fire that attached to the disciple's body and wouldn't disperse. Like an all-pervasive viper, they drilled into his flesh through his pores. As he screamed, the Netherworld sect disciple kept rolling on the ground, scratching his face with both hands. He used so much strength that he actually tore off his own flesh. In the blink of an eye, this person was covered in blood and bones. How could this be? What happened to him? On the other side, the red-clothed girl who was controlling the Taikasha Bowl's power turned pale and couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice. She had never seen such a terrifying scene before. If it wasn't for the unbearable pain, how could a person do such a thing to himself? 10,000 ghosts devouring body. Old Fu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in shock, "This person is finished." The Netherworld Purgatory banner's power was greatly reduced, and the Netherworld sect disciple also suffered a backlash. This kind of backlash was even more unbearable than being thrown into a pot of oil and being squeezed dry. As he spoke, the black energy on the disciple's body converged and drilled into his body. An even more shrill scream rang out. The man kept rolling on the ground, tearing off pieces of flesh with his own hands. Soon, blood dyed the ground red. Chapter 25:52. In less than 10 breaths of time, the Netherworld sect disciple suddenly twitched all over before his vitality was cut off and he lay motionless on the ground. At this moment, there was not a single part of his body that was intact. Even his brightly colored intestines had been pulled out by him, making for a terrifying sight. Black energy was still burning on his body, as if it would continue to burn until the end of time. Shio shio shio. Streaks of black light flew out of the heavenly net absolute ceiling array one after another, shooting towards the Netherworld sect disciples with incomparable accuracy. The disciples were scared out of their wits and fled one after another, shouting for Elder to save them. How could Hua Feiqian have the time to save their lives? At this moment, he and Yin Lixing were still being chased by Yang Kai. They couldn't even catch their breath, so even if he knew that the disciples were suffering from the 10,000 ghosts devouring body, he was powerless. However, even if he had the time at this moment, there was no way he could save those disciples. For the disciples of the Netherworld sect, the 10,000 ghosts devouring body was the most terrible torture and the most unbearable way to die. This was related to the secret art they cultivated and the artifacts they sacrificed. But after all, this was the foundation of the Netherworld sect, so which disciple didn't cultivate it? Screams rang out one after another, but this time it was not the Yin souls, but the disciples of the Netherworld sect who were being devoured by the 10,000 ghosts devouring body. In just 30 breaths of time, the Netherworld sect had lost nearly half of its people, all of whom died from the backlash caused by the Netherworld Purgatory banner being damaged. However, the Spirit Array was still operating. The Heavenly Net Absolute Sealing Array was a rather peculiar Spirit Array, but it was also a very flexible Spirit Array. 5 people could set it up. 10 people could also set it up. 20 people could also. So even if many of them died, the Spirit Array did not stop operating. It was just that the color of the black sphere seemed to have faded a lot, and 3 figures could be vaguely seen flying around inside, fighting fiercely. With nearly half of the people on their side dead, the remaining Netherworld sect disciples were naturally frightened. They knew that if they didn't escape now, they would be no different from their dead brothers. Sooner or later, they would die from the backlash. But since Hua Feiqian didn't speak, how could they dare to escape? If they really escaped at this time, they would definitely be hunted down by the entire Netherworld sect, so they could only grit their teeth and hold on. Summon the Ghost King, a bunch of idiots. Yin Lixing suddenly cursed. The Netherworld sect's disciples were all shocked when they heard this. Then, a look of determination flashed across their faces as they formed hand seals and circulated their source qi. Then, they spat out mouthfuls of blood essence. It sprayed towards the black ball. The dark red blood was imprinted on the black ball, just like rainwater falling into the sea, quickly disappearing. However, the banner spirit within the black sphere seemed to have been provoked by something as it roared continuously. Hua Feiqian promptly flew over and stood in front of Yang Kai. Yin Lixing quickly retreated, glaring at Yang Kai with resentment. The next moment, a ghost banner suddenly appeared in his hand. It was the symbol of a Yellow Springs disciple, the Yellow Springs Purgatory banner. Holding the ghost flag with both hands, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence at his artifact. With a wave of his hand, the ghost flag began to expand. Huff! A rhythmic sound suddenly came from the ghost flag, like the sound of breathing, giving off a strange feeling. Along with this sound, the thick black qi and countless banner spirits within the black ball seemed to be attracted by something and converged towards the Yellow Springs Purgatory banner in Yin Lixing's hand. In less than a moment, all the black qi and banner spirits disappeared. Yang Kai's group of 3. Their field of vision was clear, leaving only the white light curtain of the Tai Osmanthus bowl covering the ground and sealing off space. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively felt a sense of danger. While fighting with Hua Feiqian, he glanced over at Yin Lixing, only to see Yin Lixing grinning as he shouted, "Yang Kai, let's see if you'll die or not." As soon as his words fell, the Yellow Springs Purgatory banner in his hand suddenly burst into a mass of black fog. Inside the black fog, 2 scarlet eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light, as if they could devour one's soul, making it impossible for anyone to look away. Immediately, 2 huge ghost claws stretched out from the black fog. As the black fog swirled, a huge figure appeared. This figure was more than 50 feet tall. Its entire body was pitch black, but its face was repulsive. There was even a single horn that curved towards the sky on its forehead. Its mouth was filled with fangs. As soon as the figure appeared, it gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. The surrounding air seemed to have dropped to the freezing point in an instant. Asterisk huff. Asterisk, a stream of white chi spewed out of the figure's nostrils and froze the void. Ghost King. Old Fu's eyes narrowed. He knew that these people from the Netherworld sect were going all out, otherwise, they wouldn't have used such a secret technique. Once this secret technique was used, it was either you die or they die. This Ghost King was different from the Ghost King in the Ancient Lands passageway. The Ghost King in the Ancient Lands passageway was naturally born and cultivated to such a powerful level over the years, but the one in front of them was a fusion of the banner spirits controlled by the Netherworld sect disciples. It was undeniable that the Ghost King's aura was extremely powerful, comparable to that of a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. Even Old Fu, who was watching the battle from the outside, couldn't help but shiver. On the other hand, Lin, whose cultivation was lower, was unaffected, but a faint layer of light flickered on her body. It seemed that it was this light that prevented her from being corroded by the Yin Qi. "Martial uncle, help me!" Yin Luxing shouted. Hua Fei-chen immediately fainted and forced Yang Kai back. His figure flickered, and he retreated to Yin Luxing's side and punched himself in the chest. Asterisk poo. Asterisk blood spurted out from Hua Fei-chen's mouth and sprayed on the Ghost King's body, increasing its aura by a lot. Forming hand seals, Hua Fei-chen and Yin Luxing both wore solemn expressions, seemingly resonating with each other and establishing an inexplicable connection with the Ghost King. Yang Kai stood in place with a solemn expression, his eyes darting around as he sized up the Ghost King. As expected of a top sect in the Eastern Territory, they actually had such a strange secret technique. Yang Kai thought that victory was in his hands, but he didn't expect such a change. On the other side, Yin Luxing gritted his teeth and shouted, "Yang Kai, I didn't expect you to be so strong, but can you be stronger than the Ghost King? This is the combined strength of more than a dozen people from my Netherworld sect. You will die without a doubt." Yang Kai snorted, "You've said this many times today, but this young master is still standing here, isn't he?" Yin Luxing couldn't restrain his anger, so he didn't want to waste any more words with him. Forming a seal with his hand, he shouted, "Die!" As soon as his words fell, the Ghost King's eyes burst with crimson light as it rushed towards Yang Kai like a marionette. "Swallow it for me!" Yang Kai pointed his finger, and countless soul-devouring demon insects flew out, forming a cloud of insects in midair and colliding head-on with the Ghost King. Asterisk Hong Long. Asterisk the insect cloud suddenly collapsed, and countless soul-devouring demon insects were sent flying and fell to the ground, their life and death unknown. On the other hand, the Ghost King was completely unscathed and its momentum was not reduced. After all, the insect cloud was composed of countless soul-devouring demon insects, so its structure was not dense, so how could it withstand such a collision? Naturally, it scattered at once, looking as if it couldn't withstand a single blow. Yin Luxing laughed and said, "Who told you to be arrogant? Who told you to be presumptuous? Serves you right today?" The meaning of his words seemed to be that he felt Yang Kai had nothing to lose. Yang Kai sneered as he stared indifferently at the approaching Ghost King, not moving in the slightest. Yin Luxing's laughter came to an abrupt end as he stared ahead with wide eyes, only to see that the Ghost King's body was covered with dark insects at some point. Obviously, they had quietly landed on it during the head-on collision just now. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk the sound of silkworms biting mulberry leaves rang out, and the Ghost King showed an extremely pained expression as it opened its mouth and howled, its speed suddenly slowing down a lot. This. Yin Luxing was dumbfounded. He didn't expect these strange insects to be so powerful that they could even swallow the Ghost King. Hua Fei-chen's face flickered as a trace of confusion flashed across his eyes. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he exclaimed, "Soul-devouring demon insects. These are soul-devouring demon insects." He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master and had cultivated for who knows how many years. Naturally, his knowledge and experience were extremely rich, so it was not surprising that he recognized soul-devouring demon insects. He didn't recognize them at first. After all, these soul-devouring demon insects were very different from the ones he had seen in ancient books. Whether it was their size or ferocity, they were incomparable to those recorded in ancient books. Only now did he have a flash of insight. After knowing that these were soul-devouring demon insects, Hua Fei Chen's expression became extremely flustered. Yin Luxing might not know how powerful these soul-devouring demon insects were, but he was well aware that the Netherworld Purgatory Banner and Yin souls were most afraid of these things. No wonder so many disciples have been killed. It turns out that these things are the cause of so many troubles. As he spoke, the soul-devouring demon insects that had fallen to the ground slowly got up, flapped their wings, and flew out with a buzzing sound, pouncing towards the Ghost King. In the blink of an eye, the huge Ghost King was covered by the soul-devouring demon insects, leaving only its two scarlet eyes vaguely visible. Gnawed by the soul-devouring demon insects, the Ghost King seemed to be unable to be controlled by Yin Luxing and Hua Fei Chen, constantly writhing and howling in pain. Hua Fei Chen knew that the situation was not good, so he quickly shouted, "End this quickly." Once the soul-devouring demon insects appeared, they couldn't afford to delay. If this dragged on, the Ghost King would be gnawed until there was nothing left of it. At that time, he and Yin Luxing would also suffer the pain of being devoured by 10,000 ghosts. More than a dozen disciples had died in front of him, and Hua Fei Chen didn't want to follow in their footsteps. Yin Luxing was also a smart person, so he naturally understood the gravity of the situation, so he immediately joined forces with Hua Fei Chen and forced the Ghost King to attack. Roar. With a roar, the Ghost King's two eyes became even redder, as if they were filled with blood. It no longer paid attention to the interference of the soul-devouring demon insects and directly flew towards Yang Kai. In midair, the huge ghost claw reached out and a black scythe suddenly appeared in its hand, slashing towards Yang Kai. Chapter 25:53. The Ghost King's attack was extremely shocking. Before the attack even arrived, the biting cold wind had already cut Yang Kai's skin painfully. The myriad sword hummed as Yang Kai slashed it upwards, pushing his Emperor Qi fiercely as a dazzling sword light burst forth. With a bang, sparks flew everywhere. The Ghost King's pouncing figure paused slightly, its huge body leaning back a little, showing just how powerful Yang Kai's attack was. The feedback from the Ghost King made Yin Luxing and Hua Fei Chen's eyes shrink at the same time, unable to believe what they were seeing. At the same time, Yang Kai was sent flying like a rag sack, crashing directly into the white light curtain before coming to a stop. A trace of horror flashed across his eyes, as if he hadn't expected the Ghost King to be so powerful. On the other side, Yin Luxing saw Yang Kai suffer a loss and couldn't help laughing. With me and martial Uncle Hua working together, this Ghost King's strength is comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai, what are you going to use to fight me? Quickly die. As soon as he finished speaking, he urged the Ghost King to pounce on Yang Kai again, wanting to take Yang Kai's life before he could catch his breath. Chi. The huge black scythe slashed down again with unstoppable might, directly cutting Yang Kai's body in half. Hua Fei Chen raised his brow and shouted without hesitation, "An illusion!" With the two of them working together, their perception seemed to have become extremely sharp. They immediately saw that Yang Kai had already escaped, and that what was cut in half was just an illusion left behind by Yang Kai. "Ghost King, come back!" Yin Luxing also shouted without hesitation, changing his hand seals continuously. The Ghost King suddenly burst into a cloud of black mist. It disappeared strangely. The next moment, 3 meters in front of Yin Luxing and Hua Fei Chen, Yang Kai's figure strangely appeared, his expression indifferent, the myriad sword in his hand pulsing with sword chi as he slashed towards the two. Yin Luxing met his eyes and sneered. There wasn't the slightest panic. Behind Yang Kai, a cloud of black fog suddenly appeared. In the black fog, the Ghost King's body was faintly discernible, and a huge sickle swept across the sky. Yang Kai frowned as a chill ran down his spine. How could he not know that the Ghost King had caught up to him? He didn't expect this thing to be so difficult to deal with. It was like a maggot in one's bones that he couldn't get rid of. He had originally planned to capture the ringleader and kill Yin Luxing and Hua Fei Chen. He would not fight the Ghost King head-on. But now, it seemed that this plan was not going to work out. In a hurry, Yang Kai had no choice but to flee from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already more than 100 feet away. What's the point of jumping around, Yang Kai? If you're still a man, let's go all out and fight. Yin Luxing was furious. He found that although this space had been sealed, making it impossible for Yang Kai to use his space ability to escape, Yang Kai was still able to move freely in this sealed space, as slippery as a loach, making it impossible for him to catch him. Yang Kai sneered, "You joined forces with your martial uncle and so many brothers to support you, yet you still have the nerve to say that you want to go all out and fight with me? Are you out of your mind?" Yin Luxing's face was filled with embarrassment, but he still stubbornly said, "If you have the ability, you can also find your martial uncle and brothers. This Yin won't say anything to you." Yang Kai snorted, twisting words and forcing logic. He pointed the myriad sword in his hand at Yin Luxing and said provocatively, "Surnamed Yin, new and old grudges are destined to be settled today. If you're still a man, fight one-on-one with this young master and see if this young master can beat you to the point that even your mother won't recognize you." "My mother died a long time ago, why bother with her?" Yin Luxing said angrily. Yang Kai said sarcastically, "You are the chief disciple of Netherworld sect and an overlord of Great Desolate Stars territory. What's wrong? You don't even have the guts to fight one-on-one with me?" Yin Luxing's face was gloomy and anger surged in his heart. Even the Ghost King under his control flickered with light. Whether it was as the chief disciple of Netherworld sect or as the overlord of Great Desolate Stars territory, Yin Luxing had his own pride. If it were anyone else who said this, he would have already rushed over and slapped them, but facing Yang Kai, he really didn't dare to fight one-on-one. He had also seen Yang Kai's strength and ability. He was definitely not his opponent, so he would be the one to suffer a loss. "Martial nephew, he's stalling for time," Hua Feichen said with a cold face. As he spoke, he glanced at the Ghost King intentionally or unintentionally. The Ghost King's body was densely covered with soul-devouring insects, which were constantly emitting crackling sounds. Obviously, they were devouring the Ghost King's energy. In such a short time, Hua Feichen could already feel that the Ghost King had weakened a lot. If he continued to dawdle, he was afraid that before Yang Kai could kill him, the Ghost King would die first. Once the Ghost King was destroyed, all the Netherworld sect disciples present would suffer a backlash, including him and Yin Luxing. "I know." Yin Luxing gritted his teeth. "There's no time to lose, hurry up." Hua Feichen shouted as he formed a seal again. Yin Luxing cooperated with him and glanced at Lin outside, whether intentionally or unintentionally. "What a waste." Lin coldly snorted. A group of people was fighting one person, and even something like the heavenly net absolute sealing array was arranged, yet they were still being slaughtered. How could this group of people from Netherworld sect be so useless? If she had known this earlier, she wouldn't have come to them to help her vent her anger. Now that she hadn't vented her anger, she had accumulated a lot. Especially when she saw Yang Kai strutting around, Lin Er's lungs were about to explode. She couldn't wait to go up and teach him a lesson herself. She didn't even consider that she was from the Third Order Dao Source realm. How could she have the ability to teach Yang Kai a lesson? Didn't she see that Hua Feichen, Yin Luxing, and the others were now facing a formidable enemy? Oh, it was unknown what secret technique the two Netherworld sect disciples from the Emperor realm had used, but the Ghost King suddenly roared towards the sky, and the scythe in its hand became even more powerful. Its huge body, like a willow catkin, floated in front of Yang Kai in an instant and swept towards him. Yang Kai said impatiently, "Do you think this kind of attack is still effective against this young master?" Yang Kai was no longer in a hurry to capture their leader. He just needed to continue wasting time with this group of Netherworld sect disciples, and it wouldn't take long for the soul-devouring insects to devour the Ghost King. At that time, he wouldn't even need to take action personally, as the people from the Netherworld sect wouldn't have a good end. So when he spoke, he was about to move away. But at this moment, the huge ancient Kasha phantom on the white light curtain that had been covering the earth shook, and a branch peeled off from the light curtain and swept towards Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning. How could Yang Kai have thought of such a change? He didn't know how this white light curtain was formed, and thought that it was something arranged by the Netherworld sect disciples. Previously, this thing didn't make any unusual movements and only sealed the space around it, so Yang Kai wasn't prepared at all. This moment of carelessness caused one of his arms to be tied up by the branch. Stunned, he struggled hard, but he couldn't break free. But this wasn't the end. As the ancient Kasha phantom continued to shake, 3 more branches attacked him like soft whips, accurately wrapping around his other arm and 2 legs. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was entangled by 4 branches and pulled into the shape of the Chinese character. The branches tightened and dragged him into the air. Yang Kai turned his head and glared at the red-clothed girl called Lin, only to see that her small face was slightly pale and her hands were forming seals as if she was using some kind of secret technique. It was all her doing. Yang Kai suddenly realized and gritted his teeth as he shouted, "Little girl, you're courting death." Because he was worried about the other party's background, he had only given her a small punishment in Desolate City. Now that he saw her mingling with the people from the Netherworld sect, he didn't want to do anything to her. He just planned to deal with these people from the Netherworld sect and ignore her. Who would have thought that she would have such a strange method, catching him off guard? Yang Kai's heart was filled with killing intent. Lin was also taken aback when she saw him so fierce, but she soon gritted her teeth and said, "I won't die even if you die." Yin Lusheng laughed and said, "Young lady Lin, well done. Let's see how this little brat will hide." Although Hua Feichen didn't say a word, he was still pushing his Emperor Qi to control the Ghost King to rush in front of Yang Kai with Yin Lusheng. The huge scythe swung down and the aura of death rushed towards Yang Kai. Yin Lusheng's eyes widened, seemingly wanting to enjoy the scene of Yang Kai's death. Hua Feichen also had a smile on his face, feeling that this matter was finally over. If Kai Yang was still able to escape under these circumstances, then that would be too inconceivable. The attack arrived in an instant, causing Yang Kai's pupils to shrink to the size of a needle tip as he shouted, "Dragon transformation." With a deafening roar, a golden dragon head appeared behind Yang Kai. The whole world seemed to tremble as dragon pressure filled the air, causing all creatures to submit. The Ghost King pouncing towards Yang Kai couldn't help but pause slightly, its attack also pausing for a moment. Yin Lusheng and Hua Feichen opened their mouths wide as they stared at the roaring dragon head in a daze, a feeling of absurdity rising in their hearts. Lin was even more unbearable. Her cultivation was the lowest, so under the influence of the dragon pressure, her tender body swayed and she almost fell. Affected by this, the power of the Tai Cinnamon Bowl was greatly reduced. She couldn't display the full power of this Emperor artifact, nor could she maintain it for long. So under this influence, the pure white light curtain showed signs of collapsing. Fortunately, she had seen a lot of big scenes, so she quickly grit her teeth and held on, not daring to let Yang Kai break free from her shackles. The golden dragon head phantom flashed and drilled into Yang Kai's body. Immediately afterward, Yang Kai's hands turned into dragon claws and strange dragon scales appeared on his exposed skin. Even behind him, a dragon tail composed of golden energy appeared and swept across the ground, creating a shocking sight. Kong. The Ghost King's attack arrived as expected and landed directly on Yang Kai's chest. A teeth-numbing sound of friction rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. The Ghost King's attack didn't seem to have hit flesh and blood, but rather the hardest artifact. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, but what stunned everyone was that while the blood of others was red, his was golden. On his chest, there was a foot-long wound that was so deep that his bones could be seen. Even though Yang Kai had used his dragon transformation secret technique, which greatly increased his defensive power, he still felt uncomfortable after taking the Ghost King's attack head-on. Chapter 2554. If it weren't for the soul-devouring insects devouring a lot of the Ghost King's power, and if it weren't for his powerful physical body, this blow would have taken his life. Although his life was not in danger, his injuries were extremely shocking, especially around his wounds, where there was a dark energy entangling them, hindering Yang Kai's recovery and eroding his flesh and blood. This was the Ghost King's Yin energy, which was extremely difficult to expel. He didn't die? Yin Lusheng's eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock. He couldn't believe how hard Yang Kai's body was, and that strange secret technique he had just used. He clearly saw a dragon head and felt a pure dragon pressure radiating from it. Could that really be a divine spirit? Thinking so, Yin Lisheng's legs trembled for no reason. I can't hold on much longer, Lin gritted her teeth and whispered. With her weak cultivation, it was already very rare for her to be able to use an emperor artifact like the Tai cinnamon bowl for such a long time. She couldn't hold on for much longer, and with her mind shaken by the dragon pressure just now, her source qi was running out and she couldn't hold on any longer. Yin Lisheng and Hua Feichen were shocked when they heard this and didn't dare to be negligent. They pushed their emperor qi and controlled the Ghost King to attack again. It wasn't easy to use this young lady's power to restrain Yang Kai and make him a target. If they still couldn't kill him, then only death awaited them. You're all going to die. Yang Kai's eyes flashed coldly as he struggled to break free. With a few cracking sounds, the branches that bound his hands and feet were broken. Lin let out a soft cry, as if she had suffered some backlash. The pure white light screen slowly retracted. It turned back into a sparkling and translucent jade bowl and flew towards her, disappearing into her body. Without the suppression of this emperor artifact, Yang Kai suddenly felt the pressure on him lighten, and his whole body was full of energy. It wasn't until now that he realized that the white light curtain was actually an emperor artifact. The Ghost King pounced ferociously, but Yang Kai acted as if he didn't see it, his expression solemn. Emperor Qi surged like a tide as he quickly formed a series of hand seals. Flowing time Great Emperor, withering glory, shuttling like a dream. The moment the flowing time Great Emperor used the divine technique of the Great Emperors, time seemed to freeze at this moment. The seal rumbled towards Yin Lisheng and Hua Feichen, but the two of them were completely unaware of it as they stared ahead with wide eyes. It felt like an instant, but it also felt like millions of years. By the time their eyes regained their clarity, the seal was already in front of them. Yin Lisheng's face filled with horror as his hands quickly danced. Blood essence kept spurting out of his mouth as he shouted, "Martial uncle, hold on." No one knew what kind of secret technique he used, but he quickly retreated like a loach. At the same time, his essence, energy, and spirit rapidly weakened. Even though he had just advanced to the Emperor realm, his cultivation level also plummeted. This secret technique seemed to be extremely harmful to the user. Hua Feichen was inconsolable. The others didn't know what kind of secret technique Yin Lisheng had used. However, he was extremely clear about this. Yin Lisheng had obviously severed his own cultivation. He had used this opportunity to cut off his connection with the Netherworld Purgatory banner. In this way, he wouldn't suffer the backlash of the 10,000 ghosts devouring body, but correspondingly, he would be giving up all his years of cultivation in the Netherworld sect. Everything would have to start from scratch, and there was even the danger of damaging his foundation. He had been entrusted by this martial nephew of his to come here with more than 20 disciples to help him get rid of his enemies, but at this critical moment of life and death, he had actually fled and pushed himself out to take the blame. What could be more depressing than this? Hua Feichen almost coughed up blood in anger as he cursed the Netherworld sect for raising such an ungrateful wretch. How could he not have seen it before? It was true that distance tested a horse's strength, and time revealed a person's heart. If he had a choice, he would rather have stayed in the sect and meditated. How could he have run out into these muddy waters, putting his life on the line? Before he could finish his thoughts, the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttling like a shuttle seal had already reached him. It was also thanks to his resistance that Yin Lisheng was able to escape. At a rate visible to the naked eye, Hua Feichen's skin became old and his vitality quickly drained from his body. It was as if thousands of years had passed. Bastard! Hua Feichen turned his head to look in the direction Yin Lisheng had escaped and cursed while clenching his teeth. Then his head tilted and he fell to the ground, gasping for breath. The principle of time had eroded his body, making him unable to resist at all. Death was only a matter of time. Without his control, the Ghost King suddenly went berserk, its eyes turning red like burning charcoal as it waved the huge scythe in its hand and attacked aimlessly. More than a dozen screams sounded at the same time as the Netherworld sect disciples who were still at death's door fell to the ground one after another. Black energy emerged from their bodies and burned them like flames. They had obviously suffered a backlash and had no hope of survival. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to them, nor did he care about the Ghost King that had gone out of control. He just coldly glanced in Lin Er's direction and snorted, "I'll deal with you later." As soon as Lin Er met his cold gaze, she couldn't help shivering. It seemed that she really wasn't scared, but she still stubbornly glared at Yang Kai, not flinching. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he chased after Yin Lisheng. "Young lady, run." Old Fu's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he hurriedly sent a message. If they didn't run now, they might not have another chance to escape. 2 Netherworld sect masters from the Emperor realm had joined forces. More than 20 disciples assisted them, and even summoned their Ghost King, but they still couldn't do anything to Yang Kai and were instead being slaughtered. This guy called Kai Yang, his strength was simply too strong. His loss in Desolate City was not unjustified. With the strength he showed, killing him would be no different from crushing an ant. "What are you running for?" Lin Er shouted angrily, "This young lady is right here, let's see if he dares to attack me." She said this out of anger, mainly because no one dared to kill her. What's more, her legs were weak and she really couldn't run. Old Fu was anxious and said, "Young lady, can't you see that he is in a killing frenzy? If he accidentally injures young lady's precious body, how can this old master explain it to master?" Lin Er snorted, "Give him 180 times the courage. Let's see if he tries." Old Fu didn't know what to say. Because of the young lady's interference, Yang Kai was struck by the Ghost King, and his wound was still bleeding. He definitely wouldn't let the young lady go easily. Old Fu's earnest persuasion was useless, but he didn't dare to force the young lady, so he was really anxious. On the other side, Yin Lisheng didn't escape far before Yang Kai caught up. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so tracking and escaping were his forte. What's more, Yin Lisheng's strength had plummeted, and his aura was constantly weakening. He was on the verge of the Tao Source realm, so how could he outrun him? As he ran, he looked back and saw Yang Kai following behind him like a ghost, his face so cold that it was almost possible to scrape off a layer of frost. While chasing, Yang Kai ridiculed, "Run! Let's see where you can run to." Yin Lisheng knew that he couldn't escape, so he steeled his heart and suddenly summoned an object in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he turned around and was about to activate its power. But the moment he turned around, he was startled because Yang Kai was already standing in front of him, staring coldly at the object in his hand. Before Yin Lisheng could activate his power, Yang Kai had already swung his myriad sword. Shua. One of Yin Lisheng's arms flew out. Blood gushed out from the severed arm like a fountain. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took the object that Yin Lisheng had been holding in his hand, glanced at it, and coldly snorted, "Emperor Authority Bead. I knew it was this damn thing." Previously, in the Shattered Star Sea, he had suffered a big loss at the hands of Seeking Passion Sect's young sect master Feng Shi, so he knew that the most outstanding disciples of their sects had treasures bestowed by their elders to protect them. The Emperor Authority Bead was the most common thing. Although it was not easy to condense and was still a consumable, if one had one on them, they could turn defeat into victory at a critical moment. Feng Shi had almost used his father's Emperor Authority Bead to kill Yang Kai. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years of being afraid of ropes, how could Yang Kai not be on guard against Yin Lisheng? So this time, he didn't give Yin Lisheng a chance to summon the Emperor Authority Bead and directly cut off his arm. Yin Lisheng, whose arm had been cut off, seemed to have only just realized what had happened. Staring at his severed arm in a daze, he screamed miserably, staggered back, and fell to the ground, his face ashen. A cold light approached as Yang Kai, holding the myriad sword, looked down at Yin Lisheng condescendingly, the tip of the sword pointed at the bridge of Yin Lisheng's nose. The sword chi was like the tongue of a viper, swallowing and spitting. Yin Lisheng's screams came to an abrupt end as he couldn't help gulping, a look of horror on his face. He knew that he had been thoroughly defeated. Even if Yang Kai spared him this time, Yin Lisheng was afraid that he wouldn't be able to cultivate again, because in order to escape, he had used a forbidden technique to sever his cultivation, damaging his foundation. At this moment, his strength had fallen to the Saint King realm, and it was still falling. Speaking of which, we don't seem to have any deep enmity between us. Yang Kai looked at Yin Lisheng, letting the blood from his chest drip to the ground as he said expressionlessly, "You're courting death." If he had stayed in the Netherworld sect to consolidate his cultivation and put aside his grievances with Yang Kai, he might have been able to take over his master's mantle and take charge of the Netherworld sect in the future, but he had brought people here to intercept and kill Yang Kai. One wrong step after another. Yin Lisheng grinned. On the path of the martial Tao, who can say clearly what is right and wrong? Today I am defeated, but in the future, you may not be able to reach the peak, so what are you so proud of? Perhaps. Yang Kai nodded in agreement, but I can go further than you and see more. Yin Lisheng's mouth twitched, seemingly speechless. What are your last words? Let's hear them. Yang Kai asked lightly. Yin Lisheng ground his teeth. I will wait for you on the Yellow Spring Road, still so stubborn. Yang Kai coldly snorted, pointing his sword forward. Believe it or not, I won't kill you and will refine your soul. Yin Lisheng closed his mouth at once, no longer daring to act presumptuously. Sometimes, death was not the most terrible thing, what was more terrible was to live a life worse than death. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him, grinning, I was just kidding. As he spoke, the myriad sword sank slightly and slowly stabbed forward. Yin Lisheng's eyes widened in an instant as he clearly heard the myriad sword stabbing into his body and into his heart. That slow and terrifying feeling instantly enveloped him. Chapter 25:55. My Netherworld sect will not let you off so easily. A murmur sounded from not far away. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Hua Feichen lying on the ground, his eyes wide open as he stared at him. His eyes were completely ashen, as if he had been dead for God knows how many days. After saying this, his head tilted to the side and he breathed his last. He had been hit by the flowing time Great Emperor's seal of shuttle, but he had managed to hold on until now. Yang Kai naturally didn't care about the threat of death. Reaching out, he took the space ring from Yin Lisheng's hand and threw it into his sleeve. This was the chief disciple of the Netherworld sect, so he must have a lot of good things on him. How could Yang Kai miss this opportunity? Before he could turn around and deal with Hua Feichen's body, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly threw away the Emperor Authority bead in his hand. Bang! With a loud explosion, the Emperor Authority bead exploded and turned into dust that dissipated into the air. Yang Kai's face was gloomy and uncertain. His good mood was instantly ruined. He gritted his teeth and said, "Restrictive spell." He didn't know what kind of restriction had been placed on the Emperor Authority bead, but it was definitely related to Yin Lisheng's life and death. After all, this was a protective treasure given to Yin Lisheng by the Netherworld sect's sect master. Once Yin Lisheng died, the restriction would be triggered, causing this Emperor Authority bead to go to waste. Yang Kai's heart ached, but at this point, there was no point in feeling distressed, so he could only collect his emotions, walk over to Hua Feichen, and collect his space ring. On the other side, the Ghost King that had lost control was no longer a concern. Countless soul-devouring insects were gnawing at its body. They treated it as a delicious meal. Presumably, it wouldn't take long for it to be completely devoured. More than 20 corpses were strewn all over the ground, and the smell of blood was pungent. Yang Kai himself was also injured. The wound caused by the Ghost King's scythe had not healed yet. The edges of the wound were twisted with dark energy, constantly corroding his flesh. Yang Kai waved his hand. Immediately, a small swarm of soul-devouring insects flew toward him and landed on his wound. Since the soul-devouring insects could eat the Ghost King, then they would definitely be able to deal with the Ghost King's cold aura. He had summoned them over to treat his injuries. Just as he thought, the soul-devouring insects started devouring his wounds as soon as they fell into them. A moment later, the pitch-black energy was completely swallowed up, and without the erosion and interference of this cold aura, the powerful restorative ability of Yang Kai's golden blood finally played a role. His flesh and blood began wriggling, and it would probably only take a few days for him to fully recover. Until now. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the girl in red. The moment their gazes met, Lin couldn't help but gulp. Even though she spoke beautifully just now, she was actually scared to death. She had never seen anyone so savage. He could actually fight one against many and kill all of his enemies. Moreover, the people he killed were not ordinary people. Those were two from the Emperor realm of the Netherworld sect, plus a group of Dao Source realm masters who had arranged the Heavenly Net Absolute's sealing array. Coupled with the huge wound on Yang Kai's chest, he looked even more ferocious. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, Lin would be lying if she said she didn't panic. She felt a little regretful now. If she had known this would happen, she would have fled with old Fu instead of staying here and acting brave. She didn't think that with Yang Kai's ability, even if she wanted to escape, she wouldn't be able to get far unless she and old Fu returned to the ancient land's passageway. Only with the help of the strange fog could they get rid of Yang Kai. Sha sha sha. Yang Kai walked over step by step, his eyes cold, giving Lin great pressure. Old Fu was eager to protect his master and had already flashed in front of Lin with a vigilant look. "You're quite obedient." Yang Kai walked up to them, stood still, and pointed his sword at them, saying coldly, "Since you're so honest, this young master can give you a quick death. Tell me, how do you want to die?" Old Fu became anxious when he heard this. Is he serious? How many people in this world would dare point a sword at his young lady and ask her how she wants to die? Looking at the murderous look on Yang Kai's face, it seemed he really didn't intend to let them go. Thinking about it, he was bound by his young lady's emperor artifact and almost lost his life at the hands of the Netherworld sect's disciples. But how could his young lady die? If she died, this world would fall into chaos. Old Fu quickly said, "Young master, it is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. This time we were wrong. Please show mercy and pretend today's matter never happened." "How about it?" "Never happened?" Yang Kai squinted at him angrily and coldly snorted, "Are the wounds on this young master's body fake? How can I pretend it never happened?" The wounds had not healed yet, and the white bones were still exposed. How could he pretend this never happened? Old Fu's face darkened as he said, "This old master is saying this for your own good. If you insist on going about things the wrong way, a great disaster will surely befall you." Yang Kai was so angry that he laughed. "This young master knows you have a powerful background and have the backing of the master, but so what? Once you fall into this young master's hands, your life and death are in my hands. Losers should know their place, yet you still dare to boast so shamelessly? Do you believe I won't stab you with my sword?" Saying so, Yang Kai turned his sword and pointed it directly at Old Fu's chest. His wrist swayed, and the sharp tip of the sword cut through Old Fu's clothes, scaring him so much that he hurriedly took a step back. The momentum he had been trying to muster instantly disappeared like a frosted eggplant. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would stab him in a fit of anger. If the young lady was killed, this guy would definitely be in trouble, but if he was killed, no one would stand up for him. He was a guard responsible for protecting the young lady's safety, but now that he couldn't even protect his own life, how could he protect the young lady? He had met someone who didn't care about his life. Old Fu's heart was filled with hatred. If he had known that this person was so strong, and if he had known that the Netherworld sect's people were trash, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to cooperate with the Netherworld sect and brought the young lady to provoke Yang Kai again and again. But then again, who knew that a First-Order Emperor Realm Master would be so strong? Then what do you want? Old Fu softened his momentum and asked weakly. Right now, he was meat on someone's chopping block, so he had no choice but to lower his head. He would put aside all humiliation for the time being and think about it when he was alive. Yang Kai's face sank as he said, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This young master has already said that everything can be done once, twice, but not thrice. Your young lady is so stubborn, and sooner or later, she will cause a big disaster. Why don't this young master clean up the sect for the master behind you now so he won't have to worry about it?" Old Fu was shocked. He felt like he was playing the lute to a cow just now. This person's murderous intent was unrelenting, and he was determined to kill the young lady. What should he do? He didn't dare to hesitate anymore and hurriedly said, "Do you know who we are? Who is my young lady?" "She is, get lost." Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish and kicked him. Caught off guard, Old Fu could only watch helplessly as the foot came right at his face. He let out a miserable cry as he was sent flying. His nose was almost crushed by the kick, and he fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. After taking care of Old Fu with one kick, Yang Kai glared at the red-clothed girl and said in a deep voice, "You little devil, this young master was kind enough to let you go in Desolation City, but not only did you not repay him, you even joined forces with the Netherworld sect to bully this young master. Today, I will take your life and teach you that there are some people in this world you can't afford to offend." The girl was shocked and her beautiful face turned pale as she shouted, "You dare!" But before she could finish her words, she saw Yang Kai raise his sword and slash at her. In an instant, the girl's pretty face turned extremely pale as the aura of death enveloped her, causing her whole body to turn cold and her hands and feet to tremble. She had never experienced anything like this before. Since she was a child, she had always been pampered and pampered. Who dared to disobey her orders wherever she went? Not to mention someone who dared to kill her. But now, someone wanted to take her life. It wasn't just empty words, he was really going to do it. She was only in the Third Order Dao Source realm, and using the Emperor artifact just now consumed a lot of her energy. Now that she couldn't even walk properly, how could she defend herself against this attack? So this is what it feels like? Someone really dares to kill me? The girl was stunned in place, as if she had been paralyzed. The myriad sword slashed down, and Yang Kai didn't hold back at all. When he circulated his Emperor Qi, even Old Fu could be cut in two, let alone the delicate girl. But just as the myriad sword was about to hit, a black pendant around the girl's neck suddenly burst open, turning into a dark barrier that wrapped around her. Asterisk Hong, asterisk with a loud bang, the myriad sword hit the barrier but failed to damage it in the slightest. Instead, it knocked Yang Kai back a few steps. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, but he wasn't surprised at all, as if he had expected this. He stared at the dark barrier and coldly snorted. After the dark barrier protected the girl, it immediately turned into a beam of black light, circled the surroundings, and shot directly into Old Fu, who was lying on the ground. Asterisk wing. Asterisk the world hummed as an unimaginable pressure suddenly spread out. Judging from the source, it was obvious that Old Fu was lying on the ground. Asterisk walala. Asterisk within 100 kilometers, all the birds and beasts scattered, as if they had sensed some kind of danger and fled for their lives. Yang Kai couldn't help gulping as he secretly raised his guard. He couldn't be more familiar with this scene. It was clearly the soul descent of a master. That day in the Shattered Star Sea, Feng Shi had played such a trick, and it was still fresh in his memory. These elites from the top sects all seemed to have their own trump cards. The Emperor Authority bead was the most common one, but the Soul Descent bead was undoubtedly more powerful. It was the descent of a true expert soul. Although it wouldn't be able to display the full strength of the expert, it wasn't something that ordinary people could deal with. The descent of a master's soul not only brought about pressure in terms of strength, but also prestige and reputation. There were only so many top masters, so once a soul descent occurred, who dared to underestimate them? Feng Shi could make his father's soul descent into the Shattered Star Sea, so this young lady Lin could naturally do the same. Yang Kai had long known that this would happen, so he didn't expect to kill the girl, but he couldn't vent the anger in his heart. Chapter 2556. That inexplicable master had his own reasons for choosing to use soul descent on Old Fu. Firstly, Lin was a woman, so it was somewhat inconvenient. Secondly, Old Fu was much stronger than Lin, so the soul descent would allow him to display more of his abilities. Moreover, it wouldn't matter even if Old Fu's body was damaged afterwards. The soul descent of a master was also a great burden on the body of a weak person. Under Yang Kai's gaze, Old Fu, who was lying on the ground, stood up straight. His white hair fluttered without the wind, and his eyes were as deep as the sea, inspiring awe in all who looked at him. In the blink of an eye, Old Fu's temperament changed drastically. His gaze swept over everyone, as if he could look down on the world with disdain. Old Fu's gaze swept over everyone, pausing on Yang Kai for a moment before turning to Lin. His expression was indifferent, making it impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Lin also seemed to have reacted at this moment. She reached out and touched the place where the pendant used to be on her neck, then glanced at Old Fu. After meeting his familiar gaze, she couldn't help shrinking her neck as she realized what was going on. "Father!" Lin called out softly like a mosquito. Instead of feeling happy about her father's soul descent, she looked scared instead. Old Fu coldly snorted and said indifferently, "Shouldn't you be reflecting on your mistakes behind closed doors? Why are you here?" Lin was rendered speechless by this question. Her eyes flinched, not daring to look at her father at all. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. This young lady must have snuck out secretly. No wonder she's so scared even after her father's soul descent. Why do all these little girls like to do this? Mo Shaoqi also often comes out of Spirit Beast Island. This girl in front of me is also the same. They're all spoiled. Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart. "What trouble have you caused this time?" Old Fu asked. Lin didn't answer. Instead, she looked around, as if looking for a way to escape. "Why aren't you answering my question?" Old Fu suddenly shouted. Lin's tender body trembled as she reflexively blurted out, "Your daughter was bullied." As she spoke, tears fell one by one down her white cheeks. She was as sad as she could be. She was no longer as arrogant and domineering as before, as if she was a completely different person. Yang Kai was stunned. This young lady's acting. It seems she's done this kind of thing. Tears flowed down her cheeks as if they were free. She cried in a heartbroken manner, as if someone had really done something to her. She even pointed at Yang Kai and said, "It's him. Father. Is. And. His. Is." Lin's crying stopped abruptly. Old Man Fu turned his head and looked at Yang Kai indifferently. "This king is talking to his daughter. Since when did you have the right to interrupt?" Yang Kai couldn't help curling his lips. His heart was filled with disgust. Old Man Fu asked, "You don't seem surprised to see this king?" Yang Kai snorted. "What's there to be surprised about? If it weren't for your protection with your daughter's temper and ability to cause trouble, she wouldn't have lived to this day. God knows where she would have died long ago." This guy wasn't polite to him at all, so Yang Kai didn't bother to give him a good face. Anyway, he wasn't in the wrong this time. Yang Kai didn't believe that this old man could really bully him. Feng Shi's father, Feng Xian, could stand up for his son regardless of his face, but this old man in front of him would never do that. He had to consider his own identity. It was because of this that Yang Kai wasn't afraid at all. Lin stared at Yang Kai in amazement. She had never thought that this guy's courage would be so big, daring to say such words to her father. This was not something anyone could do. How did she provoke such a person? Lin regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. Old Man Fu's eyes sharpened as he asked, "Boy, are you accusing this king of not disciplining her?" Yang Kai snorted and ignored him. Why ask such a simple question and slap his own face? Seeing his indifferent look, Old Man Fu was surprised and asked, "Aren't you afraid of this king?" Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "Why would I be afraid of you?" If it was before he went to the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai might have been afraid, but he was not an ignorant person now. He had even seen the great emperors of the secular world and the heaven-devouring great emperor, so he had a lot of experience. "Do you know who this king is?" Old Man Fu asked again. Yang Kai remained indifferent for a while before cupping his fists and saying, "Junior Yang Kai greets the Serene Soul Master." This salute was not out of fear, but out of respect for the master. Old Man Fu was really shocked this time. Yang Kai had actually seen through his identity, so it was obvious that he knew who he was. As Yang Kai said, the Soul Descender was one of the 10 great emperors of the Star Boundary, the the Serene Soul Great Emperor. He was also the overlord of the Eastern Territory and the founder of the Serene Soul Palace. The soul contracts that circulated throughout the entire star boundary were also created by this person. Yang Kai knew this only because of the attitude of the Netherworld sect and the others towards Lin. The Netherworld sect was a top sect in the Eastern Territory, so if Lin Er's identity was not more noble than theirs, how could they be so polite to her? Who else could be more noble than the people of the Netherworld sect? It wasn't surprising that he knew about this after all the connections he had. How do you know? Old Man Fu raised his eyebrows. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, I guessed. Old Man Fu's eyes flashed, but he didn't dwell on this issue and pondered for a moment before saying, since you already knew Lin Er's background, why did you dare to kill her? Could it be, you want to lure this king out? This old man's mind is not ordinary. After being exposed, Yang Kai didn't hide it anymore and cupped his fists. Master's eyes are sharp. This junior does have such intentions. Of course, if he didn't show up, Yang Kai would really kill him to silence him. Lin Er had provoked him time and time again and almost caused him to die at the hands of the Netherworld sect. Yang Kai couldn't pretend that this matter didn't happen. Old Man Fu curiously asked, why did you try so hard to lure this king out? Yang Kai sighed and said with a bitter face, Master, this junior had no choice but to do this. I was forced by your daughter. What does it have to do with me? Lin Er didn't panic at this moment. Her father's soul was here, so her life was definitely not in danger. What she was worried about was how long she would be imprisoned after she was captured. Yang Kai glanced at her and snapped, if it weren't for your background, do you think you would still be alive to speak? Lin Er snorted and turned her head away, too lazy to argue with him. However, when she recalled the scene when Yang Kai swung his sword without the slightest hesitation, she couldn't help but feel some lingering fear. In her heart, she knew that he was right. If it weren't for her father's protection, she really would have died. Yang Kai frowned and cupped his fists. Serene Soul Master, your daughter has made things difficult for me time and time again. This junior didn't want to argue with her. She's a little girl, after all, so it's understandable for her to be a little naughty. But this brat let her go again and again. Not only did she not appreciate it, she even colluded with the people of the Netherworld sect to ambush and kill me. This is truly intolerable. This brat was enraged and killed more than 20 people of the Netherworld sect here. Old Man Fu raised his eyes and looked over. He had noticed the corpses on the ground earlier, but he didn't expect them to be from Netherworld sect. Is this brat really so strong? He's just a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so how can he kill so many people? Yang Kai continued, the deaths of the people from Netherworld sect are not regrettable, but your daughter didn't dare to act rashly. You're lying. Lin Er pointed angrily at Yang Kai and shouted, you clearly wanted to kill me just now. Yang Kai sneered, if I didn't put your life in danger, how could I lure the master out? Old Man Fu narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai and asked, what do you want to do after luring this king out? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment and said, Master, I don't dare to kill your daughter, but I have to vent my anger, right? Naturally, I can only look for you to reason with. Who told my fist to be weaker than yours? Old Man Fu sneered softly. What do you mean? Do you think I deserve to be bullied? Yang Kai was furious and said, Master, I almost lost my life because of your daughter. Look at this wound, it hurts a lot. Old Man Fu glanced down at the foot-long wound on Yang Kai's chest and was a little moved. This brat can still talk to me without batting an eyelid after suffering such a serious injury. What a weirdo. Isn't he afraid that I'll smash him into a meat patty? This king understands. Then how are you going to reason with this king? Old Man Fu looked at Yang Kai calmly and said, this king is here now. Say whatever you want. You won't have the chance if you're too late. Yang Kai's face darkened and said, Master, don't tell me you're thinking of killing me to silence me? If word of you doing such a thing as a master gets out, what will happen to your reputation? Old Man Fu said, no matter what your motive is, it's a fact that you want to kill this king's daughter. What does it matter if this king kills you? Yang Kai was furious and said, Master, are you trying to bully me with your power? This old man is too shameless. I thought that as one of the 10 great emperors, he would at least care about his reputation. Who would have thought that he would be so shameless? On the other hand, Lin was happy and shouted, "Father, don't talk nonsense with him. Hurry up and kill him." Old man Fu sneered and looked at Yang Kai. "Are you afraid?" Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "What's there to be afraid of? This young master has fought side by side with the great emperors. It's not like I haven't seen the great emperor's abilities. This young master is also a person who has seen the world. What's there to be afraid of?" As soon as he said this, old man Fu's expression became strange and he asked, "You fought side by side with old man Hongshan?" Yang Kai snorted and said, "If master's true body came, this junior would naturally run away, but master is only a wisp of your soul now. How much strength can you display? Forgive this junior for being blunt, but this junior can drag your daughter down with me before I die. I don't know if master cares about your daughter's life." Chapter 25:57. Yang Kai's ferocious look showed that he really intended to do so, not just for show. Despicable. Lin's face turned white with anger. "This bastard really wants to kill me. You better not fall into this young lady's hands, or I'll make you suffer. Master, if you don't believe me, you can try." Yang Kai shook his myriad sword and assumed a posture of mutual destruction. Old Fu's expression was indifferent as he whispered, "Fighting side by side with the great emperors of the human world? Boy, you're bragging a bit too much. Aren't you afraid of being exposed?" Yang Kai said, "Boy, I'm just stating facts and reasoning, I never brag." "Is that so?" Old Fu smiled meaningfully, pausing for a moment before saying, "Just wait." "Wait for what?" Yang Kai looked at him in amazement, frowning slightly. He didn't know what this person in front of him wanted to do, but he knew that he was no match for this person, so he didn't dare to take him lightly. This person in front of him was not someone Yang Kai could compare to. Although he was only a soul descender, Yang Kai didn't have much confidence in being an enemy, but when it came to escaping, he still had some confidence. If it wasn't for this, how could he still stand here and speak so confidently without a change in expression? Old Fu's eyes darkened as he stood motionless. Yang Kai was suspicious, but he didn't dare to make any movements lest he annoy the other party. Towering mountains were covered in white snow. Within the snow-capped mountains, there was a continuous rise and fall of buildings. From time to time, cultivators would fly through the air. The pavilions below were also bustling with people coming and going, creating an extremely lively scene. Brothers from the same sect were comparing notes with each other, just like beautiful flowers playing chess in a pavilion. Groups of maidservants passed by. They came and went in a hurry. Countless plum blossoms bloomed, releasing a delicate fragrance. Many tamed rare beasts ran through the forest, rolling up rays of light. It was like a paradise on earth, and the world energy was extremely rich. This was the overlord sect of the Eastern Territory, the Serene Soul Palace. Those who had never been to the Serene Soul Palace would never have dared to imagine such a scene inside the sect. Just by hearing the name of the sect, one would think that this place was filled with a ghostly aura. The difference between imagination and reality was simply too great. At the peak of the tallest mountain, under the cover of white snow, there was a palace that occupied a vast area. The palace was cold and cheerless, as if no one had lived there for a long time. Within a radius of 100 miles around the mountain, not a single person could be seen. Even the birds and beasts that scurried about in the wilderness did not dare to approach this place. This was the forbidden area of the Serene Soul Palace, the place where the great emperors of Serene Soul cultivated in seclusion. Serene Soul was one of the 10 great emperors and stood at the peak of the star boundary. It was normal for her to be in seclusion for several decades or even centuries. Without being summoned, no one dared to disturb him. Even her children needed to ask for permission before they could set foot in this place. However, even the young palace master of the Serene Soul Palace, Hyoji, had not seen his father for a full 3 years. He only knew that his father seemed to be comprehending some kind of secret technique and could not be disturbed. At this moment, in the palace, under the flickering lights, 2 figures sat cross-legged facing each other. One of them had black hair without a beard, wore a black robe, and had an indifferent expression. However, he had the natural dignity of a superior, causing others to feel fear. This was the palace master of the Serene Soul Palace, one of the great emperors, the Serene Soul Palace master, one of the 10 great emperors. The person sitting opposite him was an elderly man. This elderly man did not seem to be sitting properly. His body was slumped, and he had a bored expression on his face. His eyes were rolling around, constantly looking left and right, as if he wanted to see if there was anything valuable in this damned place. He was prepared to take advantage of the great emperors of Serene Soul to steal it when they were not paying attention. That expression coupled with his actions at this moment could not be described as sneaky. If Hyoji saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked. This was because only his father and a few of his closest confidants were allowed to set foot in this palace. No outsider had ever entered this place. However, at this moment, there was an elderly man of unknown origin sitting face to face with his father. Yet his father wasn't on guard at all. If Yang Kai saw the scene, he would definitely be shocked. This elderly man was none other than Duan Hongchen, who had not been separated from him for long in the wilderness of Purple Mountain. He did not know why Duan Hongchen had come here, and directly found the great emperors of Serene Soul. In the silence, only the crackling of the lights could be heard. Suddenly, the great emperors of Serene Soul slowly opened his eyes. Duan Hongchen was shocked. He straightened his back and asked anxiously, "Is it done?" "Not yet." The great emperors of Serene Soul slowly shook his head. Duan Hongchen was startled and asked in astonishment, "If it's not done, then why are you opening your eyes? Hurry up and finish it, this old man still has something to ask of you." He had an extremely impolite look on his face, as if he was very familiar with the great emperors of Serene Soul. The great emperors of Serene Soul smiled and said, "Your matter is not urgent. I have something to ask of you." Duan Hongchen curiously asked, "Ask of me? What do you need to ask of me?" The great emperors of Serene Soul smiled and said, "A guy who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth said that he had fought side by side with you. Is this true?" Yang Kai had just started bragging, and he had already come to confront Duan Hongchen. Who knew what Yang Kai would think if he knew? Duan Hongchen sneered and said, "You believe what others say? What nonsense! When did this old man ever fight side by side with others? He must be using this old man's tiger skin as a flag to scare you. Quickly send him away, this old man's matter is more important." Serene Soul nodded and said, "I think so too." He also felt that Yang Kai was bragging. Who was Duan Hongchen? Even if he had cut off his own cultivation and his strength had greatly decreased, there was no need for him to join forces with others to fight against an enemy. However, Duan Hongchen happened to be in his Serene Soul Palace at this moment, so it was not difficult to ask. "Wait a minute." Duan Hongchen suddenly shouted again with a strange expression on his face, "Who said this guy? What does he look like?" He suddenly remembered that there was indeed a guy who had fought side by side with him, and it was not long ago. Serene Soul did not answer and just waved her hand in front of her. The space between them quickly rippled, and a clear image was immediately imprinted in Duan Hongchen's eyes. It was the scene of Yang Kai holding the myriad sword and standing in front of the entrance of the ancient land's passageway, surrounded by corpses. Duan Hongchen glanced at it, and the corner of his mouth suddenly twitched. How could it be this kid? The great emperors of Serene Soul was stunned. "You know him?" Duan Hongchen's face suddenly became ferocious, and he gnashed his teeth. "This seat will recognize him even if he turns into ashes. Serene Soul, quickly kill him and help this seat vent my anger. This seat will remember this favor." The great emperors of Serene Soul sighed. "Heaven-devouring great emperor of heaven-devouring great emperor, if you continue to be long-winded, this seat will not be polite to you. This seat's Serene Soul finger is not to be trifled with." He could tell at a glance that the one who had spoken was not Duan Hongchen, but the great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor of great emperors of heaven, Wukong, who shared a soul with Duan Hongchen. Duan Hongchen laughed strangely. "Serene Soul, how dare you speak to this seat with this kind of tone? I didn't see you with this kind of courage in the past." The great emperors of Serene Soul smiled. This seat's Serene Soul finger is not to be trifled with. He did not mention what had happened in the past, so it was obvious that he had also suffered a great loss at the hands of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Duan Hongchen's face darkened. Can't you change your lines? What's the point of threatening this seat with this? The great emperors of Serene Soul's expression did not change, and he still smiled. This seat's Serene Soul finger? Fuck you. Even the great emperors of heaven devouring great emperor of great emperors of heaven could not help but curse at this moment. At this moment, Duan Hongchen suddenly shivered, and the ferocious expression on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a look of anger. No one would be in a good mood if their body was suddenly controlled by another soul. However, neither he nor the heaven-devouring great emperor could do anything to each other. Serene Soul saw that the heaven-devouring great emperor of heaven-devouring great emperor had been suppressed, so she asked, "Do you really know this kid?" "Oh." Duan Hongchen smacked his lips. "The kid I told you about before, this is him." Serene Soul raised her eyebrows. "He's the one who joined forces with you to attack the heaven-devouring great emperor? And he ruined the heaven-devouring great emperor's plan?" Duan Hongchen said helplessly, "That's right. But the situation is a little complicated, so I can't explain it in a short time. Anyway, you saw the end result." The great emperors of Serene Soul nodded lightly. "So, he really wasn't bragging. What do you want to do with him?" Duan Hongchen glanced at Yang Kai on the hologram in front of him with some worry. He knew that the great emperors of Serene Soul had descended somewhere, and it seemed that his troublemaking daughter had encountered some kind of danger. The descent of the great emperor's souls was no joke, so they had to get something out of it. Just like some treasured swords, once they were out of their sheaths, they had to drink blood. The descent of the great emperor's souls would be shameful if they ran back without killing some people. If it was someone else, it would not be a big deal, but Yang Kai. Duan Hongchen really did not want him to die at the hands of Serene Soul. In any case, he had helped a lot in the Shattered Star Sea. Serene Soul glanced at him and said, "You want me to let him go?" Both of them were old monsters who had cultivated for who knows how many years, so Serene Soul knew what Duan Hongchen was thinking. It just so happened that this old thing would owe her another favor. Serene Soul secretly calculated in her heart, "I'm not related to him, so whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me. You can do whatever you want. Why ask me?" Duan Hongchen flicked his sleeves, acting as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Serene Soul could guess what he was thinking, so how could he not guess Serene Soul's plan? He already owed her a favor, so if he owed her another one, he was afraid that he would have to work like an ox for Serene Soul for the rest of his life. He would not do such a bad deal. "Okay, then this king will kill him." Serene Soul nodded. "Although my daughter is a bit mischievous, she is not someone that can be bullied by just anyone." Duan Hongchen smiled slyly and said, "If you want your daughter to be buried with him, you can do it." Serene Soul's face sank. "Duan Hongchen, you are looking down on this king too much. Although this king is only a soul wisp, it won't take much effort to take down a First-Order Emperor Realm Master." Duan Hongchen shook his head and said, "An ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master is naturally not your opponent, but this boy, he's not ordinary. If you want to take him down, I'm afraid it will take some effort." Chapter 2558. Serene Soul said angrily, "Duan Hongchen, enough is enough." This was no longer respect for that little brat, but looking down on herself. How could Serene Soul not be angry? Duan Hongchen said indifferently, "He is proficient in the Tao of space." "Is that so?" Serene Soul was slightly surprised. Since Duan Hongchen said that this little brat was proficient in the Tao of space, then he really was proficient in it. Such a person was not easy to kill. He has also learned the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal. What? The Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal. Serene Soul was really shocked this time. The Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal was a divine technique of the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. It was the only divine technique in the world that involved time principles. Even Serene Soul could not comprehend it. Once the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal was used, he might really be able to kill his own daughter. Right, the mountains and rivers bell is also in his hands. Duan Hongchen threw out a little bit of information, but it seemed to hit Serene's soul again and again, causing his expression to become more and more exaggerated. Quietly looking over, Duan Hongchen was very pleased. He did not know how he knew this. After all, Yang Kai did not reveal so much information in the Shattered Star Sea. Serene's soul's face was already dull, the corners of his mouth twitching. After a long while, he asked in a deep voice, "Yuan Ding's mountains and rivers bell?" Duan Hongchen raised his eyebrows. "Besides that mountains and rivers bell, what other mountains and rivers bell does he have?" Serene's soul's expression twitched even more. Although he was one of the 10 great emperors and didn't lack emperor artifacts, the mountains and rivers bell was an ancient exotic treasure. It was impossible for him not to covet it. In the past, when they besieged the heaven-devouring great emperor, the heaven-devouring great emperor had risked injury to kill Yuan Ding first. The biggest reason was that he feared the suppression power of the mountains and rivers bell. Even the heaven-devouring great emperor was afraid of it. How could Serene's soul ignore this? The power of space. The flowing time great emperor, the mountains and rivers bell, this brat's luck was too good. How could he get all the good things? If an ordinary martial artist could get even one of them, it would already be a blessing. But this brat had it all in his hands. Who knew where his family's ancestral grave was? Those without fortune had no luck. This kid's luck was a little too heaven-defying. After a moment of silence, Serene's soul snorted coldly, "Why are you telling me this? You're so boring." Duan Hongchen chuckled and said, "We're just chatting." He knew that Serene's soul probably wouldn't kill Yang Kai. This was because he didn't have the confidence to kill Yang Kai with his soul descent. If not, Duan Hongchen wouldn't have revealed this information. While talking, Duan Hongchen impatiently urged, "You should quickly solve the matter over there. This old master is still waiting for you to separate me from the heaven-devouring great emperor. This old dog has been entrenched in this old master's body. It's not convenient for this old master to go to the brothel to have some fun." Serene Soul's title was Serene Soul. Naturally, she was extremely proficient in the power of the soul. She was also one of the great emperors who had the most thorough understanding of the power of the soul. This was why Duan Hongchen had come to the Serene Soul Palace to seek help from the great emperors of Serene Soul. He wanted to see if there was a way to separate the heaven-devouring great emperor's soul from his body. If even Serene Soul couldn't do it, then he could only maintain this state for the time being and think of another way. Thinking about the future, Duan Hongchen couldn't help but shudder. Speaking of serious matters, Serene Soul's expression turned serious. "Hongchen, I won't hide it from you. Your situation is a little tricky. I might not be able to help. Whether you can help or not, we'll see after we try," Duan Hongchen said in a low voice. Serene Soul nodded and closed her eyes again. Outside the Ancient Lands passageway, Yang Kai held the myriad sword and kept his attention on Old Fu. He didn't dare to let his guard down. After the great emperors of Serene Soul told him to wait, they suddenly stopped moving. Yang Kai was puzzled. He didn't know what they were up to. Should he take advantage of their unpreparedness and run away first? But if he didn't solve the problem here, he might be targeted by the Serene Soul Palace. The Serene Soul Palace and the Netherworld sect weren't on the same level. Being targeted by the Serene Soul Palace was definitely not a good thing. As he thought about it, an even bolder idea came to his mind. Should he make the first move and kill the two people in front of him? Once and for all, everything would be over. However, this idea only appeared in Yang Kai's mind for a moment before it was thrown out of his mind. If he really did that, he would completely offend the great emperors of Serene Soul. Yang Kai decided to deal with the situation by sticking to the status quo. If the great emperors of Serene Soul really wanted to attack him, then it wouldn't be too late to make a plan. Thinking of this, he glanced at Lin and happened to meet her gaze. As their four eyes met, Yang Kai grinned wickedly, his expression terrifying. Lin was startled and quickly looked away. She wondered what her father, the master, was doing. Wouldn't it be fine if he just killed this brat? His daughter was being bullied, but he didn't stand up for her. How sad. At this moment, Old Fu, who had been standing still, suddenly seemed to come back to his senses and looked up at Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't help but swallow his saliva and ask, "What can I do for you, master?" The corners of Old Fu's mouth rose slightly as he looked Yang Kai up and down, then glanced at the more than 20 Netherworld sect disciples who had died. He knew that these people's deaths were not unjust. A person with so many blessings and who had joined forces with the great emperors of the secular world to deal with the heaven-devouring great emperor, how could they be a match for him? The mountains and rivers bell, an ancient exotic treasure that had been taken out by Yuan Ding tens of thousands of years ago, had actually returned. "I've pretty much understood what happened," Old Fu said lightly. "This matter is indeed my daughter being a little unreasonable. You have nothing to do with this." The master's eyes are really sharp. Yang Kai relaxed when he heard this, knowing that he was no longer in danger. Serene Soul was one of the great emperors, so since she had said so, she would definitely not make trouble for him. On the other hand, pursed her lips in anger when she heard this, her face full of displeasure. Old Fu nodded and said, "The ancient lands are dangerous. Take care of yourself." Saying so, Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards Lin, his emperor chi surging as he pulled Lin over. "Wait!" Yang Kai hurriedly shouted when he saw this. "Is there anything else?" Old Fu turned his head and looked at Yang Kai impatiently. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he said, "Master, you're not thinking of just leaving like this, are you? Are you kidding me? I was injured because of that troublesome woman, and you want to leave without saying anything?" Even if the heavenly emperor came, Yang Kai wouldn't agree. Old Fu was stunned and asked with a strange expression, "What do you want?" Yang Kai grimaced as he pointed to the gash on his chest and snorted, "Senior, this junior's injury was caused by your daughter. Even my bones were broken. If I were to recuperate like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to recover without a year or so." Old Fu looked down and saw the wriggling granulation around Yang Kai's wound, and the corner of his eyes couldn't help twitching. "Does he think I'm blind?" Although Old Fu didn't know what kind of body-tempering secret art he cultivated, this kind of injury was nothing more than a flesh wound that would heal in a few days, yet he dared to say it would take him a year or so. How presumptuous! Yang Kai didn't seem to notice his expression and continued. "Sir also said that the ancient lands are dangerous, and this junior has something to do inside. If this junior were to fall because of this wound, it would be difficult for your daughter to absolve herself from blame. If word of this spreads, Master's face will definitely be damaged. Others will definitely say that Master allowed his daughter to commit such a crime. TSK, does Master still care about his reputation? You dare threaten me?" Old Fu raised his brows slightly and asked with a dark expression, "What do you want?" Yang Kai sheathed his sword and said in a trembling voice, "This junior's strength is not bad, but I am not confident I can enter this ancient land. If Master can reward me with a defensive artifact to cover my wound, that would be best." Old Fu laughed in anger and asked, "What kind of defensive artifact do you want? Tell me." Yang Kai said seriously, "The bowl in your daughter's hand? I think it's quite good." Linker was shocked and shouted angrily, "You scoundrel, how dare you have ideas about my baby?" Yang Kai glared at her and snorted, "Children shouldn't interrupt when the master is speaking." Old Fu looked at Yang Kai with a smile and asked, "Do you want the Jade Osmanthus Bowl? That thing is called the Jade Osmanthus Bowl?" Yang Kai raised his brow and grinned meaningfully. "If Master can reward this junior, it would be best. To tell you the truth, this junior has been wandering the star boundary alone and is quite embarrassed. Although I have already broken through to the Emperor realm, I haven't been able to buy a handy artifact. Life is tough. The mountains and rivers bell is in your hands, yet you still dare to complain about being poor? Only a fool would believe you." Old Fu coldly snorted in his heart. "Master is one of the great emperors of this generation, so you don't lack an emperor artifact, right?" Yang Kai continued to pester Lin. He really did want the Jade Osmanthus Bowl. It was a good defensive artifact, and he just happened to lack one, so it would be a waste to leave it in Lin Er's hands. If he could get his hands on it, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings. "My father is my father, and I am me. Why do you keep eyeing my baby?" Lin Er was so angry that her nose was crooked. This little thief was too hateful, pestering her like this. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't beat him, she would have already taught him a lesson. You're the one who brought this up. Look at my wound. Yang Kai puffed out his chest, scaring Lin so much that she immediately turned her head. He was always talking about his wound, but it really did look quite scary. Old Fu was indifferent for a while before nodding. What you say makes sense. It's not like I can't give you the Jade Osmanthus Bowl. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. He just wanted to fight for it. After all, the great emperors of Serene Soul had a great reputation, so even if they couldn't give him the Jade Osmanthus Bowl, they could at least give him something else. Otherwise, wouldn't his enmity with Lin be in vain? But he never expected that the great emperors of Serene Soul would be so easy to negotiate with. Listening to what they said, it seemed that they really wanted to give him the Jade Osmanthus Bowl. Yang Kai beamed with joy and directly stretched out his hand to Lin. Give it to me. Lin opened her mouth wide and looked at Old Fu with an aggrieved expression. Father. Old Fu remained calm and said lightly, I can give you the Jade Osmanthus Bowl, but not for nothing. This king wants to exchange something with you. If you agree, the Jade Osmanthus Bowl will be yours. Yang Kai immediately became vigilant. What is it? There was actually a condition? What did this mean? Chapter 25:59. Moreover, what could he possibly have that could catch the eye of the great emperors of Serene Soul? Myriad sword? That's impossible. Myriad sword might be good, but it might not be in Serene Soul's eyes. The great emperors of a generation could have any emperor artifact they wanted, so why would they want Myriad sword? So what did he want in exchange? Yang Kai thought about it, but he still couldn't figure out Serene Soul's intentions. What senior wants to exchange for wouldn't be this little one's life, right? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Old Fu sneered, what use does this king have for a cheap life? Yang Kai's face turned black. Although he didn't think his life was worth much, he was naturally unhappy to be called cheap in front of others. If not for the other party's identity, he would have already rushed up and fought him. Just tell me if you agree or not. Old Fu looked at Yang Kai with a mocking smile. You don't even make it clear how I'll agree. Do you really think this young master has a limited IQ like your daughter? Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, Master's words are unclear. Forgive this junior for not agreeing. In front of him was an old monster who had lived for who knows how many years. Kai Yang didn't dare to casually promise anything, lest he fall into the other's trap. If he fell into the other's hands, then it would be a big joke. Old Fu said indifferently, this king wants a bell in exchange. As soon as he said this, Yang Kai was shocked and became vigilant. Change the bell. What bell? What other bell could he have besides the mountains and rivers bell? How did he know? In today's battle, Yang Kai hadn't used the mountains and rivers bell at all, and all the enemies who had seen it before were already dead. So how did the great emperors of Serene Soul know about this? Did they sense it? But that was impossible. The mountains and rivers bell had been refined by him. If he didn't use it against the enemy, no one would be able to sense it. But this old man had spoken so confidently, as if he was certain Yang Kai had a bell on him. Yang Kai really couldn't tell if he was just bluffing or if he really had a card up his sleeve. Could it be that he wanted to kill them and steal their treasures? Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth. If the Soul Devourer great emperors really had such thoughts, his future days would not be easy. What clock? What does master mean? Yang Kai's mind was racing, but his face was expressionless. He revealed a puzzled look. Old Fu looked at him mockingly and sneered, do you really not know? Yang Kai naturally didn't dare to reveal any flaws. He gritted his teeth and said, Master, please enlighten me. I'm confused and don't know what you're talking about. He swore in his heart that if this old man mentioned anything about the bell again, he would send his daughter off first. Old Fu said, in that case, I won't force you. As he spoke, Diwan wrapped Lin up and flew out. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the ancient land's passageway and disappeared. He actually left as soon as he said he would, without giving Kai Yang the slightest chance to react. Damn it. If you don't give me the Osmanthus Bowl, at least give me some source crystals or something. This young master suffered for nothing. After a long time, Yang Kai finally reacted. He was so angry that he cursed. This time, he had suffered a big loss. Lin had repeatedly made things difficult for him and even joined forces with the Netherworld sect to threaten his life, but all he did was force Serene Soul to surrender. He didn't get the slightest benefit from it. But soon, Yang Kai felt a cold sweat on his back. Just now, Serene Soul had suddenly mentioned the bell, which really scared him. Looking around for a while, Yang Kai didn't dare to stay any longer. He walked over to the dead Netherworld sect disciples and collected their space rings before hurriedly rushing into the ancient lands. Out of the passageway, he had officially stepped into the ancient wild land. This was an area that had never been developed. It was one of the most dangerous places in the entire star boundary. Even the Emperor realm couldn't guarantee their own safety. In this ancient lands, there were countless dangers that were difficult to resist. There were many natural barriers and savage species that lived here. They were all life-threatening existences. There were also rumors that there were divine spirits living in this ancient lands, but no one knew whether it was true or not. Yang Kai went less than 100 miles in and noticed the strangeness of this ancient lands. There was an inexplicable energy flowing in the air. This energy seemed to have the effect of suppressing the power of a cultivator. The deeper he went, the more obvious this effect became. Towering ancient trees towered into the sky. On the ground, there were many strange flowers and plants that Yang Kai had never heard of before. An ancient and desolate smell greeted him. Savage force. The entire ancient wildland was filled with this strange savage force. This was the great desolate force that came from the beginning of the world. Under this force, any creature would feel small and insignificant. Under the suppression of this force, any cultivator who entered would not be able to display their full strength. Yang Kai felt it for a while and found that this savage force didn't have the slightest effect on him. When it entered his body, it was like a gentle breeze that could be ignored. He had the mountains and rivers bell, a great desolate treasure, in his body, so all the savage force that invaded his body was automatically neutralized by the mountains and rivers bell. Realizing this, Kai Yang's heart calmed down. He had already noticed it when he drank the wild wine. Although he had some guesses in his heart, it wasn't until now that he confirmed them. It seems that with the mountains and rivers bell, I'll have a great advantage in this ancient wild lands. Yang Kai was quite pleased with himself. Fortunately, he had obtained this opportunity in the Shattered Star Sea, otherwise, he wouldn't have had such an advantage. As he walked, he took out a jade slip and compared it to the scenery outside. This jade slip was given to him by Pai San. It contained all the known landforms of the savage desolate ancient lands, as well as the distribution of demonic beasts. However, the information in this jade slip was not complete. Yang Kai didn't know how large the ancient wild land was. So far, the cultivator had explored less than 1/10 of the ancient wild land. However, with this jade slip in hand, Yang Kai could save a lot of trouble. An hour later, he had completely entered the ancient wild land and found a cave and walked in. He didn't know what kind of monster beast occupied this cave. The cave was dry and spacious, but there was no sign of the monster beast. He didn't know whether it had gone out to look for food or had been killed. Yang Kai guessed that the latter was more likely because this place was not far from the entrance. It would be easy for the cultivator to find this place. There was generally no space for monster beasts to live in this kind of place. With a wave of his hand, Yang Kai released Zhang Ruoxi and ordered, "I need to heal. Guard me and pay attention to resisting the wild force. If there's any movement or you can't hold on, call me." "Yes." Zhang Ruoxi responded obediently. Seeing the terrible injury on Yang Kai's shoulder, her heart inexplicably trembled. She didn't ask much and went directly to the entrance of the cave and sat down cross-legged. Inside the cave, Yang Kai took out some healing pills and stuffed them into his mouth. He closed his eyes and began to refine them. His injury was actually not serious. Even if he didn't treat it, it would only take a few days for him to recover. However, Yang Kai didn't dare to be careless while walking in this kind of place. If the smell of blood around his wound caused some unnecessary trouble, the loss would outweigh the gain. So, he decided to heal his wound first. There was no need to be in a hurry. The flesh around the wound was squirming, constantly healing towards the middle. It was a scary sight. Yang Kai's body's resilience was already strong. Now, with the help of the healing pills, it would take him less than a day or two to fully recover. Outside the cave, Zhang Ruoxi followed Yang Kai's instructions and urged her source qi to protect herself. At first, she was a little worried about the so-called wild force. After all, Yang Kai had mentioned it to her before. She knew that all cultivator who entered the ancient lands would be suppressed by the wild force. The lower the cultivation, the greater the suppression. Although she had the cultivation of the third-order Dao source realm, she couldn't help Yang Kai at all. During the last part of the ancient lands passageway, Yang Kai even took her into the sealed world bead. Zhang Ruoxi hated herself for being so weak. Not only was she unable to help Yang Kai, but she was also a burden to him. The wound on Yang Kai's shoulder was so big. She didn't know how much blood he had lost, how painful it was, and how dangerous it was. Everything she had now was given to her by Yang Kai. If it weren't for him, she would have been taken back by the Lu family and ruined by them. A small family like the Zhang family wouldn't have been able to survive in Maplewood City. Not only did Yang Kai save her, but he also saved the entire Zhang family. He also gave her countless cultivation resources, which allowed her to achieve what she had today. She didn't know why Yang Kai brought her out of the Zhang family, but after so many years, she had long been used to following Yang Kai everywhere. But when would he be able to block the calamity from Mr.? She couldn't always be protected by Yang Kai like this. Even if he asked her to take care of his meals and make his bed, that would be fine. Unfortunately, she hadn't done much of that. Zhang Ruoxi bit her red lips with her pearly white teeth. Her heart tightened. Her yearning to become stronger drove her to silently circulate her secret art and meditate to cultivate. This was an involuntary action. But soon, Zhang Ruoxi was startled and quickly stopped. It couldn't be helped. She suddenly remembered that this was the ancient wildlands. The world energy here was full of wild force. It was not a place to cultivate at all. If she absorbed the wild force into her body, not only would she be unable to absorb it, it would also hinder the progress of her cultivation. Realizing this, Zhang Ruoxi's face suddenly turned pale and she quickly checked her own situation. Zhang Ruoxi was baffled by her own condition after a quick check. Because she found that although she had inadvertently absorbed some wild force, it didn't seem to be harmful to her. Instead, it spread out in her body and became the source of her own strength. In this short period of time, his cultivation efficiency was more than twice as fast as before. What's going on? Zhang Ruoxi looked surprised. She didn't understand. She wanted to ask Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai knew more than she did. But Yang Kai was at a critical juncture of healing, so she didn't want to disturb him. Chapter 2560. After remaining indifferent for a long time, Zhang Ruoxi mustered up her courage and began to circulate her secret art again. This time, she carefully sensed it and found that if she cultivated here, other than absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, there was also the savage force. But the strange thing was that both of these forces were greatly beneficial to her, especially the wild force. It made her feel like she had tasted it and couldn't stop. What's going on? Could there be something wrong with his body? That was the power of the wild Zhang Ruo. She suddenly became afraid and didn't dare to cultivate anymore. She stopped circulating her secret art and sat silently in place with a bewildered expression. She really couldn't find a reason for this. The only possible explanation was her bloodline. Her teacher had said that her bloodline was very strange and he didn't know what kind of inheritance it had. She was also very confused because the secret art she used to cultivate was something she comprehended on her own and wasn't taught by the Zhang family. It was as if these things were engraved in the depths of her mind and she knew how to circulate them as soon as she started cultivating. She sat in place and didn't do anything. Her surroundings were quiet and peaceful. Zhang Ruoxi thought for a while and took out the space spirit jade from her space ring. Before entering here, her teacher had given this thing to her and asked her to study it, saying that it might unlock the secret of her bloodline. As soon as she took it out, Zhang Ruoxi's body suddenly shook and she raised her head to look in a certain direction. That feeling came again. It seemed that something was resonating with the space spirit jade in her hand and calling out to her from afar, making her blood flow faster. It was extremely hot. She had this feeling once before. Now that she experienced it again, Jianghu, she was sure that it wasn't an illusion. But it only lasted for a moment. When Jianghu, she tried to sense it again, she couldn't find anything. All kinds of beautiful scenery flashed on the space spirit jade. Jianghu, she turned it over in her hand and studied it for a long time, but she still couldn't figure it out. She didn't know what it was for. In the depths of the ancient lands in a dense jungle. This was the true depths of the ancient wild lands, a place where no human had ever set foot. For hundreds of millions of years, only a variety of ancient wild races lived here and multiplied. This was a completely different world from the four territories of the star boundary. On top of the towering mountain, there was an oval-shaped object that was emitting a blood-red light. This object was blood-red, as if it was made from fresh blood. However, it also emitted a strange fragrance. Bloodgate. The demon clans that lived in the depths of the savage, desolate ancient lands all knew that there was a blood door here, but no one could enter it, let alone know what kind of secrets this blood door hid. But in the ancient lands, there was a rumor that the blood door had a secret that could allow the creatures of the ancient lands to evolve into holy spirits. The living beings of the ancient lands all had remnants of the ancient divine spirit's bloodline power in their bodies. The only difference was the amount, even if it looked like an extremely ordinary little snake. Tracing back to ancient times. Perhaps it could also be related to the dragon race. Once the ancient bloodline hidden in their bodies was activated, the ancient land's life forms would possess strength comparable to the ancestral divine spirits. Since the beginning of time, how many of the billions of living beings had successfully excavated the power of their own bloodline and evolved into a holy spirit? At the very most, no more than 10 people had succeeded. But in the legends of the ancient lands, the blood door had a mysterious power that could allow the monster clans and savage races that entered to fully excavate the power of their bloodline. Once they succeeded, they would have a great chance to restore the glory of their ancestors. Evolve into a holy spirit. Because of this rumor, the blood door was the holy land of the entire savage, desolate ancient lands. Countless creatures who thought that they had the strength or opportunity to pass through the blood door one after another, wanting to activate their bloodline. But not a single one succeeded. They couldn't even get close to the blood door. Most of the ancient land's life forms that got within 10 kilometers of the blood door would turn into a pool of pus and die a miserable death. There was once a powerful monster king who had reached the peak of the 12th order who came here before the end of his life, wanting to give it a try. Because his lifespan was reaching its end, if he didn't think of a way, he was afraid that he would soon die of old age. The blood door was his last hope. The peak of the 12th order was equivalent to a 3rd order emperor realm master of the human race. How many such existences were there in the entire star boundary? But even with all his strength, he could only get 3 kilometers away from the blood door and couldn't go any further. In the end, he persisted for 3 days and 3 nights before turning into a pool of pus and dissipating. Since then, no creature of the ancient lands dared to approach the blood door at will. Even the peak of the 12th order monster king couldn't enter the blood door and activate his bloodline, so how could other creatures dare to try? For a time, the blood door became a forbidden area in the ancient lands. No creature of the ancient lands dared to approach it at will, fearing that they would die for no reason. Although this matter happened a long time ago, the creatures of the ancient lands, whether it was the monster race or the savage species, all had extremely long lifespans. So, many monster kings and overlords had personally experienced this matter and witnessed the tragic fate of the peak of the 12th order monster king. Under their strict warnings, none of their subordinates dared to approach the blood door. At this moment, the blood door that stood at the peak of the mountain that hadn't changed in the slightest for countless years suddenly bloomed with a dazzling red light. The red light converged into a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky, breaking a large hole in the clouds. But soon, the pillar of light disappeared, leaving behind only specks of red light that gradually dissipated in midair. 100 kilometers away from the blood door, a pitch-black python was using its thick body to wrap around its prey, tightly strangling it. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed its prey. It was facing the direction of the blood door. The sudden appearance and disappearance of the red pillar of light was clearly seen by it. The dark python's eyes widened in an instant as it stared at the place where the blood door was located. Its eyes were filled with horror. It had no choice but to be afraid. The legend of the blood door was too terrifying. For so many years, the blood door had stood there without any changes. Who wouldn't be on tenterhooks when it suddenly appeared? However, this unforeseen event happened very quickly and didn't affect it, which made it feel a little relieved. After waiting for a long time, it didn't dare to act rashly. After a while, seeing that the blood door was no longer abnormal, it suddenly twisted its body. Accompanied by the sound of bones dislocating, the huge python's body that was more than 50 feet long underwent a huge change. In the blink of an eye, the python turned into a middle-aged man with a dark complexion, wearing a pitch-black robe and a malicious gaze. His mouth was still a bloody mouth filled with dense fangs. He was still holding his prey in his mouth, looking as frightening as it could be. With a slurping sound, the middle-aged man that the python had transformed into suddenly sucked the prey into his stomach. His stomach suddenly became round and rolling, as if he was pregnant for 10 months. He stretched out his hand and patted his stomach, causing it to immediately deflate. Something big has happened. I have to report this to Master quickly. The middle-aged man muttered with a gloomy expression. Demonic chi surged from his body as he turned into a streak of black light and fled into the distance. Looking at the aura fluctuations emanating from his body, it was actually on the level of an 11th Order Master, almost equivalent to a Dao Source Realm cultivator. An hour later, in front of a huge mountain, outside the gate, a streak of black light approached from afar. The two monster race guards at the gate immediately became vigilant. One of them took out a bone hammer while the other held two bone spurs and glared at the black light. "Who goes there?" The monster race guard with the bone hammer shouted and pointed to the front. "This is the Rhino Thunder Monster King's palace. Quickly show your true form, or we'll kill without mercy." "Kill without mercy." The monster with the two bone spurs also roared, his aura surging. The black light suddenly stopped not far in front of them and revealed its true form. It was the middle-aged man transformed from Dark Python. "We're on the same side. Brothers, I am also a subordinate of the Rhino Thunder Master. I have something important to report to the Master. Please let him know." The middle-aged man cupped his fists and said. The two monster race guards at the gate glanced at each other and looked at him suspiciously. They couldn't blame the two monster race guards for not having good eyesight. It was just that there were many monster race cultivators here, and the Rhino Thunder Monster King controlled more than 100,000 monster race cultivators. They were all scattered across hundreds of thousands of kilometers, except for those they usually saw, who would recognize each other. Moreover, the Rhino Thunder Monster King was not someone that anyone could meet. The monster race guard with the bone spurs coldly snorted, "You say we're on the same side? What evidence do you have?" The middle-aged man seemed to have expected this question and quickly reached out to take out something from his space ring and handed it over respectfully. The monster race naturally didn't know how to refine things like space rings, but they couldn't do anything to humans who came here to die. If a human cultivator died here, the space ring would naturally be snatched away by the monster race. The middle-aged man had also killed a human cultivator before, so he obtained a space ring. He usually kept everything in it, so it was very convenient. The human brain was really good. The artifacts and pills they refined were also very good. Unfortunately, no one in the monster race could refine them. The monster race guard with the bone hammer took it and found that it was a bone token. On the front of the token was an image of a four-hooved rhino galloping, and on the back was a huge thunder character. This was the token made by the Rhino Thunder Monster King. Although it was crude, it was not something that anyone could imitate because the material used to make this token came from the remains of the same monster beast. The two monster race guards at the gate had seen many such tokens, so they knew at a glance that this token was real. Not many monster race guards were able to obtain this token. Among the hundreds of thousands of monster race guards, only about 2,000 of them were able to obtain one. This was a symbol of status. So when the middle-aged man took out this bone token, the two monster race guards' expressions became much better. The monster race guard with the bone spurs said, "Although you are also one of the master's subordinates, we can't let you in." The master said not to disturb him if it's a small matter. "If you have something to say, we can pass on the message for you." The middle-aged man anxiously said, "This is not a small matter. I have to tell the master face to face. This matter could be a great merit, so how could the middle-aged man borrow someone else's hand?" Chapter 2561. No matter how hard the middle-aged man tried to persuade the two gatekeepers, they still couldn't get them to agree. Left with no choice, the middle-aged man could only take out a small gift. There was nothing good in the wilderness, just some monster beasts' monster cores. Monster cores were hard currency among the various races in the savage wildlands because anyone could use them to improve their strength. This made the two beasts smile. After discussing with each other for a while, one of them turned around and walked inside, obviously to report. The man transformed from the dark python truly understood what it meant to meet the king of hell, but the little demons were hard to deal with. He chatted with the remaining gatekeeper to pass the time. He swore in his heart, "Once I've made a great contribution and received a reward, I'll show you how powerful I am. If you dare to give me a hard time, I'll make you spit out what you've eaten." After a short while, the gatekeeper returned and cupped his hands to the middle-aged man. "Master is in a good mood today. He allows you to have an audience with him. Go ahead." The middle-aged man thanked him and hurriedly walked up the mountain. The two demonic beasts guarding the mountain gate were left to play with a few inner cores in a happy mood. Although there was no one to guide him, it was obviously not the middle-aged man's first time here. He was quite familiar with the place. Along the way, he passed through several checkpoints and soon arrived at the peak of the mountain. There was a palace-like building on the mountain peak, but it was different from the buildings of the star boundary. This palace had a rough and bold style. It was made of huge stones and had no sense of beauty. Outside the palace, there was also a huge rhinoceros statue. Its 4 hooves were galloping as if it was launching a charge. It was unstoppable. The real body of the Thunder Rhino Monster King was a rhinoceros. It was unknown what kind of opportunity it had, but it had cultivated to the peak of the 12th level, allowing it to oversee a region in the savage wildlands. There were more than 100,000 monster beasts under its command. In the entire savage wildlands, there were a total of 32 existences like the Thunder Rhino. They were under the command of the 4 great holy spirits. Their territories were divided and they didn't invade each other. Each family had 8 monster kings, all of whom were at the peak of level 12. Below the monster king, there were monster commanders and monster generals. There were also countless level 12 monster beasts under their banner. One could only imagine how dangerous the savage wildland was. Of course, it was impossible for outsiders to know about these things. It was said that the savage, desolate ancient land was full of danger and chaos. In fact, the depths of the ancient land already had their own way of survival. The middle-aged man arrived in front of the palace. The gatekeeper verified his identity. Thus, he let him in. It wasn't that he was careless. It was mainly because the middle-aged man's level of cultivation was nothing in front of the Rhino Thunder Monster King. The demon clan had always been unconventional in their actions, so they didn't pay much attention to details. Otherwise, if it were a human race sect, how could it be so easy for a Dao Source Realm cultivator to meet a third-order master from the Emperor Realm? Upon entering the palace, a wave of decadent music immediately entered his ears. There was light singing and graceful dancing, surrounded by strings and bamboos. The middle-aged man was taken aback and subconsciously thought that he had gone to the wrong place. However, when he looked up, he found a burly man sitting cross-legged at the top of the palace. On the table in front of him was the corpse of an unknown monster beast. It looked like it had died not long ago. The burly man held the corpse of the monster beast with both hands and ate heartily. Blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. It was a horrifying sight, but he was still eating with relish, his eyes flashing red. The middle-aged man's calf twitched and he almost ran away. He had long heard that these monster kings liked to eat the flesh of their subordinates. He thought it was just a rumor, but after seeing it today, he realized that there was no such thing as groundless rumors. The burly man was undoubtedly the Rhino Thunder Monster King. The middle-aged man had seen him once from afar, so he recognized him at a glance. After taking a few bites of the flesh, Rhino Thunder was in a good mood and laughed heartily. On his left and right, there were two other women with revealing clothes and large patches of their snow-white bodies exposed in the air. They were doing their best to please him. Their graceful and delicate bodies were lightly covered by gauze, and the beautiful scenery was faintly discernible. It caused one's blood to boil and it was difficult to breathe. One of the women took advantage of Rhino Thunder's laughter to reach out and pick up a grape-like spirit fruit on the table, peel it, and stuff it into Rhino Thunder's mouth. Rhino Thunder roared and hugged the woman, unscrupulously violating her. After a while, the woman's mouth was also full of blood, but she was not angry and instead enjoyed it, sticking out her scarlet tongue to lick the blood off her mouth. Her licentious appearance was simply outrageous. The middle-aged man watched from below with fear, but he also yearned for it. He did not know when he would be able to reach Rhino Thunder's level of cultivation. When that time came, he would be able to enjoy the happiness of having multiple lovers and have beauties throw themselves into his arms. In the hall below the table, there were a few seductive women singing and dancing. They had thin waists and full buttocks, and their dressing could only be described as offensive. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. His eyes rolled around, not knowing which beauty to look at. The beauty who had been violated by Shi Lei earlier seemed to have noticed the middle-aged man's existence. The corners of her mouth curled up, revealing a smiling expression. Her watery eyes looked at him tenderly, almost stealing the middle-aged man's soul away. She leaned over to Rhino Thunder's ear and whispered something. Only then did Rhino Thunder raise his eyes to look at the middle-aged man. With a wave of his hand, the seductive women below immediately retreated to the side. The middle-aged man did not dare to be presumptuous at this moment. He hurriedly walked forward and knelt. "This little one, Wuxia, greets master." Rhino Thunder said in a deep voice, "You were the one who said you had something to report? Speak, what is it that you have to see me for? If it's a small matter, be careful of your head." Wu Jue's face darkened, but he did not dare to hide it and quickly said, "Master, it's about the blood door." "The blood door?" Rhino Thunder Monster King suddenly stood up. The female monsters in the palace all covered their red lips and stared at Wu Jue with their beautiful eyes. The two words blood door meant too much to the creatures of the ancient land. It was rumored that the blood door could allow the creatures of the ancient land to awaken their bloodline power and evolve into holy spirits. Even though Rhino Thunder was a peak 12th order monster, he could not suppress his desire to enter the blood door. If he could really evolve into a holy spirit, he could rewrite the situation of the ancient land for tens of thousands of years. The ancient land's 4 holy sages would become 5 holy sages. "Everyone leave." Rhino Thunder waved his hand and shouted. Realizing the explosive news, he could not remain calm. "My lord." One of the 2 female demons who had served him earlier leaned forward with an adorable look on her face. Clearly, she wanted to stay and listen to what he was saying. Rhino Thunder turned his head and glared at her with his red eyes. The female monster's body stiffened and she did not dare to be presumptuous. She quickly retreated and disappeared with the others. "Tell me, what's wrong with the blood door?" Rhino Thunder asked in a deep voice after everyone had disappeared. Wu Jue quickly said, "There's something wrong with the blood door." "What's wrong?" Rhino Thunder asked in surprise. Wu Jue hurriedly recounted what he had seen. After Shi Lei heard it, his brows furrowed tightly, and his expression was uncertain. The main reason was that the change was too obvious. His subordinates could not have faked it. He could not have been the only one who saw it. When the time came, he could just ask the monsters near the blood door and the truth would be revealed. But what did this change mean? Since the blood door appeared, it had not changed for many years. It had just stood quietly on the mountain peak. Now, it suddenly shone with a red light that shot into the sky. It was obviously abnormal. No matter what, this news was extremely important to any creature of the ancient land. Rhino Thunder paced back and forth in the hall. He looked hesitant. After a while, he stopped and said, "You, come with me to see the Lord. Tell him everything you saw." "Yes, Lord." Wu Jue almost bit his tongue. There were 4 heavenly sovereigns in this ancient land, and Shi Lei was currently loyal to one of them. However, these 4 heavenly sovereigns were very elusive. Normally, the monsters wouldn't even see them. Even the 32 monster kings weren't easy to meet. Wu Jue never thought that he would be able to see the Lord one day. But soon he became excited. Since he was going to see the Lord, it meant that the news he brought was extremely important. He might be able to make a great contribution and have a meteoric rise in his career. He didn't expect too much. After all, his strength was there for all to see. He only hoped to be able to obtain some rewards. If he could be promoted to Demon General, that would be the best. At that time, he would be able to command some subordinates and oversee a mountain. It would be better than being all alone now, running around everywhere and trying to survive. After calming down, Wu Jue clasped his fist and said, "I will follow the master's orders." "Let's go." Rhino Thunder was also a fiery character. Since he had decided to meet the Lord, he did not hesitate. He wrapped Wu Jue in a monster wind and rushed out of the hall. "This news? Who else knows about it besides you?" Rhino Thunder suddenly asked. Wu Jue said, "I'm sure I'm not the only one who saw the blood door. But I rushed here to report it to the master. I don't know who else saw it." Shi Lei nodded slightly, knowing that he was right. The strange movement was so obvious that he was not the only one who had noticed it. Perhaps all the 32 demon kings had already known about it and were rushing towards the Lord, wanting to be the first one to report to the Lord and claim the credit. Wu Jue rolled his eyes and thought of something. He sighed and said, "But I'm of low status. When I came here to see the master, I was stopped for a long time by 2 guys at the mountain gate. They were not allowed to enter. In the end, I had to give them all of my belongings before they let me in." After saying that, he looked at Rhino Thunder uneasily and asked, "I didn't cause any trouble for the master, did I?" Rhino Thunder's face darkened. He shouted, "You're getting out of hand." After saying that, he suddenly threw a punch down. Crack! A thunderclap exploded, causing Wu Jue's eardrums to hurt. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket struck down from the sky and rushed down like a dragon. After a while, there was a roar, mixed with 2 screams that stopped abruptly. Wu Jue looked down and saw that the mountain gate was in a mess. There was a huge hole in the ground and the 2 monster kings guarding the mountain gate were long gone. Chapter 2562. One day later, Yang Kai walked out of the cave. The wound on his shoulder had healed, and he had changed into a new set of clothes to avoid unnecessary trouble from the smell of blood. Jianghu, who was guarding the entrance of the cave, heard the noise and quickly got up. She was relieved when she saw Yang Kai's ruddy complexion. Although she knew that Yang Kai's injury was not serious, she was still worried. The 2 looked at each other and Yang Kai nodded. Jianghu said, "Sir, I found something strange." "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Jianghu hurriedly explained the situation of her cultivation before looking at Yang Kai, hoping that he would be able to explain a thing or two. Yang Kai didn't know what the problem was, but he couldn't show his ignorance in front of Jianghu. He could only pretend to ponder for a moment and say, "There's nothing wrong with being careful. Don't cultivate in this ancient land for the time being. If you need to restore your strength, use source crystals and spirit pills as much as possible. If you can't, enter the small sealed world." Jianghu naturally obeyed without the slightest hesitation. She hesitated for a moment and asked, "What about, sir?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "I'm fine. The wild force here can't do anything to me." Jianghu was surprised. She looked at Yang Kai with a look of worship, stars almost appearing in her beautiful eyes as she thought to herself, "Sir is truly amazing. I heard that even the great emperor would be affected by the wild force here, but Sir is completely fine here." Yang Kai coughed lightly and said, "Let's go." As soon as he said this, his face suddenly changed and he turned his head to look in a certain direction. He shouted, "Who's sneaking around?" Jianghu was also startled. She had been guarding here all this time and didn't find any traces of approaching creatures. She didn't expect Sir to do this as soon as he appeared. However, it was impossible for Sir to speak without thinking. In other words, there really was someone here. She looked around and followed Yang Kai's gaze to a big tree. There was nothing unusual there. It was unbelievably quiet. Even when she scanned it with her divine sense, she didn't find anything wrong. Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, "Hiding your head but showing your tail. Do you want this young master to invite you out?" As soon as he said this, a pitter-patter sound came from the top of the big tree. Then, a head poked out of the dense tree and a pair of bright eyes looked at Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi. He grinned from ear to ear. Zhang Ruoxi's face darkened. For someone to suddenly smile at him like that in this damned place, it gave him a feeling that it was too abrupt. Yang Kai called out in surprise, his eyes carefully examining this person's face. This person's hair was disheveled, as if it had not been washed for countless years. It was as if black snakes were covering the top of his head. This person's face was also pitch black, making it impossible to see his true appearance. Only his eyes were incomparably bright, and his teeth were also spotlessly white. Although he couldn't see her face, Yang Kai could tell at a glance that this person was a woman. Which woman didn't like to be beautiful? But this woman looked even more disheveled than the great emperors of the secular world that Yang Kai saw in Maplewood City. Yang Kai didn't know what she had encountered in this ancient wildlands. Not only that, Yang Kai instinctively felt that there was something wrong with this person's mind. Because at this moment, she was hanging upside down from the tree trunk. Although her eyes were bright, they gave off a chaotic feeling. But what Yang Kai was more concerned about was her concealment secret art. If she hadn't suddenly made a noise in the tree, Yang Kai wouldn't have noticed her hiding here. Who is this? Yang Kai scanned her with his divine sense and felt the weak energy fluctuations in her body. He was shocked. This person was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Just as Yang Kai was feeling suspicious, the woman suddenly laughed and said, "Come and catch me." As she spoke, her body suddenly fell from the tree trunk like a willow catkin. Before she landed on the ground, she twisted her waist and shot into the jungle, disappearing in an instant, leaving behind a string of bell-like laughter. "Come and catch me. Come and catch me. Catch your mother." The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He was more and more certain that there was something wrong with this woman's mind. Otherwise, how could a dignified second-order Emperor Realm Master act like this? Not only was she dressed sloppily, but her words were also inexplicable. Yang Kai didn't know what to say when he encountered such a crazy woman in the ancient wildlands. How could he be in the mood to play hide-and-seek with her? "Sir, her clothes?" Zhang Ruoxi seemed to have noticed something. She covered her red lips with her hand and stared in shock in the direction the crazy woman disappeared. "What's wrong with her clothes?" Yang Kai frowned. When the crazy woman had fallen from the tree trunk earlier, Yang Kai had also taken a quick glance at her. Just like her appearance, her clothes were tattered and the slightest movement would reveal her naked body. He couldn't tell what color they were originally, but they were now gray, as if they hadn't been washed for many years. "Sir, don't you think they look familiar?" Zhang Ruoxi asked instead of answering. Yang Kai was stunned. After her reminder, he suddenly became confused. "Those are the clothes of Ice Heart Valley's disciples." Zhang Ruoxi said anxiously. "Are you sure?" Yang Kai's eyes widened. Zhang Ruoxi said, "When I was in Ice Moon City in the Northern Territory, I saw many Ice Heart Valley disciples. They were wearing the same clothes as the woman just now. Although they were tattered, the ice flower symbol on their chests couldn't be faked. Why would an Ice Heart Valley disciple come here?" Yang Kai was shocked. Ice Heart Valley was in the Northern Territory, while this was the Eastern Territory. The two territories were separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, so it was impossible for ordinary people to come here. However, when he thought about how the ancient wildlands was a treasure trove coveted by all the masters of the Star Boundary, it made sense. He was also a disciple of the Southern Territory, yet he could come here. What was so strange about someone from the Northern Territory coming here? This was a place where all the masters of the four territories gathered, a place where dragons and snakes mixed together. But there was one thing he didn't quite understand. Since ancestral founder Bing Yun, Ice Heart Valley didn't have many masters, and there were even fewer in the Emperor realm. How could a second-order Emperor Realm disciple fall here and have a mental problem? Thinking about it, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up as he remembered something. When Bing Yun returned to Ice Heart Valley from the solitary void-sealed world, the acting Valley Master, and Ruo Yun, had reported something to her. After Bing Yun disappeared, her third disciple went out to look for her, but they couldn't find any clues. In the end, even her third disciple disappeared. It had been 3,000 years since then, and no one knew whether she was alive or dead. When Ruo Yun reported this matter, Yang Kai was next to her. At that time, he also sighed, thinking that his third disciple had most likely met with misfortune. After all, the star boundary was a dangerous place. If his third disciple was still alive, it was impossible for there to be no news of her for 3,000 years. However, this was someone else's family matter, so Yang Kai didn't take it to heart. Now that Zhang Ruoxi mentioned it, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the crazy woman might be Bing Yun's third disciple. Her second-order Emperor Realm cultivation made sense because Bing Yun's first disciple, and Ruo Yun, and second disciple, Sun Yun Xiu, were also at this level, so his third disciple shouldn't be too far behind. Realizing this possibility, Yang Kai hurriedly looked in the direction the crazy woman disappeared, but there was no trace of her. Who knew where she had run off to? It was easy to explain why his third disciple would appear in this kind of place. She left Ice Heart Valley to search for Bing Yun. With the reputation of the ancient wildlands, she naturally wouldn't miss it. She must have been hoping to find Bing Yun here. As for why she had a mental problem, Yang Kai didn't know, but he could imagine that this woman must have suffered a lot. Otherwise, how could a second-order Emperor Realm Master be so crazy and disregard her image? Of course, this was just Yang Kai's guess. Whether that crazy woman was Bing Yun's third disciple or not remained to be verified. Perhaps that crazy woman killed his third disciple and stole her clothes. It would have been fine if he hadn't seen it, but since he saw it, and it was related to Ice Heart Valley and Bing Yun, Yang Kai couldn't just ignore it. Sir, Old Ban said that an Emperor Realm Master had been lost in the Ancient Lands passageway for 10 years, and that she was a woman. Do you think it's her? Zhang Ruoxi suddenly asked. Yang Kai didn't think of this place, but after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't impossible. Perhaps it was because she had been lost in the Ancient Lands passageway for too long that she became crazy. Old Ban said that the woman was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, but Old Ban was only in the First-Order Dao Source Realm. How could he know if his third disciple was a First-Order or Second-Order Emperor Realm Master? Let's go and see. Yang Kai waved his hand, and his Emperor Qi wrapped around Zhang Ruoxi and rushed in the direction that the crazy woman disappeared. But there was no trace of her. Yang Kai released his divine sense, but he couldn't detect the woman's aura. Instead, he found many monster beast traces. The crazy woman seemed to have disappeared into thin air, just like she had suddenly appeared. Where did she go? Yang Kai was annoyed. If he had known that the crazy woman was related to Ice Heart Valley's third disciple, he would have stopped her long ago. How could he have let her escape? Now, it would be difficult to find her again. After chasing her for half a day without any results, Yang Kai had no choice but to stop. It was unwise to run around in the ancient wildlands as he might attract some powerful ancient wild beasts. Since he couldn't find her, Yang Kai could only give up for now. He planned to wait until he was done here before going to the Northern Territory to convey the crazy woman's information to Bing Yun. Presumably, Bing Yun would make arrangements. After taking out the jade slip and checking it, Yang Kai found that he had traveled quite a distance into the ancient wildlands after half a day of chasing. Further ahead, there was a large gathering place of monster beast, and there seemed to be a 12th order monster beast there. Yang Kai didn't want to cause trouble. His main purpose was to find Xiao Xiao, so naturally, he wanted to avoid any risks as much as possible. He put away the jade slip and was about to take a detour when a rustling sound came from a big tree not far away. Then, a dark face poked out of the leaves and grinned, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. She waved at Yang Kai and said, "Come and catch me. Come and catch me quickly." This crazy woman. Yang Kai was so angry that his nose was crooked. He couldn't find her all this time because she had been hiding nearby and playing with him. Chapter 2563. Faced with this kind of person, Kai Yong really didn't have much of a temper. If she was sane, he could sit down and chat with her, and ask her about her origins and background. Unfortunately, she had a crazy appearance, so even if he wanted to chat with her, she would have to give him a chance. Yang Kai gritted his teeth in anger, but he didn't dare to act rashly and alert her. This crazy woman came and went without a trace, and her concealment secret art was very strange. If he really scared her away, it would not be easy to find her again. Calming his mind, Yang Kai squeezed out a smile on his face, trying to put on a harmless look, and waved to the front. "You, come here." The crazy woman was not moved at all, just smiling mischievously and saying, "Come and catch me." She seemed to only know this one sentence back and forth, and she seemed to be enjoying it. Yang Kai tried to call her a few times but to no avail, so he felt helpless in his heart. "Sir, take something to tempt her and see if she will come over," Zhang Ruoshi suddenly suggested. Hearing this, Yang Kai felt that it was a good idea. He buried his head in his space ring for a while and soon found a red fruit. He now had a lot of alchemy materials, most of which he obtained from killing people and some of which he found in the ancient medicine garden last time. This jade sand fruit was an emperor-grade alchemy material, so its appearance was naturally extraordinary. What's more, its medicinal age was quite good, and as soon as he took it out, it exuded a strong fragrance. Yang Kai flipped his hand and spread the jade sand fruit on his palm, saying to the front, "Here's something for you to eat. Come here, don't be afraid." He was acting like a bad uncle who wanted to abduct a little girl, and in his heart, he was disgusted with himself. However, he still had to act as if nothing was wrong. The crazy woman hanging upside down on the tree was really interested in this fruit. Her pair of big bright eyes instantly fixed on the fruit, making no attempt to hide the desire in her eyes, even smacking her lips a few times, looking like she was very hungry. However, perhaps it was her nature, but she was still very vigilant. Despite the desire on her face, she didn't rush over to snatch the fruit as Yang Kai wanted. Asterisk walala. Asterisk the leaves rustled and the crazy woman suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai was stunned. He quickly released his divine sense in an attempt to lock onto her whereabouts. This time she was about to escape. In this vast ancient lands, it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. He really did not know where to find her. Voila! Another sound came from the other side. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that the crazy woman had reappeared on the branch of another tree. She stood there quietly with one hand on the trunk. Quick, so fast. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He finally had a taste of this woman's speed. He didn't even have time to lock onto the other party's whereabouts before she reappeared like a ghost. However, this time, the distance between them seemed to be much closer than before. Yang Kai secretly let out a sigh of relief, knowing that the fruit in his hand must have piqued her interest. Yang Kai smiled faintly and said in a gentle tone, pushing the fruit in his hand forward, "Do you want it? If you don't want it, I'll eat it." While talking, he took the fruit back and slowly moved it to his mouth. Seeing this, the crazy woman became anxious. She looked like she couldn't wait to rush over and snatch the fruit, but for some unknown reason, she walked back and forth on the trunk, refusing to come down. Yang Kai gritted his teeth in anger and steeled his heart, directly opening his mouth to bite the jade sand fruit. With one bite, his mouth was full of saliva. After all, this was an emperor-grade spirit fruit. The world energy contained in it was naturally extremely astonishing. Moreover, the taste was very good. The alluring fruit fragrance became even more intense. Asterisk munch munch, asterisk Yang Kai ate with great relish. As he ate, he made some strange sounds, which made the crazy woman's heart itch. She looked at the jade sand fruit again and a trace of determination flashed in her beautiful eyes. As if she had made up her mind, she turned around and turned into a white light shooting towards Yang Kai as fast as lightning. Yang Kai had been waiting for this moment. How could he miss it? He threw the spirit fruit in his hand towards her head and at the same time stretched out his arm like a dragon, grabbing towards a certain spot in the void. A figure flashed and the crazy woman suddenly appeared not far in front of Yang Kai, her pair of bright eyes staring fixedly at the jade sand fruit thrown by Yang Kai, as if nothing in this world could attract her attention. The spirit fruit flew over, and if nothing unexpected happened, it would definitely hit her forehead. Although Yang Kai didn't intend to kill her, he didn't just throw it casually. Instead, he poured some Emperor Qi into it, intending to interfere with this crazy woman so that his next move would be more convenient. Who would have thought that this crazy woman would lean back at the critical moment, narrowly avoiding the attack of the spirit fruit? Then, she opened her mouth and directly bit the spirit fruit. Her eyebrows instantly curved into a crescent moon shape, and she looked like she couldn't contain her joy. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had flashed to her side and grabbed her arm. The crazy woman was shocked and hurriedly turned her head to look at Yang Kai, an indescribable chill flashing across her beautiful eyes. Her body twisted as if she had no bones, instantly changing positions and standing face to face with Yang Kai. She raised her hand and slammed her other palm towards Yang Kai. Before her attack even arrived, an extremely cold aura spread out, as if it wanted to freeze the world. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help shivering as he shouted, "Ice Principles!" If he had only guessed that this crazy woman was related to Ice Heart Valley's third sister, who had been missing for many years, now he was almost certain. All the disciples of Ice Heart Valley cultivated ice attribute secret arts. Yang Kai's face became serious and he didn't dare to neglect, sending out a palm of his own, space principles pulsing from it. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk a loud noise rang out as both of their bodies shook violently, like two small boats tossing about in a storm. The two different principles collided with each other and were actually evenly matched. After all, the crazy woman's cultivation was a minor realm higher than Yang Kai's, and she had attacked in anger, while Yang Kai had reacted hastily. Being able to fight to a draw with her was already the limit of what Yang Kai could do. If it had been any other First-Order Emperor Realm Master, they would have suffered a great loss. Before the two's principles could be decided, the crazy woman suddenly twisted her arm, and the hand Yang Kai grabbed suddenly became soft and flexible like a snake, slipping out of Yang Kai's grasp. Kai Yang was shocked, but by the time he reached out to grab her, it was already too late. After being scared by Kai Yang, the crazy woman had already retreated, and in the blink of an eye, she had pulled away from Kai Yang. Asterisk Hu Chi Chi. Asterisk it wasn't until this moment that the two's principal confrontation came to an end. Yang Kai stood in place with a bitter smile on his face, not daring to act rashly for fear of scaring the other party. More than 20 meters away, the crazy woman stood in place angrily, her eyes full of resentment, as if Yang Kai had abandoned her, making Yang Kai feel very embarrassed. Deceiving someone with mental problems, and a woman at that, was really not something to be proud of. Reaching out and grabbing the spirit fruit in her mouth, the crazy woman took a bite, completely ignoring the fact that it had been bitten by Yang Kai. Eating happily, her face was filled with joy, her nose was not a nose, her eyes were not an eye. Yang Kai sighed slightly. In any case, she was Bing Yun's third disciple and a second-order Emperor Realm Master, but now she was acting like this. A single spirit fruit made her look like she had received the greatest happiness. If the people from Ice Heart Valley saw this, they would be heartbroken. He quietly winked at Zhang Ruoxi. Zhang Ruoxi understood and quickly took out a fruit from her space ring, asking softly, "Do you want more? I have some here too. If you want it, I can give it to you." The crazy woman raised her eyes and glanced at the fruit. Her beautiful face paled and she waved her hand repeatedly. After being teased by Yang Kai, it was as if she had been bitten once by a snake. She would be afraid of ropes for 10 years. Not only that, she turned around and ran in a panic. Yang Kai immediately became anxious, annoyed that he had acted too hastily just now. He hadn't figured out the other party's abilities and had alerted her. In fact, before he made his move, he was very confident. After all, with his current strength, he thought that it would be easy to take down a second-order Emperor Realm Master, but he didn't expect his third sister's reaction and adaptability to be beyond his imagination. But thinking about it carefully, she had been wandering outside for so long and even survived in the ancient wildlands for so long. If she didn't have some ability, she would have become a pile of bones long ago. Her current strength was probably greater than his eldest senior sister and second senior sister. Although Enruo Yun and Sun Yunxiu were also second-order Emperor Realm Masters, they hadn't experienced as much danger as her. Danger and tribulations were always stepping stones for a person's growth. Seeing the crazy woman turn around and run, Yang Kai no longer dared to hesitate and shouted, "Third sister, Senior Bing Yun is waiting for you to go back. Where do you think you're going?" He didn't know the name of Bing Yun's third disciple, nor had he inquired about it before, so he could only shout out casually. He even mentioned Bing Yun's name, but he didn't know if it would work. If this crazy woman was really Bing Yun's third disciple, even if her mind was in a mess, she wouldn't be indifferent. To Yang Kai's surprise, the crazy woman froze in place after hearing his shout. Her tender body trembled slightly, and her dark face slowly turned around. She even forgot to swallow the spirit fruit in her mouth. When their eyes met, Yang Kai found that her eyes were full of confusion. Obviously, Bing Yun's name had evoked some memories in her, but her current situation couldn't make those memories clear. Under the confusion of her thoughts, a look of struggle and pain appeared on her face. She must be third sister. Yang Kai was certain in his heart and said softly, "Third sister, Senior Bing Yun has returned. Your eldest senior sister, second senior sister, and several junior sisters are waiting for you. Don't run around, I'll take you home." While speaking, he stretched out his hand towards her. The struggle on third sister's face became more and more serious. Her pair of bright and beautiful eyes trembled violently. 2 lines of tears slid down her cheeks as she murmured, "Honored master, honored master." Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. Third sister was obviously recalling something.